Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch with your soul. Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him. Pay attention. Know the war's within. How much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win. We know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry. Can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. Do what it takes to survive. What is truth? What is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake. They don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go. You visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise.
Sheesh, my bad about that.
Oh yeah, what up? Oh, you good? You good?
Chilling, man. Yeah, I had a lot going on over here. My computer froze on me for some reason.
Oh yeah, what up? Oh, you
My
good?
apologies about that. You got the show in the background kind of loud.
You put it down.
Can you
What
still
about
hear me?
now?
Yeah, I can hear
Yep.
you.
All
We
right.
good? We good?
Yeah.
Okay, let me run this intro song again. Shout out nobody, trust and believe the gospel. Mr. No Ducks himself in the chat. Let's get this back going. My apologies about that. We should be good now. That restart should have me all the way set.
Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fate making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bony. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. Wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. Yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Just trying to win this race called life. Yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. Yeah. I keep on running in this race called life. I won't come in last place in life. No. 'Cause I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained? Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
Peace, 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 Titan family. This is Argument Alley. You know what? I got an ad for this one too. Let me go ahead and play that.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. You've got to fight your way in, where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Yes, yes. Welcome to Argument Alley. Can you hear me? Mic check,
Yeah,
mic check.
yeah. I hear you. Can you hear me? Mic check 1, 2.
Yes, sir. We are good. Okay. Welcome to Argument Alley, where comfort zones collapse and ideas get put under the spotlight. This isn't small talk. This isn't safe space philosophy. This is pressure. Here we run hot seat questioning, direct, strategic, no escape, designed to test what these debaters really believe. Newcomers step into the alley, and the panel steps up to challenge every claim. The floor will open, the mics will be live, and at the end, the audience gets their shot. Tonight, stepping into the fire from Hobart, Oklahoma, we have a man going by the name of Quantum Truth. Everybody, let's give him a round of applause for being brave enough to step into the Coliseum.
Yeah.
How you feeling today, brother?
I'm feeling fine, dandy, and ready to be handy. I want to say thank you for letting me step up. Shout out to everybody, Titan Debate League and Argument Alley, the Coliseum of Arguments. It's a pleasure to be here.
Let's go. He said, fine and dandy, ready to be handy. That's got to be the Oklahoma coming out of it. I like that one, though. Quantum Truth, a man preaching the philosophy of quantum onlyism. Uh, Big claims, big implications, and big targets on the board. He says he's ready for all challengers. He says he'll answer every question honestly, and he says his philosophy can withstand the heat. So we're about to find out. Panel, get ready. Audience, lean in, because in Argument Alley, if your ideas can't survive the questions, you can't step into the Coliseum. So let's get into it.
That's right.
Okay, you know what? Let me kick a little background music. What we gonna go with today? Let's go with this smooth jazz. You
Yeah.
pull this down. You know, when you got the floor to tell them a little bit about yourself, tell them a little bit about quantum onlyism before we actually get into it.
Yeah. All right. Like I said, good evening to everybody. Right now, I'm going by Quantum Truth, so I keep it at that. It's your boy Quantum Truth, and let me set the expectations in the first 30 seconds because it saves everybody a whole bunch of time. My friends. Quantum onlyism is not a religion, and it's not a vibe. It is not my personal belief system. It's a model that starts with one question: what must be the case for anything to be real at all? And the reason I built this is simple. I got tired of people blaming things on the devil. And I got tired of watching intelligent people argue over labels while the mechanism stays unexamined. People debate God versus no God, mind versus matter, idealism versus materialism. And a lot of times, both sides are unknowingly borrowing the same two foundations and just calling them different names. But in quantum onlyism, my friends, oh, my friends, I tend to stop borrowing and start accounting. So here's my core move. Most worldviews start with a character, a substance, or a story. Quantum onlyism starts with conditions and function. Instead of asking who created existence, I ask what are the minimum mechanics that must already be operating for existence to even be coherent at all, to be a coherent topic. That shift matters because once you go function first, you can filter out a lot of claims that sound deep but don't actually cash out to anything workable. Oh, my friend, they don't cash out to anything. And that takes me to the heart of my model. Quantum onlyism says existence is functional, not intentional, meaning the deepest layer of reality is not best described as a supernatural personality with motives. The deepest level of existence is better described as necessary operating conditions, the kind of conditions every worldview already presupposes, even when they deny these conditions. Now, I'm going to name those conditions in plain language, not symbolic language right now. First, we're going to talk about ordering, sequence, change, before and after.
Well. You know what? Hold on. Let me get into some of these questions because I think what you're about to do is answer a few of the questions I do have for you.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and make sure I have that link dropped so that way anybody who has questions can come up and challenge you. If you want to set up a debate with this man, here's some points of contention. Make sure you hit that link. Debaters are getting paid $50, win, lose, or draw here on Titans Debate League. Um, only the brave speak here. So
And come
you
on
was
up.
about to get to breaking it down. I don't want you to,
Yeah,
you
yeah. I
know.
mean, I can break it down in a simple form, premise form, but I don't like to because, like I said, this is a whole philosophy. This ain't something that I'm just playing with and putting together. You know what I'm saying? I heard a little bit. I heard my man being on one of your things, and I heard, what I'm saying, some people talking, using things. This right here is critical thinking. I'm just been, I, quantum onlyism gonna make you open your mind, and today we're gonna find out exactly what exists. Well, maybe not just today, but I will give your mind something else to think about besides the things that you have been introduced to. I'll just say it like that. I ain't gonna say nobody is indoctrinated. And remember though, the beauty of onlyism is once we start getting to it, I'm gonna be saying things that you already know. And that's what's the beauty of this is. I don't think that things that I'm gonna present aren't things that people don't know. They just don't use it as a mechanism. And so that's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna give everybody it's like an update. When your phone calls for an update, you update. It's the age of Aquarius, and it's time for an update in the way that we see existence. And we have to take accountability. So,
All right, question number one. Define quantum onlyism in one clear sentence, no metaphors.
um, in one sentence, I'd say quantum onlyism says existence is not a supernatural creation event. It's a formation process that obtains whenever order and determinacy operate together. And those two functions are what traditions were trying to describe with God language.
Hmm, okay. Is consciousness quantum or something emergent from it?
Consciousness emerges downstream.
Expound on that.
Uh, so in quantum onlyism, when we talk about consciousness, um, I propose a mechanism of uh, a soul seed. Um, in my terms, in quantum terms, consciousness is what happens when, like, a sufficiently complex ordered system doesn't just react to patterns, but models them and updates internally over time. Um, if that kind of answers your question.
Okay. I was just making sure you were wanted to land your plane there.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you're just asking for sentences, so I just give basic sentences, so we won't stick here long.
Definitely, definitely. Um, does quantum onlyism eliminate the need for God?
Um, Quantum onlyism does not eliminate the need for God. What quantum onlyism does about God is finds the function. The word God, when we say the word God in the past, a lot of people put the two things, time and nature, into a skin and then gave it a personality.
Hmm,
He said it was God. Now, in my walk in life, um, I started seeing that when we think of God, when we think of good, and then we think of evil, we have to put a what they call a higher evil. And so they created this thing called the devil. Well, I didn't like the devil because people blame stuff on the devil. So What I found is that the need for God, which would be the reason for existence and what sustains existence, and all of that other intentional stuff comes downfield if it is happening. But because those two things are happening, then we need accountability for those things that we call evil. Because I believe that that's what people created the devil for, so they could blame things that they do on a higher power. And so the need for God would be whatever sustains, whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And so you can't get past that mechanism,
Mm,
but we can't get past that intention. And so why I tell you that I don't believe in the traditional theistic God, the biblical God, I do understand that there is this thing called time, which is my God. There's this thing called nature, which is my goddess. And there's this thing called existence, which is the highest power. And that's what I work with functionally. That's my God. Goddess is my highest power.
okay. Is identity real or just a temporary quantum configuration?
Identity for who? First, I have to answer, I guess.
Um, for the user, for the common man. I guess you can go macro and micro. Apply it to both.
Identity. Okay, so yeah, it's real, but it's real as a constraint, not like a mystical thing. In quantum onlyism terms, identity is the minimum requirement for anything to be determinable at all. If something has no identity conditions, no way to be this rather than not this, no stable distinction, then you don't have an object, a state, or a fact, even a meaningful sentence. You have just noise. So there are two layers people confuse: metaphysical identity, which is real constraint. This is the rule that a thing must be itself rather than not itself,
Mm,
because anything else would be content. This is what makes reference, measurement, and difference possible. Without that, exist becomes even empty. And then you have practical and personal identity, which is constructed pattern. That's your name, your role, your social identity. Those are real too, but it's higher order patterns that can change. They're not fake. They're just contingent and reversible or
mm,
revisable.
okay. That's, I like that answer. Okay. Are moral truths objective in a quantum only universe?
In quantum onlyism,
Hmm.
everything, well, I ain't gonna say it like that, but in the end, it ends up being conditional. Morality isn't subjective. It isn't objective in certain cases. And I have to explain this in the right way because, like I said, it's conditional. And can I stop right there for a
Mm,
second? That's it ain't to me. It's not subjective or objective. It's conditional.
mm. Explain that, because now
Okay.
you got me wondering what you mean. I know what conditional means, but give me
Uh huh.
examples or instances so
I
that way
got you.
we can kind of see the picture you're painting.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. And that's why I say, like, it's the way I see things. Morality is conditional because living beings ourselves, we have conditional systems. A living body is not a self-sustaining being in an absolute sense. It's a maintained pattern that has a keep winning, a maintenance battle that you keep doing so you won't break down. If the conditions that maintain the pattern fail, the pattern collapses. That collapse is what we call death. Now, here are the conditions that make morality unavoidable. You got finite stability of structure. Biological bodies are built out of parts that wear, drift, and degrade. Cells replicate with error, proteins misfold, tissues accumulate there, damage, and you can slow it down, but you can't make a finite biological structure perfectly stable forever. You got energy dependence. Life is the energy uh, process. Um, like you need things, you need oxygen, water, food, a nice temperature range, basic metabolic conditions. And if those fail, then the system fails. Environmental exposure, all of these things like have different conditions for it to work. So in quantum onlyism, morality is conditional because life is a maintained form, not an eternal substance. It persists only as long as the ordering of processes and the determinacy of structure can be upheld under the real constraints of life.
Okay, we got a question here from Ill Doctoring. He says, if existence is one unified divine reality, how do you account for distinct, private, first person consciousness? Why is my experience not identical to God experience?
Let me see
And
that again.
the question is on the screen if you wanted
I
to
see
read
it
it.
on the screen. It says, if experience is one unified divine reality, God, how do you account for a distinct, private, first person consciousness? Why is my experience not identical to God experience? Right there, I can already tell you that that's a
And we have Humble to the stage as well. Peace, Humble Mystic. How you feeling today?
let me make sure I got
Peace
this
and
question
blessings,
ready.
brother. Peace and blessings. Hold on.
Take your time, Quantum Truth.
Because I'm trying to get this question in my head
You want me to
because
show it on
I think he asking the wrong question. I don't claim that one unified conscious mind the way classic theism does. In onlyism, God is not a single all experiencing person. God is in the highest power are functional titles for foundational conditions that make any experience possible at all.
the
So your question assumes a model that don't hold. Now, even if we translate your question into my framework, if reality is one unified underlying condition, why do we have distinct private first person experiences? The answer should be straightforward to you just as much as it is to me. See, the distinct first person consciousness exists because identity and perspective require boundaries. First person point of view is not a floating cosmic substance. It's what happens when a specific organized system integrates information internally with limited access from a particular location in the world over time. So while your experience isn't identical to God's or the whole, comes down to four constraints: your identity conditions, your information uh, partitioning, your perspective, and then the unity of the foundations that you are made in. So in short version, if I want me to answer it, if you mean God as one universal mind, I don't hold that model. In quantum onlyism, the highest power is the enabling condition, not just a single viewpoint. Distinct first person consciousness happens because bounded systems integrate information locally. Unity of reality does not entail identity of experience. Identity requires separation. So,
Okay, okay. Shout out to Bar Reloaded. They said we in the building. We have Argument Alley going with Quantum Truth. He's answering all questions as truthfully as possible. The link is in the chat. If you hear something that you want to challenge him on to set up a debate, feel free to come up here and
oh
uh,
yeah, I see that.
put his feet to the fire. You know what I'm saying? We setting it up. That's what Argument
I like
Alley
how
is.
you put. I like how you put that on the screen. I bet. Let me stop. Fanboy. I can see that better.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Yep. Anybody want to set up a debate with this man and you hear some points of contention, feel free to hit that link and pull up and set it up. We already
Please
got
ask questions.
Mystic up here. Any questions, Humble Mystic, so far?
I'm just getting into the run. You know, I'm just popping up on a panel. I'm you know, I came up and the topic of conversation was objective reality versus subjective reality.
That was one of my questions. I think he
Mhm.
said that it's neither, that they're conditions. Am I correct?
Conditional. Yep.
Conditional, yes. I thought that was an interesting answer right there. I wanted
Mm,
you to expound on it more, but I think I understand, but I'm not sure if everybody in the audience does. Could you break that down a little deeper?
Yeah. Like I was saying, there's the main conditions to morality that makes morality conditional. Um, because life is a maintained form and not an eternal substance. Life only persists for as long as the ordering of processes and the determinacy of the structure that we in can be upheld under real constraints. So this is going to cause us to make choices more most commonly for our comfortability. And so if it's for our comfortability, then I know that it's at least five different things that we have to understand that makes these choices conditional. Now, when it comes to what's right and what's wrong, the reason I know it's conditional because let's just say the things people call objective truths. I can know that it's wrong. Bomb Squad can know that it's wrong. A1 can know that it's wrong. But it's my preference. And my preference is the conditions of what the consequences is going to be when I do whatever I do that's supposed to be a moral choice, right? So if I can stand the consequences of whatever my choice is going to be, then I'm going to do that choice, even though I know it's wrong. So that's why I say it's conditional, because we can know that it's wrong and still do it.
Mm, okay. Okay. I hope that answers some of the questions out there.
so,
Um, Go ahead.
so I would say that morality is subjective,
Hmm.
um, because when we're dealing with what's quote unquote right and what's quote unquote wrong, right? What's right and what's wrong is based on one's view of the world, right? There's nothing that what I consider to be right, quantum could consider to be wrong. What I consider to be wrong, quantum can consider to be right, right? So when we're talking about morality, something good, evil, right, wrong, all of that is in the viewpoint and the feelings and the opinions of an individual, right? There's no, what they try to do is they try to, right, like for an example, if we're in a courtroom, right, and you know they doing a jury trial, right? Now, although everybody on that jury, or most people, the majority of people on that jury have to agree, they all have their own opinions, right? So even when they're deciding who goes to jail and who go on the street, it's all based off somebody's how they feel, right? What they think. It's not based on um most of the time not the evidence, you know, even though there is evidence on both sides. There's been plenty of times in the court system where a person who was innocent to the situation, because the jury felt as though they were guilty, they went to prison. So, you know, we got to look at these things when we're talking about morality being objective or subjective, right? Now, when we're talking about something objective, and I'm going to land my plane with this, good and bad cannot exist without human awareness. What I'm saying is, if humans was not here active on this planet, there would be no such thing as good or bad, right or wrong. However, there's some things called objectivity, which is things that exist regardless if we exist or not. Let's take the sun for an example, right? The sun will exist whether we are aware of the sun, whether we exist or not. That's something objective. That's an objective truth, right? So when we're talking about morality in these instances, we gotta know that morality is subjective. I land my plane. Thank you for allowing me to speak, brother A1.
Um, let me see if my mic went out. My mic might have went out. Yo, okay, I'm back. Can y'all hear me? My mic went out, so I had to restart. Am I in here? Can you hear me? You can hear me? That. All right, I hear you on that subjective. I don't. I. Oh yeah, okay, I hear somebody now. But the reason I don't believe that it's subjective is because subjective. Damn, I can't even get my math right. The reason I don't believe that it's subjective is because subjective would be is just personal taste, like preferring vanilla over chocolate, and morality doesn't behave like that. Morality isn't purely subjective for three hard reasons. Reality pushes back, actions have predictable consequences for body, mind, and societies. Violence has injuries, neglect starves, betrayal destroys trust, cooperation stabilizes groups. Those outcomes don't depend on your opinion. So moral claims are constrained by objective cause and effect. Other minds are real constraints, not optional preferences. Morality exists because we don't live life alone. Once you admit other conscious beings can be harmed or benefited by your I feel like it, then it stops behaving as valid foundations. The pain isn't your preference. Their rights and boundaries are constraints on your behavior. If you want coherent social world, if you want a real coherent social world, that's the only way that you can get that. And then the third thing is the convergence. Convergence happens across cultures, even with different religions and customs. Most functioning societies converge on core prohibitions and duties. Don't murder, don't steal, don't lie, destruction, don't destroy nobody else's property. Um, that's convergence comes from shared human biology and shared survival pressures, not from like private taste. So the best way to say it in quantum onlyism terms is morality isn't objective because like physics, it's not subjective like preference. It's intersubjective and constraint governed. It emerges from the requirements of living together as embodied beings under real consequences. And that's what we must take into account. And that's why I always stick with it's conditional. If I'm gonna be comfortable when I'm making that choice, that's what it's gonna be. Even if I know it's good or bad, whether I know it's bad or not. If I can handle the consequences, I'll take them conditions that have been set forward for me to make that choice. Not because it's not objective or subjective, but because the conditions allow that, and those
Mm,
conditions have to be met for you to even have an objective or a subjective view in the first place.
okay, okay. Does quantum onlyism claim to be scientifically provable or philosophically inferred?
Um, right now we gonna, we philosophically inferring right now. The scientific part, I have an institute that's coming up. I got a lot of papers that I'm waiting to get back, but I do have a couple of books that I've written, um, and I use them as a technology. People call it a religion, and I had to label one of them as a church and one of them as an institute. I got the Church of the Only Divinity, and then I got the Only Divinity Institute. But I had to do it like that because I had to keep the church private if I wanted to do any community work with my institute. Now, um, the scientific part, what quantum onlyism does is set for standards and experimentation type structures, questions, and that you can use the scientific method, that we will be able to use the scientific method. Say, like, one of the ideas that we set forward is like the soul. And I have a mechanism where I identify the soul seed, the individuality that's generated through the mechanism of the a quark and a quantum that generates a frequency that's your individuality. After that individuality is generated through that, the mind is generated around that. After the mind generates around that, then the body generates around all of the whole. And so, what we have to look for is that quark and that quanta that started when the sperm meets the egg. And it's just like an experiment that we can look for. So, while it's not scientific while we're not talking about the scientific side right now, it's philosophical. We will get in the future, we will be scientific and we will find the soul.
I'm going to take this question from the bar reloaded, and then we're going to go to JJ 7000. Shout out JJ. Honey is saying, why is he saying onlyism and describing omnism? Is Can you take on that question and set a clear distinction between the two, or are they very similar?
Is quantum onlyism, and why am I describing onlyism? Why am I saying onlyism and describing omniism? So she asking me, is onlyism and omniism the same thing?
Do you know what omnism is? You want me to give you the
Mm,
definition?
no, no, I don't. Yeah, give me the definition.
Okay. Omnism is the epistemological and theological position in philosophy that all religions contain varying degrees of truth, but no single religion can offer a fully true teleology.
So then, no, onlyism, omniism are not the same thing. It usually means if she thinking that, then I need to draw the boundary.
And
If you say omnism is,
omnism is related to syncretism, or the practice of combining multiple belief systems. That's the actual full complete definition.
so it's a stance about that there's truth in all religions and all
Yes.
belief systems point to the ultimate same thing. Well,
Yes.
now onlyism, uh, I use quantum onlyism. It's the opposite move. It's a minimal constraint framework. It says there are specific necessary conditions for coherent reality talk and coherent metaphysics. And anything that contradicts those conditions collapses or becomes incoherent. It excludes a lot of claims on principle. So, yeah, no. Omniism collects beliefs, onlyism audits claims. Omniism says many paths are true. Onlyism says some statements don't even qualify as coherent because they violate preconditions of existence and intelligibility.
Damn.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
The statement that everything is energy, is that omniism or is that onlyism?
The statement that everything is energy, I I've never said that.
I want
No,
to
I'm
drop a
asking
line.
based off the way that you're describing what omniism and what onlyism is, because um if you are supporting onlyism, and if what you're saying onlyism is that onlyism only deals in concrete statements, then the fact that energy is everything is an onlyism statement that y'all would agree to, because that's facts. That's the second law of thermodynamics, unless you disagree with science. But then also, now when we're talking omniism, we can also say that as well, because energy is literally in everything, again stated by the second law of thermodynamics, right? So
Right, right. Mhm.
exactly what the sister is saying, right? You're saying like, oh well, onlyism is saying that this and is taken away from that, but it only deals in concrete evidence. But then or concrete statements. But then we have statements out there which are omnistic, such as everything is energy, that you would have to agree with. So then that would have to now switch your stance a little bit from being onlyism to including omniism.
Nah. We don't have to do that because that statement is actually a category mistake. Energy is not a stuff that everything is made of. In mainstream physics, energy is a property measure of a system's state and its capacity to do work. Energy is the capacity to do work. It's bookkeeping that depends on what systems you're describing and what symmetries it has. Matter, fields, radiation, and bound systems have energy. They are not literally made of energy the way a chair is made of wood. What people often mean in more accurate version is mass energy equivalent is this. Mass is a form of energy. So matter has energy and matter can convert to other forms of energy. The vice versa is certain processes, fields and excitations. In modern physics, stuff is often modeled as fields, and particles are excitations of those fields. Those excitations carry energy and momentum. Still, energy is a quantity those excitations have, not what they are. Conservation isn't always simple. Energy conservation is tied to the time translation symmetry. In expanding space time, global energy conservation can get subtle. Another reason why everything is energy isn't a clean metaphysical statement. So, if the quantum onlyism angle, saying everything is energy doesn't actually ground reality, it just swaps labels. Even if you even if you say the fundamental is even if you say the fundamental is energy, you still need identity and structure. What counts as an energy state versus another, and ordering how states relate versus change and how they imply. So it doesn't replace the need for the underlying constraints. It's just physical ontology proposal inside of them.
So, really fast, brother. Your name is Your name is Quantum Onlyism.
hmm
So I expect that you know something about quantum theory. And so
That's
if you
why.
know anything about quantum theory or string theory, they say all of that is energy. They
What
say,
did I just take? What did I just tell you?
hold on. I just let you get your thing out. Hold on. So even when we're dealing with physics, right? And let's talk about an atom, right? What do physics say about an atom? It says an atom is entirely 99% of an atom is empty space, encoded with pockets of something they call vibrating energy. So then how do you if they say this is at the heart of an atom, how do you then say, oh, well, that word energy right there is misused because energy is no, what we have to understand.
Look it up.
Hold on one second, brother. What we have to understand is energy. Well, scientists, right? Physicians, physics, biology, they try to use words in their own fields to give them definitions of what they mean. When a biologist, a neurobiologist, when they break down and they're getting to the core of what everything is made of, they all say everything is made up of atoms, which at the heart of them is vibrating energy. Your name is quantum onlyism. You should know about string theory. So then how do you turn back around and say, well, that statement is an error when even quantum mechanics, which you should know about, support the second law of thermodynamics?
And just as I told
So
you, all right,
is science pseudo or is you pseudo?
just as I told you, neither one is pseudo. You misunderstand and you're given a category mistake because you don't actually understand quantum. So when I told you that energy is not stuff that everything is made of, you didn't understand that. You went right back to where I told you you had a category mistake. So what you need to do is go find your category mistake. And this is your mistake. You saying that everything is made of energy. And what people mean when they say that is not right because energy is the ability to do work. Look it up. This is why quantum onlyism is the future because the things that they tell y'all, they don't even understand it correctly, or the people who get it. Now, I understand you liking scientists and stuff and all the stuff that they're saying, and I'm not going against none of that. Just look up what I'm telling you, and you will see it. I'm not lying to you, brother. Energy is the ability to do work.
So clearly, this brother don't. Again, he's sitting up here with the name quantum, and clearly he don't study the quantum stuff. Because if he studied the quantum stuff, then he'd be diving into the laws a little bit more. Because that's what deals with the. Let's deal with the first law, the first law of thermodynamics. The first law. Now this is science. This ain't brother humble mystic. This ain't. This is what science says. The first law of thermodynamics, the law of conservation of energy. The core statement, the first law says, energy cannot be created nor destroyed, which means it already had to have existed without having a creator. Let's get into it.
I never said anything about that.
1 second, let me get into it, brother. It can only be transferred from state to another state, which lets you know energy is a substance. Only a substance can be transferred from one state to another state. He said it's a process. But what a scientist is saying, energy is a substance that can only be transferred from one state to another state. It can't be created and it can't be destroyed. Let's get into it. What do this really mean? This means energy can change forms. Energy can be stored. Energy can be released. Energy can be transferred, but energy itself cannot be created. All of the energy there ever was, ever will be, is already in existence. So when I say everything is energy, and you say that's an error, now you got to go and talk to your scientists and see where they misled you.
First of all,
the first law of thermodynamics clearly lays out the ground rules that everything is energy.
My friend. Are you done? Is it my turn yet?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My friend. First of all, we never even said anything about the law of thermodynamics. I never said anything about energy not being here. I never said anything about energy being created. This is why I'm telling you, you're having a category error. You're trying to bring my metaphysics into physics. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a transcendental statement for the necessities and sufficiencies of existence. You go into the physics now, as I told you. If you go back, I don't know how long you've been here. I not once said that energy was created. I not once said that I never went against the laws of thermodynamics. In fact, when you get into my total philosophy, I explain everything to you. So I don't know why you keep saying that I'm going against the law of thermodynamics. I'm not. I told you, and you look it up. I don't care what you say. You look up whatever you're looking it up on and see what it says the definition of energy is in modern physics right now.
So I just showed you in science what energy was, but here's why. So you was just saying, oh well, he took what I was saying about metaphysics and he gave us physics, because you can't deal in a realm of metaphysics unless you understand physics. You know what the definition of metaphysics is? Beyond the physical. So how are you sitting here dealing with something beyond the physical when you don't even have an understanding of what the physical is?
Oh, but I do. And like I told you, what you don't understand is the difference of what I am proposing and what you trying to do. You trying to make a metaphysical argument about physics, and physics don't
What?
have anything to do, just what I said. I never said anything about energy. You keep bringing energy into this, and I told you about the conditions that energy needs to be possible in the first place. There has to be time and there has to be nature for anything to come downstream. Where are you coming with physics when this is not even what we're talking about? I
So
gave you a
I asked
metaphysical framework.
So
The
before we
quantum.
got too deep in the dialogue, I asked you a simple question because you was making a statement to the sister, and
Uh-huh.
you was operating as if you didn't know what she was saying. So I gave you a question to help her better understand what you were saying. I asked you. I said the statement of energy is everything. Is that a quantum onlyism statement or is that a omniism statement? You said it's an error. So I'm
It
like,
is.
when we break it down,
You
we
need to ask. I see.
hold
I
on
see the
one
problem.
second. Hold on
One
one
I see the
mic,
second.
problem.
one mic.
So then
My
QT.
bad. My bad.
I then reiterated when we break it down, we see how it can be an onlyism statement because it's supported by the first law of thermodynamics, but it's also an omniism statement because it's including in everything. There's nothing that's not energy. So you said, "Oh well, that's an error because we dealing with the ability to do work." I'm asking you about the essence of
Yeah.
energy itself.
And before you
Now
respond,
you.
quantum onlyism, I want to pass the mic around. We do have two people up here who have been waiting patiently. So if you can take notes on what he just said real quick, so that way you can come back to it. I do want to pass the mic around. We had JJ 7000 up here first, and then we're going to pass the mic to Negro Spiritual down there. Go ahead, JJ 7000. Let them know who you are. Shout out your team, your channel, and go ahead with your questions. You're muted, JJ. Can anybody hear me?
I
I
can hear
can.
you.
Okay, so everybody can hear me. Maybe JJ isn't ready to ask a question yet. Negro Spiritual, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
To the quantum only fellow. So is
No, I didn't know you had me the mic.
Oh yeah, I had.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll hold off. Go ahead.
I said, go ahead, shout your team out, shout your channel out, let them know where they can find you, and go ahead with your questions.
No, well, I'll talk. Hey, peace and blessing, man. You know, I ain't been over here in a while. So I see you. I see you, Titans.
Appreciate you. Can you
I
hear me
like
right
this.
now?
These two brothers, you keep these two brothers, man. They bring you something refreshing. You need to sign.
Can y'all
Listen,
tell him that he can't hear me?
can you hear me?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can. I can hear both of y'all. I can. I can hear both of
Tell
y'all.
JJ 7000 that he can't hear me speaking. QT.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Quantum onlyism. Can you let him know that he needs to drop down and come back up?
Y'all in the
Hey,
quantum world
can
and
you
you're
hear me?
taking
Can
that
hey
phone to
can
tell
you
me if you can hear me or what? Hear me?
can you hear
JJ,
me?
you have
Hey
correct
JJ,
No.
speakers.
I can.
But anyway, hey, this right
Can
here,
you
I
hear
just
me?
fell upon him
Wait.
and this humble
Hey, can you
guy.
hear me?
Yeah,
Oh my
this
God.
is this.
Can you hear me? He said you need to drop down and come back in because
Yeah, hold on,
everybody
bro.
can't
I'm
hear
trying to
you.
give y'all some flowers.
Hey, he said you need to drop down and come back in though, because can't nobody hear you.
Oh,
I'm the
okay,
only one that
okay,
can hear you.
okay. Hold on. I'm gonna come on through my phone, my computer.
You know how much sense it makes that he can't hear the other person speaking through the same speakers. You know how much sense that makes. Explain that in the quantum.
Go ahead. It's all you, Negro Spiritual.
All right. So just a couple questions for you, quantum onlyist fella. So is quantum something separate from the physical? Like is quantum metaphysical?
Is quantum something separate from the physical?
It's not a difficult question. I don't know what the pause is about. It's because you're saying you're
No,
making a
no,
metaphysical
no,
argument.
no, no, no,
Okay.
no, no, no,
Okay.
no.
So quantum has to do with the physical, correct?
Quantum is the physical description we use when systems are small enough or isolated enough that discrete states, superpositions, entanglement, and quantized interactions matter.
Okay. Are you reading something?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm reading my notes. I take notes.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. But listen, so if quantum onlyism is physical, why are you talking about you're making a metaphysical argument? What is the metaphysics coming?
Wait. Time out. You never asked me if quantum onlyism was physical. You asked me if quantum was physical.
Well, I'm saying if it's quantum onlyism, it would necessitate that there's quantum in it, right?
See,
If
and this is
listen, here's
listen.
the thing. And I went through elementary school, right? And so if it says quantum, right, and quantum is physical, and then it's followed by onlyism, right? It seems to be telling me that there's only the quantum.
No, that ain't what it's telling you. You don't even know the worldview. This is what you're supposing.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I told you.
Supposing that your phrase makes sense.
No. You're supposing
Shouldn't have done
that you no. This is what you shouldn't have done right here.
I know. I shouldn't have assumed that it made sense. Go ahead.
This is where you guys don't understand.
Right.
So when I created this worldview, when I created my philosophy, I understood what quantum physics did. Okay. Quantum physics started at the things that small that make up existence. So they went to the very small things. And that's what I did in my worldview. I started out with the smallest thing that I could think of.
Smallest physical entity?
For an existence to be. And the smallest thing that is needed for an existence is time and nature. All those other things come downstream from time and nature and the interaction of time and nature. So when I say quantum onlyism, I mean that you start at the bottom, and this is the only logical explanation for existence. Now, that's where you tie in quantum to my worldview. And as you get deep into my worldview, it will explain the other quantum parts. Right now, though, right now, we talking about my worldview and my philosophy.
Right. And
my philosophy. This is a transcendental statement for necessity. This is a transcendental. I'm gonna tell you again. So y'all want real quick. This is a transcendental statement, a transcendental argument for necessity and sufficiency.
What?
This isn't a physics argument. My argument is a transcendental argument. Do you know what a transcendental argument is?
I do know transcendental argument. So I ask you, what is it?
Okay. So stop asking me physics questions. This is called what? A category F. Yes, you do. You keep trying to bring me into physics questions.
What are you talking about? No, I did not ask you a question.
This is a transcendental argument for the necessity and sufficiency of existence. That's what this argument is.
Okay, A1, I want you to know, because I love you, I'm not saying certain things. But listen, sir, I'm going to ask this question again.
Appreciate you.
Okay, let me ask this question again. Listen. Okay, so is quantum, let's walk through this again. Does quantum deal with the physical or metaphysical? Which of the two?
Are you talking about quantum or quantum onlyism?
Okay, so let's do this. Let's deal with the word quantum.
Okay, now the word quantum comes from what?
Can you answer the question I asked you? Is quantum deal with physical or metaphysical?
I told you this is a category error.
I'm not asking a category error. I'm asking. No, listen. A category error in logic means that I'm asking something that it can't possess those properties. It means that particular category, right? It would ask that I would be asking like, what does blue smell like, right? Blue does not have a smell, right? Because so I'm asking you because you said you start talking about the difference between physical and metaphysical. Now you told the other person. Again, A1, you're welcome. But listen, you told the other person that that you're making a metaphysical, not a physical argument. So I'm asking a question about the title of your belief system. It's called quantum onlyism, right? And so I'm asking you, does quantum deal with the physical or metaphysical? Which of the two?
There's what? The word quantum or just quantum onlyism?
The word quantum.
The word quantum is a physical description we use when I told you this before. The word quantum is a physical description that we use when systems are small enough or isolated enough that discrete states, superpositions, entanglement, and quantized interactions matter. It's still physics.
Right.
It's still measurable.
So quantum deals with the physical, correct?
Yes, that's what we.
Okay. So now, what is the phrase?
Mhm.
No, what does the word onlyism mean? What does that mean?
The only logical explanation for existence.
Okay, so is it saying that the smallest physical entities are the only logical explanation for existence? Is that what quantum onlyism is said to mean?
No, it said that the conditions that you need for those things that you talking about,
What things? I haven't talked about anything. I'm asking you
the
what you're talking
small things, the small things of existence.
about. Okay, so the
Those
small
those
physical
small
entities.
those small physical entities that you're talking about come
I haven't
downstream
talked about any small
from.
things. I haven't talked about any small things. Existe in Latin, it means to stand out from, right? So it's talking about things, it's talking about like physical entities, things that stand out from nothingness. That's what the word means. Okay, that's what it means in Latin. So when you talk about quantum onlyism, right, and you're talking about the smallest physical things that exist, right? So you're talking about like quarks, like you talked about some of these things earlier, right? These are physical, these are physical, okay? They're
Yes.
governed by the laws of physics, okay? And so I'm asking if, because, and maybe there's a misnomer, right? And maybe this is because, okay, I can't say, but listen, maybe that there's something, I can't say that either. Maybe there's an issue. Maybe there's an issue.
Oh, my friend.
Maybe there's
Oh,
an
my
issue.
friend.
So now, so here's my question. Okay, so let's set aside quantum onlyism because it doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's set that
No,
aside.
no, no.
Let me ask you a
don't.
different question, right?
My friend,
If
you don't.
I'm looking at the things that exist, right? How do you derive, looking at things that are on the quantum level, how do you derive a way that things should be by looking at the way they are? Can you tell me how you do that philosophically?
My friend, I'm going to tell you again.
I appreciate it.
Oh, buddy.
Please stop
Those
stalling.
things.
It's not a difficult question. How do you derive the way
Oh,
things
buddy.
the way
You're
things
not
are?
going to rush me. That's not what you're going to do.
Well,
And I'm glad you stopped those ad hominems that you wanted to.
What ad
because
hominem?
That would have made you. You didn't give none.
I have to
You
refrain
stopped
from them
yourself.
because
You
A1 did
stopped
not want
yourself.
me to say
Yes,
what
you
I wanted to
did.
say.
You stopped yourself. Yeah, you did. You shouldn't. And you shouldn't. Because I'm going to tell you again. One time.
Uh-huh.
And one time only.
I thought you told me
I
already.
don't. You smart.
Seems like it'd be more than once if you told me already.
Yeah, I'm telling you one more time.
Maybe there's different math in quantum onlyism. I don't know. But go ahead. Tell me the one time again.
Listen.
I'm listening.
Quantum onlyism.
Watch you not answer my question. Bet $100. Anybody take the bet?
Is the stage that you need. Now, when I say quantum, I'm talking about time and nature.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these are the two fundamental conditions that are needed for any existence. Okay? So all of those particles that you talking about,
I didn't talk
come
about
down. Yes, you did. You talked about quarks and everything. Yes, you did.
Talked about quarks.
Yes, you did. No, you did. Stop. See, this is what I hate about people.
Are you okay?
Because you know I'm about to kill you. No, I'm not okay. You trying to insult my intelligence.
I can see that. No, I didn't insult intelligence.
Now listen. Listen. There you go. Would you let me answer, please?
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so cool. Could you just shut up for a second?
I
Or be
apologize.
quiet,
My
please.
bad,
Thank
A1.
you. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Be a man. Take accountability. This is what quantum onlyism does.
Wait,
Quantum
apologize.
onlyism makes you take accountability. Take accountability.
What should I do?
Take accountability. Don't apologize. Just take accountability. No, I'm not stalling. I'm trying to tell you guys again. Okay.
You know, ChatGPT takes a few seconds to populate sometimes.
There's no ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Where you see ChatGPT at?
Well, not on your screen, but you reading something.
I'm telling you this. No, I'm not. I'm talking to you right here, face to face. Don't get mad because I know what I'm talking about. Okay. Listen. For quarks and quanta or anything to exist, there has to be conditions. There has to be something for those to play in. So this is why I tell you what quantum onlyism does. It sets the stage. It's a transcendental statement, an argument for the necessities and the sufficiency of existence. So those quarks and stuff that you're talking about, that's physical, they come downstream and they need time and nature because those quarks and stuff are nature.
You flipping us off?
No. I'm just showing you nature. That's time and nature.
Okay, nature is a middle finger.
So when you're talking about those quarks and stuff that you're talking about, the physical, this comes downstream from that. You are in a category error. If you're trying to ask me about quantum physics when I'm giving you an argument about a transcendental argument, and if you want to see what that means we ain't talking about physics. This is a different type of argument. Now, if you want to argue that, we can argue that. All of those other things that you're saying are a category error. They don't have anything to do with what I'm arguing.
I got a question.
Wait. Just let me say this. I will say two things. One, I asked you a question. I asked you how you can determine the way things ought to be based on what is. But instead, listen, I'm going to turn this over. I just want you to know that I'm showing you nature right now. I want you to know that in my mind and across my screen, I am showing you nature. Okay, just like you showed us nature, I'm showing it right back to you. And I want to say nature to you forever. Okay, nature to you. Okay.
Now, what's interesting is the brother asked you, a Negro asked you a simple question in the beginning when he first asked you the question. Are we talking about something spirit? Are we talking about something physical? You say yes. And then you keep throwing this word transcendental around. Brother, do you know what the word transcendental mean?
Do you?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It means outside of what's physical.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. If you are in the physical, how do you get outside of the physical? You have to transcend outside of the physical. Let's talk about light. Right for a second.
Man.
Let's talk about light for my real scientists in
here, right?
Man. We know, right, on a light spectrum, there's a visible spectrum of the light. Then what happens to it the higher it gets? It transcends into non-visible light. We know this from science if you study science. So if we're talking about something that is physical, why do you keep using the word transcendental?
Because I'm talking about a philosophy. And in philosophy, transcendental means the preconditions that must be in place for something to be possible. I don't know what transcendental you're talking about. I'm talking about the philosophical transcendental.
No linguist would ever agree with what you just said transcendental mean.
I don't.
Okay, but because that's not. Humble. That's not what transcendental means at all. That is what a transcendental argument is. That's not what the word itself means. That's what an argument. That's what a transcendental argument is. Not the word transcendental. That word doesn't mean that. But a transcendental argument is an argument that tries to show that certain conditions must be true in order for some experience, belief, or activity to be possible at all.
Okay, wait. He's typing, y'all. Honey, give him a second. He's typing.
But what I wanted to understand is what did you get out of that, though? You made the argument, right? What were your conclusions?
Whose conclusions?
Yours. You're making a transcendental argument about something that has to be possible, right? You have, some certain conditions. What conditions did you conclude?
Nah, you got that wrong. I haven't even proposed my argument yet. I said you got it wrong. I don't know how long. I don't know how long you've been here. We haven't even started the arguments yet. They've just been asking me questions. I've never gave any premises. I've never gave any conclusions. If you want an argument, we can have an argument. I can state my premises and then we can fight it. We can do that. But I haven't gave an argument. They're just taking me through the gauntlet of questioning that they have. So would you like my argument and premises, and then you can.
Yeah, I want to know what you came with. You said I'm presenting a transcendental argument and never presented.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I said a transcendental framework. My philosophy is transcendental.
Yeah. So what was it? I'm Honey, by the way. I'm a barbarian.
A1, if I ever catch you in public, I just want you to know.
I saw your comment. And we are trying to get quantum Truth set up with the debate.
All
So
right.
if you guys
He
hear a
can get
topic
20 of them because he ain't
or
going. He
think of
gonna be
Let's
off
something,
get
topic the
it.
entire debate, just like
Let's
he is in
get
these
it.
questions.
it's
Nah,
gonna be an
y'all off
easy
topic.
$50
Yeah,
in it
I'm
sound like
telling you,
for
cause y'all
somebody.
see, I'm telling you. So my first premise is called minimal intelligibility constraint. If any claim is thinkable, statable, or deniable, then there must be ordering, inference, and determinacy. This rather than not this, for a reference to be possible. My second premise, any coherent talk about reality, which I'm talking about exists or obtains, is not true, false, cause, effect, or effects, presupposes ordering and determinacy. My third premise, if ordering is absent, then no claim, affirmation, or denial can be specified without smuggling back in ordering. So existence without ordering is not specificable.
Did you say ordering?
Uh-huh. My fourth premise, if determinacy is absent, then no identity conditions or distinctions exist. Existence would have no content. So existence without determinacy collapses into emptiness. So my first intermediate conclusion is this. Therefore, if existence obtains, then ordering and determinacy obtain. Existence requires a when and a what.
Yo,
My,
Hit that link, Asar. Hit that link, Suave.
my fifth premise, I thought somebody said something. Where ordering and determinacy cooperate, at least one structured distinguishable state is present under an ordering relation. That is, what and when. This is what existence cashes out into in operational terms. So my second conclusion would be sufficiency. Therefore, if ordering and determinacy obtain together, existence obtains. And my final conclusion, existence obtains if only existence obtains if and only if ordering and determinacy obtain together. The conclusion, my identification conclusion is this. Whatever is necessary and sufficient for existence is, by definition, the highest power, the ultimate enabling condition. So, ordering functional and determinacy function are the two foundational poles, what I label God and Goddess as the functional titles, and their togetherness is the highest power. That's existence because everything else depends on you having to exist in the first place. And if you want to challenge that, I only have one question. Which one of those steps do you deny? Do you deny the necessity, the sufficiency, or the identification of the highest power?
Well, those were certainly all words, sir. I guess we can give you that.
You said a
That
bunch of
means he
nothing.
don't. Mm,
Sorry about that.
That means
Real
that
quick,
means
we
you
have
don't
a
have.
super chat from
That
Il
was
Doctor.
crazy.
That's what that sound means. We have a super chat. It reads, a quantum onlyistic reality without showing alternatives are impossible. It's just decorative speech. So if quantum onlyism were false, what becomes impossible? Reasoning, experience, physical reality?
Yes, that's if. So what he asking? My P, not P. What would falsify? You would have to give me to falsify this. What you would have to do is give me an existence that doesn't use time or nature.
Yeah, I can give
Describe
you.
to me to
What? First
describe
of
to
all, you
me.
didn't say shit about time or nature and all of them mumble jumbo you just said.
Okay,
Oh
so
yes, I did.
let me
But you
let me
just
ask.
don't know it because you ain't smart enough. Everybody else do.
Hey yo,
Oh, you want to
Hey,
get beat
hey yo,
up.
hey
Oh my bad. I'm sorry.
we have another super chat. It reads, another great show. Let's hear it for the Titans Debate League panel. Appreciate you,
yo.
Michigan's Natural Living.
I'm sorry for calling you stupid. I'm sorry for saying that about you, ma'am. I'm sorry. I let my. I apologize.
Yeah.
Let's
You
give her
can
All
a
right.
redeem
round of
yourself.
applause.
Say it out loud when you walk by the nearest mirror. But let me ask you a question.
He
Let me
just
ask
had
you
a
a question. Sir.
moment. We appreciate you taking that back, brother.
Let me
You're
ask
not
you
gonna
something.
be like,
Do you do?
Can I answer her question? Can I answer her question though?
I want to ask you a question about you. You said you wanted something else
I want to
that
answer her
does
question.
not
I want.
depend on time or nature. I'm going to
Okay.
give you something. Okay. So, do you do mathematics? You ever done math before?
No. What's mathematics?
Mathematics, like I don't know, like 2 + 2 = 4, like that kind of thing.
No. I've never done those.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. But for the rest of us, right? So we know that we use like 2 + 2. And
Wait. So 2 + 2 is that structure? Is wait? Those are items. 2 + 2 would be a structure,
no,
correct?
well,
And
there's
that would
two
also
different
be
items.
sequencing. That would also be sequencing. I told you to explain the existence where you don't use
I am
sequencing
yes.
or
That's exactly. Listen to what I'm
well,
telling
you already use numbers. You already use numbers.
you. No,
Numbers are
what
sequencing.
you said is
You've
to give
already
you
used,
something that doesn't exist. Is to
sir.
give you
You've
something that
already used
exists
numbers.
without time or nature. You say give you something that does not exist without time or nature. And so we're walking through it. Do you do mathematics is a yes or no
You're
question?
using time and nature
I'm
to
not using
describe.
time or nature.
Is it taking you time to describe to me what you're
No.
telling me?
Listen to what I'm
Is
saying to
it
you.
hold up? No, listen to me. What I'm saying to you.
The
Is it
existence
taking
of,
you time?
oh my
Is it
goodness.
taking you time? Is it taking you time to tell me what you're telling me?
Yes, to express it, but that has nothing to do
Yes, it
with
does. Yes, it does.
Can you let
I'm
me ask
telling
the
you.
question? Can you let me ask the
He
No,
need to
question?
finish
no,
his
because
slow
statement.
down, QT, slow down. Let
Take
him
your
get it out.
defective fingers out of the screen and answer the question I'm asking you. Okay, you do mathematics. Okay, and so for everyone else in the audience, he wanted something that exists with neither time or nature. Cool. And so let's establish something, right? Any of us who's ever done mathematics, okay? When we do mathematics, right? We assume the existence of things like, let's say the number 2. Let's say we're doing 2 + 2 = 4, right? But before we even do that, right? There's something that has to be a priori analytic, and it's going to be the number 2. You cannot put 2 under a microscope. It's not a physical entity. You can't examine it. It has no size, shape, or color. And so it's not a physical, it's not physical. It therefore does not depend on either time or nature for its existence. It yet somehow exists, which is why there's regularity to it, which is why we can use it in our present state of nature. So my question to you is, does 2 exist? And if it exists, does it depend on either time or nature? And if so, prove it.
and I just told you. I don't know why you keep doing this. And you went on with that for no reason.
I can ask the
Why do I?
question.
Yes, of
Does
course I'm
2
gonna do.
exist? And if yes or no? And if it does exist, does it depend on time or nature? Okay, and if it does, then prove it.
2
Mm-hmm.
does not exist physically. But what I asked you first, I'm gonna answer your question, but I'm gonna make sure that everybody understands the question that I asked him. I said, give me an existence,
You
not
can't
something
answer
that
my
exists.
question.
I didn't say something that exists. I
Okay.
said, give me an existence without using time or nature. Time isn't just clock time. When I say time in onlyism, it's sequencing, it's counting, it's sets of numbers that you can think of. So when he's telling me about numbers 2, he's using sequencing because we know it takes 2 individual things to make 2. He is not
What
even
the
giving
hell
me a
did you just say? If it takes 2 individual things, that means that prior to that, they're going to be in 1 or some other smaller state. And still, you all just kick the can up the road.
correct, and
So,
that's sequencing.
no, listen,
That only is a sequencing.
you can have sequencing without a passage of time. First of all, you can have sequencing without a passage of time, right? So
I said, give me. No, not
I'm
without
putting
time.
them to you. I
Not
just
without
gave you
time. Not without time.
I
Not
just gave you
no.
the
You
number
had
2.
the wrong. You had the
You
wrong
can have
idea about
sequencing of
time.
things.
You're
You can have
talking about
ordering
clock
and
time.
sequencing of things that does not require any sort of passage of time.
You're talking about clock time. I'm not talking about clock
You can
time.
have things
I'm
that
not
are
talking.
eternity.
I'm
You
not
can
talking about clock time.
have times. And so I'm asking you about the number 2. Okay, because you said
I'm not talking about clock time.
you're assuming 2-ness in order to say that. And my question to you is, does 2 exist? So you said it does not exist physically. Okay. And so cool. If it doesn't exist physically, right, then it exists outside the physical. It's metaphysical. Okay. It means that it's not dependent upon time or nature.
Guys,
It's metaphysical. You just said yourself it exists, but it's not
guys,
physical.
Again, I told
If the
y'all.
idea to exist, that means it exists conceptually, right? Then you have some other theories like mentalism or something like that, right? Perfect. But I asked you a very basic question. You said that it exists, but it does not exist physically. That means that it's not dependent upon nature or time, then, because those things exist in this particular paradigm, right? And it depends on the laws of nature. So the number 2 does not bend to the laws of physics. Okay, it's not quantum. It's not dependent. It's not dependent on anything like that. So the number 2 exists non-physically. Okay, that means not dependent on time or nature. So then how? So then why did you ask for an example of something?
My friend. You didn't do it. I didn't say give me an example of something that exists. I said give me an existence without using time and nature. And what you did is you tried to give me something that exists. And we agreed. Now, in onlyism,
What?
time is not clock time. Time is the ordering function. It's whatever makes sequence possible. Before, after, change, duration, update, causality, and even logical implications, premises, conditions. If something can differ from itself across any progression, time is operating. That's why I asked you and told you again that you need time to even tell me about that very brilliant idea that you had about the number 2. And this is where I'm telling you, you can't even give me an existence without using time and nature. Nothing can. Nothing gets past that.
Do you hear yourself?
You're
asking me to explain it to you in this particular paradigm.
Shout out to the panel, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. What's good?
Hey, Buzz.
Shut up, fam.
You asked me to explain something to you in time, but you asked about something that exists.
Time is the condition. Time is in onlyism. You need to understand that time is the condition of order, change, and sequence. The witness that lets states be compared, updated, and related. Not just clock time, not just space time, not just this time, not just relevant time. Time is more than just that clock time that you're trying to propose when you're proposing the numbers 2. I tell you again, why you have to think critically when I'm talking to you. Calm down. Focus. Focus.
He's
Fuck
crazy.
out of here. No, I ain't crazy. Y'all have to focus because you're trying to sound smart, but you're not.
Philosophy
Because I'm telling you that
Oh
time.
shit! I see him. I see Lord.
Let's pass it around, QT. Let's pass it around. We got 3 new people on the panel. Let's start.
I'm done. Y'all go.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the questions.
Hey, before you go, let me run your ad. This is Leandre McBride. He has a debate coming up.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Yes.
Appreciate it.
We had this scheduled for Sunday, but I made a mistake and double booked, so we're gonna have to figure out a date for this. I actually had booked Minister Inky last week or something like that for this Sunday, so we're gonna have to find another date for this. So be on the lookout for this though. This one is going to be fire. I'm excited for this one. And that's who you guys just saw going back and forth with Quantum Truth. So,
hey, hey, introduce him to them Naga people, man. I'm saying, but A1, I'm gonna shoot you my personal number though, bro. But appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
Yeah, bet. Have a good night. All right, Suave Boss, it's on you.
Yeah, man. AQR. Quantum onlyism?
Yeah. What, my bad. What up?
Black Power.
Black Pill.
You Black Power?
You said it. I just agreed with
I'm at
All right, man. I'm done. I think
my man
I just
Quantum
enjoyed
is
him.
funny. That's a funny guy.
I think I'm done, dog. For the night, man. Hey, man. Thank y'all for coming out. God bless.
I'll return it to you,
fuck
brother
was
Suave.
that,
Black
man?
Power, bro. Black fucking power.
Black Power.
Black Power, man. Black Power. All right, Quantum. Just to get a gist, what was you born, bro? What was you raised?
I was raised in a town called Hobart, Oklahoma, in the Buckwater Bayou Belt.
You still there?
Absolutely. Well, no, I'm in Oklahoma City, but yeah,
Oh yeah, you're insane. Okay. Well, shout out to you. So, what you feel? Why aren't you Black Power? Do you consider yourself black? And I mean, give it to me like you give it to them niggas in them echo chambers you be in. Let's really kick black in the nuts, right? Are you black?
yeah, I'm black. I'm
God damn, you good?
yeah. I'd rather not get into this talk yet.
All right, I'll leave
That's
it
what we
alone.
here for, brother. That's what we here for. You said all questions as honestly as possible.
Well,
Yeah, we talking about if y'all want to talk about race, then we're gonna talk about race.
That's what we
you
talking
sure?
about.
You just
Yeah,
said you
yeah,
were
yeah.
to get into it, and I'm because I mean people got real life. You might be a fucking
Now,
Michael X. I don't want to put you on the radar, nigga. You feel me?
all right. Now, y'all
Okay,
can
I
call
guess.
yourself. You can say that you black because that's the what the public has agreed to. You know, we've heard stories about people being from Africa, and then you hear some of the new update stuff that we ain't from Africa, that we ain't the same people. You know what I'm saying? We talking about black power and what it's gonna be. But I want to ask you a question.
Mm.
If all the white people disappeared right now, and if all the weapons of mass destruction and everything, do you think we'd have peace on Earth? Can you imagine what it's gonna be like for all the black power to go looking for them weapons, even if we don't need it no more? Say what?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I can hear
Loud and
everybody.
clear.
I hear crickets too. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Am
Yeah,
I
hell, that's
boring you?
all you gonna hear. That's what you gonna
No,
hear.
no, no. Hold on, wait. Don't be so easy. Don't be that goddamn desperate. What happened was I tried to cut my camera on and my computer farted. And it started
So
bullshitting me.
No, for real. My question is this: before I start going black power all the way, you tell me what kind of world we would have if, like, let's just say all the white people just got on a spaceship, said, "Come on, y'all, we leaving," and all the other races left except for black people. Left us where we at now, but they left all the weapons of mass destruction, everything here, and said, "Y'all have it." Do you think that black power? What you think black power would do?
Well, to the way you formatted the question in the first place, if all white people disappear, will we have peace on earth? We will have more peace. We will have less war, you know. But war, I guess, is just something that happens within peace. Thing is, peace doesn't happen within war. War is not about peace. Peace sometimes declares war, but inevitably that the aim, the target is true peace. What we experiencing now is a declaration of war for eternity, you know, to eradicate the original people off of the earth because of the relationship that the people that came later have with this earth. I know that you know this. Okay. The connection, the deeper connection you have with the earth, the deeper connection you have with the universe. You agree?
Oh, absolutely. That's Mother
Fact.
Nature.
Yeah. And so that's the very real problem that we face that's been here for a slither amount of time called white supremacy. White supremacy hasn't always been here, nor will it always be here. But that is our biggest problem because we're existing contemporarily to it this lifetime. I believe in reincarnation. But what I would tell you is that if all white people disappear from Earth right now, it would be crazy. Like that's not a regular thing to just snatch all white people. If you woke up tomorrow, there was no white people. The thing is, I don't. I don't have to move like white people, right? I recognize that white supremacy is a mentality, and white people are a victim of that mentality. White babies are not born racist. An older white person tells them about these traditions and this, that, and the other, and there's benefits to it, and so they adopt it. I get it. So no, my thing is not to take all white people off earth, nor do I have to. Like white people come from black people. You know, ultimately the black woman made white people. So this is and just to tap on something I heard you said, plenty of things create on their own without a mate. It doesn't always take two. You know,
Form, form, not create form. Everything is form.
yeah, form, create. I'm not gonna play semantics with words.
We
We
have
know
to though,
we know how things we have to play semantics is crazy. That is
because
crazy. I need you
if
to
you don't, people go.
take off the
Because if I
Seattle
don't,
hat and go get another hat. You got to switch hats. That was every time you say so crazy, you got to switch hats because I know you got a bunch of them.
it's
Chris,
not crazy.
yeah,
It's
no
not crazy.
form, create, conceive. Like, there's no reason to dance around. Like, we're smarter than that. And so, I mean, that's that. But as Black Power is the destruction of white supremacy, the destruction of even in the mentality of some of us, the classification of white and the classification of black. I don't have no problem with the classification of black, but I do respect the people that are being identified as black that do. But I don't look at that as a reason to divide us. Black people are a new people who come up out of the destruction of indigenous people globally. We don't know. We have DNA connected to every race on earth, including white people. So it's like our relationship, although we do have the history that we can't deny, our relationship shouldn't be based off of emotions and feelings because we don't need that. Like we're really connected to the earth. This earth supports us. Whatever happened, and I have a debate with A1 about uh the creation of white people, the origin of white people, where white people come from. I in the God and devil of the Bible, right? To me, the black woman is God. To the black man is God. To the black woman, and she came first and created man in her image. But I will say, if you're using that, the white man is our devil at this time, and like we really need to embrace that and deal with that. I think that's clearly our agenda as the people that came up out of the destruction of indigenous people is to correct this. We're the only people on earth I feel has that kindness, that purity of heart, that war spirit. We just want balance. We don't want get back. We're not hurt. We were never enslaved. I was born in 1979. I had a goddamn Atari, all type of shit when I was young. But what I'm saying is that genetically we are our ancestors, and that mentality that works in the system of white supremacy has to go, or inevitably all technology goes towards supporting that. So I don't undermine the black experience as far as being contemporary white supremacy. I feel like you kind of do. So to ask you a question, um I won't ask you a stupid one. I know you know white supremacy exists. I know you could describe the system of white supremacy, the mentality of white supremacy. But do you what is your spill on black that you feel after hearing where I'm coming from? What is your spill on black that conflicts with what you heard so far? Because I don't want to assume nothing. Because I know you sharper than the average motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna put you in the average anti-black box, anti-African box. So I mean, what is the sensibility that allows you to be parallel to anti-black and anti-African?
So uh, that's it. And shout out to your views. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, try to take nothing, but I asked you a, a question. I said, what you think would happen if all the white people just happen to disappear or leave? And I asked that because I don't know how long you've been in here, but I believe that life is conditional. All things are conditional. Morals are conditional. And it's conditions on earth right now. We're in a condition right now. And we saying that we need black power. Black power. I know when you said you talking about just the black people uniting and being in one accord when it comes to existing on earth. Like we know we done been through some shit, especially the black Americans um that's actually, like you said, you was born in 79, I was born in 79. My parents was born in America. The slave, what they call population, the slave descendants, people who are real descendants of those people, to me, it's a different struggle than the other black people. And then I have a my like they be saying we're the same, and I always ask myself like, dang, why the Africans didn't never come back over here to try to get us and stuff. Like when they say that they had problems too, I push that to the side. But then I say this right here, like even if we did and we got into one accord, if the white folks just submitted and disappeared, or they all caught something and they wasn't no more, we see the black power divide into different things of black power. We'd have people racing to Russia to get weapons. We'd have the Africans over there trying to get, we'd have the black people in America getting these weapons. We'd have people trying to, like, we'd have to get our whole thing together. And so for me to know that even if the white man left right now, that the black people, you said that it would be peace. I disagree.
I
I
didn't
know
say that,
for,
brother. I'm sorry. You're
oh,
incorrect. I
my
said there
bad.
will be less war, but there will still be war. There
Yeah,
will
yeah,
be
I don't think
more
it,
peace. Yeah.
yeah,
But
they,
no, all violence isn't done by white people, and I won't act like. I mean, I can't imagine what would happen tomorrow. And I said this: if I woke up tomorrow and all white people was gone, it would be weird, right? I can't conceive that. But my agenda is not to get all white people out of here. I explained this. It's to
right,
coexist.
right,
My
right.
job is to coexist with the people on Earth and figure out what is this thing called life, existence, because it's bigger than us. Okay, go ahead. I'll try.
And that's what it's about right there. When I see it, I say we in a condition. Somehow the white man got an upper hand on us. I forgot I ain't no TikTok. I can talk. Somehow the white man got an upper hand on us, and we be trying to find out how they got the upper hand. A lot of people say that Yakub
You right.
made us a group of people, and that the white people came out of a lab to take over the world. Some people said that they was wild. They said they was wild in the mountains and didn't know nothing. It came out,
Yeah,
took
I
over.
would never entertain a story about Yakub or anything biblically original. Like, no. And I mean, I'm one of the people that kick religion in the nuts, but I can embrace what religion is. Religion is just traditions and things that you do based off of things you believe. I believe in things and I have tradition. So I'm a religious person. One thing that I see people say when we come up out of the church and we figure out that our grandmama died lying to us, and then we run to the Muslims, find out they fucked up too, talking about Elijah Muhammad still alive and UFOs and shit. And then the Hebrew Israelites somehow think they could convince us dressed like corpses on the corner yelling at white people. And so it's like those who survive all of those mentalities, I get where you're coming from. That's why I want to get to the great. It's not about Yakub, it's not about Jesus, it's not about Muhammad. Okay.
No, no, you know what I'm saying? And it be those I did my bad. Was somebody got to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, brother Quantum, have you ever heard of the Arab conquest?
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah.
You know about
I
the
heard
Arab
about it.
conquest?
Yeah, yeah.
So the Arab conquest. So the interesting thing about the Arab conquest is, it gives you a glimpse of what our people was doing and how our people was thriving before indoctrination moved in on our land. You see what I'm saying? So when you ask, well, if it ain't no, if I could put it in paraphrasing, but if I could put it in a more simplistic question, right? If there was no white man that ever came and bothered us, right, put us in shackles and messed us up and took out, what were we doing? Right? We'll still be building strong civilizations like we was doing before they came and indoctrinated us.
And I can agree with that. And that's why. My bad. You still talking?
No. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm looking at the other screen. My bad. Okay. No. I agree with you right there. If the white folks would
Real
have
quick, real
never,
quick. We have a special guest to the Coliseum tonight. He's the mind behind Community of Skeptics, a respected scholar, a familiar face on some of the biggest pay-per-view debates online, and a man known for asking the questions nobody else dares to ask. He doesn't just enter conversations, he dissects them. Coming in sharp, strategic, and ready to engage. Make some noise for our special guest, the God Killer. Give him a round of applause. How you feeling today?
Man, what's up, man? I just seen a couple of brothers on the panel. What's going on, y'all?
how
How
you
y'all
doing? How you
doing,
doing?
going
How
on,
man?
you
brother?
doing?
Peace.
What's up with you?
Peace.
I seen the barbarians up here. I wanted to make sure because I'm a barbarian. Then I looked to the left and seen humble. I say, oh hell. And then swab off. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? So let me get this straight. A social construct has conquered us. Ain't that crazy?
No, the actions behind that social construct. Time. I mean, nationalism is a social construct, right? But you believe in
Hey,
nations.
swab off. Let me get my shit off real quick.
Okay, my bad. Let me shut the fuck up and get out your way.
Look, if you ain't got no white people for the 1700s, right? Then how in the fuck is they playing a role in our destruction? You know, the biggest enemy we got is ourselves, right? The way we think, the way we see the world, the way we react, how we take care of ourselves. The social construct, you know what I'm saying, is a mental thing, bro. Like, it really ain't no white people. It's just systems, right? Created by human beings. That's what it is. And as long as you think the white man is the devil, you have made him superior. Because in the Bible, God never killed the devil, yo. He's a formidable opponent, yo. If you think he the devil, that's crazy as hell, yo. And if it wasn't white people, right? It was civilizations that are surpassed hunter gatherers that came in. It's always high, like the young always overtake the old. You know what I'm saying? It was different cultures that had advanced past certain stages that was able to conquer other cultures. So it's not white people. It's just human behavior, yo, and human advancement. So right now, if we don't understand the technology, that's going to take us over. You get the point I'm making? It's not white people, yo. Don't make them that powerful, yo. I just
Black
want to say that to the listening audience, yo.
Don't run, though. Yeah, I get that. That's why I made the statement. Yeah, the technology will definitely, but the white supremacist mentality, the white supremacist system, right? Like you can't dodge that out. That white supremacy is embedded in the education of medical. And you could say it's gotten better, but it's not gone. And if we don't have an understanding of that technology, white people will have black souls trapped inside of fucking artificial bodies once they discover that technology to harness life into maintainable bodies and take your ability away to even die. Science will discover what is the life spark and how to harness it into robots built by Tesla's grandsons. I mean, not the owner of Tesla, but all of these racist billionaires, trillionaires, their companies will be the one that develop the technology that ultimately try to replace and eradicate black people, control black people energy. That's just it, bro. We have a better relationship with this, and they have to rely on artificial intelligence. So once transhumanism hits, if we haven't stood up against that clearly, they will be controlling what we know as life and death, bro. And it's not gonna go our way. And I don't care how many white friends you got, but yeah, if it hurts you for me to feed my child, what is our relationship?
Question.
Yo. It's googly gosh, yo. You just saying anything, yo, at this point.
Hey, you talking, brother? You talking like we don't live in a country with a president who's been impeached before. You acting like, man, we don't live in a country that, you know, when people that look like us try to get in higher positions, we always get shut down, but we see rules change for them. You keep trying to talk this equal, or it's just this. It ain't nothing behind this. It's just this. No, man, that's not what reality is showing us, brother.
Understood.
We gotta look at the reality of things. We can't.
But you know what, brother, humbly,
crazy.
the brother is necessary because we have to exhaust all lanes. And if we don't have people that's willing to sit next to white people, talk their language, learn their lesson, and adapt to their ways, because he's gonna be the one that turns to us and say, bro, ain't no hope. I did everything I could. They fucked up. They are fucked up people. I've been close to them. Because it's been proven time after time. Martin Luther King was just as necessary as Malcolm X. We need black people that have that patience to go into the schools, adopt a lifestyle, marry their women, and turn around and say, bro, y'all right. Black power on a deathbed.
That's not me. What I'm saying is I'm a rule breaker, and I ain't never listened to white people. I'm trying to figure when y'all start listening to white people. My track record clearly shows I never listened to white people. From Baltimore, Maryland, I broke the law my whole life. So I ain't know niggas was following white people like that.
Come closer to your mic.
I'm saying my whole life, yo, I've never, ever listened to white people. I broke all the rules and the laws, yo. I never was afraid to break law, yo. So I don't understand what y'all talking about. I don't even see white people like that. They just regular motherfuckers, yo.
And shout out to you.
I see opportunity, yo. I don't see no failure.
Do your thing.
I see we got an opportunity, and I'm saying, you know, the barrier is us, yo.
I get it.
It's you. You the biggest barrier. You the biggest foe you got, yo.
Exactly. I came up here and divided us.
No,
not you.
Nah, you live in fear, yo.
Not you in your proximity to whiteness. I did.
I don't even. You keep
and
saying.
You
can't even identify a white person, yo.
Hey, shout out to Pro Black. I can't identify a white person.
You can't. How?
I can't take you serious after that statement.
How? Hey, yo, how do you identify a white person, yo?
I mean, it's late. You tired? I don't know what the fuck you just did. I can't identify a white person, man.
You can't, yo.
You making some extreme statements. You said
it's not extreme. I'm saying, would you proceed to be? Watch this, yo. I'm saying, my man Asahotep, yo. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. My man Asahotep, yo. When you look at him, he look like me and you, yo. But this shit go all the way back to Ireland, yo.
Does any white person look like me or you?
Quick. Speaking of identifying,
cannot be afraid of white people.
And I identify a white person.
Gentlemen,
cannot be afraid of white people.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Speaking of identifying,
what's up, A1? How you doing? I ain't even speak to you, bro. How you doing?
No, you good. I introduced you. You did speak to me.
I ain't say hi for real.
What's up with you? Real quick, speaking about identifying white people, let me go to a word from our sponsors. This Valentine's Day coming up.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
Yeah, Suave. I'm about to take you up top on this one, Suave.
That boy shot. Yeah, that's a fire right there.
This just a formality. He got a second round bye. He ran his opponent off at the face-off, so I'm stepping in to give the show. Then I'm going to knight him to the next round.
Nice.
But yeah, we are taking on the topic. Did white people come from albinos? And he thinks he can identify white people where they came from. So we're about to go into the science.
Y'all serious about that shit too, yo.
He's taking the affirmative.
Serious about that, yo.
He said they came from albinos.
Man,
you good, but I want you to judge.
Hey, will you be one of the guest judges?
Man, I ain't never in my life seen motherfuckers as scared as white people in my life, yo. That shit's crazy to me, yo. Do they really?
That's gonna be fire.
They that serious, yo?
Sound like you terrified of judging.
We got Cosmo.
I might be. Now that I might be afraid of.
Shout out to you, time to go, man. Show over, man. Shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all putting together a good, constructive panel, but it's definitely finna go 7,000 miles per hour left. He's musty. He just threw on a hoodie. Everybody welcome. Let me do the intro. The most prolific idiot ever existing on the planet Earth.
A prolific idiot is hilarious.
Yo, it's
There go.
hilarious.
Put me in the big screen with the goddamn baby.
Hey, why he do the voice with it though?
You ain't getting the big screen,
Be
man.
quiet.
We
You ain't
gotta back out.
7,000. Hey, I'm talking about here. Step the room.
2,500. He ain't 7,000.
Yeah, it's funny as hell.
2,500.
Hey man, I come over here to congratulate Brother A1 for the growth and development. Come on, bro. Chill out, man. I know you get it. Yeah, I can get it. And when the Lions in debater come up against an SVDL debater, that's how they act, y'all. Because we the creme de la creme. There's nobody out there that done it better than 7,000 Lions then. I taught y'all how to do 49 in the back chat. But that's for another day, another time. Yeah. But man, them two young brothers that was on here, that humble and that quantum onlyism, that's changing the game. But now, what I want to see when y'all to get in debate, get in here again. Now y'all, so y'all the prelims. Now I have your source, right? And A1, I need you as soon as possible. Look, this is a powerful message. I need you to sign this debate right now because Sarnetta is going to try to steal it. Oh, Humble can't debate over there because we got the biggest thing. No.
JJ, bro.
JJ,
on,
he can't be my show today.
7,000 miles per hour left.
We don't do that stuff over here, man. Peace
The
to
most
the brother, whatever
prolific
they got going
idiot.
on. We support them over there, man. They paved the way for all of this shit.
Come on, nigga. You know I be in the
man.
joint, yo. You JJ, stop hating, nigga.
We ain't tripping like
And he jumped up and threw on that sleeveless
Like together, man.
funny.
I was crazy.
Right.
Like, he could just stay on the bed. He could
Like
just stay on the
together,
couch,
man.
dog, sleep.
Get this money, man. Stop hating, man.
Yeah, let's
And
stay
then,
on topic, JJ. Let's stay on topic.
and then I want to say this because motherfuckers act like they don't watch this channel because I don't never see them comment in the chat, but they sure know how to hit that link 12 o'clock in the morning with their musty couch sleeping ass. Black Power.
Black Power was crazy.
Look at this, man.
Can we stay on topic? Sorry.
How you Black Power against reparations?
So back to how Black Power and quantum onlyism goes together. A oneness on the earth.
I'm trying to set up a debate.
Okay, yeah, let's
it's
do that.
obvious
I
none of
like
you
that.
niggas want to debate.
You know what? I did hear that in there.
Yeah.
My bad.
Come on,
Don't you got
I know
his
it's
number,
obvious.
his real phone number? You bullshitting. You came up here to do this. You got his real number.
Wow.
It's 12 o'clock at night. If you wanted to set up a debate, if you was really that fucking you'd have recall him at a business time. He's doing a panel right now. We don't believe you. You're on bullshit. You got his number. Now I sound like I'm attracted to men.
Yeah, he got all that. So all y'all
trying to debate, JJ. Who you trying to debate?
Please, if y'all say
let's give him a chance, y'all. Let's give him a chance.
Okay, let's give him a 7,000th chance. Let's go.
Who are you trying to debate?
This quantum argument alley. So you want to debate quantum?
You trying to debate quantum? That's whose argument alley this is. We're trying to set him up. $50 debate. Debaters are paid $50. Big Cosmine can attest to how fast the cash apps come. So let's get it.
You got all over here. That's funny.
Like live from the phone booth in Gotham City. Can you drop down and come back up and figure it out?
Yeah, damn right. Yeah. I'm trying to make no mockery out of the goddamn goat.
I just drop down and call A1, man. We got Unc on the bit. He got a degree. We want to talk to you. Unc got a degree.
Okay.
Hey, can I ask quantum?
His mic is messing up. It's making the stream crazy. I'm not trying to. Go ahead.
Oh, right, Ted, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Peace, everyone. I would like to ask Quantum a quick question. As far as existence goes, are you talking only about physical existence, or are you talking about both physical and mental?
Oh shit, Quantum.
It's about to get interesting, ain't it? Let's hear it.
Well, right now the argument that I put forward is a transcendental argument for necessity and sufficient
Yeah,
conditions of
yeah,
existence.
but you have to answer the direct question I'm asking you. Are you talking about physical only? So if I tell you something exists, are you talking about physical or mental? Like if I tell you unicorns exist, is that physical or mental?
If you tell me unicorns exist, then we have to wonder what you mean.
No, you don't know what a unicorn is?
Yeah, I know what a
Well,
unicorn
Roy,
is.
just respectfully, let me ask this: Isn't in order for something to be mental, doesn't a mind have to exist? And isn't a mind a physical thing, a brain?
Yeah.
But it's the thing is
A
thinking about
brain is not a mind.
existing.
The mind and the mind.
Yeah, the mind and the brain are different.
Yeah,
The
mind
mind and the brain are different. We're that
Yeah, they
smart.
are.
Let's hear that.
Facts.
Yes, the
Let's hear
mind
that.
and the brain are
What's the difference
that's
between the
usually the
mind
case.
and the brain?
The brain is a physical entity. The mind is not
The
a
brain.
physical entity.
Okay, what is the mind then?
The mind is what you would call the working part, the intellect. That's not a physical thing.
The working
software.
part, the intellect.
Software, right? Software, right?
Your body is the hard. Your
Hardware,
body is the
right?
hardware.
The entity.
Right,
The thing
physicality.
that
hardware.
learns, the thing that feels, the thing that tastes.
Facts.
It's not the
That's
actual
the physical brain. The brain creates.
No, that's not.
part of
No,
the
that's
brain.
not the physical. The brain
That's not-
doesn't taste anything.
Yeah, that's not part of the
And
brain.
yet your brain remembers.
The brain
yet your
relays
brain,
the information.
Your brain doesn't taste anything, but your mind remembers.
Okay, there's
What a
no
thing tastes
tasting
like.
without a brain. Can we agree on that?
Facts.
Okay. The brain takes in information from your senses, your eyes, your
Facts.
tongue, your ears,
Facts.
and then relays it to
Facts.
you in a way that you can use it. So, no, you cannot hear, taste, smell without a brain.
Facts.
Those are physical things. Those are very small, complex ways that things work that we still don't understand.
Yeah,
and
but
we
you don't
shouldn't
need a mind to
so
do that.
bold.
I mean, that's
from the mind.
Okay,
What is
hold
this
on,
doing?
hold on,
Have
but
nothing to
Swab
do with
Boss.
mind.
Hold on. If y'all ever watched The Bar Reloaded, check it.
Mm-hmm.
When I talked about
Bar Reloaded.
the book
Subscribe.
about near-death experiences, right? The
Mhm.
near-death experiences, they were looking at this exact question because people who were brain dead,
Dead. Mhm.
completely dead, right? They had but then they came back alive. They could tell you what was going on in the room when they were
Yeah.
completely brain dead.
Okay.
Right. And so
And I
that
react-
is the
okay.
question of the difference between the mind and the brain, right?
Okay. Okay.
How it
So
can go
my
on while the
reaction to
brain was
that
dead.
is
How could they do that?
what is brain dead? Look that up. That does not mean there's no function in the brain. Hold on. Calm down.
Anyway,
That
good
does not
night,
That
mean
means that there was nothing firing. There was no it was nothing.
no.
They were completely
the
dead all the way
science-
around, like,
No, you said completely dead and brain
because
dead. That's two different
sometimes
things.
it's like, you know,
Now you're being
dead,
reactionary and
all
not
the way
getting
dead,
replies.
all the way. Because
Okay, I love you.
sometimes you could be like,
Okay.
I'm
So-
sorry. We talked about because I talked about it in length.
No, it's cool. It's cool, man. You put me in a headlock. I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna get you back. This is what I'm saying. That doesn't separate the brain from the mind of me, and I'll tell you why. Because medical science saying someone is brain dead has a cap to it. It has a limit that it can measure because science doesn't understand
Absolutely,
the brain.
yeah.
And so we know that the body shuts down
Sometimes you
very
can't come back from
primary.
that.
So we know that the body shuts down very primary functions to save other things, to do repair. If you get traumatic brain injury, it will shut down shit, but you will still live. People have woken up out of comas years. People have come back from being brain dead. So brain dead is a scientific category that I respect. It's horrible, but it's just not is not the true measurement.
I
It's not
mean, but they're completely dead too. Like the
no,
heart wasn't
because
pumping,
then
none of
we
that.
go into the experience that they tell you. The doctors said that they was brain dead, but yet they were able to tell you things that happened in the room. That proves
Facts.
their senses was still working. They don't know how, but you were still able to hear what was going on in the room, sense what was going on in the room. Now, that's just my surface reactionary to that. If someone comes back and say, I was brain dead, but I heard you. that means that their brain was still working in some way that science doesn't understand.
So Suave, the mind
so
doesn't
it
have
was
to
a
deal with
study. So in the study, they were saying that they were above their body, it could see these things and hear this stuff, and could tell you what people was doing and things like that. It's a good. I will send you the book. It's a good book about it.
I'll check it out, but we know that the brain provide visuals for audio. So
Yeah, but
when
just
you
to clear
sleep,
that up,
you-
brain dead and coma is not the same thing.
no, it's not.
Right.
You can
Because
still have
that's
you can
often
be in a
It's
coma
not.
and not
He was just talking about different things.
Yeah, I was just talking about
Well, he was just talking about different ways that you could be out
But
of
we know when you're sleeping, your eyes is closed, you can hear audio and your brain will provide a
Well,
bit.
my question is this: if the mind and the brain are
Is that
not the
Cosmo?
same, right? Let me ask this. Answer
Somebody's
this.
got some static.
When you are asleep, and you are dreaming and your eyes are closed, what are you seeing your dreams with?
Your brain.
Your brain?
What the fuck?
Your
Did you just act
brain
like I
has
said a
eyes?
banana? Did you really react to the brain as if it was a dumbass answer? Yes, your brain. Your
How?
brain.
Wait a minute. Your brain can't see without the eyes. Remember, you're sleeping.
You still
and your
have
eyes are
eyes in your
closed.
head. You're
Listen,
just not
if
getting
you're sleeping-
real-time information. Your brain is relying on information that's already stored. to
What
create
information?
reality.
No, so
Hold on, brother.
what
Let me get through the whole statement, and then you can kick it in the nuts.
Well,
Is that
Then we're
Kyle's
gonna pass
mind?
it to Humble,
I was
but somebody has
asking.
some static.
I
Hold
was
on.
asking,
Before
what
you
are
go,
we?
Cosmon, let's see
You
who
can
has the
see
static.
with your brain.
Yes.
Cosmon, let's see who has this static. I need everybody. Wait, can you mute
I didn't
up
know
real
that.
quick?
Now I'm mute now.
Let me look that up.
Cosmon, can you mute up? I want to see if the static is coming from you. It is. Okay.
And it is. Yes, you see with your brain. Your ears, your eyes, your tongue, your
No, it's there again. It's coming from you.
That's Cosmo. No, he
Cosmo
just
muted.
unmuted.
That's not me.
I watch this. Watch this. $50, 50 push-ups. I'm sorry.
There we go. Restart your mic, man. Is it me? It might be me. Do y'all still hear it? Hold on. Sadiq ain't muted.
Mic check. Do you hear it? I'm off mute. It ain't happening.
Okay, now it's not happening. It might have been Sadiq. I just
Now
muted
I'm
Sadiq.
off mute. Is it happening?
No, it's not
No,
happening.
I don't
So
hear it.
let's stick with
So it's
this
not
right
me.
now.
It's not me.
It's not Roy
He
Chess.
do got the lightning sign next to his name.
Let's go
Hey,
to
Suave.
Humble real quick because
Yeah.
he was holding his hand up for a minute. He couldn't get in. Humble, go ahead.
I just want to read something really fast, y'all. I ain't gonna be long. The brain and the mind are different. They are connected, but they are not the same thing. The simple way to see the simple way to see it is the brain is the physical organ. The mind is a set of functions, experience, and processes that arise from and are not identical to the organ. The brain is physical. The brain is matter, tissue, neurons, electrical signals, chemical reaction, measurable activity located in spaces governed by physical and biology. It can be scanned, weighed, injured, stimulated, and medicated. The mind, non-physical function. The mind, thoughts, emotion, imagination, memory, awareness, intention, meaning, subjective experiences, what we call qualia, right? You cannot weigh a thought. You cannot scan an emotion. You cannot locate a belief in space. So this is the difference between the brain and the mind. I land my plane. Thank you for allowing me to speak, y'all.
Hold on, before you land your motherfucking plane, what source was that, brother?
What source was that?
Yes, that's very important. Did you just read from your diary, or did you tell me something from someone who actually invested their time and money and effort into coming up with something logical? Before I disagree with it.
I pulled up Copilot and I just asked a simple question: is the brain?
Oh, so you're dead. You read that with. God damn, you were confident. Oh yeah, shout out to you though, Humble man. I like your energy.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, not being able to wear.
Now, here's the thing. Would you like a source on this? I can give you a source on this. Would you like that?
I mean, I would never like for you to do what you just did ever again. I would like for you to have a source.
Hold up. So we got people on here reading from Wiki And we got.
I haven't witnessed nobody read from Wiki. Everybody been speaking from their heart.
We got people on here reading from Wiki and AI articles, but then when I just pull something up, of course, we don't use Google no more. We use AI. When I just
respectfully, no one's has
now. I won't trust that.
You're the first person that read something since I've been up here. That's why I asked for the source. Sorry, whatever happened before I jumped up here, I didn't see nobody else reading.
Quantum been reading stuff all night.
Oh, I haven't been paying attention to him. I know
he really has. He really has.
Well, I initially asked the question to Quantum. I would like to answer.
He made that shit up.
Absolutely. I just wanted the understanding of the mind and the brain, but we got time to talk about that for months. But go ahead,
Quantum. Can you answer the question that I initially asked? Are you talking about physical existence or
mental
existence? Yeah. Because you said things have to be necessary. What qualifies to be necessary? How are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm talking about physical.
Only physical, nothing mental.
Nah.
So you require science in order for your so-called philosophy to work. That outside of science, it doesn't work.
My argument that I gave you is a transcendental argument for the necessities and the sufficiencies of existence. You trying to take it into the science. You taking it to the scientific world, and that's a category error. This is
no. I just asked you. I just asked you if it was physical. Science is physical. So how is it transcendental? If you're looking for evidence,
because I never said anything about. Because my argument never said anything about science.
No, but you're describing science. Hold on.
Don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no. You trying to make my argument something that it's not, and I'm not going to allow you to do that.
My first question was, when you say existence, I asked you, what do you mean? You said physical. That's science.
Mm-hmm.
You can't name a science that's not physical, can you?
But I wasn't talking about science. But listen, I'm not talking about
science.
I am not. I'm talking about the floor. I'm talking about the floor that science needs to even operate. I'm talking about the preconditions of existence. I'm not talking about those things that you're talking about come downstream. Listen. The thing I'm telling you, because I'm measuring it with the argument that I proposed. I'm telling you about the preconditions of existence. What you mean based on what?
So you're basing it. Your argument is ideas, and that transcends into science.
Do you know what a transcendental argument is?
No, you tell me. You're clearly saying that your ideas.
You keep going back to this.
Well, yeah, I have to go back to that because these are the questions that y'all asking me are category errors.
No, they're not.
My argument, yes, they are. My argument,
they're not. I asked, experience has to be physical. You said yes. So how does your argument make any sense? How do
experience is different from existence?
Right.
I'm talking about the existence. I'm talking about the pre-existence. I'm talking about preconditions. I'm talking about the preconditions that you need for science to even be coherent. Do you understand the category error? And you asking me questions about science when I'm talking to you about the preconditions.
I got a question too. You
didn't answer his question. Is existence because he's?
I can't answer that question. That question.
Existence you're talking about physical or no? You don't know.
I said that. I told him.
You said
existence is physical.
I got a question, bro.
I don't think. Did you know what transcendental means?
Physical.
So they don't understand what that argument. They need to look up first, and then they'll see the category.
I mean, male dentures that identify as female dentures.
Hold on, Sadiq has a question. Sadiq, go ahead.
Okay, Quantum mentioned that you can't have. How can one have an experience without existence? That's an inherent natural violation. One cancels out the other, particularly an experience that can't be realized without existence. That's a prerequisite.
Yeah.
That's a fundamental, foundational platform for said experience to occur.
in the first place. This is why I'm trying to tell you
Based on my
that.
perception, based on my perspective, if I'm wrong,
I mean, no, that's the
But you
truth.
need
You
you
can't
need
ask
science to
me.
do
You
that.
can't ask me about science. You can't ask me about
Did I
science
ask you about
when my
science?
argument
Wait a minute.
is
Did I ask
about
you about
preconditions.
science? Did I ask you about science or did I ask you about existence?
You
So
specifically asked me about science, and then you
no, I
said
didn't.
experience. I
No, I
said
didn't.
existence.
I said existence from the
Is
beginning. I never
existence
said
not a
experience.
science, sir?
Existence is a science. You
Oh.
need verification
Existence
to
is
know
a
that
philosophy. Listen, existence is a philosophy too. Right now, I'm not talking about the science part of existence. I'm talking about the preconditions needed for existence to
you
be.
said
All
physical.
those other things.
You said
That's
physical
what I got out
earlier.
of it.
You
They don't
said
understand.
physical earlier, so you can't go with that. You
What you
don't
mean I
understand
can't
what
go
you're
with that?
saying.
What do you mean?
No, you don't
You
understand what I'm
can't go
saying. I
with that
told you this
because
from the beginning.
you said existence has to be
You
physical.
can't be talking
So
about
now you're giving me,
pre-physical when you're only talking about physical.
yeah, you can't go both ways. You're
Time
giving me
and nature.
ideology.
Listen,
You're
no,
giving me
no, no, no,
ideas.
no,
That's not physical. Do you
no,
understand?
no,
That's
sir.
why I asked that
No,
question.
sir.
I made a clear distinction between
And
physical
that's why
and
I'm
mental.
telling you your question is a category error.
It's
Because
not a
you're asking me
category
about
area.
yes, sir, it is.
You're trying to
Whether
mix.
you
You're
know it
trying
or
to
not,
mix the
whether you
ideas
know it or
with
not, no, sir.
physical.
No, sir, I'm not. Calm down. Take a breath.
You're trying to
You don't understand it. You're trying, no, I'm not. You're trying to take my race into a whole different race. I'm telling you again, if you want to argue anything in what my argument is about, you must first provide me with an existence that doesn't use time or nature. Anything else that you're talking about
Yeah, but
is
it has
not
to be
what I'm
physical.
talking.
It has to be
Is not what I'm talking about.
So
Wait a
basically,
minute.
he's
It has
saying
to
you
be
off topic.
physical.
He
But
way
he's
off
not
topic.
not. He asked if it's physical. He's saying he's trying to talk about before something is physical, but saying that it has to be physical. Make it make sense.
Yeah, that's
He said,
Cosmo,
yes.
make it make sense.
Okay, I'll make it make sense. Before a thing can be physical, right? There must be
Right.
preconditions for it to exist.
Facts.
He's talking about that state.
So then, how are you talking about the physical if you're talking about before physical?
No,
God.
listen, that's like saying, listen, what you're saying, what you're attempting to say is like saying, just because you can't see it, atoms aren't physical.
No, that's not the same
what I'm
thing.
talking about. They're still there.
That's not what I'm saying.
And
I'm
guess
saying,
what?
how are you
Atoms
talking
to
about the
exist.
physical if your actual argument is talking about before anything
Atoms are
physical
physical.
can be here? That's what he's trying to explain. Before anything
because
physical happens, this stuff is here. Why are we talking about the physical?
Because if all things have been and are, then they always will be. That's the space and time that he's trying to explain.
That makes no sense.
That's a nice T-shirt, but that's not a true
time that
statement.
he's trying to explain.
That makes no sense.
That even creation
no
would have
sense.
been local. You
That
dig what
makes
I'm
no
talking
sense.
about? There would have been
No,
various.
they don't understand what you're saying.
The creation.
You might have to break that down.
For instance, what he's saying is just because the creation of our sun started at one point doesn't mean that's the beginning of all creation.
Wow.
There are
but my question
preconditions. Listen, for our sun and our
still a
galaxy
physical
to
thing.
exist, there
Einstein,
must have been
still a physical
preconditions
thing.
for it to
Those
be.
are
And
physical
you're saying,
things.
was those conditions physical? And if not, would you like to re-establish your answer to his question? Meaning that the mental, the thought of physical. Hold on, brother. Don't stop at the end. This is the important part. Do you want to revisit the question? Are you only talking about physical? And if you do, then just do that. Because if we saying that before physical that was thought, right?
Right.
That's not physical. So do you want to go back?
I never said that. I never said that.
I mean, that was his initial question. The first thing
I did not.
You did say it was physical. You did.
I never said thoughts was physical. Don't do
No.
I said
Okay.
Don't be dishonest like that. Don't be dishonest like that.
Existence. No, I said existence. My question
Hey, man,
to you
humble like
was,
what
is
the-
existence is it
Okay.
physical or mental?
Go ahead, Roy.
I'm just to tell you. I'm just to tell you again. The
And you said it was physical.
preconditions of existence.
What are the preconditions? Are
Time,
those physical?
time and nature. Nature is physical. Time is what it.
Exactly.
How don't you
It has to
understand
be
that?
physical.
But
Time is
All
physical.
of it does.
So how
All
are you
of it
saying
does.
the
No,
precondition
no.
Okay,
All of it.
let's
See,
move on.
y'all.
We're
See.
getting
because
stuck on this
Hold
one
on.
topic.
Hold
I
on.
don't like it.
Before y'all move on. Hold on. Before y'all move on.
Say
Before
A1.
y'all move on. Hold on. Hold on. I think I see. I think I see what they're saying.
You want to move on when he's on the fire?
No,
You want to
ain't
set up
nobody
a
on the
debate
fire. Hold on.
about it?
No,
I
don't
think.
Set up a
I
debate
think I see
about
the.
it.
I think I see the problem. Nobody bubbling words because don't understand. You got ain't no chat
My bad. You're
GPT.
right, Roy Chess. My bad. But go ahead. Ray Chess is on his heels. Go ahead, Ray Chess.
Hey, Sadiq, you boring, bro.
So if you're
Yeah.
talking about the things that make up the universe, tell me that's not physical. If we're talking about atoms or quarks, all that's physical. Yes or no?
Yes, those are physical.
So where's the confusion at then? Where is it that
I don't
what are the
understand.
necessary conditions?
I think the only confusion that you have is you don't understand that time and nature are two different aspects of
Wait a minute.
existence.
I didn't
They
say
are the
Bro, stop
conditions.
saying
They
time and
are
nature. Start
did you
saying
just
space time. Stop
hold
saying
on? Did
time
you
and nature, bro. Just say space time.
no. I can't say
Because what are
space
you
time.
nature
talking about?
Space
hey quantum
space time is
quantum
One
is
mic,
nature
gentlemen.
physical?
Repeat.
yeah.
Nature is nature physical, quantum? Is nature
Yes,
physical?
nature is physical. Yes.
So that's one of the necessary components. So that's
Not
still
oh not
physical thing, yes?
yes, I told you this.
All right. So why you keep telling me that it's not science if it's physical? If sense
So
is
there's nothing before
consistent,
nature to make that happen?
Because science ain't the only topic that physical can talk about.
yes, it is. That's how
No.
you know
It
it's
is
science.
not in
It
my
is.
argument. I'm not
Yes,
even
it
because
is.
I'm not
Yeah.
even there.
Name a
Do you
So
science.
it's
understand?
Name me a
is it a
science. Hold
metaphysical
on.
argument?
So I'm gonna tell
Hold
y'all
on.
again.
Name
Because
me
you
a
just don't
science.
understand.
No. You don't need to tell me again.
I
It
don't
makes no
think that's
sense.
his argument.
It
It's
is.
not my
He
argument.
doesn't
It
understand
is
what he's
not.
talking
That
about.
is
Actually,
not my
it
argument.
is.
No,
I think
you don't
he's
understand what I'm. How the fuck you gonna tell me
No,
I don't
you don't
understand what
understand
I'm
the
talking about?
equation.
hold
You
on,
don't
Roy Chess,
You
understand
Roy
what
don't
I'm
Chess.
talking
understand what
about.
a science is.
Actually, let's let Quantum restate his argument and his claim again clearly for everybody to understand. Go ahead, Quantum. You got
Like
the
we
floor.
slow.
Because that's nowhere close to my argument.
No, you need
Because
to ask him, does he know what a science is? Because he clearly doesn't. If it's sense verifiable, it is a science.
As
If
I
you have to
told
use
I
your
y'all,
heard you,
sight,
Roy Chess. Roy Chess, hold on. Quantum, can you restate your claims again for the people so that way everybody can clearly understand? Some people may have gotten lost in the back and forth.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that they did because, as I told you, this is a total category error, and I don't I ain't gonna get into none of
Hold
that with you.
on, before you get
But
into that, where's my 808 Mafia song? We got another super chat. Preconditions explain what conditions are in a system prior to something coming to be. Existence, though, is the highest level system and can have previously existing conditions. Shout out Ill Doctrine.
Thanks. Ill
and
Doc in the
and this
house.
and Doc, you correct. That's why I say preconditions. The preconditions of existence. The only thing that you need for existence to be intelligible is time and nature, and then you have existence. Everything else out of the interactions of time and nature comes downstream. And once time and nature gets to a certain point, the thing that they call the Big Bang was actually just a phase shift. So that's how I know that time and nature has always been in some state, phase, or form. This is what they missing. And everything else forms from that, not created, because everything has always been. Just like my man Bond Squad was talking about earlier about how energy has always been. It doesn't leave, it just transforms and transmutes into different things. This is exactly what I'm telling you. But the conditions for those things to happen, you have to have time and nature. And that is my argument. So if you want to argue against
Got a
me,
question for him when you get done.
you have to argue those preconditions. Don't come to me talking about anything about any other sciences until you argue what I'm trying to argue. You telling me I don't understand what my argument is, and I'm telling you I have a transcendental argument for necessity and sufficiency of existence. If you don't understand what that means, that's you. You need to look it up and see what I mean, because you and the young lady Honey do not understand arguments. If y'all think there's only one argument, and I'm telling y'all there isn't, you need to look up what a transcendental argument is, and it'll tell you what I'm trying to argue. And once you find out what I'm arguing, then come to me with some disputes, because all that stuff that you talking is just noise. It ain't even an argument.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Because
what I'm
you're,
gonna
you're
do.
saying
I got a
you're
question when
saying
you
it's
get done,
nature.
bro.
Go ahead. Let's
You're
go
saying it's
with
nature.
first let's go with Humble, and then let's go with Sadiq. Humble, go ahead. You had a question?
All right. What up? What up? Yes, my question for the brother is: do existence exist without awareness?
Facts.
No, once there's time and nature, proto awareness kicks in. Proto awareness and recognition of time and nature. Everything else fractalizes.
So
We
it's
are
not two
we the
forces, no longer time and nature. Now is awareness, time and nature. Now you adding forces to it.
The Holy
I
Trinity.
never added those forces to that. Those
Holy
forces come downstream from the interactions of time and nature. That's called emergent. Do you know
But
what?
if
Do you know what?
awareness
Do you know? Wait, time out, time out, time out, time out. Can I finish? Can I finish? Let me finish.
Yes,
Do
yes.
you know what? Do you know what emergent means?
No, you complete your thought. Don't give us a quiz.
Oh, okay. Well, so emergent means there's functions and conditions
And
set
you better know what the
in
fuck emergent means.
and after
It's suave.
and,
Yeah.
and after
Go ahead, Quantum. You got it,
and,
brother.
and after time and nature finds stable patterns to exist and persist.
Okay. So okay, and don't get it misconstrued, pointing around the rest from fucked up, twisted Wall Street Willies in the building. But I say this, it's not the Lord, no, but I say this, okay. Was the unstable? Is there a pre-existence to time and nature, brother?
The time and nature has always been.
Okay, and so time and nature has always existed. So the physical realm has always existed.
Whenever there was time and nature, there is
Hold on,
existence.
you're finna give me a
Time,
quick answer, and I need you to let go of the Bible.
because
I don't
there
want you
does no time.
No, all I'm asking is because since we've solidified that nature is physical and time is physical, and you said they
Wait, time
always.
out.
I'm gonna time out. Go ahead. I'm timing out. Go ahead. You got 17 seconds left.
Existence is because there is time and nature. All of the physical things in existence come from nature. All
Yes.
of the motion and the sequencing comes from time.
Come from
And when I
time.
say time, when I say time, I'm not just talking about clock time. Okay.
But that's not the clarification that I'm asking. I gave you a question. You're explaining me something that I heard you say and I understand. What I'm saying is, does anything predate time and nature, which both you admit are physical? Is there anything that predates physical or has physical always existed?
Good point. Good question.
Nothing can predate the preconditions of the things that you're looking for. Time and nature is why you can even look for the thing that you're looking for. Because there's time and nature, you have
That's not
because there's no cue card.
You're negating my question, sir. That was not my question. What I asked you, sir, is if nature and time have been deemed to be physical by you.
Right.
Is there anything that predates physical has physical always existed? Because I'm gonna tell you why.
No, I see your question now. No.
Right. Okay.
Time and nature has always existed in different states, phases, and forms. So whether some of those phases was physical and some of those phases were not, I don't know. The phase that we got now.
Okay, I'll holler at y'all, man. That's what I've been looking for all fucking night. I don't know.
Okay.
Be honest, man. Black Power, man.
Okay. I give him credit. Okay. Oh.
What exists that's not physical? That's what I'm asking.
He don't know.
What you mean? I don't know.
He admitted he didn't know. I give him credit for that.
Your imagination.
I'd rather keep it real than this make up stuff and lie.
Really fast, if I may, this go back to why I asked the question I asked, right? And y'all heard him when I asked the question. He threw awareness in there. When Suave was talking to him, he took awareness out and kept going back to physical mind like it was doing all night, right? So for time and nature to exist, something must have been aware of time and nature, because awareness in nature does not exist.
No, that's a fun.
I must agree.
No, that's only if existence. That's only if existence was created. I don't propose that existence was created. Listen to me. Listen. Time and nature has always been in some phase. Y'all have to understand this. In some state, phase, or form. That means that shit. That means that shit like this. Listen. The awareness that you're talking about comes downstream when time and nature does something else. Time and nature doesn't need awareness. Awareness isn't before time and nature. Time and nature
first.
Ooh,
makes
he said time and awareness. Time and nature can't be first. Ooh.
And look, hold on, wait a minute. One second. The only problem I got is since you're using nature, I guess that means as into all physicality or any event that can come out of the physical world. It doesn't make sense when you try to base it all on time and nature, when time is literally is the measure of nature.
Exactly.
The beginning point of nature to the ending point of nature, or whatever, and all the things in the events that happen in between it in your so-called nature are the measure of time. So if that is to be so, something or someone has to be aware of it first.
Right.
The brother is right.
It has to be. If there's a mind involved,
had to be aware of it first.
Nothing's going to happen without a mind being aware.
That's only if can I speak? Can I speak now?
Yeah.
Can I speak?
I got a question too. You're done.
That is only if I suppose that creation is why there is an existence. See, I don't propose that creation is why there is an existence. I propose that time and nature has always been in some, so there has always been existence.
I got a question, brother.
Everything else that you're talking about, the awareness is proto awareness of time and nature, not no outside mind.
I don't think you
time. Do you know what proto awareness is?
And I know what.
Do you know what proto? Do you know what?
No. What proto awareness? Proto awareness.
You just think. Hey, listen.
He put mind in there. Long put a mind in there. I can read him off with that. There got to be an awareness indicates presence of mind.
What he doesn't know is he cut his own leg off. If he's admitting to proto awareness, he's admitting.
What is that on the left side of your head? I'm sorry. Wipe that off the left side of your head. Is that linked to your head or something?
Unquote nature. Before it happens,
right,
or as it happens.
Oh, that's a mole.
There you go. You just said awareness. You just said it. As it happens. As it happens, because existence is an ongoing occurrence.
You ever
they just stop it. Existence is an ongoing occurrence.
Right.
Total awareness leads to better awareness. The more that time and nature finds stable patterns, the more coherent and the more complex organisms and thoughts become. So the
But the fact
consciousness that you
there is,
have, can I finish?
go ahead.
Yes.
The consciousness that you have is a complex emergence of the built-in proto-awareness of time and nature. This proto-awareness is the same as existence. It is because there is time in nature. Now you need to look up what proto-awareness and proto-recognition is, and then you'll understand the mechanism that time and
Hey,
nature
yo,
went
he's
through.
terrible. Watch this. For something to exist,
Oh, that
right?
nigga
For
from
something to be
Baltimore.
aware, there must be experience. He's leaving out
Facts.
experience.
Facts.
That's if I'm proposing
How do we
creation.
know these things?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
I get
proposing
it.
creation.
Yeah, you're
One
telling
mic,
me.
gentlemen.
Nature is
Hold on,
created.
gentlemen. Let humble get him.
Let me get this one
quote
question off.
Hold
unquote
on,
Hey,
Cosmo. Hold on,
nature
Suave. Let humble get him. Let humble get him
Yo,
real
this
quick.
guy is pseudo. He talking proto
How's that
awareness.
pseudo?
Oh, you thought he wasn't
Ain't no
pseudo?
proto, none of that. How do we
Oh,
know
you
this
don't.
stuff been here? Because it's been experienced. We can feel the experience of the sun. We can feel the heat of the sun, bro. That's experience.
That's
But do
you.
you have
That's
to?
us.
But
This comes
but
to
brother
you.
humble, do
You
you have
have
to experience the sun for the sun to exist, sir? You're gonna say no, right?
hell no, he don't.
Okay, so
These things are
that's what he's
downstream.
saying. He's taking away the factor of creationalism in experience and saying that experience or existence has always been that. In
And
the
they know this.
in
This is
some
where they fail.
form,
that doesn't
physical,
Suave
yeah.
finish. Let Suave
doesn't
finish.
refute the fact.
So this is what I want to ask you, based off what you said. Time and nature find stable patterns. Does unstable patterns exist without time and nature?
No, nothing can exist without time and nature.
No, wait. I didn't say me.
Patterns.
You said that time and nature find stable patterns, and that's where it locks in and shit happens, right?
Mhm.
But if that's a true statement, that means that unstable patterns exist.
They don't persist though. But they don't persist.
Still exist within the nature
Don't
and time.
mean if they persist. It doesn't mean hold on. It doesn't mean if they persist. It means it exists. Hold on. Wait. Let's get this nailed down. I don't want to be ignorant of this. If time and nature waits to find a stable pattern, that means that unstable patterns predate stable patterns, which means that time and nature doesn't have the same relationship with them unstable patterns as they do with. So it seems like these things that you would like to perceive as physical, which is time and nature, cannot exist or represent itself without a stable pattern. And if a stable pattern post-date unstable patterns, that means that the precondition to time and nature is unstable patterns, which cannot be physical.
Now, as you just stated, again, I keep telling y'all that you keep going downstream and trying to bring it upstream. When I talk about the preconditions of existence, I'm talking about what is needed. Now, y'all talking about something has to be there. I say something don't have to be there for something to happen because you're saying that happening is outside of time and nature. So that means it doesn't have structure, right? And this is why I know that existence is formation and not creation.
No,
and all of y'all questions keep on
Let him get it out. Wait. Let him get it out, Cosmo, and then we're gonna let you go. You gonna be able to respond to him right after.
Let me go after Cosmo. Let me go after Cosmo.
And then we're gonna go to Banu. Who else after that? Hold on, let's get some order around here. Who else after Banu? All right, go ahead.
I'll go after Banu.
Now, you keep saying time and nature finding stable patterns. What you're supposing right there is that time and nature already has a mind and that they're searching for things. That's not how existence works. Existence has built-in constraints from the jump, simply because for time and nature to persist, They have to have constraints. Now, as you agreed and as I agreed, time and nature has always been. So if that's the case, we got to take away creation and say that everything else that is here simply formed from the preconditions and the things that was first here. That being said, we know about things called morphogenesis. So existence and time and nature has to be morphogenic. All of those things that you're talking about, thinking, presupposing, all of those emerge downstream, not up here where I'm talking about.
You done, bro?
Yeah, I got a quick reply to that. And then y'all
hold on, wait a minute.
Because he's replying to what I said. No, I disagree. I did not say that I believe that time in that
damn, cuz I was supposed to go next, man.
That was a direct reply to what I said. And I'm gonna just take 30 minutes and I'm gonna give it to you, blood.
30 minutes.
Or whatever game you wanna be on. What the fuck is going on? But
come on, order, man. Order.
Oh, that's a tumor. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So this is what I'm saying. No, you brought up time in that you just set up and said you keep talking about time and nature in stable patterns. No, this is your spiel. What I'm saying is that if time and nature has to find a stable pattern for things to persist, that means that it passed by several unstable patterns. So unstable patterns existed before stable patterns, which means persistence of time in nature is post unstable patterns. And I shut up.
Don't respond to that. Don't respond to that.
No.
We're about to pass it to Cosmon. Don't respond to that. Cosmon, it's on you. You can get back to that. Take notes on his thing. I'm sure he's gonna come back to that to ask you why he said no.
You know, in all due respect, you dig what I'm talking about. I just think the brother can't have it both ways. You can't say that it's built upon a thing, but it doesn't have structure when we know the preconditions of physical matter. They are called the periodic table of elements. We know them. You dig what I'm saying? So it does have function and structure. So that hints back to the mind. That hints back to the fact that it was created and is part of creation. So go ahead, fellas.
And see, and that's why I say again, you keep saying creation. I never said anything about creation. I said everything has always been. So everything that comes, hold on. So everything that no, there is no creation. Nature is part of what has always been. The other part of that is time.
Oh, so you said form as well. You still form things, right?
Yes, that's downstream
patterns, right?
That's downstream. That's all. Right. That's all downstream after you have time and nature.
All right,
but none of that comes before awareness. That's the whole.
Hold on. Let me just ask him this question.
Of course it does. You need something to be aware of.
All right. So are you proposing that time exists?
Come on, man. I know y'all ain't that shit. I'm sorry, my bad.
You don't want to hear it.
Can you hear me?
I think you want to tell the fam what is your.
Yeah, I'm asking.
What is your definition of I think you want to tell the fam your definition of what creation is. I understand what you're saying, but most people are not going to understand what you're saying when you say there's no creation. I can hear you.
All right, wait your turn real quick. Hold on. I'm asking the brother, is he proposing that time exists without a mind to perceive it?
Facts.
Somebody talking. I can't hear somebody.
No, I'm asking you.
Banu is asking you, are you saying that time exists?
Y'all hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Can you hear us?
We can hear you. Yeah,
we can hear you.
Is somebody else talking?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey, Quantum.
Who can you hear? Quantum?
I can hear you. I can hear you saying, "Who can I hear?"
Go out and come back in.
I play that commercial, man. Let's get it, man. I don't recognize Valentine's Day. For some reason, A1 wants to have a debate on Valentine's Day, and they keep calling it Valentine's Day. but February 14th.
Oh, it's going down. This
Valentine's Day
Valentine's Day, don't
massacre.
forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw,
Massacre.
unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments. Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
Yeah. Make sure
Yeah.
leave your roses and chocolates.
The Valentine's Day massacre. Yeah.
Okay, the brother back mic check. Can you hear us all, brother?
Can you hear me?
We can run down so we can hear everybody.
Quantum peace.
Was asking a question. Yeah.
Peace, guys. Lord, shout out to you, Mecca. I just wanted to ask you, from the information you've been saying, are you proposing that time exists without a mind to perceive it?
No, I never
answer that question. Just know who you're talking to. That's
wait. You talking about right now, or has it ever existed?
I'm saying, like, can it?
Yeah, now or whenever. Right.
Can time exist without a mind to perceive it?
Ooh, and since you admitted time always been.
That's why he keep cutting. Man, my thing must be going because it's cutting out when you asking the question.
Are you saying that time exists without a mind to perceive it?
It has before, yes.
So time exists whether there is a mind to perceive it or not.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Oh no, bro.
Could you?
You gotta have a mind. Oh no, hell no.
And are you saying in the mind?
Wait. So to go off that question, so if the planets are in rotation, there has to be a mind to perceive that for that. Like, I don't know.
Let me just say my point as to why I said that, because it's my understanding that if there's no mind present to perceive things, then those things don't exist, because our minds is what makes sense of all of this. So just like sound, light, color, whatever, none of it exists without a mind there to perceive it. So if you're saying that time was always here, then that would mean that there was a mind here to perceive that
state of mind.
That time that was here.
It has to be that way.
I got a question for you, young man.
That brings universal law to indicate.
That sounds insane.
Was the earth here before you got here?
Was the what?
Was the earth here before you got here?
Yes.
Was there
2000.
Before you was able to perceive the earth? You mean to tell me before you was able to perceive the earth was here?
But that's not what he's asking. You're simplifying it to a redundant frame. What he's saying is on the magnitude of time in nature, not the magnitude of Charles Baldwin or True Dolezal, not an individual person being born on Earth. On the ratio of existence of time and fucking nature before any of us was born. So bringing up our birthdays.
There you go. If one man was born,
doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Because if one man can tell me that he was born and nature and time was here before he got here, there is no logical reason
sure, but you don't
for me to believe that. I really do know.
I agree with you.
That man just told me that time that the earth was here before he could perceive it.
And we could
So,
prove
so
that.
if I can prove, and I can prove this, I can prove that man, I can prove that he can turn his head and the sun is still burn his neck. He'll know that the sun is out without actually perceiving it. Why? Because he's experienced it.
I agree
Because
with
he's experienced it. Now I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this.
That's a simple. That's simple. Nobody would disagree with that. But hold on. Wait a minute. Were his parents able to perceive the world before he was born?
What? Hello?
Was there ever a check? Was that nope?
Factually,
you got to throw it out far.
So the world existed factually before even this person existed. So this is
all right, hold on. Let me just address what I was saying though.
Hold on one second. Can y'all hear me? Either way, what he's failing to see is either way there is a mind there to perceive it.
No. Because that mind had a time when it wasn't there. But time and nature has always been. But there's a time when time and nature exactly until you get to until you get to those preconditions, and that's why I say this is where quantum onlyism
what was time before it was perceived then?
Yo, can I respond when y'all done with this back and forth? Just let me respond to that.
Hold on, my bad about I ain't muting you up on no weird ish, Banu. When you got your thing off mute, it sound like you underwater and it's like just vibrating over top of them and you're not even saying nothing.
But he do need to be replied to and get the reply.
Next Banu gets to respond to what he's saying because it was his question. Go ahead. I don't know where y'all left off.
Sadiq, you borging out real bad. I don't know if you saying nothing, but I'm hearing static in your background again.
See, this is our comparison right here. And I see where y'all keep going back because the mind that you end up getting to is going to be what you call God. You want God to be that intention that caused existence or creation. And I defer. I say that what has always been here has not been a personified God. The thing that has always been here in some state, phase, or form is time and nature. Therefore, they weren't created. Just like that thing that you talk about, the mind wasn't created. But everything else that comes, it doesn't. If that thing, because that thing that you're proposing wasn't created. You can't tell me who created it. So I'm putting time and nature right there where you putting that mind in. And I believe that time and nature is a way better explanation of something else, because when you put intention in there, you saying that we were created. So that would make our mind an artificial. Listen, that would make us, if we were created, we are artificial. Everything that about us would be artificial because the real intelligence would be what created us.
That's not true. Please let Banu reply and then let Cosmon and Sadiq go. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to jump in on some of this. I'm hearing a lot of absolutes up in this motherfucker. A lot of absolutes.
Bro. So it's my understanding that the creator of this universe is a mind. You know what I'm saying? And we're products of that mind, and we're able to create the same way that mind creates on a smaller scale with our minds. The same way you could create a world right inside your mind with characters and write a book that is independent of anything that anybody else has experienced, is your own personal experience. So to say that time and nature existed prior to a mind is to say that time and nature can create the universe in which we live in now. And I would ask you, how could time create the universe and the experience that you're experiencing right now? Time and nature by itself. How could those two independent things create the reality that we're experiencing right now?
Okay, so again, I'm going to tell you, you keep talking about creation as a foundational explanation because in the traditional sense, it's mechanically incoherent and unnecessary. And here's why. Creation smuggles in the very conditions it claims to explain.
Where you reading from?
To create is an action. Action implies sequence, before, after, structure,
Right.
things. So the moment someone says God created, they already relied on ordering and determinacy. They didn't get under the foundation, they assumed it. From nothing is empty language. Nothing has no properties,
You're
no
assuming.
structure,
I
no
think
Yeah,
you're
just say
construction.
it straight out, like
If there
direct.
are
I think
no
you're assuming the way God
if there
works.
are no
And the way the
constraints,
mind,
there
that
is no
mind
basis for a specific outcome instead of any other, or no
hold on real
outcome
quick,
at
cuz.
all.
Because I don't want you to
Something
go
from
too far
nothing
deep.
isn't a mechanism.
I
It
don't want you
isn't
to
Oh
go too
correct.
far
man,
deep
bro.
into what
Oh
you're saying,
man.
bro. I just want to hold you up real quick. I think you're assuming how this universal mind created what it created, and you're giving your interpretation as an absolute on how mind created time, space, and everything that we're perceiving as reality.
So
So
basically, you're just giving us
No,
belief in
no.
imaginary
Of
subjectivity.
course. What
yeah,
the
the
No,
fuck
same
you
way,
thought we
the
was
no,
up
same way
here
you
for to
said
get
that
no,
ultimately
Sadiq, can I ask you a question, Sadiq?
no, hold my friend.
Okay.
No,
Real
no,
I'm gonna
quick,
jump. I'm gonna
real quick
no,
before you
no,
go,
I'm
Sadiq.
gonna jump in. I'm gonna
no,
jump
no,
in.
Hold on, real quick before you go,
no, no,
Sadiq.
no.
We
I'm
got
not.
like 10 or 11 people watching from JJ 7000's page. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my advertisement in. If you guys can come on over here, we're on YouTube at Titans Debate League. This is Argument Alley, and we are here with Quantum Truth tonight.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Yes, get on over here. Yep, everybody on JJ's page, you can come on over to at Titans Debate League. It's on the ticker at the bottom as well.
Yeah,
and
bird.
a few more things that you can expect to see here.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Let's go. And back to you, gentlemen. Sadiq
Hey,
is on.
can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir. Somebody has some static. It's probably Sadiq again. It sounds like his static. Can you mute up real quick, Sadiq? Okay. I heard that, but I can barely hear it. Yeah, that was him. Go ahead, Quantum.
So first, I need to make something clear. When people talk about creation, creation answers the wrong question. It asks who started it, like reality is a product. I'm asking what must be true for reality to be possible at all. That's a preconditioned question, not a story question. So I say formation, not creation. Formation is a tighter model. And this is why I beat creation. Formation, I don't need a supernatural personality to explain why structured states obtain. Ordered change plus determinacy is enough to yield a what and a when. And morphogenesis, I don't know if y'all know what morphogenesis is, but morphogenesis explains how complex patterns emerge from constraints over time. And you don't need no mind. So while y'all keep saying creation, I never said creation. That's y'all. I'm talking about formation.
So let me ask you a quick question. How is your argument different from the Big Bang single particle? The universe came from that, because it sounds like if I grant you time and nature, that sounds similar to a single particle, and then everything went downstream, as you say.
Hold on, I'm sorry. That's an amazing question. Sadiq is back. I don't want to go off on a long tangent because we're about to get deep on that. Can you put a pin in that one?
Yeah.
We can come back to that one, please.
Yeah.
Because that's a good question. But I don't want that's
Sadiq, go.
That could be
Sadiq,
20 minutes. Sadiq.
Yeah.
Just to try to keep order and keep it fair for
Because I
everyone.
do
Go
got
ahead,
the
Sadiq.
whole answer to it too.
Yeah.
Banu, you gotta from the chat, Banu. You better look at your screen.
Yeah, because we are looking for debate topics. Honey, is that a debate topic for you and Banu or for Banu to take on with Quantum? Let me know so that way nobody steps on your toes. Go ahead, Sadiq, it's on you.
Now the brother said for the family, when you tell him there's no it's no creation, or it's like you tend to deplatform creation when the guys could be talking about creating. You made a comment, there's no creation. I know what you're talking about, but how would you explain it to the family in a way that they could understand?
I was
Quantum.
explaining it like this. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I would just have to explain it like this. Creation is intentional. To create
Right.
something, you have to have intentions. Like I agree
Facts.
that like humans, we can create music. We
Right.
uh, we we form thoughts in our head, but like I understand that type of creation. But when we talking about the creation of the universe or of existence, that's a totally different creation. It needs intention. And from
Okay,
what I
can we
and
stop right there for a second? Just to build on what you're saying. How can one create existence? Existence has always been. It's not created nor destroyed. But you said something to the contrary. Existence can be created. What do you mean by that?
I agree with you. I don't believe existence
Right.
can be created.
Existence
That's why I don't. That's
existence
yeah,
predate creation. But you
yeah, yeah.
named the account. You made in the context that even predate existence itself. What do you mean
No,
by
no,
that?
no. Look,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
If the only
Facts.
way,
Okay. Because that doesn't make
yeah,
sense.
that don't
Right.
go.
Okay. Okay.
The only
Okay.
way that would happen is if I would say there is creation, but I don't agree with creation.
Okay.
Everything I see is formation.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
And can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah,
absolutely.
please, so I can get back.
Okay.
Oh.
Now, in the physics perspective, right? Time and existence are simultaneous, right? So,
correct.
Do you see time as like a container that things exist in, or is it like a quality of things themselves?
Like I said, there is existence because there is time and nature. See, you can't have existence with just time because nothing would change. You would have no time for anything to do anything. So time has to be there. But once you have time, you have to have nature. And the reason I know this is because nature and the structures that form is evidence that time is passing. So that's why I always say this. There is existence because there's time in nature. They always have been, they always will be in some state, phase, or form. Right now, I believe that they're in the ultimate state, which is union. That's where time and nature can break down to fractals, and that's why we can be. This is why different emergences and expressions of time and nature compose themselves. This is why mothers and fathers get together the same way time and nature got together. Father time, mother nature. It all backs down to that because
Listen, so again, that go back to what the brother just asked, because you basically just quoted Big Bang.
now listen. Now, like I said,
Right.
if time and nature has always been in some state, phase, or form, then there's a time where it was before the Big Bang. Big Bang is just a phase shift
Right.
into observable.
Right.
So time and nature has always been, and that was what they call the Big Bang. But it wasn't. It wasn't
if
the
you're
start of
admitting
anything.
that time and nature have have already existed, and that there is nature and it has rhyme, reason, season, law attached to it, you've already admitted to the mind and hence the creator.
Facts.
Wait.
Whether you believe that or not, you've already admitted to the function.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that.
Right.
That's all. That's the function. Wait. The function is all. The function is all it is. The function is all it is because that creator you talking about needs time and nature to create, brother.
Or does it create time?
That's
and
why
nature?
that's no. It would need time and nature to create. That's why this idea is incoherent. This is what.
Because if it always existed, like you said, all things have always existed.
I said time and nature.
As they are now, as they always will be. You've already admitted to a creator.
No, I didn't. I created the time. Time and nature is not a creator. Time and nature are conditions. Listen, time and nature are the conditions for existence. That creator that you're talking about would need to be within existence. This is why that idea is incoherent and doesn't. This is why people always have this. This is why they argue about this forever. Because that incoherent thought that you're having about a creator, you're saying that creator doesn't need time and doesn't have a nature. And that's false. Nothing beats time and nature because nothing can work without having a time and a nature
sounds like
to
we
work.
got a debate here.
Hey,
What you want to do?
Hey, Sadiq Ra, can I?
What's up?
Hey, regardless to whatever, I know how my brother feels and how he believes.
Right.
The crazy part is that is literally the first page of the Book of Jehovah in Owaspy. Regardless to what you ain't got to believe in a creator or nothing.
Right.
It's literally all things were, all things are, all things shall.
Okay, so you
if you agree with that, hold on. If you agree with that, then why are you trying to give it intention when you know that it could be without intention? You don't want to take accountability. You want to be able to blame stuff on the devil. You want to be able to blame stuff on the devil, don't you?
Creator is taking accountability for all of it.
See, you want to be able. That's what it is. You want to be able to blame something. You want to be able to
blame and the credit for all of it. I don't want none of it.
No. See what I'm saying? You don't want no accountability in
I
existence.
just want to experience it.
No, that ain't what you can do.
What about this sheer intention? What about this sheer intention?
That's not what time and nature gives you. Time and nature provides you.
Nature has intention.
Time and nature. No.
Well, yeah. Notice. I'll say this, brother Quantum. Notice that things what you call creational that's reformed has a certain form which denotes function.
I don't believe in creation.
Back and go both ways, which indicates intention.
Don't believe in creation. I don't believe.
And I get that. I agree, brother. Hold on. It's okay. Come back.
I don't know if you heard that last part. I may have to repeat that. Notice that things that we witness in the physical world that comes from our mind has a certain form per intention as it's reformed, if you will, if you don't want to use the word creation. Nonetheless, a car form.
Hey, you breaking up, bro. It's over with. You in
you can tell. Yeah, you can tell he ain't talking about that.
But look though. Listen though, brother. Listen to me.
Quick. We
Shout out
have
to
another
Introductory.
super chat. It reads: time exists, nature exists, trees exist, thoughts exist. Existence is not another item on the list of existences.
Hey,
Shout
that brother
out
deep,
Ill
man.
Doctor.
Nice beard.
Look out for his
Seem
show.
like somebody got it.
Be on the lookout for Ill Doctor and show coming up on the channel soon. Audit the Argument, where we're going to go and deep dive into some of the best debates we've seen on the internet as well as on this channel. It's going to be an event. So yeah, go ahead, gentlemen.
And don't forget Swabballs versus A1 Man February 14th, which you recognize as Valentine's Day. But listen, okay, so this is what I'm gonna say. Yes, they're having a very elementary conversation with you because they're not wrapping their minds around the fact that you don't give a fuck about creation, right? You've already murdered creation. You've already saying, which you allow them to have that elementary conversation when you make examples as someone's birthday. Like, let's stay in the God, the pre-God realm, right? So nature is existence.
Wait, you broke up. What did you say again? Say that. Start over.
Can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. We'll run up in.
Okay,
What you gonna do?
there you go. There you go.
Okay. Nature is existence. Disagree or agree?
Time and nature. So I
No,
disagree with you.
wait. Hold on, wait. Because I'm gonna take time off the table. Time doesn't have to exist just because existence exists. Because time is the measurement of two bodies in relationship to each other. Existence can be present without two physical bodies. Space is existence. So you can have space with no movement, and if you don't have any movement, guess what you don't got? No father time.
Oh, okay. Now, that's why I say that existence without time is incoherent. And here is why. And onlyism, time and nature are functional constraints, not supernatural beings, and not just everyday words. Time, or fati, father time, is the ordering function, not just the measurements of time that you're talking about. Those are just aspects of time. Those are measurements. Time, the actual thing that I'm talking about, that moment that's passing, where things can order, where things have time to change, where nature has time to change, is the time that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that clock time.
Understood. You're
Okay.
fine tuning your argument right now on the spot. Because
Okay, so
you already, because what happened earlier, right? And I'm just re-engaging you in something because you already ran from the unstable patterns argument. I murdered you on it. So now
no.
we know, it's okay. I got you. You're my brother. So what we establishing is the argument that time and nature doesn't have a precondition. You say they always exist. So I'm coming at you in the compartmentalized argument that time is the measurement of two bodies. You said outside of physical time, you don't know. So I don't care about your opinion on that. We've already got you to admit that you don't know. But time physically is the measurement of two bodies in relationship to each other when it comes to movement. Even if two bodies exist, if they never move, there's no measurement of time. There's no time. And I will say this. We are at a very privileged state where we can jump on this internet and talk this shit, but we're very ignorant. Okay. Everything, we don't create nothing. We recognize what already exists. Every note, every color, every pattern, every thought, everything already exists. We just have to manifest it through physical or whatever spirit or whatever you separate the physical from, because it's obviously some more than physical, which is my argument with you, because you admitted that time and nature are both physical. And I'm saying before physical existed something not physical. Thought nature and time comes downriver to what this is that pre-existed the physical realm. And I'm not talking about a God. I'm not a Muslim or Christian or Israelite or a Buddhist, nothing. Okay. I'm Black Power, which is my real beef with you, but I'm gonna avoid it tonight because you died on the first question I gave you. But
disagree.
Okay. Well, I said I jumped on the panel. I said Black Power. You said Black Power. I said you Black Power. You said no. You died.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
All
got
right.
to make you
That's
feel
death.
comfortable.
That's
I didn't
death.
die. I made you feel comfortable. I made you feel alive.
A woman or a baby? Which one did you want me
Made
to
you feel alive. I
Because I
made
came
you
up
feel
here as a
alive.
big man to be an op to you. So why make me comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay, this is
Because
argument. This isn't whole hands harvest.
I want the best you. I want the best you when I destroy you. Now,
Understood. Well,
again,
I have several topics we can set up a debate, and I could be ready within a couple of weeks.
you have no topics. Let me
I
tell you
don't.
about this topic that we're talking
Okay,
about. Right
first
now.
of all, my first topic is: does unstable patterns predate stable patterns? Because you said time and nature waits on a stable pattern to persist.
I never said time and nature waits. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Wait, what? Wait, you said that time and nature needs a stable pattern, right?
It's not what I said.
Okay, you know this recorded on YouTube for free.
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes, yes.
So, like I said,
Okay.
I already with you in that conversation. I already with you
No,
in the
you
Black
didn't.
Power
No, you
conversation.
didn't. No, you
It's
didn't.
true.
You haven't
Okay.
won anything.
Okay.
All you do
I
is
wish
talk to
this
me.
was my panel because I'm so petty. I will rewind this video and
I
show you
did.
where you
I
said
wish you could.
time and nature waits on a stable pattern. It needs a stable pattern. If time and nature needs a stable pattern to persist, that means it waited. And if it waited, that means other patterns other than stable patterns pre-existed stable patterns. At least one unstable pattern existed before a stable pattern. And you don't have existence or what you deem is physical before that. You're dead.
Time and nature, their self, when they are in co-presence of each other, are the stable pattern. All of those things
Wait.
inside of the it,
Whoa.
all of those things. Hold on, can I finish?
Yes, finish.
Maybe I answer your question.
Yes.
All of those unstable patterns and patterns that you're talking about are parts of time and nature. They're not time and nature. Time and nature is what persists to allow anything else, stable or unstable, to exist. Do you understand my argument?
Now I read.
Existence is, listen, I'm gonna say it again. Maybe you can put it in one of your chat bots or
Go
something
ahead,
and
dance.
see what we're working with. Existence is that there is time and nature. Time and nature are the co-present. They are the necessities for an existence to be.
Understood.
They have been in at all times. There's never been a time when they haven't been.
And
So
so
when you
that's
say,
the
so now
debate.
listen.
Are you taking the debate?
So when you say that time
You
and
want to
nature
cheerlead.
has been in unstable patterns, I'm telling you that that's not the time I'm talking about. That's just a different part of time. The
Cool.
totality of existence is because there's time and nature. Now that they're in observable form, what they call the observable universe, it breaks down into fractals. These fractals are still fractals of the larger thing that is going on that allow those unstable and stable patterns to persist. Do you understand that?
Yes. Will you be ready
Okay,
to debate that in 2 weeks?
absolutely. I'll be ready to debate it right now. What you mean?
No
You need
person. No, I've been
don't
through this
you
a million times.
oh,
No person
so
that's serious about debating set it up for right
watch
now.
this, y'all. Watch this, y'all. Watch this, y'all. So
No
you
one
need
who's
time.
serious about debating
Watch this,
set
y'all.
it up
Watch
right
this,
now.
y'all.
What I'm
Watch
saying
this, y'all.
is,
Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
will
So
you
you need
allow
time.
for
So you
promotion?
need time. So you
Yes.
need time. Oh,
Yes,
let
we
me
need
know
time
that.
Hold
for
on,
Let me.
Quantum.
promotion.
Hold on. Listen,
Flyers have to be made. Promotion has to be produced. We have to put up. This is not just something we finna just flake right now, right? I can argue with you, but this is a debate league. We do structured debates where we
Right.
make flyers, we do advertising, we do marketing to gain viewership on the channel. Will you allow that to happen? Give us 2 weeks and come back and debate that with me so I could cut your head off on the
I feel
conversation.
you. I
You
feel you.
can?
You need time. You need time to get your nature together, and
Yes,
I
sir.
agree with you.
I'm a
But
very
my man,
weak
and I'm
eating
gonna tell you,
person.
and I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you why I know I ate you tonight. All that stuff you talking because my man's A1 said if you want to debate me right now, we can get that $50. I'll debate you right
no,
now.
no, no.
If you don't want to,
I
if
didn't
you
say
don't
right
want,
now. I didn't
so
say
oh,
your
right
brain
oh,
has
now.
my
failed.
bad,
That's
So
not how
your
I
my
roll.
bad,
brain has failed you.
I
my
want the
bad,
flyers. I want to promote everything he said. He was right.
my
He was
bad, my
absolutely
bad, my
right.
bad.
Now
Oh,
don't
my
be
bad.
wrong twice in a row. Okay.
I ain't wrong, never wrong.
All
Yes.
right. So I'm gonna leave you alone. I feel like I
Thank you.
took you 3
Thank you for
times.
your inquiry of the quantum truth of the only divinity. We'll be happy to eat you.
What we're gonna
Yeah,
do
no,
is
understood.
tomorrow we're gonna get a date for an official face off and we're gonna get you two on the stage so that way you can ask each other questions, come up with a title and get a date. And then
That's
from
hard.
there we'll move on to the official debate. So
That's hard.
tomorrow I will put you two in a group
And
chat
I
together.
thank you. I thank you, Quantum,
I,
for
That's
taking
good.
yeah,
on.
yeah,
Can I
yeah,
ask
yeah.
a
I appreciate you too. I
It's
appreciate you
just
too.
a sport with me, bro. It's debating.
Right?
I
Me
measure
too.
myself up against you intellectually. Let's give the people a good show. Let's give them a reason to support the league and actually give us like a way to bring money into our homes. Like real talk,
Gotcha.
this shit is hard for me, bro. So shout out to
Yeah,
you.
Can I
thank you.
ask the brother some questions, please?
Well,
Yeah,
hold on a
really.
second. Hold on a second. Can I reply to my man? Thank you for challenging me with the debate. Um, this is a sport to me too. Sometimes I get real into it because this is a whole philosophy that I put together to answer all these questions. And so I want to thank you for allowing me to display what I've put together.
Absolutely, God.
Okay, so let me ask the brother some questions because I'm not here trying to tear you down. I'm just trying to get some consistency here. Quantum. What I asked before, before the other brothers were in front of me. So it sounds like your use of the phrase "time and nature" is similar. It sounds awfully similar to the Big Bang argument that a singularity in time and nature existed. Some time passed, some nature passed, an explosion occurred, and some things followed from that explosion. Stars, galaxies, planets. Does that sound familiar to you?
Well, that's exactly what we see.
So is that your argument? Like you're just calling the singularity time and nature? Is that you just rehashed it?
No, what I
So what,
did is I went way before the singularity in the Big Bang. See, time and
how?
nature has
How can
always
you do that?
like this right
What's
here,
confusing.
like this right here,
Because you're just renaming it.
like this right here. What you're trying to do is, and what you're arguing for is creation. You want it to be
No, that's not
somebody out there.
creation.
Yes, you do. You
That's
want
not
somebody to
creation.
be. Can I finish talking?
But you're
Can I finish
mischaracterizing the
talking? No, I'm
question.
not. No, I'm not. No,
Big
I'm not.
Bang is
I
not
can't
about
be.
creation.
I can't be mischaracterizing it. If you telling me, if I'm telling you that the Big Bang was a phase shift of time and nature, because time and nature has always been.
What you did was
So if there's, so if there's, so I
add
don't.
to.
You can call it that if you want to. What I did was provide you with the actual mechanism of what you couldn't point out.
No, what you did was just
No, 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 no. What I
what you
did
call time
was
and nature,
identify.
people call singularity. The
What I did was
singularity already
identify.
existed.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's the
saying.
same
I
definition that
identified.
you gave.
I identified the parts of the thing that you call a singularity. I
Oh, that
identified the mechanism of what happened.
they're telling you the
Phase state.
Roy,
singularity
That
already
one
existed.
mic, gentlemen. Let's let him get it out, Roy Chess. You asking him a question and you cutting him
I'm
off
not
before he fully answers.
like I told
Another
you.
with a
I,
clarification or
you
whatever.
can call the Big Bang what you want because that's where your life start. Mine don't start right there. The Big Bang is downstream from time and nature doing other things previously. Big
So
Bang is a phase. Big Bang is a phase shift of time and nature, not a creation.
it's the
That
same.
singularity, that you're talking about, consisted of these two things: time and nature. Everything that happens, the Big Bang that you're talking about, is just a phase shift. Do you understand that?
Yes. Okay. So let me get this straight. All right. Let's take what you say is true. You're saying your theory includes the Big Bang theory because your theory comes first.
Yes.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that
No.
what you see
I want him to.
in
I want
exist?
him.
In exist?
Bro, no, QT, just answer the question.
I want him to answer.
Yeah. I
He said
mean, you know
yes. He
that's
said yes.
yes. You know that's. I
Okay, just
mean,
give him the yes so that way because he'll get confused again.
But I don't want him to miss this. Whether he believes in the Big Bang or not, he says it's post nature and time.
and like I said, the Big Bang happened. I do, but I like we tell it, it's proven. But I know that was just a phase shift
Okay,
from
did you
other
hear
things that had
Suave's
already
statement?
occurred.
Suave just made a statement about what you were saying.
Yeah. That's why I said I agree. Swab know what I'm saying because Swab trying to like Swab
But
know
Suave is
exactly what I'm
saying
saying.
that doesn't make sense.
I
That's
know
what
it,
it
and that's
sounds
what we
like.
gonna argue, and that's what we gonna argue. That's what me and his debate is gonna be about. I
Okay,
disagree with him.
okay, I like how you
Okay,
think.
let me ask you this then. Since you believe that Big Bang is included in your concept, right? So recently, I think in 2025, scientists have found universes that are extremely large for their age.
Universes.
I'm sorry, not universe. I'm sorry. Good catch. Galaxies. I'm sorry, not universes. Galaxies. There are some extremely large galaxies that are structured and formed and these galaxies are some of the oldest galaxies that we found, but they're larger than some of the ones that we know that to exist. How does your theory explain that? If you
How
understand
does
what I'm
it? Yeah, you asking a question that really don't apply to what we're trying to argue. What we're talking about.
your
You
theory has
trying to you trying to ask me?
well, your theory has to
Uh,
apply to it if it's real, right? Your theory
listen,
should
I have a philosophy. I have a philosophy. Okay.
yeah, and I'm asking for that for the large universes that act
Yeah.
abnormally. How do you
There are
explain those abnormalities?
you said universes, but you mean galaxies.
Yeah,
Those
I mean that.
galaxies
I
that's
made that
act
correction.
those galaxies that's acting abnormal are simply at scale. So what you call it abnormal might be abnormal to you, but all it is
No, it's not
time.
abnormal to me.
All it is time and nature
I don't
trying to
create you.
find.
I'm not a
Can I
scientist.
finish? Can I finish? Dang! All that is out there that you seeing that they're observing is time and nature finding stable patterns to persist or not persist.
They're not stable. That's why it's abnormal.
Okay, so they won't persist. In time when nature is going to provide the stage for those things to persist or not persist. So what are you arguing?
I'm not arguing. I'm asking a question. I'm not arguing anything. So I'm asking you, how does the nature explain why these things exist in these early universes when it's not
Because
supposed to?
time.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because these things are so advanced that it would take millions of years to have been formed in that galaxy. But the galaxy is not that old. So these galaxies have things that would take millions of years to form in time. That's why it's abnormal. So it
Long as
didn't
you,
take 2 billion years like some
long as,
galaxies did. This one
long as
over
you
here
said
took
in
100
time.
million. Yes. So, but there's a difference in time and nature from what we see. So it's abnormal. It's not the normal. It's not structured.
So you're telling me that you should be able to run the same speed that I'm running. Just
No,
because we're both in time and nature. So
no.
yeah, because
I'm
you're telling
saying
me that the
no. I'm not
galaxy.
talking about.
Listen, and let
I'm
me
not
tell you
talking
why.
about
Because
individual.
you saying the galaxy that we in is stable, but then when you look
No, I
out, you
didn't
see
say that.
galaxies
Hold
that.
on. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about our galaxy. I said the early galaxies compared to the other galaxies, whether it's ours or not. The earlier galaxies have things that they're not supposed to have. That has nothing to do with our galaxy. Don't bring out our galaxy in.
You
Any
just said,
galaxy.
well, you have to. What are you comparing it to then? What are you
You can
relating
compare
it to?
you can compare it to older galaxies. You don't have to bring ours into it.
I'm gonna tell you in onlyism, I only deal in the things that I know, and I know our galaxy is here. Why would I go outside of our galaxy when I'm presupposing that you gonna be talking about our galaxy? Because why do we have to go outside of our galaxy when we know our galaxy is here?
Because you
That
say
makes no sense. You're
everything.
adding steps. This is why y'all have incoherent. This is why y'all have incoherent thoughts, because y'all put extra steps in there. Let me tell you how to take that
Adding
step out.
subjectivism.
No, there's no subjectivism. It's only conditional. Let me take them steps out for you.
Only
Okay.
conditional.
Stop adding extra steps. The
I'm not adding
galaxy,
extra steps.
the galaxy that I'm going to compare that you're talking about to the galaxies that's out there, I'm going to tell you again. This is how time and nature answers that. Time and nature finds all you see it in this galaxy. You see it even from birth, from the differentiation of stable births and babies being healthy to unstable births
Answer
and
the
babies
question.
not being healthy. Yes, it is. It's about the answer. Because in existence, everything is fractal. Everything works the same. You just have to find the mechanism in it. The mechanism that I'm telling you that you're missing is that those universe or those galaxies that's far out is only information that we haven't found out how to decipher. So it's going to look unstable to you at scale. But all it is time and nature trying to find a stable pattern to persist or not. It's that simple.
No, it has nothing to do with what you're saying. What I'm
You
telling
see how
you
you
is,
just said it's trying to find a stable pattern? Don't that mean it has to wait?
No, that's what it does. Time is, now is, it's happening. Existence is occurring. It, what y'all talking about? It isn't an event that just like existence came into existence and then it stopped. Existence is an ongoing event. Time and nature has a vector to be. We have this vector to be in us. This is the thing that y'all call intention, but it isn't intention. It's strictly the vector that's built in to be for you to persist. This is the mechanism that's built in from time and nature's mechanism of interaction. These are the constraints. These are the constraints of an existence that you exist in. It ain't hard.
I'm asking you something.
Show up for this debate, bro.
I'm asking you something very specific, sir.
I answered it.
No, you're not answering it.
Yes, I did. I didn't answer it the way you wanted to answer. I didn't answer it the way you wanted to answer. I'm not going to answer it again. I'm not going to answer it again. So you might as well not ask it again. I'm telling you, I'm not going to give you the answer you're looking for. I'm not going to give you the answer you're looking for.
You don't even understand what I'm asking.
I'm not going to give you. Don't understand what you're asking.
What do you mean I don't understand? I know exactly what I'm asking.
Evidently you don't, because I gave you the answer and you act like I didn't answer your question. I didn't give you the answer that you wanted. That's what you need to say.
You didn't answer the question at all. You seem to be very much a subjectivist.
Okay, I'm a conditionalist.
Isn't that subjective? Hello?
Do they have two different names?
Subjective.
Do they have two different names? Why would they have different? Why would they have two different names if they're the same thing? That right there, that shows how logical you are. What does that dispute? That disputes the identity law, the law of identity.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
One thing,
law of identity.
It does. If conditional says conditional, and then you say subjective,
conditional are subjective.
How are they? No, they're not. They're
universal?
two different things. They're two different things. Subjectiveness comes in a condition.
No shit.
Subjectiveness comes in a condition. So
that's why conditionals are subjective. Give me a conditional that's universal.
Everything is conditional. Everything is conditional.
Existence.
Everything is conditional.
That means it's subjective.
Conditional. Yes. No, it doesn't. It means it's conditional.
Give me a conditional that's always true.
Existence.
You are existing. You are existing.
Is that always true? So if I die
always true.
Now, so
you still exist. You're still gonna exist. You're still gonna exist in a different state, phase, or form. Your body will be dead. Your mind will be dead. The soul seed that is you, your identity, will travel the universe so it can reincarnate. You will still be. The energy does not because the law of thermodynamics tells you. The law of thermodynamics tells you. Onlyism. Listen.
So you're going by science.
No, my God is time. My God is Father Time. My God is time. I'm telling you. How you going? No.
Isn't that still science?
No.
Science is not involved with time. No science.
It's not involved. What you mean not involved with time? You use time. You use time. I mean, you can use forms of time to this, but listen, do you understand that you needed time and nature? Did you understand that you needed time and nature to even discover something? Man, y'all smart.
So let me ask you this then.
You talking about measurements of time, sir. You can't get your head past you. You have to get listen. You have to focus. You have to focus. Now you have to get your mind past the indoctrination that you had. Okay.
I would like you to focus on telling us what nature means, because you keep saying time and nature. Tell us what nature is by itself. What is nature?
Nature by itself. I can tell you what time and nature is.
No. I'm asking you about nature part only.
No, but I'm not going to tell you about nature only. You know why? Because in quantum onlyism, there is no time without nature, and there's no nature without time. So for me to explain nature, I have to explain time to you. If you don't want the answer to nature, then don't listen. I'm going to give you time and nature because they are co-present. They are entangled. They will always be together, especially in quantum onlyism. Don't tell me not to tell you what time is if you want me to tell you what nature is, because I have to tell you what
Are they
time
the
is.
same
So tell
thing,
you what
or are
nature
they
is.
two
Okay.
different things?
And
Are they the
now
same
listen.
thing? Are they the
Can
same
you
thing? Are they two
can you mute
distinct
up?
things?
Can you mute up? And I can
Can I
tell you.
ask the
Can you mute up?
question?
Can you
You
mute up? You already asked the question. I'm trying to answer the first question you asked. Maybe it'll answer the question that you're trying to put forth. Doc, do you know how to debate? Focus. Fuck out of here. Stupid. In
what?
onlyism, time and nature
Decorum,
are
QT, decorum. Go ahead.
in onlyism, my friend. Oh, my friend. Time and nature are functional constraints, not supernatural beings.
Are you going to get to the answer to my question? Are they distinct, or are they the same thing? He's muted. You're
He
muted.
got a phone call. He got a phone call.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear that part.
Make sure I didn't hear any. I just
While he's taking that phone call, we'll go to a word from our sponsors. Only here on Titans Debate League. This Saturday, will you be able to check out this debate?
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
And if you don't know what tonight's episode is, this is
Before
Argument
they enter
Alley.
the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
And this is Argument Alley, and we are here with Quantum Truth. Go ahead, Quantum. Are you back?
You're muted if you're talking.
I'm muted.
No, him. If
Oh,
he's
okay.
if he's able to hear us, he's muted.
Yeah, Quantum. Muted. There you go.
Yeah. Before we left and went to break, I was talking about what time and nature is, so we can get that out the way. So you won't have to ask me again what time and nature is, and you might. I don't know if you can track or not. But time is the ordering function in existence. It is whatever makes sequence possible. It's before, it's after, it's change, it's duration, it's update, it's causality, and it's logical implication. If anything can differ across progression, time is operating. And nature is the determinacy function. It is whatever makes structure and identity possible. Nature is form, nature is pattern, nature is constraint, nature is distinguishability. It's the this rather than not this. If anything has definable content or stable properties, nature is operating. It's a condition. Time and nature are conditions, the preconditions of existence. Nothing gets outside of that. It is all inside of existence. Nothing can exist outside of existence. Dumb.
So you're saying that that's not science? That's not what a science does?
What I just told you is the quantum. What I just told you is the quantum truth of the only divinity. You can call it science or anything you want to.
So let's go back to the unicorn thing. Do unicorns exist?
Only in your mind.
But I'm asking you, do they exist?
Only in your mind.
So is that like I asked you earlier about existence and you said it had to be physical. My mind is not physical.
Yes, but that thought of a unicorn is incoherent. Therefore, it only exists in your mind if it exists at all. But the fact that it can't be actualized means it's an impossibility in onlyism. Therefore, it's an incoherent thought. We call that incoherency. So yes, it exists, but it only exists in your imagination.
Why is it incoherent instead of just saying it doesn't exist?
Because you can't actualize, because you can imagine a unicorn. Right? I can imagine it. I can have it in my mind. And I bet you the thought that I have of the unicorn in my mind is not the same thought of the unicorn you have in your mind. I'm sure I see a different picture, right? But I bet you they both have a horn and everything, right? But I guarantee you that I can't actualize that idea that's in my mind, or you can actualize that idea. Now, that idea has weight because it is in your mind and it's patterned on your brain from memory. Therefore, it exists only in your imagination. Do you understand that?
But your quantum onlyism doesn't deal with the mental. It deals with only the physical.
What do you mean?
I'm confused how you're answering me that way.
What do you mean?
Because I asked you earlier, does existence
No,
have to
that's
be
because but that's because we was arguing a certain argument. We hadn't gotten down to that. This is a totally different argument.
Let Roy just get it out.
Totally different
Roy
argument.
just explain what he was trying to say.
It's not a different argument. It's the same principle that I asked you.
No, it's not.
You can't.
It's not. You can't. You can't divide my argument and try to make my argument something that it's not. If you want to argue a new fact, if you want to argue a new fact, let's argue a new fact. The fact that we was talking about a while ago, when you asked me about that, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the preconditions of existence. Do you understand that? Now, if you want to talk about the mind and the body and the soul and shit, that's a totally different
dude.
topic.
Let me ask the question. You're the one here answering questions, not me.
I'm asking you no question.
I'm supposed to be asking questions. You're supposed to be answering.
Let him get it out.
I answered your question.
Let him get it out, Quantum. Go, Roy.
Let me finish.
You want to pose your question again?
Yes. So I asked you, in the context that you were defining quantum oneism, what does existence mean? Does it have to be physical? Does it have to be mental? What was your answer?
I'm just to give you my definition of existence, so you won't never have to ask again. Existence is that which is occurring rather than not.
So does that include both the physical and the mental? I mean, I'm guessing that means
does the mental occur within existence?
You have to tell me what existence is.
Does the mental occur?
The question was,
does the mental exist? Does the mental exist?
You can't ask me about what I'm asking you.
Yeah, let's not answer questions with a question.
No, I'm asking him because I need to know. I need to know.
I'm asking you, in your context, what does existence entail? What does that mean?
That which is occurring, that which is doing work rather than not.
And like, is that physical, mental, or is it both?
It's both.
Ah, you changed your answer.
I didn't change my answer. That was a totally different question. That's what I told you. We was on a totally different point then.
No,
so
we wasn't.
Yes, we were.
Now what you're defining is force.
This is a totally different argument. This isn't the argument that we was arguing at first.
First of all, it was never an argument. I asked the same question. How are you giving me two different answers?
I gave an argument when I came up and proposed my philosophy.
Why are you giving an argument to when I ask you a question?
I'm not giving you an argument. I'm giving you an answer. But I'm telling you that the question that you're asking right now isn't the same question that you asked earlier when we were talking about that. These are two different times. Stop being listen. You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous right now. Stop doing this. If we're gonna debate and we're gonna talk, we're going to be genuine about what we're talking about.
Yo,
These are two different things.
there was like six
We were
people
having, when I came in here, listen, when I came into Debate Alley, I
Why are you trying to
proposed,
be in
I was
charge?
giving my philosophy. And then a lady asked me to give my argument. So I
argument.
gave my premises to my argument. That's what we were talking
You
about
running the
first.
show here, man? Are you running the show? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you?
still here. What's up?
No, I'm talking to him. He
Oh, no,
thinks he's running the show.
he's explaining. It's, I guess, is going
Yeah,
back
but
over
he's
the original
taking
argument.
things out of context. There was
No,
other
you
people
are.
here to
You
witness.
taking my whole argument and trying to put my argument into something else.
I didn't say anything
What do you
about
mean
your
I'm
argument.
taking it
Why
out
you
of
keep talking-
context? How am I
Why
taking
do
it
you
out
keep-
of context?
Because I'm the one asking the questions, fool. I'm supposed to be
But
asking
your
the questions. You're
questions
supposed
are
to be
taking.
answering. How am I talking about your argument when I'm asking questions?
Oh, you ain't
You're trying
asking
to be in
questions.
charge of
Are you
me.
asking questions about my argument, sir?
I'm
Stop
asking you
being
a question.
disingenuous. I'm gonna ask you one more time.
questions about
I'm gonna
your
ask you
idea.
one more time. Could you please stop being disingenuous with your
I'm
argument?
not being disingenuous at all.
But can you
I'm asking
please
you simple
do
questions.
one or two things? Because I'm gonna go back again. When I came to this, I was introducing my philosophy. I didn't get halfway through it and somebody wanted an argument. I proposed some premises to an argument. You came in and started asking me questions about my premises.
No, I
I
didn't.
told you.
My question has
Okay,
nothing to do with
absent of all of that, though, let's just go with the question that's in front of us right now.
Right.
which-
I have not. I
and
never
I
asked
asked
you a
him to
question.
pose it like twice, but I mean, these are all.
I
really
answered
fair
it
questions
twice.
Either way.
No,
Okay.
I never questioned your premises, brother. So I don't know where you're getting that from.
What was the question you
never
had
questioned
again?
one-
Oh, it
What-
must have been somebody that sound like you then.
Yeah, it must have been.
Pose the question again.
What is your definition of existence? Because before you answered something different. So I'll give you one more chance. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You answered now it's both. Is that your answer?
No, initially when he first jumped on, his first question was, when you talk about existence, are you talking about only physical or mental? And you said physical.
Yes. And now he's saying both.
I know, but wasn't we talking? But wasn't we talking at that time? What was we arguing?
No,
we
it was my
arguing about.
question.
We was
There was
arguing
no
about the preach.
argument.
I wasn't. Now listen,
No.
whoever that was that said what he just asked. Now at that time, was I not arguing about the preconditions of existence?
Yes, I didn't see the
Okay.
conversation move away from there. We're still talking about it.
So you did change your answer. Right now you're telling me both. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. If you want to change your answer, that's fine. But
I'm
just
just going to tell you again my definition of existence.
And then that
existence
wasn't what you said earlier. Okay,
is
go ahead.
that which is occurring rather than not. It is ordered determinacy.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. If I say something that does not exist, like a unicorn, why won't you just say it doesn't exist? Why do you answer that?
Because it exists in your mind.
No. Okay, so you're saying it's both then again. Okay.
No, I'm saying it exists in your mind. And if your mind exists somewhere, then that exists within your mind, just like your mind exists within existence. But all of those are within existence. So yes, it exists even though it can't be actualized. Do you understand what I say when I say it can't be actualized? Because quantum onlyism doesn't stop at thoughts. When somebody has a thought and say, does it exist? We say, where does it exist? Does it exist physically or does it exist mentally? It exists mentally because you can think about it. But then when you try to actualize and bring it into physical, it does not exist. Therefore, it is an impossibility in onlyism. So it exists in your mind. I can't say it doesn't exist because I know for a fact it exists in your mind. Why would I say otherwise?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do my ideas, are they under time and nature?
When you come up with your ideas, do you come up with your ideas within time and nature? Yes.
What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means.
Yes. I say yes to the question you asked, because when you sit there and you think and you come up with the idea, it took time to come up with that idea. In time, you formulated patterns and structures of an idea within the time frame that you formed the idea.
And what's the nature part?
The nature is your mind and your soul doing work and forming the idea. It takes you, the physical you, to form the idea so you can even see if it can be actualized. That's the nature part. You are the one that's actually doing the work to form the idea. Oh, dang. How hard is it?
So it's still a little bit confusing because you're going back and forth.
That's right. We're gonna get it to you. I wish I could give you the whole worldview in one thing, and then you wouldn't even ask these questions. But I can answer them on within time and stuff. It's just, you know what I'm saying? This the gauntlet, so I got to take you through it. I'm sorry that I'm answering all your questions with logic, but that's just what it is, Royce. Your thoughts exist because you can actualize them or they cannot be actualized. Okay, but then we have to do work. We have to see if those thoughts or those imaginations or ideas can be actualized, and this is why. Just like that idea of the unicorn, the idea of a creator can't. It's impossible. Why? Because it doesn't meet time and nature. And what do I mean that? Creation takes time and a nature to be created. And you telling me that something existed before existence was. And that's why that is an incoherent thought. That's why God must be something else. It must be what the reason for existence is and what sustains existence. The quantum truth of the only divinity identifies those as the functions and the conditions set forth by Father Time, my God, and Mother Nature, my goddess. Functionally, what they persist is existence. Once they're together and doing work, there is an existence. They all come together. Time, nature, and existence. This kills infinite regress that everybody always runs into, but quantum onlyism doesn't. Not only that, the 12 hard problems of existence are answered by quantum onlyism. And I don't have to answer that tonight, but it's just amazing what I've come up with. And I love the questions that you have, but they can all be answered. All you have to do is sit down and understand that you have to take accountability in existence. Time and nature provide you with opportunity for possibility. You make everything happen. There's no God, no creator, or nothing. Everything is formed. The creations, like creating music, creating a piece of art, yeah, we create that because we created those ideas within our mind. But as far as something creating existence, no, existence has always been, because there has always been Father Time and Mother Nature in some state, shape, phase, or form.
Okay, I want to point out that you made another inconsistency because earlier when people were talking about creation, you said you didn't talk about creation. You said it was about formed because it already existed.
But I said that anything created, like music, songs, are within existence. Those are things that when I'm talking about creation on the level that we were talking about, it isn't happening because things have always. It hasn't always. It can't be. In fact, it's illogical and incoherent. And why do I know this? Because for something to be, it needs time and it needs a nature. And for something to create something, it needs time and something to be creating with. Therefore, everything that is has always been. So we form things when it comes to physical. But our thoughts and those things, we form some thoughts, but some things are created. Like I said, a song is created. It's created because this is an ideal that wasn't there. You created that. But as far as existence, that creation cannot happen for an existence to be. In fact, you don't even need that. All you need is simply time and nature and the mechanism that they provide.
So let me ask you this. Is in your ideology here, is it wrong to say something does not exist?
You can say what you want. Who am I to tell you if something exists?
I'm asking you, what can I give no matter what name you're going to say it exists? Or does is there something that does not exist or impossible to exist?
What you mean? Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff that's possible to not exist. I told you. Yeah. It's after you form an idea or a concept or something. Let's just say, like I said, the concept of God that everybody been looking for. That concept is this: that there's an intentional mind creator that is outside of time and nature, that created time and nature and existence. This is an incoherent idea, and this is why we always argue. Why is it incoherent? Because nothing can be outside of time and nature. Everything has to be within time and nature. Therefore, time and nature must have always been in some state, phase, or form, and everything isn't created. It's formed from existing materials. All it needs is time to change shape, phase, or form. Oh, buddy, shape, phase, or form.
Yeah, but that still sounds very like, what's the difference between you saying that and me saying nothing comes before God and God created time, nature, shape, and form, and all those other things? How is it different other than the words you're using? The argument format is the same.
If you propose that, then you have to propose that there's an evil being that's making you do evil, because that ideal of God that you're talking about should be perfect and should not have any contradictions to what it has possessed. Therefore, you create this mechanism called evil, and you try to answer for that, and you say God didn't create it, and we know it didn't. So if we know this, and we know that there's no such thing as free will, that our will is just the will to be, and there's constraints in existence, why would I presuppose that there's a creator who is outside of everything that I see, and then goes against everything that I actually see, and everything that I actually see answers the questions that we're putting forward? So you're adding, what you're doing is you're adding elements, and due to parsimony, the quantum truth of the only divinity, and due to Bayesian logic, the quantum truth of the only divinity is a more plausible explanation of existence.
What you just did was equal yourself to God.
No,
you did.
Time is God. Time is God.
You said that what good is God if he contradicts what you can see? So God can't be more intelligent than you. I mean, maybe he knows more things than what you can see.
What you mean? That you talking about that creation God, the intentional God? Yeah, I don't believe in that God. I believe in Father.
No, I'm asking you a question, whether you believe it or not.
Yeah, I can't even talk about it because this is so incoherent to me. That's an incoherent argument. Like I don't talk about things that's incoherent to me.
Okay, all right. So the reason why I'm mentioning it is because you literally put yourself on the level of God, that if you don't understand it, if you can't break it down, then it can't possibly be correct. Why did you do that?
I didn't. You did that.
No, I didn't.
You put me. I never once said I put me on the level of God, and this you said that, sir.
No. I didn't say
being disingenuous. Why did you do that? Tell me why you put me on that pedestal.
No,
because I answered questions. No, I know why you put me on that pedestal, because I was able to answer your question logically. Don't think of me as a God because I answered your question logically. All I've been able to do is sit down and observe existence and see the logical explanation for what is. That doesn't make me a God, sir. That just makes me be able to sit down and decipher.
You're putting your knowledge against some other knowledge, and you're trumping everything with your knowledge. So nobody could be more intelligent.
I got a good argument, don't I?
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have a good argument.
You just said my argument makes me on the tier of God. Man, come on.
No, I said your description is putting you on the level of a God.
Yeah, and I didn't do that. I didn't intentionally do that. I didn't intentionally do that. That's just what you observed. That's an argument. I'm talking about this argument. That's why I love my argument, man. That's why the quantum truth of the only divinity is the truth. It's the quantum truth.
Have you ever put this in a college course, this argument?
Right now, it's at the Library of Congress. I'm waiting for it to get registered and trademarked.
Under what subject field? Under what field?
Under the quantum truth of the only divinity.
So what field, like, do you have to put a field? Is it religion? Is it science, biology, accounting, English grammar?
Philosophy.
So what is your background in philosophy?
The quantum truth of the only divinity.
Have you even ever taken a philosophy course?
The quantum truth of the only divinity.
Like that's a course? Is that a course? Is that the name of the course?
Yep, that's the course that's right here that I'm proposing to you.
No. I'm saying from an accredited.
You never heard this argument before?
I've heard what you're saying in different forms.
But have you heard this argument? Have you heard this argument before? That you should call Father Time and Mother Nature your God and your goddess due to the functions that they provide, and that there is existence only because time and nature is. Have you ever heard this proposed?
Similar to the Big Bang Theory. You just renamed it.
Not. It's nothing about the Big Bang Theory. It comes downstream from what I just proposed.
No, the Big Bang Theory is the same thing because the
singularity
is your time and nature. All you did was just rename it.
The Big Bang Theory comes downstream. Sorry.
No, Big Bang Theory is the same thing.
No, it's not. The Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory is within existence. The Big Bang Theory is within existence. It's a phase shift of time and nature. It's a state shift, a form shift of time and nature. Time and nature has always been in different states, phases, or forms. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, and scientists have been.
If you understand what that means, why do you keep telling me that I'm telling you the Big Bang when the Big Bang comes downstream later on from the simple point that there is time and nature?
No, it doesn't. They just rename it and call it a singularity.
No, they don't. You look at science, and I guarantee you, science don't tell you that that's the beginning of the universe. It tells you that it's a different. That they say is when the universe started expanding, not the beginning. Not the beginning.
No, that's the beginning.
No, they didn't. No, you didn't. See, and that's where it's incoherent. How can that be the beginning if time and nature has always been, sir?
That doesn't make sense because they're
not. That does make sense if you can explain the Big Bang through a phase shift.
They call that a singularity. That's it.
I don't have to call it a singularity because time and nature was doing work. Time and nature was doing work before the Big Bang. Time and nature was. Do you understand that? Can you wrap your head around that? Time and nature was before the Big Bang.
Rehash it. And then you conclude.
No, what I did was I went and identified the mechanism of existence. I went beyond the Big Bang and identified actually what.
All you did was rename it.
That's a lie.
You renamed it. And that's why I asked you about the galaxies and the older galaxies being abnormal. That some of them shouldn't have gigantic black holes in them, bigger than the ones that we have. Yet they have them.
If time and nature has always been.
No, time and nature is able to explain why there's a universe that has a bigger black hole than ours. That universe is
I told you. There was more work there was more work there to be done. There was more materials to form a different type. Yes, there was.
Less materials.
Yes, there was.
There was less materials.
No, there wasn't. There has never been less materials than what is here now, sir. Do you know the law of thermodynamics?
Do I know them by heart? No, but I'm familiar with them.
Well, if you're familiar with them, what do it say about energy?
I think you're talking about matter. I think you're talking about matter is neither created.
I'm talking about energy. Matter is slowed energy. Go back to work. We're getting to work.
No.
Matter is energy that's working.
Tell me about the energy, because you're not going to tell me that energy is not created or formed, right? That's matter.
You think that energy is created?
It's not about what I think. We're talking
about. Yes,
it
is, because if I don't believe that energy is created. Do you?
I have an opinion on it, actually. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But I think that's where you're going with it, right? You're going to say energy is matter, matter is energy. Is that where you're going to go with it? Is that why you brought it up?
No.
So why did you bring it up?
I didn't. You did.
What? I brought up physics? I brought up the laws of thermodynamics? I brought that up?
Oh, yes, you did.
You're telling me I brought it up?
Yes. You asked me if energy was created or not.
No. That's not what I asked.
Yes. What did you ask me about energy?
We were talking about the thermodynamic laws.
What,
and then
did you ask?
I asked you what they were, and I made a comment about don't tell me energy is not created or destroyed.
Bam, right there. That right there brought in
That's not what I asked.
thermodynamics. That right there brought in thermodynamics.
No,
That
you
right
brought it
there,
up.
that statement right, no,
I
you
wouldn't
did.
bring up thermodynamics, bro. I'm not
Why
a
did you?
scientist.
Well, why did you
You
say
brought
that
it up.
about energy? That you said
Oh my
you
God.
said about energy
What are you
was a
drinking, bro?
thermodynamic claim.
No.
Yes, it was.
You brought it up. I asked
We
you
have
about
a
the
new
galaxy.
we have a new guest to the panel, gentlemen. Psychic Dash and the Vampire Slayer. How you feeling today? Go ahead with your questions about what you've seen so far.
I've seen the four-faced cherubim being it's in the Bible. I know how to read. And you're talking about energy. I'm talking about energy is what you do. That's all I get to do is look through some stranger and find the light that's glowing and say what I see. And if there's visions that come to me, and I tell you what I see. And sometimes spirits come around because they know you're listening. And when you're seeking it, you can see lots of spirits and creatures or everything around other people. It's always the other person that can confirm what you're seeing is true or false, you know? And that's how you actually do that. I got recordings up and I still want to do more. And I do it always for free because that's the only way I could get to go call God and have experiences with Jesus, because I had experiences with Jesus and I had experience with the four-faced cherubim. I never had to read the Bible or ever knew about or believe in to experience. Does that make sense to y'all?
Hell no.
And I do everything for free. I do birth charts too for free, roasting reviews for free because it's funny.
Shout out
That's
Psychic
for me.
Dash.
Yes.
He makes a good point. Anybody want to take that one on? QT, go ahead. It's your show tonight.
I'd rather. I ain't gonna even lie. When he start talking about spirits and stuff, it
Also, we're too.
We don't. The only spirit is the spirit of the universe. Everything else is a soul. When it comes to that, I don't believe in supernatural events or occurrences.
You don't have to believe in anything for it to happen either, but your focus has to happen. You have to participate in this experience to make it happen.
Yeah. I'm a participate and take accountability and be
You're
able
making
to.
excuses from your own mind and senses. That's all it is. Haven't you ever felt somebody else's emotions around you, the temperature or whatever, the vibe or whatever? Have you ever had an experience like that, or you ignore it, or you don't, or not aware that it's happening? Like you can sense other people, you know, wholeheartedly having a communication. You can get into spiritual and see through yourself and find yourself, contact yourself, your own senses to contact others, you know? That makes sense to you? You never seen anything like that? You never tried? If you're not trying, you're ignoring it. You're distracted. And you don't see the spiritual world for what it really is. You don't have to read about it either. You have to believe in it either. Isn't that crazy?
It don't exist.
You have witnesses that see the same thing you do in the spiritual world too. So there's no excuses. You're not just hallucinating by yourself when you do the practice of that.
I disagree. I feel like everything that I feel the reason I can't the reason I can't can I talk for a second? Can I talk for a second? Physics? Can I talk for a second? Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you? The reason this is incoherent is right here. I know that anything that I've ever done, I've done it. I've made the choice to do it. All the good things that happened in my life was due to me or somebody else doing something. Not no spirits doing nothing. All the bad things or what we call evil or whatever we call, I make the choice. I make the choice to do those. So anybody that is in existence who claims that something else outside of them made them do anything is just incoherent to me. I can't agree with that because we have to be responsible for our thoughts and the things that we do and stop blaming those things on supernatural occurrences.
I agree with that 1,000%. I agree with that 1,000%. But they still exist, is all I'm saying. Because whatever you just said, I agree 1,000%. I agree 1,000%.
And we can disagree with each other. Thank you.
No. I agree with what you just said 1,000%. But the thing is, they still exist. Demons and stuff. They're not gonna make you do fucking nothing. They just exist, and so does angels, so does spirits. But it's just communicated with them. Is all I'm telling you is what I'm about.
That's right.
And spirits have tried to offer you things too, and you can refuse the bitch. Period. But you can still communicate with the motherfuckers. You know what I mean? You can still communicate with the real things, and it's awesome. And that's all I'm saying. It's paying attention and focusing on social opportunity. You can't just demand it to happen. It's a social opportunity. You have to find people who have the light. Like pregnant people, they're haunted by a spirit and ghosts because they're pregnant with a soul that came from God. No matter who it is, you still have like some kind of glow around you. You can sense if it's a boy or girl, whatever. And that's a psychic thing too. But if you're paying attention more to it, it shows you more visions and your vibrations that we all have. And the elements that you have in your astrology chart can give you a more experience that you can't ignore. And now you know that this is a reaction to somebody's presence and stuff. And we're all just like this puzzle piece that helps each other with different elements that we can enjoy from each other, whether we like each other or not. The elements that we have can work with each other's frequencies and do cool stuff.
Well, Quantum, let me ask you a question. If spirits and creators have time and nature, wouldn't they be forced to exist? So you said you didn't believe in them, but wouldn't
I don't know
necessary?
about that's those are incoherent thoughts, so I can't think about them. I can't even form ideas about those incoherent.
They have time and nature, though. What I'm asking you is if
they
those
don't,
things,
they I can't even imagine those.
How do you know that? How do you know they don't have time and nature?
Because they only exist in your imagination.
I'm just a ball of light that came into a body that started its time.
How do you know that? That if I tell you there's a planet somewhere,
could be
you
for
wouldn't tell me that.
Well, have you seen spirits?
I could. My bad, Royce. I couldn't hear you.
Have you seen spirits
Chess.
too? Is it
no?
Would you say that again, Chess? I couldn't hear you.
So if I ask you about a physical thing like a planet, if I tell you there's a planet orbiting some star, you wouldn't tell me it's just existing in my mind, right? So I'm asking you, how would you know if something has time and nature? How do you know that?
Well, I would go look and I'd say, you said it's a planet where? And then we look for that, we look for that planet. If we can't see that planet, what am I supposed to assume? If you tell me it's a planet right there and you looked and you saw it and I say, come show me. And then we go look and you don't see that planet, what am I supposed to assume?
So again, what I'm asking you is if there is time and nature to a subject, how do you measure it? How do you know whether this thing has time and nature?
If it's in existence, it's existing within time with a nature.
Okay. So that means if you don't see the planet that I say exists, it does not exist. Is that correct?
If we go look for that planet, see, you're skipping a step. I'm not just going to take your word for it. In quantum onlyism, we're going to see if we can actualize that you just said. So if you tell me that you saw a planet, I want to go see that planet too. So we're going to go look for that planet. And only one of two things are going to happen. We're going to see that planet or we're not going to see that planet. If I don't see that planet where you said that planet should be, it only existed right there in your mind.
So I'm delusional. Okay.
There you go. Incoherent, at least. And we got to stop that. We have to stop having those incoherent thoughts about things that we know. That it's like insulting your own intelligence.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question about time and nature. How do I know if an element has time and nature?
If it exists,
so
and you know it exists,
but I don't know. That's my question. I don't know if you.
Yeah, then you don't know it exists. Then what? What are you trying to ask?
That's what my question is. There's something out there that we don't know.
Yeah.
How do we know if it has time or nature to it? How do we know? Like
what does it even
how do I know unicorns don't have time and nature?
I never seen a unicorn. I don't know about that. I've seen other spirits and creatures.
You know unicorns don't exist in a place. And in fact,
that's not knowledge. That's not knowledge. That's a form of knowledge.
Crazier than a unicorn.
You have to give me some kind of method or chronological order of something, like you say, to know whether or not something has time and nature.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
You should have something structured in order to qualify if something has time and nature, right?
Right.
So if I ask you about a unicorn, you should be able to tell me what properties does it have or does not have to have time and nature with it. It doesn't have to be a unicorn.
I will first have to identify a unicorn in the physical. That unicorn that you talking about, that you proposed me, I would have to go see it. Because if I see it, then identify it within time and that it has a nature. If I can't do that, those are ideas. And then ideas we can try to actualize. Concepts we can try to actualize. If you can't actualize those, even though they're a possibility and a thought that you can think, doesn't mean that it can become actualized. So therefore is an impossibility. Have you ever heard of impossibilities?
Yes. Okay, so
Okay.
let me ask you this, right? So what is your concept of truth? For example, let me give you the example that if I murder somebody, but I'm a good criminal and I hide the body, I wipe down the evidence, there's no evidence, does that person exist? Far as, let me ask you, instead of existence, am I guilty of murder if you can't find the body or any evidence of that body that I murdered that person?
I'll say if at least one person know you murdered that person, yeah, you guilty of it. Does at least one person know you murdered that person?
No.
You know you murdered that person. Stop lying. Stop being. There you go.
Don't
One person.
So
if you murder somebody, you don't know that you murdered.
It's possible, right?
No. If you murder somebody, you don't.
It's not possible.
What's not possible? My stuff is buffering.
It's going.
And even if that's the case, even if it's one person,
that's definitely the case, brother. That's definitely the case. There's
How
no
does
other
that make
case that's
sense?
logical or that explains it.
So
Nothing.
If there is no person, so you're saying everything in truth has to have some evidence. It can't be something true without evidence. And how would you know?
I mean, it is what it is.
How would you know if that one
own
person? How would you know if that one person has knowledge of it anyway? Like it doesn't even make sense.
You don't have to believe.
Like you wouldn't be able to
in anything
know. You wouldn't be able to know, even if I did do it. You wouldn't even know
If one person, if even one
you're
person
talking about
in
what
existence,
you're doing.
if listen to me, Roy. Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. I'm talking about within the totality of existence. If anybody is in existence that knows that you killed that you murdered somebody, you guilty of it. Why? Because you know you murdered somebody or some. Now,
how do you
I'm not going to specify. I'm not going to specify. I'm just going to ask you. If you murder somebody, do you know you murdered somebody?
That's questionable. Some people say. Some people say they don't know.
Yeah, say the real word.
I call those lies.
Really want
I
to
call
be
them
a
lies.
Those are psychological. Those are psychological disorders that they
or somebody not. Yeah, that's psychological disorder.
One mic, let him get it out.
They did something and they're not aware of it, right? So insanity, right? So they did something, but they don't acknowledge it. They're not aware of it. That can happen, right?
Right. But it's still aware of by God's presence. It knows whether you know it or not. And if you have Alzheimer's, you don't know that thing. The psychic can see things in your life that you've done, whether you remember it or not. So it's still time capsuled inside your soul, recording everything you ever did in your whole life. That's why it's meant to be seen through everybody's spiritual eyes. And they can see it for themselves without judgment. Your whole freaking stupid life of your movie. And that's what you do when you get aware of things with your psychic mind. It's all in your mind and other person's mind, and they can still see it together, like a ghostly who knows, without even thinking about. There's people have seen like orbs together in a room, and they never seen spirits before. You know. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question, Roy, real quick?
What happens?
Yes.
What makes you formulate thoughts in your head where people can't take account, where people wouldn't have to take accountability for a situation?
The first thing in my head that will come to be is psychological disorders.
No, I said for you though, like you asked me, you proposed the question, right? Like, what? I don't know how to say it. Like, I mean, that's the only way to say it. Like, Why is that the thought that formulated in your head that somebody should be accountable? Like you make a hypothetical, and in the hypothetical, the person who
Like knowing you're they might be
the person who does
schizophrenic
the
and be
act,
charged
and the
with
person who
a
does the
crime
act.
because it is a crime, but still, you know, shouldn't they go to a mental institution for the rest of their life if they can't be in civil with the prisons or something or jails? I don't know.
So yeah, again, Royce,
But
I
they
was
did do
gonna say,
something,
like,
so it
what
has to
makes you
be
want
taken care
to
of. They can't just.
what makes you want to propose a hypothetical where somebody wouldn't have to be accountable? Because that's my whole worldview. The reason I made this philosophy is because I believe that if the human race starts being accountable for what they do and stop trying to blame things on like a supernatural evil, the devil made me do it, and we start taking accountability, people will stop doing those things because they become accountable and they know the shame of the things that they're doing. And the only way to do this is to get rid of the supernatural thing. So I ask you again, if you understand what I'm saying, like,
No,
what would make you propose a
it's true.
hypothetical where somebody wouldn't have to take accountability for what they're doing? Because that's what we should be trying to nullify in existence. And that's why we should be trying to find out what existence is. No other reasons, not because I need to worship something or do nothing. I need to take accountability for my actions. So what makes it so easy for you to propose hypotheticals where people won't take
Yeah, and
accountability?
quit pretending that we can exercise this bullshit out of you and out of these people, right?
Real quick, to let everybody know, this is an open panel. I dropped the link in the chat. If you're over here on Titans Debate League, the link is in the chat. If you're not, I see we have, let me check this out. We got 16 people on JJ 7000 TV. You can come on over here to @Titans Debate League. I have it up on the screen so that way you can see what it looks like. Make sure you hit that bell and thumbs up on the way in. Appreciate you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, so you're presupposing that everybody has to be rational. I have no problem with what you said, but unfortunately, the reality is everybody is not rational. So the reason why some things happen is because people are irrational. Psychological disorders are irrational. We can't prevent that. So unless you have a way to prevent that, I'm all ears. So I asked that question because I know that's reality. That does happen.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
that's
I just
want to find out
bad.
what you think of truth. Can truths exist without evidence? And that was why I'm asking, because I think that you would think that truths can exist without evidence.
Yeah, I mean,
I seen Jesus. Do I have evidence of it? I have evidence of seeing other spirits, but do I have evidence of? Because y'all haven't seen evidence yet. Check it out.
Dang, I forget. My bad. I wasn't tracking. Roy asked, what was that again?
Well, I was saying about being rational. We can't force rationality on everybody.
So yeah, okay, that's right. That's why you asked. Okay, I feel you. But I just wanted to know, like, I be getting a whole bunch of questions, the hypotheticals, and people don't be wanting to take accountability, so they always throw a hypothetical in there to make it where.
Well,
that's what I think. That's what a creation is. A person who believes in creation, or a theist, traditional theist. I believe that's what they always fall back on.
You think it's a trap? The hypothetical was not a trap.
No, not a trap. I was asking you that as an honest question.
Okay.
I really wanted to know how you could formulate so many arguments for people that don't have to take accountability. I really wanted to know.
Yeah, because it happens all the time. I mean, it's a part of reality. So I think you know that also. That's why I'm giving the examples. I'm trying to give clear examples.
I don't. I don't. I believe that people don't want to take accountability, and so they try to claim that they're incoherent or something like that. But as far as like just a person, like I've never really seen how do I say it? I don't want to say it like, but mentally incapable, like to the fullest extent, do stuff. Like I know a lot of different people and stuff, and it's certain type of people that I see do stuff. I've even been in jail before with people that do it, and they go to court and try to act like they was doing that. Then they'll come back to the cell and talk about how they was going through. And so, like I said, it's an accountability thing. If somebody, and listen to me now, listen to me straight. If somebody in their mind find a way to do something to somebody else, they formulated what they was going to do. I don't think you rarely see occasions where a person just go out and do something without having cause. Now, people say they did, and they say that person was crazy because they did it, but we're just talking about that action. In that person's mind, that person know what they was doing. They just don't care about the consequences, which is preference. And that's why I say it's conditional. Everything is conditional. Because if they don't care about the conditions that they're going to meet, they're going to do it, whether they know that it's right or not.
That's terrible. I've seen it. It's terrible. People are bad.
So that only applies to humans, doesn't apply to other animals?
We're not talking about other animals right now. They ain't even in the same league as us.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I'm just asking to clarify.
Yeah. I don't talk about things.
Animals still have spirit, and they're better communicators than humans, really. Because humans are just as dumb as they were when they're alive, but animals tell me about their favorite foods and stuff and their whole life that they have, even if it's boring because the parent makes them have the life, you know. But it even showed me about reincarnation.
I do think if you got a question about animals, though, you should ask a zoologist. They'll tell you everything.
Good. That's a good thing to know. Yeah, that's true. I had a manager that was a zoologist. But she didn't. Never mind.
What is your notion of truth? I'm getting tired here. What's your name? Quantum.
My bad. You said what there?
What is your notion of truth? As in, when is a statement true, or are there such a thing as universal truths?
Well, in quantum onlyism, my friend, truth is functional coherence. A claim is true. A claim is true to the degree that it stays coherent across 3 checkpoints in quantum onlyism, and these are the checkpoints. Checkpoint 1 is meaning and coherence, the clarity and non-contradiction. The terms have stable identity conditions, and the statement doesn't collapse into self-contradiction or nonsense. And then I have the reality gate. It's called reality coherence, and this is the constraint fit. If the claim fits the way the world actually behaves, evidence, observation, repeatability, and causal structure, then reality pushes back. And the third one is consequence coherence, predictive and practical stability. If you act as if the claim is true, it keeps working over time. It predicts, it explains, and we can run the same thing over and over. It doesn't implode under pressure. So really in onlyism, truth is whatever remains coherent when tested against meaning, reality, and consequences within time. There's also analytic truth and empirical truth too. Truth by definition and logic. And that's usually what I go by, because the logical explanation of existence that I have is the most parsimonious and the most ontological view that you can have that doesn't contradict itself. And the empirical truth, which is truth fit with the world, you know what I'm saying? Like water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and anytime you try it, it's not false, then we know that it's a coherent claim.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be a constant value. It can change over time.
Oh, it definitely has updates. Life is updates. All updates must be updated. When your phone need an update, do you update your phone? I'm going to say you do.
So do all things update? Like certain things don't update.
Yeah, all things don't update, but there is update within existence.
Right. So what do you call those things that are constantly true?
What do I call those things that what?
Yeah, so there should be a distinction between things that are constantly true and things that are true momentarily over time. Right?
So you
So
saying
it's true in 1 year, but it's false in another. That's not consistent. That's not constant. But there are constant truths. How do you describe that?
how do I describe constant truths against what kind of truths?
The truths that are not constant. Something
The
good
truths
that can
that
be.
are not constant,
So
that
what is the
change.
terminology? So do
That
you
can
know
you
the terminology?
can you give me a example of a truth that changes, and then maybe that'll
For example, Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
True.
Now, if I say that 2008, that's different, right? It's not Donald Trump. So it's false if I'm saying in 2008, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. But if I say in 2026, that same exact statement is true.
So let me get this. You talking about the difference between constant truths and contingent variable truths?
It doesn't have to be verbal.
Well, the constant truths would be invariant, wouldn't they? Constant truths would go. So if the constant truths are invariant, these don't change because they're grounded in meaning and logic and unavoidable preconditions for intelligibility, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that. Can you break it down? Like if
Like
I tell
you
you
said.
something is true always, it just happens to
Yeah,
be true.
it's ground. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's grounded in meaning, logic, and the unavoidable preconditions of. So it won't change. The change wouldn't have a coherent way to state, right? It's constant. This is what it is.
Yes. What do you call it?
What do I call those truths?
Yes.
Well, you just call them constant truths. We'll call them constant truths.
Yeah, I use that description so that I can relay the idea, but that's the name of it. And what do you call the truths that change over time?
Are you asking me what I call them or what they're called?
What they're called.
Because constant truths are what is just what I said. Those are invariant truths. If you ask me for the real, like this is what an invariant truth is. The thing that you saying is a constant truth is actually what they call invariant. Is that what you asking me?
Yeah, but that's not the terminology of it. I'm asking you for the term, if you know the term. That's invariant truth.
Invariant truth. Invariant truth is the term.
No, it isn't.
Then I don't know what kind of truth you talking about, sir.
So there's two answers, right? Depending on the context. So if you ask a math person, they will tell you a tautology, something that is always true. If you ask a philosophy person, they might use the word objective truth. You never heard those terms before?
Yeah, I heard those things, but first thing is I ain't a mathematician, so maybe you should talk to mathematicians about that. But what we're talking about is the truth. What you said was a constant truth.
Yes.
Those are called invariant truths.
Those are not.
They don't change. They don't just
Who's calling that? You?
You asked me what I called it in philosophy.
You call it that. Nobody else.
No, you called it that. You said constant truths.
I called it that to describe it. That's not the name. The name the correct name is what I told you. It's either called objective truth or it's going to be called a tautology.
A tautology?
Tautology, yes.
Yeah. But that is a what?
It's a statement that's always true by definition.
In mathematical terms, right?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, what were you asking me? Because we talking about philosophy, right?
Yes.
So why are you talking to me about tautology if that's a mathematic term?
Because I wasn't sure if you were aware of it. That's why I'm asking. So that's why I'm talking about the truth, because there are different
Is this a show to see what I'm aware of? Or like what does that, like I
You are in
said,
the
this is a different kind of truth. I don't know where you went to school or what you're trying to pull, but I'm gonna tell you
I'm not
again,
trying to
just
pull
like you
anything. I'm
said,
just asking
constitutes are invariant in their structure. These don't change. There's empirical truths, there's conditional truths, there's modal relative truths, there's all kind of truths. Do you know about those? Do you know about normative truths? There's so many different, but we were talking about a specific truth. Then you went to see if I knew about math. I don't understand these tactics. These
There's
are
no tactics. These are just questions.
what I call disingenuous tactics to try
These
to
are not
sway the
tactics.
conversation from what we're
Why are you
talking.
calling them tactics? They are
Because
questions.
what you're trying to what you're trying to do
We're not
is to
arguing
see if
anything
I
right
know about mathematics while we're talking about philosophy. These
No,
they call
you don't understand
this
English.
disingenuous. They call
No,
this
it's not
disingenuous.
disingenuous. You're not understanding language. All
I
I'm
am.
doing is asking
You
you
asked me
questions.
if I knew about truths. Do you know about normative truths? What's a normative truth?
A normative truth is an objective truth. So
No,
it's not like they're different kinds. They're different. They're different kinds, but there's not as many as you think.
What's a probabilistic truth?
There is no probabilistic truth. That would be called a different thing, right? That's not the original
Oh,
name.
but you're wrong, bruh.
No,
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you're
wrong.
wrong. So you don't know what a probabilistic truth is, huh? Do you know what a conventional truth is?
You're giving me sub areas.
Do you know what a modal relative truth is?
There's only 2 areas, brother.
Do you know what a modal relative truth is?
Yes.
What is it?
There's a truth based on other than the 2 binary values. So modal truths have 3 or more values, whereas it's a logical system that has a truth that has more than just true and false. You have other options.
No.
What do you mean no?
You don't know what a modal truth is. I don't even think I should be talking to you. You don't even know what truth is. You was talking about mathematical truths, and we talking about
truths in general. There are only a limited number of kinds, and you're acting like there's 100 kinds.
There is.
There isn't.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You need to pick up some more books. You've only read one book about truths.
No, there's only kinds, and you obviously don't know them.
No, you don't know them.
No, I know them.
But
you don't know them. How are you telling me I don't know them?
Because I just asked you what they were and you didn't know them.
So you're telling me a modal truth is not what I described?
Absolutely not.
What is it? What is it?
First, I asked you about a modal relative truth. These are theory relative truths. Why are we talking about truth? I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about truths.
Theory relative truths. What does that mean? That doesn't even make sense.
What does it make sense?
Modal truths means that it's not binary. That means you're going to have more options other than true and false. That means.
No.
Yes, it does. So how many truth values do you have in a modal truth? So how many truth values? Is it a binary? Is it a binary system?
I'm going to tell you. I'm just to go back because, like I said, I can give you 7 categories of truths and that you don't know about.
You're going to give me 2. And one of the things that you're going to give me is a sub area of one of the 2.
No, it's not.
There's only 2. There's objective and contingent. Find me
another. So what's the analytical truth?
That's an objective truth.
What's the empirical truth?
That's a contingent truth. It's going to be one of those 2. Every sub area is going to be one of those 2.
What's a modal truth?
A modal truth would be the contingent.
That's what type of truth it is.
Yes, that's what type of truth it is.
Why do they have different names?
Because there's subcategories of that main.
So they are different. They're subcategories. Okay, I ain't gonna talk to you no more.
It's subcategories.
You just conceded my point. Thank you.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You conceded exactly what I was talking about.
That's like saying
subcategories.
Yeah, there's subcategories of that
Those
one
are
of that
categories.
one name of that one name.
Those are different truths. Why do they give them their own category? Can you tell me why they give it its own category?
Subcategory. It's not its own
Why?
category. It's a
Why?
subcategory.
Why does it have its subcategory?
Because it's part of a larger category. That's why.
What makes it? Why do you have to split it into categories?
Why do we have to split dogs into categories? We have poodles, we have German shepherds, we have pit bulls.
And why do we split it? And why do we split them?
Because there's distinctions within the category.
To identify the distinctions. There you go, boy. To identify the distinctions of the truths. This is why. It's just oh my God, you just conceded again.
No, I didn't.
I don't want to do this.
You're doing stupid
I want to
things.
do it for as long as you want to. Concede again. Keep on eating your words. I love it. Thank you.
You're saying that when we distinguish a poodle
No,
from a
bruh,
German
you
shepherd,
just
that they're
said
not
it.
dogs.
You just said it out your own mouth to identify the individual differences. You said it out your own mouth.
What? You're taking it out of context. I'm talking about the subject. And you're not understanding the subcategories belong to
No,
a category.
I'm not gonna. No. I'm just not gonna bend to your
I'm not asking you to bend anything.
what you trying to make it is
Your reasoning is horrible.
a broad term. You talking about the broad terms. In onlyism, we're specific about things. Those subcategories show the individual differences of the truths. I don't care what you're talking about, because that what you're talking about
It's still
just
under
stops
a
down your
category.
work. Like you being lazy. You're trying to be lazy about what you learn.
No.
You gotta stop doing that, brother. We got to stop doing that.
They're still under a category. You're not going to ignore that. Poodles and German shepherds are different. There is a distinct difference.
You got to know that distinction. The reason they give them distinctions so you will know the distinction. You have to know that distinction because it matters. It matters.
They're still dogs.
The distinctions matter.
Yeah,
the distinctions matter.
Dogs can reincarnate in different breeds and different genders.
Right,
they
but
do.
they're
They
still-
reincarnate in different breeds, different genders, but they're still dogs. Is what I've seen in
Yes, they're still
Spiritualism.
dogs. Right.
That's all I know so far. I don't think
They're
they're going to
still
become human,
dogs.
but they
Yes,
still
they're distinct.
turn in different breeds of dogs. The ball light up from them, whoever they are. They still.
So if I show you a picture of a poodle,
Incarnation.
if I show you a picture of a poodle and say you want a dog and you say yeah, and then I bring you a pit,
It's not what I asked for.
would
but
you
it's
be
still
mad?
dog.
Would you be mad?
Maybe because it's not
See,
what
the
I asked
reason that they have subcategories and those things are for a reason. So you can identify the individuality and the difference of the things.
Yes,
Don't
everybody knows
tell
that.
me that it doesn't matter.
I didn't say it
Because
didn't
if I
matter.
show you a picture of a poodle and you want
You
that
agree that it
poodle,
matters.
and I say you want a dog, and you say yes, thinking it's that poodle, and I bring you a pit bull, you ain't gonna take that dog.
That means you misunderstood English. If I
No,
ask you for a
that
poodle and you
means
give me a pit,
what we
what's
should
wrong
have
with
did was been specific about the category of dog that you
no.
want.
If I
That's exactly what it is.
your example was that I asked you for a poodle and you give me a pit. That means you don't understand English.
I didn't
If
say
I
you
asked
asked
you
me for a poodle. You a
I
lie.
asked you-
Stop lying. Stop being
That was the
disingenuous.
example you
There you
made.
go again, Roy. There you go again. I said if I
That was
show
the-
you a
you made the
picture,
example.
I said if I show you a picture of a poodle. I didn't say if you want a picture. I said if I show you a picture of a poodle and say, do you want a dog? And you say yeah, and I bring you a pit.
Now you're changing it.
No, I did. That's exactly what I said. Rewind the tape.
So you purposely being vague?
You
Asking
are
me a
purposely being vague, trying to say that you shouldn't
No. I didn't say,
identify the subcategories of truths.
I didn't say
That's exactly what you said.
That's not what I said.
This is why we shouldn't be
You
arguing.
rewind the tape.
I love it. I love it.
You rewind the
Now
tape.
you
I
see
never
your
said
folly.
that.
Now you see your folly.
No, you're just making
Yeah.
up.
I love
I never
this.
said you should
Where do I
not
sign it?
I never said you should not make distinctions of
Buddy.
subcategories.
Yes, you did. That's
No, I
exactly
didn't.
what you did. When you start trying to ask me about arguments and you didn't know the subcategories of arguments and stuff.
You never talked
I don't
about
know what
arguments.
you're trying to do. I can't remember what they
You
call
never
it.
talked
Being
about arguments,
disingenuous
bro.
about the arguments and the things that we putting forward.
I
You're
talked
trying to
about
say
truth.
like this.
I talked about truth.
We're
You're
talking about
confused.
truths.
Yes, and you said
We was
argument.
talking
Make
about
up your mind.
We was
You're
talking about
drunk. Have you been drinking or you smoking?
Yeah, I've been drinking and smoking.
Yeah, it tells. Because we were talking about truth. I asked you about the kinds of truth, right?
And I told you.
And you didn't know.
All of a sudden, you a lie.
You didn't know.
You asked me about a mathematical truth.
No.
And we weren't talking about mathematics. We were talking about philosophy. You asked me about tautology, which is a mathematical term. When we were talking about philosophy, this is called category error. This is called disingenuous debating.
The context.
This is called disingenuous debating. Roy, you got to tighten up, buddy.
Questions. You cannot take control.
Yeah.
You cannot take control when I'm asking the questions. You're supposed to be
You cannot force you can't force my category into a category that we're not in. How you gonna ask me a question about? That's just like if I tell you
my questions and the category.
You put them in the categories.
Exactly what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be asking the questions. Can I be in charge for a while?
But I'm saying the categories that you're bringing up. How are you gonna bring up a mathematical category in a philosophical discussion, sir?
Because I didn't
give you
without
letting us know.
I did not
that
give
you
you
want a mathematical question.
Did I ask you that?
This is absurd. This is absolutely absurd.
What did I ask you? I asked you a general question, and you didn't know either one.
That's a lie.
No, you.
And then I proceeded to ask you about. I asked you about 7 different. I gave you 7 different truths. I gave you 7 different truths, and you didn't know what they were. Because you worry about the 2 truths that you know, because you done took 1 year of philosophy and 1 year of calculus. So you know about tautology, and then you tried to bring the tautology into a philosophical discussion.
Bro, where are you from? Why do you keep trying to take control? I'm supposed to be asking the questions.
You're not taking control. You can't ask me a question about a category that we're not talking about.
Then you go
That's
taking
absurd.
control again.
That's absurd.
Then you go taking control again.
I'm not taking control. You're trying to take the.
Telling me what I can't do. You're supposed to be answering questions, brother.
I can't answer no question about something that I don't know you asking a question about. How did I know you was asking a question about mathematics?
Did I say it was mathematics only?
Yes.
I gave you a general question.
That's the only one I didn't tell you what it was. And you talking about what about tautological truth? Motherfucker, that's math. We wasn't talking about
you didn't
math.
know it. You didn't know it either context. You didn't know it.
Are you
That's why I had to mention it to you.
I have a whole philosophy. Why don't you think I would know what a tautology is? Why don't you think I know what an ontology is? Why don't you think we can debate it?
You read the dictionary. That's how
you
you know.
Debate it. I don't read the dictionary. I do more than read the dictionary. I observe life, and I've been able to formulate the most parsimonious, most ontological explanation of existence. And what you're mad about is that you want a creator so you can go bow down and pray to God. But bro, you're not gonna make me do it.
Where did I say anything like that? Where you getting that from?
You're a Christian, ain't you, Roy?
Did I tell you that?
You're a Christian, ain't you, Roy?
What are you against God anyways? You never met Jesus. You don't know what you're not accepting and accepting or believing or not believing in the first place. I've seen him, but I know that he's very acceptable. I don't know what the hell
Did I tell you anything about my religious beliefs?
And I'm not religious. That's bullshit. There you go. You don't need religion to see Jesus.
There you go, dictating again. Telling me what I am.
Are you a Christian?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it matters. That's why I asked you.
No,
what's a Christian?
Because I just want to know if I'm right or not.
I
don't know if you're going to be dishonest and lie or not.
Why can't he be a Christian and tell the truth?
Because you know what I told you about me sitting here and observing life and formulating this philosophy? I sit here and I talk to you, and not once did you say anything about a creator or creation, and I know you're a Christian. You should know that. You should know that my deductive traits and the things like you have to go.
You have to be a Christian to be creator.
You like malnourished when it comes to debating. You don't even know that you have so many contradictions and so many category error arguments. And then you try to talk like they something. You don't know. I ain't gonna say you don't know anything. I ain't gonna do that. But I'm just telling you, you're malnourished when it comes to thinking. You got to think critically.
And how did you get this critical thinking without taking any classes?
You don't have to take classes. That's
you just breathe air and then it just came to you.
Yes.
Wanting people to take accountability for the things that they do in life.
So do you become an electrician the same way, or an accountant, or a doctor, or a lawyer?
And a dentist, you
I
got to take accountability.
I became an electrician because the girl I married, daddy, was the manager at the electrician spot. And so I worked there. That's how I became an electrician. I knew somebody.
Have a license?
Dentists get away with ruining people's teeth all the time.
You have a license?
What did I just tell you?
Well, I'm asking you, do you have a license?
Didn't I tell you that life is conditional? The conditions that was met was that I knew somebody that was in there.
I'm asking you, do you have a license?
I didn't need a license. I didn't need a license.
So you're not an electrician. What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't need a license. If I do electrician's work, I'm an electrician.
That's true.
So if I do doctor's work, I'm a doctor.
Yeah.
If you go do doctor's work and you succeed in what you're doing, motherfucker, you a doctor.
That's
so
right.
If I do the BBLs and I inject somebody with some cement to make their rear end bigger and they die from it, I'm a doctor.
I said if you succeed. Didn't I say if you succeed in what you
I'm
did?
a doctor. Okay, I'm a doctor then.
Did you succeed? You killed somebody.
No.
You succeeded.
No, I succeeded in making their. I succeeded in the BBL.
No, you didn't. You didn't succeed in the mission. You didn't succeed in your doctoral mission. You didn't succeed in your doctoral mission. You didn't.
Everyone sees
you didn't make them live, and they didn't live.
Living is not part of the requirements.
Not
making
a doctor.
their butt bigger.
That's not a doctor. No, that's not a doctor. No, you shouldn't call yourself a doctor if you kill somebody.
It's a plastic surgeon. Yeah.
Okay, so if they don't die, then I'm a doctor. They have cement walking around in their rear
end. If they come back to you and say they happy,
then I'm a doctor.
Shit. Inject them.
But then I'm a doctor, right?
Yeah, doctors. Quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Groovy.
Real quick, we got one more. Where is it at? Here we go.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
Hey, what time is that?
Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments.
That is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow,
it's not in the ad. It's not in the ad.
It's definitely not in the ad. I'm going to create the stream here shortly. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day. Be on the lookout for that. And we have this one coming up next week.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained? Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a paradigm.
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast, it's a movement. A place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation. It's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day.
Recommend surgical precise pen, hand heated, the room will spin. If men get treated, them goons gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of dimes in the box you in. Don't matter paradigm, pair of nines and your clock won't spin.
Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down and lay down.
And back to you, gentlemen.
It's the clash of the Titans.
Where is it that that you published your work, Quantum? Like what state, for example?
Quantum, can you hear?
What? Oh, he was talking to me.
Yeah. Where's your publication gonna be? What state?
Shit, it better be in all 50 states. What you mean when you say?
When you applied for, when you turned it in, right? What state were you in?
The library. When I turned my works into the Library of Congress, I was in Oklahoma.
Okay, that's where you're from.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many works did you send?
I sent my first work. I already got a work published. I sent that one, but then for my philosophical and all of my white papers and things, I sent 16 files. 10 one and then 6 in the other.
They're the same document, or those are 16 different documents?
Because when you send stuff to the Library of Congress, you gotta send well, the things that I was sending, I had to send them in a package in two different packages, $60 a package. But it should. I've been checking my email every day. I didn't know it'd take this long, but I guess it would.
Hold on, but does that count for 16 different articles, or is that all one thing? Like all 2 packages, one thing, or whatever? How many things did you publish? How many titles, different titles do you have? Is it just 1 or 2, or is there 16?
Nobody talking. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Am I there? Do I need to leave again and come back?
Yeah, you might need to leave and come back. I don't think you can hear Roy. Okay, we'll wait on him to get back up.
So Suave is his first opponent then, huh?
Suave is going to be his first face-off. Did you want to get in there and get some of that action too?
Nah. I'll let Suave.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I there?
Yes.
We can hear you now.
My bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what you said. The last thing that I remember answering one question, then I don't know if you said nothing after that. But yeah, you asked me about the Library of Congress and stuff.
The submissions, was it considered one work, or was it 16 different works? How many?
I consider them one work, but I had to. You can only send them 10 works at a time, so I had to do 2 different submissions.
So you said you had a published one, and then you sent one. What was the published one about?
I got a published one. Now,
what was
when I first before I got to my philosophical side, and because this philosophy, like I said, this ain't something that I just came up with overnight. I done lost friends over this. Like my mama, she a Christian, her husband is a Muslim. Like I done been like, this ain't something that I just came up with. Something happened to me when I was young, and I wanted people to take accountability. So the first thing that I set out to do was get rid of the devil. And that's what I did. When I got rid of the devil, I also got rid of the idea, that incoherent idea is that existence is creation, is a creation event. I found that we can functionally and conditionally have what they're looking for when they say God. Because to me, when people say God, we should be looking for whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And from everything that I can see, I see that time always has been, and that's the reason there is existence, because there is time in nature, and that it always will be, because existence is a self-sustaining mechanism. The universe, if we look out and everything we see, we can tell that the universe sustains itself. And that's why I call it Fatimona. See, existence, time, and nature. That's why I be telling them, like, the incoherence of the creation God, you always go to get the infinite regress. With the quantum truth, we kill infinite regress. Not only do we kill infinite regress, there's some things in philosophy called the hard questions of philosophy that people haven't answered. I got the answer sitting right here in my book, and I'm waiting for him to send me my papers back so I can give it to you. We sitting here and debating, and I know it's like thing, but it's just because I didn't get to put my whole view out there, and that's fine too, because you ask questions, I hope I answer them to the best of your ability, whether you agree with them or not. That's what I try to do, at least, and I hope that's what we be trying to do. That's why I say about the disingenuous stuff, even though I'm just trying to win a debate, because this is what I want to do. I have a personal foot in this because I actually put this together to rid the world of the incoherency of supernatural beliefs, because I believe that's the reason that we still right here on earth and haven't went to the stars and found other places to live. And if we get together as a human race in coherence and put aside those differences and stop saying that, oh, the creator believes in me and so I'm going to heaven and you going to hell and all that stuff, once we get rid of all that, we'll be able to answer the hard problems in existence. We'll be able to look to the stars to find other places. We'll be able to send people there and start populations. It'll start from Earth. Like, and we can populate the whole universe in places that allow us to populate, but we have to find them first. And before we even find them, we have to get off the Earth. And the only way to do that is to work together, just like time and nature.
So the thing that you submitted, is it a book form or is it like a magazine? What is it? Is it an article? What is it?
Oh no, no, no. I submitted my book called Divine Mechanics. Like I told you. And then I got a book that I already got published. That book that's already published, that's out there right now, it ain't I put it together because I didn't want nobody to, once I start telling people that and some people start understanding I was saying, I went into a debate and this dude actually told me that he would try to steal my worldview if I didn't go get my shit registered and shit. Now at first I was thinking like, why do I ain't never seen a philosophy get registered. But then I went and I started looking at all the different types of philosophies, the atheistic, and then all those subcategories of atheism and theism, and then all of those. And I've said, if somebody is going to be pushing this worldview, because like I said, this is the most parts when you do the math and we break it down and we do all of the analysis that you can do to a philosophy, you'll find that the quantum truth of the only divinity, or I call it onlyism in philosophy, is the most parsimonious and the most ontologically sound explanation for existence. And so I'm going to argue it until the day that I go and come back and argue it then.
So to you, any idea is philosophy?
No.
Can you?
No.
Okay. What separates an idea from a philosophy?
When you formulate a philosophy, you're going to formulate something to answer questions. The questions of existence. Some people go there and a lot of them start trying to find it. And a lot of philosophies, really most of all of them that you know today, all of the isms that you see today, they always stop at a point. Atheists, I like them because they ask the best questions, but then they stop. Like if they prove that that idea of God doesn't exist, that's good enough for them. And then they'll start saying, I don't know, all this. Christians, you know them, they're going to down their sword that there's an uncaused cause, and that cause is God. I say that uncaused cause is time and nature. And the reason that they're different is because with time and nature, everything forms downstream because nature provides all of the structure and all of the things that will change. Time provides the change. All of those mechanisms. These two things have to be in existence. And so with me knowing this and I can see this, I don't need to put an extra layer of a being that I can't see. To me, that's incoherent and it's insulting my own intelligence.
Yeah, but there you go, putting your intelligence in reference to truth.
Let me make sure we pass this around.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roy Chase. After you, I want to make sure JJ 7000 gets some of this.
Yeah. So again, you're measuring truth according to your own lenses, and then you're going from there. Is that what we're supposed to do?
That's not what I'm doing. I'm measuring coherence. This is coherence I'm measuring.
You're measuring your sense
coherence.
Else.
Coherence.
How do you get coherence? You're using your senses, right?
From experience and the things that are providing. And those truths, can you deny any of those things that I proposed? You can't. All you're trying to do now is trying to make me look like I'm trying to be something special. I'm not special. I believe that everybody knows this, and for some reason, they don't want to do it. I believe that you know that time and nature is the greatest, but for some reason, you don't want to do it because it's too simple, and you want something to pray to instead of taking accountability. So I understand why people want creation. I just won't ever do that because I want to take accountability for the things that I do in life, whether good or bad. And that way, that'll make me not even do the bad things because I don't want to. Not because somebody make me, not because I'm scared I'm going to hell. That's incoherent. I should do these things because that's what I know I'm supposed to do. I ought to do. Because time and nature has a vector to be, and I have a vector to be. And the best way to be is as comfortable as I can without impeding on the comfortability of anybody else. I don't need no guy to tell me that.
Yeah, but you're still using science to do it, to justify it. right? You're using your
What's
senses.
wrong with that? What's wrong with that? That's what people do. I did more than science because I go beyond science. I actually give identity to the things that we see.
You just renamed it. You didn't give
No,
identity.
I didn't rename it.
Because people could say God is the same thing as your time and nature. God
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And the thing that they need to do, the thing that they need to do, if they argue me, they'll understand why they need to identify time and nature as your God and your goddess. Because without time, you won't have an existence. Without nature, you won't have an existence. So those are the minimal necessities. Listen, those are the minimal necessities for an existence. Existence don't need you. Existence don't need nothing else but time and nature. And I don't know why you wanted to have something else, but that's cool. I'm standing on formation and the morphogenesis of existence.
You are not understanding formal arguments. That the argument that you're making, the Big Bang and the God theory arguments are all formally the same. That this thing causes that thing causes that thing. This thing.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's fine. That's what makes you see it. But what you need to do, is what we was doing when we was talking about them subcategories. You got to find the independent differences in the stages of things that I've declared and the things that I claim. I don't claim any of those things that you talking about because, like I said, the Big Bang that you talking about comes way downstream from the preconditions of an existence to be in the first place.
God does too. God comes downstream too, right? God comes downstream too, right? Everything comes downstream, so that makes no sense. It's formally the same argument. You just use
God comes
words.
downstream. When did I say God? Time is God. What do you mean?
Wait, now
nature is goddess. No, I never changed it. This is what I stand on.
You never use that.
Due to the functions that time and nature provide you. I don't know how long you've been here, but this is what my whole argument is. This is what my whole argument is. I don't know how long you've been here.
What? You didn't
say
that.
How long have you been here?
How long have I been here? A couple of hours, I would think.
So you mean to tell me that you don't know that my whole argument is that due to the functions that's provided by time and nature, without intention, time and nature is justifiably should be known as our God, goddess, and existence is the highest power because existence is what everything needs to do and that everything can't do without.
You mean to tell me you don't?
This is yes, I had said this when I first came in here and I started and I gave the little introduction to what I was presenting in my philosophy.
Okay, hold on. So let me be clear because I wasn't here when you came in first.
Let me know that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about then.
No, I don't think you said that though. I mean, A1, is that
true?
The
corn, QT.
Oh yeah, my bad. I apologize. Damn, I gotta
You
stop.
definitely didn't say that while I was up here.
I gotta stop that.
Or in the chat. When I was in the chat, you didn't say anything like that. This is the first time I'm hearing it. You changed it up again.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie.
I have a philosophy called the quantum truth, called onlyism. I've never changed anything up. Whether you heard it or not, that's not on me. Whether you can track or not, whether your dog was running around so you didn't hear it, that's not on me. I know what my argument and what my philosophy is, sir. You can't try to change it. I don't care what you heard and what you didn't hear. I know what my philosophy is.
You didn't say anything about God before. And
That's
matter of fact, when other people
rewind it to the very first. This live been going on for 5 hours. You said you've been here too. This live has been going on for 5 hours. This live been going on for 5 hours. You only been here for 2.
Goddess is nature and whatever.
When people
this live has been going on for 5 hours. You only been here for 2. You don't know what the fuck I said.
Oh yeah. And when people brought up God, you didn't say this. That's amazing. But I didn't hear it.
I told you from the beginning that the traditional belief in God that people have is incoherent.
Right.
God should be identified as time, Father Time, and Mother Nature. Nature should be identified as our goddess. Existence should be the highest power. This kills infinite regress. Why do I know this? It's because this is the only mechanism that is needed for an existence. We're not needed for an existence. The only thing an existence needs It's time and nature. Everything else comes downstream. This is
And
why
spirit.
that
That's
if
all.
time and nature are the only necessities and they're also the only sufficient things for an existence, they should be verified logically as our God and our goddess. Existence should be the highest power.
But
I don't
there's a
know how y'all
spiritual
don't see
realm
that.
too.
That's exactly what I've been arguing this whole time.
Spiritual realm too,
I
with
passed the mic.
Jesus
I passed the
as
mic, everyone. Let the other guy speak. I passed the mic.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions, Roy. I appreciate you.
I'm not sure if JJ 7000 wanted to get in here and
What
try to
about
set a
the
debate up
spiritual
as
realm?
well.
What about the spiritual realm? Do you not think that you can see spirits and ghosts and angels and orbs and stuff? And Jesus himself? Did you know you could do that? Because I did it, and with witnesses. What about that part? Is that necessity, or is that just something where you're ignoring and wishing that could happen and waiting our whole life to see? And they make it themselves, give themselves excuses. If not you, then who? And if not now, then when? Is basically we should be practicing and seeing the spiritual realm, and you can see it for yourself that spirits exist. They're there through other people that you never met before. And that's what I want to repeat trying to practice. So catch me outside if you want to practice that. And I can do your birth chart, which is relevant even in the afterlife, because spirits of animals have other people's pets, and spirit told me their astrology signs before. So I guess it's relevant and it's still talked about. And if you're not aware of it or learning anything about the language now, you're just like missing out. Does that make sense? What about that? And what is your astrology sign? Quantum onlyism?
Yeah. Shoot, I only wish I could see what you have. Unfortunately, in my existence,
You
I've never
can't. You
seen.
can if you practice it. I
I try.
can't do it until I practice more. I start from scratch with every individual. Different. Not
Well,
everything's gonna
I
be the same.
told you I have a whole philosophy and things that I dispute. I dispute these things because I've looked for them. I'm talking
You look
about I
for what,
looked for
spirit?
everything that I say that I don't see anymore. I looked
Have
for
you
'em.
looked? Have you looked for
And what
spirits
I
yet? Have you
found
seen
is
them
that the
yet?
spirit, the only spirit is the what we call space time. This is what we travel through. We travel through the spirit of Fatimona, the universe. Our
No.
souls are what's
Omnipresence
traveling.
can
Our
be reached.
our body is the hardware, the mind is the software, and the individual you, the individuality comes from the frequency that is generated from your soul seed. And I'm gonna stop right there because that's gonna get too
Okay.
deep. Anything after that, the spirits flying, the angels, the
And
demons,
we get a hold of each other's
I've
spirit and yourself.
never ever been able
So
to
you have,
see that. Now, don't get
yeah.
me wrong. If anybody done seen that,
You
that's
have to do
fine.
it with your
I'm just
mind.
saying that I've never been able
You have
to
to
see
do
it.
it. You
Due
have to
to the
practice
fact that
your
I've
mind.
never been able to see it, I'm just gonna stick to the things that I know and that I see.
And the understanding of astrology too, and the awareness of astrology too. If you don't see it, you don't see it yet until you start seeing it, and you do all by yourself alone. Eyes and heart alone is an astrology experiment experience that you learn every day. Every opportunity is a social opportunity to learn and be aware of astrology, and you can actually calculate other people's individual birth charts and study their life and look at how it matches the interpretation you get from birth charts that no one else has to tell you. No astrologer has to tell you. You become your own astrologer. Everyone is a different piece of the puzzle. Everybody's a different corner of the soul and different eye, different perspective, because we're all one or some bullshit. And we can get a hold of each other that way. That's why we can look over spirits. Spirits can look after us, and we can look after each other. And we can get a hold of them, and they talk for other people. When I get a hold of spirits, it's not something I can choose. I can't just choose what I see is what I get. All I do is say what I see with my mind's eye. That's how you see it. And you can see it with your physical eyes too. Once they show up clear. It's a practice. It's a process. It's not something you can do by demand or argument at all. And not everyone is readable. That makes it even harder. And then people can reject me, which I'm just trying to see through their soul, doing the best I can. I'm not, what else are you supposed to do? Yeah. Like, I'm just trying to get a hold of God again, Jesus and spirits and whatever's around you. And that's how I see spirits, is through other people. I can't do it by myself. I have to witness confirming that what I'm seeing is true. And that's how it works. You start from scratch everywhere. And then once you're cyclically juiced, you can be on a roll and record it for years and get evidence, and no one cares. Life goes on. But I want to repeat, it's so cool. And if you look at your astrology, all your elements that you have in your astrology helps me be psychic too. There is a phenomenal, like a change in people. You can change people's environment with your presence. But you're not the only one with presence. Everyone has the presence. And you can see right through it, if you're focusing and trying to practice seeing in it. And if someone cooperates with you to tell you yes or no, and if you say yes a lot, then you're on a roll with the visions and they just come to you and you say what you see and you'll just have this big knowing about this person because everyone has the light that they bring with them, the whole story, and everyone's meant to see it, We're all telepathic. See, there's no time, right? But there is time, but because we're in a vessel of time, but the spiritual realm has like all of it recorded all at once. And we're making our free will inside of it or whatever, I guess. Even things just happen to us without, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like we choose what we eat, but we don't know what we're eating, if it's healthy or not. Who's going to tell us? No, I don't know. No one's telling me a diet to be on besides allergists and stuff. So I don't know the answer to that, but I know that you can get a hold of Jesus and God and his presence, but you're still remain the same person. You can still be insecure and depressed or whatever, even in the presence of high. His presence is like vibrational, colorful, of unconditional love. And he has a plasma bubble that's living. It's like clear. It feels like jelly. And he's actually a being. I never had to read the Bible to see him. I never had to believe in the four-faced cherub being that's actually in the Bible that I never had to read to know to believe in. And I've encountered that before too. Not at the same time though. I can experience seen a lot in the spiritual world that I never knew about and never was interested even reading about. Like dragons actually exist. I have no clue. That sounds insane. So the four-faced cherub beings isn't even insane enough. Ezekiel saw it and I saw it too. So what do you think about that? Have you ever heard about Ezekiel seeing this four-faced being? I don't know nothing about it. I want to know everything about it. Ask every church preacher person, even Jehovah's Witnesses, and all the one Jehovah's Witness said that was deep. So that was cool. But not everybody knows about it. I never knew about it. It's got an ox gray face. I didn't know oxes were gray. That's a Taurus earth face, air, Aquarius, blue eyes, sandy, long, blonde, curly hair, like a humanoid looking face, like a big pig nose or something. And it had male torso. And then it had a lion face, Leo, the fire sign, and then eagle, Phoenix, Scorpio face. Earth, air, fire, and water. Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio. Isn't that so cool? And it had all these wings, different, and all these eyeballs in them, or decorations of eyeballs. It's very trippy. And it would shimmer like a goldish yellow color. And in the Bible, it's supposed to say like that was shining bronze. And it says in the Bible, like I never had to read it. I just asked people, and then it turned out to be in the Bible somewhere. So I look, where is it at? Ezekiel, Corinthians, and Revelation, Ezekiel, and something else I don't remember. I think John had the visions of it too, but I never got to read about that yet. I don't know anything where to start. I just know Ezekiel saw this, and it's exactly the same thing I seen. Isn't that crazy? That's so cool. Did it all sober too, because it's better that way. You have to be raw dogging it, natural, sensitive. You don't have to be in a good mood to do it, but it can work with your mind. You start all over. Does that make sense to y'all? Have y'all ever tried to do that? Or there's a bunch of these people who think that they're paranormal investigators, but they found nothing. Like, okay, well, they're not tapping into anything. They're not seeing anything because the building's not haunted unless it is. But if other people are seeing the same thing, then there you go. You got confirmation that this is existing. And I got recordings or whatever. So catch me outside. I'll do it for you all for free. Out your bird turn roast it. Doug, tell you something you don't know about or you ignore it or something. And it's not something to believe in or disbelieve in. It's an energy language. But astrology is not psychic, but it is fun to do, and it makes me feel more comfortable. So I can be psychic with my mind if I get in a state of mind to see things through you. And if you have elements that help me see things through you, like if you're a Virgo rising, they help me see in the spiritual for some reason. I don't know. Like your astrology elements, like if you're Moon and Libra, you make everyone feel intoxicatingly beautiful, like it's a holy presence of feelings or something. Like, wow, why do people feel phenomenal butterflies around these type of people? And then they look at their birth chart that's calculated, it shows that they're Moon and Libra. Wow, I don't know. Why do people have 8th house Leo and they pass away from heart problems, or it's in their family and they're still alive? Wow. So that's interesting. Just the study of social opportunity is all it is. I have to go find strangers that have the light. I can't do it by myself. And I can't just go around people I already know. It's not happening. I have to go up to strangers, and or it will happen like even at the grocery store. The light will be, there'll be flashes of visions from other people, or they'll have a being around them like haunting them for real. And I'll go up to them and tell them, I'm seeing things to you. I don't know if it's just true or not, and I would like to know if it's true. And they end up telling me things, what I've seen is true, or showing me pictures of people that I saw through them, that just makes it even more true and confirms it more and better. And that's so cool. Oh well. And that's the thing that you can see is what you get thing, instead of just whatever your belief is and what your perspective is not going to change that what actually exists. But now with that, you can find out. Does that make any sense to y'all? I'm just talking to myself. But the demonstration can be proven through people who cooperate or whatever, and that's what I want to do. I don't know. But I like to do your birth chart, but I can sit it on my channel. It's like you have to tell me your month, day, year, and time birth, and a city and state that matches the same time zone as where you were born, so you won't like dox yourself or whatever. But that's the information I need to know privately or whatever. I won't tell nobody, blah, 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 blah. But I'll do your birth chart. Duh. Blah, 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 blah. Is there a debate? You want to pretend to come up with that? Debate if that was actually the real Jesus that I saw too. And the four-faced cherub being, hello, how was that even possible? Like, what was that? What did it mean? What does it mean? I heard that if you saw all the four faces, even the eagle, you can enter the Garden of Eden in the flesh. And so maybe that's what happened. Who knows? And plus, if you see that four-faced cherubim, that means you're so close to God that you're about to see God. You might even disappear. So it protects you from that. And it also is an entryway to Garden of Eden. That's all I know about that. And that's pretty insane and interesting and cool.
Form of angel. You're talking about different forms, different types of angels.
There is different. The four-faced cherubim is what the insanest thing I've ever seen. But I've also seen other angels with blonde hair, normal ones, and curly hair. And that was cool. Around people who've seen them too at the same time. But the four-faced cherubim, that was insane, right? I just want to know more about that thing. What I can do, why did I see it and stuff. I don't know.
They say there's about 10 different categories of angels, so they all look different.
Yeah.
There's a hierarchy, at least in Catholicism, in some forms of other Christianity, there's 10 different kinds of angels.
What can I do with that? An angel that had just like blonde hair or whatever as a girl, I seen it through this one dude who's a Libra, because I picked up on his passed away wife, who's like this black girl who told me in spirit they didn't have no electricity. They lived in this abandoned house with wooden box or whatever. They would read the Bible, and I read what she showed me is a scripture that she showed me, because that's what her favorite scripture was. In spirit, I can see letters and people writing stuff, and I can read it, and that interesting. And like and the dude was confirming that was her favorite scripture or something. I never read the Bible to read the Bible in spirit. And that was cool too, because the chick was reading the Bible. It was just in her storybook. It's in her movie. Her soul, her spirit came here, and whatever she's done, the memory's there, and I can read it and find it and look at it like it's a movie. And she's black, right? And he's white. And that's what I was telling her, explaining that she had diabetes feet, that they were swollen, but she still wore high heels. And that was true, right? And they played cards. And they smoked and they read the Bible, whatever. And this place with no electricity. And that was all true, like a duplex, whatever. And then I saw this angel disappear, and she goes, I'm going to show you your testimony of God, and you have the good chambers. So she said, I'm going to show you your testimony of God. So she mentioned God, the angel, and she goes, I'm going to show you your testimony of God, and that you have good chambers. I don't know if she's talking about me or whatever. What does you have good chambers might mean? Could mean a lot of things. I don't know. I might as well know. That's what she told me. I could still see her too, because this Libra was lit up a cigarette, and I'm like, please put that out, because I'm trying to do psychic and tell you about how your passed away uncle I picked up on, and your grandpa and your ex-wife and all this stuff. You're not going to put out that cigarette? And he's like, oh, I'm just going to go to bed and sleep. smoked this, and he didn't give a fuck. He didn't care. He says angels are all around, but you never seen Angel, have you? Have you ever seen Angel? No, but they're all around. Well, this is the first time you ever got to have someone see angels through you. What is? He didn't care, but he was confirming all that stuff is true. But he was so stubborn with his stupid cigarette, like idiots are. And life goes on and on. And I didn't get that recorded, but I got recordings like doing that over the phone with people who don't live, like far, far away, you know what I mean? And I can still see what their house and stuff looks like and stuff. And then I've seen people in person, see vision through in person, and they show me, and I tell them about people that's in their life and what they look like, and I describe all of it, and then they show me pictures of what I just seen in my visions, and that confirms that that's true. And I'm not just listening, of course. And I can't do it by yourself. You have to have confirmation to somebody else. Y'all are the telephone to God. That's it. No matter who you are, it doesn't freaking matter at all. As long as your light is visible to see, where I'm in that state of mind, or something happens where I can see it, then it's happening. And I'm just trying to force that to stay, because everybody has the option to just walk away from each other like idiots when they're glowing, filled with freaking supernatural bullshit. That's just normal. And the spirits can't do nothing anyways. They're just there to communicate with you. And that's happy. I'm happy to just do it anyways. I can't trust them. Like this angel tried to give me a ball of light. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I was with this chick who's a Libra. She sees these angels too. And she doesn't tell everybody because she thinks someone's going to lock her up. Well, you know what? You could tell people that there's angels around you, and you could teach them how to see them for themselves. And then it won't be so crazy anymore. Now would it? How dumb. You know what I mean? I want to tell everybody I saw angels around her. Hello. Because you don't see angels every day, but she does. Lame. And she lives in a trailer. And she's like, she has angels around her trying to offer me a ball of light. What would you do if that angel tried to offer you a ball of light? I said, what is that? I don't know what it was. It's not telling me what it is. And she goes, oh, I accept those gifts all the time. Go ahead and take it. I'm like, red flag. Also, this angel was jealous. I felt jealousy from it. I don't know how, but I just did. That was even more of a red flag. I'm like, whatever. And then it was like, she had 4 girl angels and a guy angel was the one I was trying to give me the ball light. I never seen a guy angel until that day. And then there was 3 other girls on the other side, and then Indian spirit, blah, blah, blah. And she sees these things all the time too. And I got to see them around her or whatever. And that's one incident that happened. I said, well, if you accept those gifts all the time, you go ahead and take it, because I don't know what it is. It's not telling me. It could be a virus. It could be something, just a ball of light. Once you take it and it shows you what it is, and then it goes back to invisible, and you're back to earth bullshit where you worship your nature goddess and your time god or whatever. And then there's a spiritual realm too. You fucking worship it all. Who gives a fuck what you worship? It's not even required. It doesn't matter what you believe in either. A fairy is going to exist whether you like it or not. The fairy is going to be a savage, and it's going to exist. And poverty in the spiritual world, or just bored or something, but it doesn't matter. If it could be haunting Earth in between our realms, and it could still be bored as fuck. Just like family members will haunt their loved ones because there's nothing better to do. And that's the best thing to do too, to be in between worlds and be in the flesh and spirit. That's the best thing ever. So it's better to be in a body than outside and seeing all these crazy creatures and being stuck with all the insanity of that nonsense, when you can just communicate with it safe on Earth in a body. That's literally the truth of it. We're so privileged, and we're brats on this earth because we're not being crushed by giants and invaded by other mystical demons and stuff. But I mean, that's our natural language, to be telepathic, like animals. They tell me more things because they show me reincarnation and stuff. I think that's the coolest thing ever, because humans are just dumb as they were in life. They'll be like, oh, tell them I still love them. What do you mean? Tell me how you died. Tell me something that get them to convince them that I'm even talking to your dumbass, stupid human spirits, because that has happened to me before. Isn't that interesting? You're the portal to see spirits. I can't do it myself. Blah, blah. Not everyone's got the light to see through, but once I see through it, maybe I can try it on the people who I thought were not readable, and maybe they could be readable. There was this one dude, I know people I fight with all the time that I've read before. They were psychically readable. I never thought they would be. Plus, they're annoying. We still fight today about stupid stuff, but they were readable before. I don't know. But anyways, yep, that's what I do for everyone.
Good show, gentlemen. We're gonna get you a debate. Face-off scheduled in tomorrow. Quantum Truth with Suave Boss.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, A1. I gotta step down.
Definitely have a great night. We got to get you rescheduled with that presentation. I got behind, but I'm back on track now. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow.
What would the time be like for you in like times like this, or sometime? What time is good for you?
Midday, not so much. In the early morning, like from 8 to noon, and then late night.
So midday is good or no?
What's best for you?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where I can fit in because...
You want to just call me tomorrow and we'll look at the calendar together and figure it out?
Okay, I could do that.
Amazing.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be waiting on your call. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night.
Peace.
Peace.
Excited. He's got a presentation showing us some logic equations, I believe, and a few other things that go with his background. Yep, be on the lookout for Roy Chess and his presentation. Real quick word from our sponsors, then we'll be right back.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave Boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
And that is 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night. Make sure you tune in for that Valentine's Day Massacre. I will be painting the room with Suave. What's going? And then right after that, you two are going to have a face-off. We're going to schedule that tomorrow as well.
Who's that? Me and
you and Suave.
Suave,
right
okay.
there. Yeah, he said make sure you tune in.
Suave still weekend. Is he up here?
He was up here. That's who you
That's that he
got the topic. You got a topic.
Yeah, okay. I want to say 2 minutes
to a private chat tomorrow, so that way we can figure out the time and date for the face-off.
You bet. I want to say again before, I don't know if it's just to be over or if everything done, but man, this was a wonderful experience. I appreciate everybody coming up and having patience with me. I be doing a lot of debating, but it don't be in no arena that people act accordingly. So I'm gonna try to make sure that I bring my
A game,
my A game, and stop being, because like I said, I know this is something I got to work on. I got to stop getting so emotional about the things I say, and if we just don't agree, we just don't agree. Roy Chess, thanks for the questions. That was amazing. Lord Benu, I heard a few of yours. That was cool. Physics. Yeah, you on there. You slaying the vampire. And then thanks most to my man's A1, the leader of the Team Titans and the Team Titan Argument Alley. Motherfucker, I mean, this was an amazing event. Thank you so much.
Titans stand up. Quantum Truth will be entering the Coliseum of Arguments, and he will be setting up a face-off with Suave Boss. So be on the lookout for that, gentlemen. It is going down here at Titans Debate League, Coliseum of Arguments. Doing what we do best, man. Keeping that conversation going. I'm gonna let it go ahead and run. If y'all want to chit chat, man, I ain't doing it. I've been cleaning up for the last hour. I had y'all on the speakers.
Bet. Can I put some questions out there now? Can I ask some questions?
Go ahead, do your thing. You got the floor.
Who all still here? Royce, you taking questions? Lord Bendu?
Oh, Roy Chess left. I'm not sure if
Roy
Lord Benu is passed out over there. I haven't heard from him in a while. Maybe
okay.
he'll come back. He might just be listening while he's doing something.
I was really just gonna try to see if I couldn't get
But
anybody else's worldview or something like that. I think my man Lord's Bendu, I was looking at one of them. Don't he got his own little?
yeah, he has Umeka and the Benubians. He's got a takeover coming up next week. They're doing a lot of positive stuff in the community. He's going to be bringing Team Umeka, the Benubians, through and hosting a show. So yeah, I'm excited for that one too. Yeah, we got a lot going on over here, man.
That's
a lot going. I wanted you to expound more on quantum onlyism. I think the questions cut you short from really explaining your philosophy.
Yeah, and that's what I say. Like I said, I've been putting this together for a long time. So if we would have started the way we did without no questions, I probably could have got to some good stuff. But that's what it's always gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Because you know.
You got the floor right now. Go ahead and explain what you feel like didn't get across and what you want the people to know.
Well, the basic thing that I want people to know is that I'm not putting forth a religion. I'm not asking anybody to come over and start worshiping Father Time and Mother Nature. That's not what this is about. When I made quantum onlyism, like I said, I made it because I believe that we need to be accountable for the actions that we take within existence. Because if we make the most logical, coherent choices in existence, we would know that we have to work with everybody. We was talking earlier about the different races in the history of civilization, or not even civilization before civilization, but we're here in civilization now. But we talk about the history of mankind and stuff, and we have questions. People have answers. Some of the answers are right, some of them are incoherent. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, whatever, if something been getting you by what you believe, that's fine. I just have an argument that I feel that I see that takes away an intentional existence. And to me, taking away that intention doesn't do anything, because we still have what I call God. Now, it's not a God that you got to worship. All you have to do is recognize time. That way you can work with it. You can know you have to use your time wisely. And then nature ain't made to be worshipped. They just need to be recognized just the same as nature, as time. Why? Because if you recognize the nature of things and you recognize the nature that's in front of you, you can formulate different ideas and different things to help within existence, so we can be a better, for the comfortability of not just me, but my brother man, my fellow man. And that's what it's all going to end up coming to. So when I propose this, I don't propose that. I'm just trying to see if anybody recognize anything. I call them my God, my goddess, because I don't have to answer to anything else in my view. The only thing that I know that I answer to is time and nature. And then when I broke down and I tried to find, I can't find nothing else that can work without time and nature. And so I'm simply going to stand on what I see and what I can prove. And I can prove that time exists. And I can prove that nature exists. A lot of people say that time don't exist. That's a debate. I won't give you my thing. I know that the now is here. And I know that the now is happening. Existence ain't no event that happened and then it stopped. No, event is an ongoing occurrence. Not event, fucking existence. My bad. I lost for a word. Existence is an ongoing occurrence. And it's gonna could forever be updating this thing, because for the entire universe to be, it has to sustain itself. And so we have entropy in some places. We have things going out of existence and stable patterns, or patterns not being stable, and so they don't persist. And then we have other patterns that persist, and they persist for a time. This is the mechanism of infinity and in eternity. No, it's not a number. Infinity isn't a number. Infinity is a condition. That's why you can't count infinity. You can't count eternity. These are the mechanisms that's provided by the simple, and I think that's what a lot of people don't can't adhere to that is so simple that everybody should seem to me that they should have seen it. Existence is simply because there's time in nature and everything else is downstream.
Hey, I hear you. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I was making sure I wasn't muted. Yeah, I definitely hear you. Okay. Well, you heard it here first, folks, only on Coliseum of Arguments. Here at Titans Debate League, Quantum Truth stepped in, held it down, answered all questions. We had a lot of the debaters step up and put his feet to the fire, and we see that he's ready. So we're going to give him a warm Titan welcome to the Coliseum.
Yeah, boy.
And be looking forward to seeing him on the big stage here soon, only on Titans Debate League. Yes, it's going. That's what's up, man. I'm happy you had a good show. I'm happy you found a debate. So that way you can go ahead and get paid. Debaters do get paid $50 win, lose, or draw over here at Titans Debate League. The best debate platform on the internet. We got the flyest graphics. We got the best intro songs. We got some of the most fireest debaters.
Hey, can you show that Cash App again? Let me send me a little old.
Oh, I got you. I'll go ahead and run that ad one more time. I appreciate you. I got another one. Let's do this one.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yes, make sure you hit that Cash App up, $ Titans Debate League. Send your twos and fews there. We appreciate it. It helps keeps the lights on, you know. And let me go ahead and run one more ad before we get back to you, gentlemen.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumofArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
And yes, we are looking for interns.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire, Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
And back to you, Quantum Truth. Are you there? Are you there? Mic check 1, 2.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not getting any sound from you, Quantum. I don't know if you can hear me. You might have to drop down and come back up. But yeah, that was a fire argument alley, man. We had some legends up here tonight. Some new up and comers on the rise up here tonight, and none other than Quantum Truth, coming to preach his philosophy of quantum onlyism, the quantum truth of the only divinity.
You should put a link down in the comments so I can go subscribe to it. We can't find it anywhere.
You're looking. What are you trying to subscribe to? Titans Debate League.
Oh, Quantum's onlyism. I don't know, and I did subscribe to this. Yes.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he has a YouTube. Are you there, Quantum Onlyism? You want to shout out your YouTube so people can go check you out? I know you can.
I mean, I
find
typed all
here.
the words in that's on the screen, but they didn't come up with anything. So maybe the link would be faster. Give a link into the private chat, and then maybe some moderator can copy and paste it to the comment.
Yeah, if he has one, I'm not familiar with it yet. I didn't think he had one, but if he does, he'll shout it out. Definitely big on helping everybody promote their brands. And you will definitely be able to find them here on Titans Debate League. Make sure you hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live so you don't miss anything. QT, where you at?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. I stepped out for a second. My bad.
Okay, they were asking where they could find you on YouTube at.
They was asking what?
Where they could find you on YouTube at.
Right. I ain't really. Excuse me.
You could send your link to your YouTube in the private chat, and then some moderator can put it in the comments, and I'll just copy and paste it to see if I can find it.
All right. I don't have any
videos.
Real I don't even have any real content on there. If you want to,
you should though. But you should do that. Are you gonna do that eventually?
Yeah, I'm eventually gonna do that. Like I said, I'm waiting on.
I want to subscribe. That sounds cool.
I'm waiting on some things to get back, but I do have a TikTok page where I'll be navigating at the most. You can find me on TikTok. I'll put this. I'll put the link in there.
That's where we linked up at. Yeah, man. We've been taking over TikTok, Titans Debate League. We've been over there getting it in, banging people around on the panels. We are going to be bringing a lot of new faces from over there. I have 8 more people to actually filter through that already have. I don't have them scheduled, but I'm working on the flyers and we're working on getting them scheduled. They are locked and loaded. New, fresh perspectives, new faces. Be on the lookout only here at Titans Debate League. Hey, you hopped on that computer, I see.
That's mine. That's mine. That's mine.
Oh, okay.
I want everyone to come to my channel and I do a psychic read on you for free and an astrology birth chart roasting analysis. Catch me outside and experiment and experience. And I got evidence of these experiences is why I want to keep doing it, because it's like, duh. And it's always good for you to know.
Okay, so what on your page? That's where we can. I'm gonna have to visit you.
Yes, and I'll roast your chart for free and do it for hours and see if I can see visions through your soul and see spirits and visions, anything. It doesn't even have to mean anything. It's just as long as I'm seeing some visions. But the astrology is not psychic, but there is the practice that I want to be doing at the same time is birth chart astrology, analysis, roasting reviews, and then psychic visions can be bonus in that type of stuff. Especially if I could just look at all the elements that you have to work with your vibrations and stuff from your astrology chart and the inclination of what could be happening, for you and you know what I mean, to other people.
Yeah, I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, yeah, you sound like you got something nice, good going on. I'll see if I can't come over there and let you try your skills out.
Yes, totally. And all the stuff, the information that you have to give me can be private or whatever you choose, because I will not even remember it. I just want to get your birth chart calculated, and I want it to tell you all about it, like literally, because everyone has an individual birth chart. And no one else lives it but you. And then I just interpret it and tell you what it means, and I also roast it because. Duh. Your chart could be so horrible, but it doesn't mean that you are. But it is a side effect that may or may be happening to you or being you know what I mean? Because of the experience with others that I've had with these placements, plus what they mean is so, you know what I mean? Like matches up. Plus spirits have told me they're astrology signs, so I guess I'm not going to waste my time doing astrology charts, always for free too. People always want a birth chart or a psychic reading, and sometimes they're not readable, but astrology still is easier to do than a psychic reading. But in the middle of it, I could become psychic sometimes. It's really fun. But yeah, they're two different things. Does that make sense? Like I just did it the other day and it started working and I didn't get it recorded. And that's so sad. Here am I trying to prove my psychic abilities, and it started working on this chick who's very cooperative and everything. Would do it again if anything, and I'm going to try to ask her to come back on and repeat all those things that I told her in that hours and hours of time that I did not get recorded. That sucks, right? My proof is.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Dash?
Ask me all you want. Every one of them.
I see you got psychic in your name, so I know that's part of it. You got the vampire slayer in your name also. You done some vampire slaying?
No, that's just my philosophy is Sarah Michelle Gellar and her movies and her characters, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer is our third god, bitch. Yes. There's God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, whatever. And then there's also Buffy. Yes. So I just would like to, I'm a Pisces, right? And I have Pallas in Pisces in my 10th house, which is my career and my cameras and whatever I show the public. And it could be spiritual and it's creative. So like, that's just the best philosophy you could ever have if you're living in that type of universe, like Buffy's universe, making the right choices. You know what I mean? Like being that good example for other people, like being a hero. That'd be my philosophy. This is the plan if these were our situations. And I think that is like a wholesome, best way to look at every life in perspective, because there's monsters in the world and there's literally things that could happen that feel like that, It's on Hulu. It's coming up. The new Sunnydale is called Buffy's New Sunnydale. Yes. It's my religion. I can't even afford it, but I have a friend that told me that they'd painfully watch this with me because they have Hulu and they're Libra. Isn't that so nice? And I can watch it and feel like, yes, God's, yeah, in that universe. Such a good, that's my religion, is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But the real life truth thing about being psychic and stuff is real, blah, 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 blah. But, my philosophy is just like, movies, art, reality, or whatever resemble each other. And you know what I mean? Does that make any sense, sort of? Like, what would you do if your stupidity of excuses of not letting yourself be doing divine bullshit or whatever because you think that that's just either you're against it or you think it's fake or whatever, But on the shows and the movies will show you, like, if it was real, what would you do and how would you be? Like, you could be good witch or bad witch kind of bullshit, right? And those are just good teachings. Like, just be a good bitch, even if you have to be a witch, if there's no such thing, or is there such thing. Pretend there is, big deal. Have fun with that. But, like, look for the truth and find the truth, and there's evidence that I want to be recorded. And the confirmation and the evidence is through y'all, and y'all saying yes or no to whatever I get. What I see is what I get. I cannot choose or help it. I just want to practice it so I can see more. And I do it for free. Like, everybody wishes they could do this. They wait for it until the afterlife, their whole life, wanting to get this stupid thing done. And if you're not going to do it, then it's not going to be done. Because I've never been able to do it by myself. I never could have been able to see Jesus without these people that Jesus wanted to talk to. There's no way. Like, what am I supposed to do if I don't find these people? All these people have things around them that they've seen themselves. They have their own life going on, and they have these things happen every now and then, or all the time, and they're not telling people. And I want everyone to be aware of it. And I got to get it on camera and make it happen, and show you what's real about it when it becomes real. And, like, astrology is just a good tool. I mean, it could have, like, some inclinations of how you can pass away allegedly with your third house, and your eighth house being, the ruler of Scorpio, just like death and transformation. That's part of our body, of our body, our light that was imprinted on that exact time and month, day, and year that you were born. There is a astrologer makeup that everyone has, a little map that everyone has. We're not just astrology; it's not the end all be all, and your sun sign is not the end all be all. The 12 signs. And there's also, you got asteroids in your birth chart, which is so fascinating to experience the personality of these people, and then go look at their chart and find out, wow, this is what they did. This is what the experience I had with that person, because they do have a vibe. They do have them. People can experience each other. We're not alone when that happens. We can see same things with our same minds and consciousness, and it's real. When we communicate with spirits that are around each other, that you thought you missed, and you don't have time to look at because they're in your bubble, or listen to someone who can see in your bubble. And some people, like Capricorns, they're afraid of intimacy, they're afraid of crying, and like, they get mad at me just because I see someone that they love in spirit around them, and I'm explaining that how they passed away, what they look like, and they start crying and telling me to run because they want to be ridiculously irrational and hurt me or whatever, because they're mad at their emotions about that, when they're telling me that it's true. What I'm saying is true, right? I mean, because if it's true, then why are you so mad at me? I can't help it or do anything about it, and I cannot control what they say to me. I can only hope that they can say something not stupid. Like animals, they show me reincarnation, and I'm like, wow, I get to tell this person that they have a dog that has ears that's point up and a long muzzle, and it's like a grayish black dog, and it's so tall and skinny or whatever. And this dog's telling me its name is Michael, and I'm like, who the fuck names their dog Michael? This dude said his dog was named Michael, and the dog told me this, and the dog also told me he was an Aquarius, and I was like, hey Virgo, because this dude I did this I had visions from was this Virgo, explaining to him, that I see his dog, right? And I'm getting confirmation through this Virgo guy that his dog is named Michael, and it's Aquarius, because I said, what is it, this dog's birthday? This dog told me his astrology sign. I want to know for sure. Are you lying to me or whatever? Because I want to know if this is true. When is his birthday? And he said, I said, this dog's Aquarius, and he's like, February 12th is what he said. And I'm like, that's exactly what the dog told me is Aquarius, like Abraham Lincoln. But Abraham Lincoln is the Aquarius moon in Capricorn or something like that. I think that's what I looked at his birth chart. But it doesn't mean the dog is, but now the dog is Aquarius. And this dude, who's a Virgo, confirmed it. And I said that his name is Michael. And I also said that this little kid that was in his trailer of his backyard that this guy lived in my visions. And the guy in the backyard, the little kid in the backyard, was calling this dog Michael Jackson. And he says, oh, my nephew calls the dog Michael Jackson all the time. And I'm like, this is in my visions, and I can hear them. And I was telling him, one day, someone fed this dog a orange that was peeled. Or no, a tangerine that was peeled, not an orange. And it was not an orange, it was not a lemon, it was a tangerine, right? And it was peeled. And the dude fed it to, and it started eating it like it was a garbage disposal. Not all dogs are gonna eat that fruit, but this dog did, and it was a tangerine. Ew, weird. That's weird. In my visions, the dog named Michael that was talking to me telepathically, and it was a freaking Aquarius, the most telepathic sign of all zodiacs. Every time I get a hold of an Aquarius or whatever, it's more telepathic for me to live in, to exist in, to be aware of, and observe of. We are all just one or some bullshit and consciousness of each other or whatever, and we can feel each other's vibrations and all this bullshit and emotions. Like if you have a certain moon sign that you get close to, you can feel each other's stuff. You can feel vibrations. People cry because someone cries. Someone yawns, someone else yawns. It's contagious because we're all chameleons in a way, and you could just like, ignore it or be in tune with it. And it really just has to rely on each other, because you can't just do it by yourself. You have to do it through other people, that the witnesses and the confirmation that your visions are true or false. Because it's a movie that I see through you, and that's what I just want to see, always for free. That's the practice that's what I have to do. Whether I get rejected or not believed or not, it doesn't make a freaking difference. I can see things through other people, and there's flashes of light that come to me because of them. Those little bitches. Y'all are the gift to the seekers that want to know everything. Is you go up to every stranger and you just observe and see the bubble that it tells you everything, and then you follow this Holy Spirit type of bullshit, and it shows you more. I got visions because I'm doing this. I guess I lost touch. I don't know what's going on because it hasn't been working as well. But the other day, it basically worked on this one bitch. I didn't get a recorder, remember? And that sucked. So whatever. But back then, in the day, when I got to see Jesus and Four-Face Being, I got to do that second reading on about the figuring out reincarnations, real this dog and this bird, and it was like tell that whole story. But a bird told me through this guy who had this dog named Michael, right? It was like a granny bird, I was calling it, because it was green. It was a granny bird, and then this dude had a yellow bird that was always caged up, and it was a boy in my visions, and I was right about this. And the green bird would fly around, and it would ride the dog that Michael, that's an Aquarius, that's showing me these pictures in my mind, and through this person that I don't even know. And I was tired that day, and I was just like, I give up, I'm just bored. And and this dude, I was like, hey, what's your show? And Virgo. I was like, oh really? And we started working together, and I was doing a psychic reading on him, and it started working. And that was what I was seeing, stuff like that. And I saw other people in his life, but the cherry on that reading was that dog talked to me, and the bird talked to me too. And the birds showed me that they were in some kind of tank, in some kind of restaurant looking thing, like some lunch lady room, lunch man room, whatever it was. It was a lunch room, a cafeteria, that's the words. And I was in a cafeteria, and I'm just telling him this fucking crazy shit because these are my visions, right? Like, I want to know if this shit's real. I'm seeing it, and I'm going to keep focusing on it because I've been on a roll this so far. So I'm going to say this too, bitch, because I see it. And then it's like, he tells me he used to fucking be volunteering at a homeless shelter, and there was those animals there too, and tanks and stuff. And that's where he got the birds from that was talking to me. Yes. And that's the coolest freaking thing in the whole entire world. It exists, and it exists for me, and it can exist for all of you if you choose this language. If you choose to read into this language, that you can be like a Helen Keller, be a real soul. It doesn't matter who you are. Read people without judgment, all this bullshit, because the light is there, and it's there to see, and it's visible. And no matter who you are, you can read different types of people, and there's different creatures and all the stuff that exists in the spiritual world. But we are so safe here in these bodies, and we're safe on this earth because there's no more giants to crush us. There's no more scary demons and dragons existed. I have no clue. I don't read about dragons, and I don't care. That's not my style. I'm telling you, I didn't know they existed, but they did to this one guy I talked to. And I was telling some psychic stuff, and he used to live in a Buddhist place, a Buddhist church or whatever. They let him live there or something and be like a janitor or some bullshit. And he didn't really care much about the religion, but he lived there. But I psychically, I was like, hey, I do psychic readings, bitch. And I just, like, they gave me a number, and I called them, and I told them that I see that he has a son, and I was right too. And then there was a dragon around the sun. I'm like, what the fuck? And then there's a dragon around you. And then this dragon appeared in front of me, and it was black, and it had all this whole eye socket was just glowing green. And it was the tallest, like a human. And it was just like, I I don't know if it even, I don't even know if it had wings. I don't remember right now, but it had like 3 fingers or something like that. I'm not sure right now, but the dude said, oh, and then the only reason why I know this is true and not a hallucination is because the dragon told me its name and it sounded like an echo when it telepathically talked to me. Everybody else is different. How communications, with my visions and stuff is different. With the way I communicate with spirits that are around you or with you, there's a difference. And it's all the stories inside of you and your aura. This whole thing that's going on that you're not aware about, or you are aware more. Isn't that interesting? But anyways, it's satisfying to get right answers and actually have connection with your mind because you're seeing it, and it's not a hallucination and it's actually real because the other person's telling you. And then they get to show you pictures of things that you see with your mind when you do something like this. When you get into it with people who are readable, and this stuff happens, because you just try to turn yourself onto this language that you see with your mind, and not everything's going to be right until it's right, and then you stay with those visions that are right, and you stay focused in that place. It's not imagination. When someone tells me their dumb life story, it's a waste of time and it's cheating. I don't want to tell me nothing. I just only tell you yes or no. When I see something that appears, I stay in that vision. I have to surf there with my mind and stay there, balance out listening and seeing with my visions and my mind. That's how you do it.
Hold on 1 second.
One day, Jesus.
Okay. Humble, you should be admin. Try to add yourself up to the stage. I see you down there, but you should be able to pop yourself up. And it's not working. I'm about to pop you up. You there, Humble?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It wouldn't let you pop yourself up?
No, sir. I was just about to ask you, what button would I look for to pop myself up?
I'm about to pop you back down and then hover your mouse over top of your icon down there. And it should say add to stage. Hover your mouse over your picture. Nope, it wouldn't let you do it?
Nope. Let me see something real quick.
Sorry, it's like we testing something out.
Remove from stage. Okay, hold up 1 second, because I can remove myself from the stage.
Remove yourself and then try to pop yourself back up.
All right.
Pop yourself back up. Nope. Damn.
Yeah, nope. I can't.
I just added you back. Okay, let me see something. When you go over to the right, is it showing you media assets?
Media. No, it's showing me. Let me see something real quick. So let me get here. So my settings is showing me my camera, visual effects.
It's not showing you. You not admin then right now. It's saying. Nah. Did you go through the email?
I see you got the thingy. Hold on 1 second.
No, you got to go to your email. That's why I asked you for your email, and it sends you a link in your email. You got to go through that link, and then you will be admin from the moment you go through that link. You'll be good unless I.
All right, I'll be right back.
Bet. Sorry about that, Daphne. Go ahead.
Well, whatever's clever. I just want people to come catch me outside and let me experiment and see if I can pick something up from you and tell you about your bird chart and roast it, because whatever mood I can get in, whenever I do, I'll just go live and be like, hey, who wants a free psychic reading? I just do it always for free because people charge for that bullshit. It's the way for me to get a hold of God and have an experience. Bring me your light. It could work. If it doesn't, then I have to try it on the next person. The next person till it starts working. And then if it starts working on that person, maybe it'll be a little bit more psychic juice to find out another stranger that could work on just as good and get better and better like that, and start from scratch with everyone. And that's what it's like. And life goes on. No one has to care. No one even has to know about it. But I want to tell the world about it because it's so cool and it's real. And apparently I get results, and I want it recorded, evidence, proof, because I'm not wasting my time. It's been so many years of doing it that you can't stop doing it. Why would you want to stop? I mean, it was such a good role, and I got to see all that. I want to do that again, or recreate how it happened, which was going up to strangers and finding out, fucking around with my mind and finding out through the strangers. Help me, please find out what these messages want to tell you, because this is only about you. I will search and search. It's always for you, because it's only through you that I see the message that want to be for you. And that's what's good for you. So it's good for me to be a tool to just be that messenger or whatever I can explain in the clouds of stuff that come from you, which is so amazing, right? With my mind, everyone can do it.
Did you go back through the email, Humble?
Yeah, I went through the email. It looked totally different now. And this is interesting.
Yeah, you got see, I got backgrounds for everybody's show over there in the media assets and all of that. I ain't make you a background yet, but I'm gonna do that. Send me a photo again, and I'll make your logo, and then I'll make a moving background. You see everything, get the moving backgrounds over there.
All right, I had that to you by the morning time. Like by the time we all get off of here, and before I go to bed, I have all that to you.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. See if you can add yourself back up. You got to go over your picture with the mouse. Were you down there with the bomb squad? And then it should say add to stage.
Add to stage. I got it. Yep. I can add myself.
Yep. That's how you, I ain't take you down.
No, that was me.
Okay. And when people come up on the panel, that's how you bring them up.
Okay. Got you. And so I see them down here at the bottom.
You'll see them down there pop up at the bottom, and it'll make a little noise like boop. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then that's how, if you're not looking at the screen, you will hear that noise like, oh, somebody popped up. Let me go add them.
Got you.
This your first time working StreamYard?
This is my very first time working StreamYard.
Okay, over here. Let me take this down. Just do a quick tutorial real quick. I ain't tripping. Try to share your screen.
All right, my screen, so I know how to do that much. All right, share screen. What I got over here to share real quick? I know I probably got something over here.
Right, and you on the computer, so you got all the options if you're on the computer.
Oh yeah.
If you're on the phone, it's limited. So yep. So you know how to do that. You know how to add people up to the stage. Over there and go to media assets to the right. It's gonna be comments, banners, media assets. If you go, I got them. Right. Yep, you see the sound effects, sounds.
Sound effects. Let me see here.
Under the backgrounds, it should be sounds.
You said under the background should be sounds. Okay. So where we get the media effects at? Private chat, recording, note style, banners.
It should be under banners. It should be comments, banners, media assets.
Got you. Yep. You're absolutely right. Overlay, QR code, video clip recording, loops, backgrounds, and then I go down here. I should get sounds. Okay, so you got the applause.
Go ahead, hit some of them. Yep.
Okay.
There you go. AK-47 and some stuff over there.
Oh, okay.
Just so when you up here and I ain't up here, you know how to get busy and hold it down for your team. Right. Go up a little bit to the backgrounds. Okay, what we got over here? I'm gonna take your screen down so we can.
All right. Yeah.
Let me unshare your
Hold on 1 second. I got you.
Okay, perfect. Now, go to like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there you go. You can use that one. Obviously, you wouldn't use like a show one.
Yeah. So,
but it's some blank ones. I'm gonna show you real quick. That's a blank one. Right. The Coliseum. Okay. You could always use this one too. Spar session.
Spar session is tough.
For the Titans. This is like a general one that you can use.
Right.
I'm gonna make some more. I'm gonna make one specifically for you in the bomb squad though. So when you pull up, you know it's like it's you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's branded, and then every time you pull up and do your own show, just stream it to your platform too if you got one, or stream it to the Fire one too.
Right.
And it's a go.
So these things right under the video is the way that we see the layout, right? When people are up here. So like, let me see. So
That's with a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's tough. Now, as far as hosting, I'm gonna let you know I'm a very respectful dude. I lay by, get that, get that stuff off. I don't really like. Hey, listen, we ask the questions and things like that. The scholastic questions. Is there anything that you want me to personally look out for as hosting a show?
No, I ain't got no ops. I mean, I got people who don't like me, but they not my enemy. I'll never do that.
I get that.
If they want to focus on me and hate me, cool. I can't do that. I'm gonna still promote them. So promote anybody. Anybody's allowed to shout out their platform, their channel, or they got something else coming up at. We don't do no gatekeeping over here.
Right.
We're trying to set the example and lead by example. And hopefully people start looking at all these other platforms that are gatekeeping and trying to block. Like, y'all are weird. Why do y'all keep doing this? So other than that, if people come up here and get disrespectful, try to tell them decorum. That's what I say. Then you hear me say one mic a lot. If people are over talking, I'll let people get it out though. I usually don't. You see, I've been up here for almost 7 hours. I haven't jumped into the conversation once. I've just been hosting and moderating. I don't use the platform to push my ideology or agenda. Like, I want this to be an open space for everybody. So I hate muting people out and dropping them down for real. I feel like that's censorship. But if people are being disrespectful and stopping the flow of the conversation, that's different. I do want people to be able to have a completely different idea than you, and you shouldn't get mad and mute them for that or drop them down for that. That was happening with I actually saw you going. I don't even want to say names, but yeah, there was somebody you was going back and forth with specifically today on another channel. That was a host over here that was doing that. He was muting people, kicking them off the channel, being rude. And I'm like, some of these people have degrees. Like, you don't even know who you're talking to. Just because they didn't agree with you, like, now they pseudo and they don't get to talk. Like, but that's not why I made this channel, for the people who didn't have a voice. So I always want everybody, always pass the mic around and make sure everybody gets to say something.
And I
no
do
matter how crazy or off the wall. Go ahead.
I am a warrior in these arenas. Don't take this is not for you, obviously, brother A1, but just for whoever come up here and we getting it in, we having our sparring sessions. Don't take anything. I'll never attack a person character, right? It's always the information. So don't ever take us banging on or sharpening each other skillfully in the ring as me not liking anybody. I know I've got a lot of slack because I'm so passionate. But people like, oh, Humble don't like him. Humble don't like her. And I'm like, nah, man, we just passionate. We in a ring. And this is what we do. We have to give people some entertainment behind all this education. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the passion, y'all. It's just the passion.
That's facts, man. You gotta love it. It's Coliseum arguments. Only the brave speak here. Gotta have tough skin to step into this arena sometimes. I think you're gonna do good though, because you're definitely a humble brother. I don't really see you having no problems. And if you do, we gonna learn and grow together. It's not like I'm gonna call you and chastise you. Like, why did you do that? Like, shit, we gotta make a mistake to learn from it.
Oh yeah.
I ain't even tripping. We gonna figure it out.
And I am one of them brothers that I most definitely learn fast. I am a learn on the go type of person. I am not one of them brothers that shy away from confrontation. Definitely when it has something to do with me getting something right. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, there's nothing to pull me to the side, because you do got some brothers, man. You pull them to the side. Hey, brother, we try to da. Not even trying to correct them. Just, hey, look, we want to try to stay here. We give you the whole pushback.
Yeah, turn up on you.
I'm more militant on my why you see that's the correction. Got you. You see what I'm saying? So
let's go. I'm excited. So be looking forward to Humble going live and hosting some open panels here on this platform, keeping the conversation going for us, being moderator / host. And I'm sure he's going to be hopping in some of those conversations. You know what I'm saying? He'll be bringing Bomb Squad through. That's for sure.
Most definitely.
Cause I ain't gonna even lie. I thought he was already part of your team the way he came with the questions. And you're right, you is Pastor. But I can tell you just like me. You don't mean like no harm or nothing, especially if we just sitting here debating and things
Yeah.
like that. So shit, I mean I agree with you because I'm like that too. And sometimes I get irate, but I'm learning because while I am older and I have been through this, my life done always been kind of combative. I did MMA. I grew up with three other brothers,
Wow.
cousins. My hometown, Hobart, is a whole bunch of brothers. Like I'm like you. I'm combative, but I know where I'll take it. Like I ain't trying to make no enemies or nothing. If we don't agree, we just don't agree, and we can end that at that.
No, most definitely. And even our sponsor, and Quantum, see, people would take me in those settings and be like, oh, Humble don't like the brother Quantum. But I'm like, nah, me and the brother just in the ring building. That's what we do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So most definitely.
Definitely. And if you aren't already subscribed, make sure you go subscribe on YouTube at Titans Debate League. Again, that's youtube.com/@Titans Debate League.
Bro. Give me 3 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think he'll be a good moderator for you, man. I think he's gonna be a good moderator for you, especially if that was his first. I don't know if it was his first time coming in or he done been a couple of times, but he was mean on it. I thought he was one of your barbarians.
No, the Barbarians is their own group. Shout out the Bar Reloaded.
Oh, okay. So you got the Titans, the Barbarians, the Bomb Squad.
The Bomb Squad. We got Team Naga. Pseudo Killers is supposed to be doing a weigh-in and bringing their squad over here real soon. So be on the lookout for Unc West and the Pseudo Killers. Who else do we got? And excuse me if I'm forgetting anybody. It's late right now.
Now, do they all argue like in their different teams? Do they all have the same?
No, even inside the teams, they have different worldviews. Like the Barbarians have Hebrews, Christians, atheists, omnists. It's all over. So same thing with Titans. I am recruiting new Titans. So you have to have a win under your belt in the debate arena to become a Titan.
Man.
So, yep. Anybody looking to become a Titan, submit your applications and we'll get to you.
And what about if you got a team? What about if I got some people that debate? They don't have my worldview, of course, but they be having their own little.
Oh yeah, we'll get you a takeover set up, and you can bring the squad through, introduce them, and then we'll get them set up with some $50 debates.
I get that on down the line. I ain't gonna worry about it right now, but I think I got a few people who might. One of them.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow. We're gonna get it lined up.
Yeah, he probably gonna try to be starting his own and stuff. Because we be in, you caught us, me and him, we be in the same line. He be coming in line. He got his own little thing, and I got my own little thing. But we just like you said, like when people come in there, if we don't have the same thing, because every worldview you see, they gonna have some similarities at some places and stuff, and so you can argue to a certain point with people. That's what I think was going on here tonight. I'm sure everybody had a bunch of different views when they was asking their questions. I can kind of tell. So, yeah, man, you got something going on real nice here, man. I love this. And like I was saying, Bomb Squad, I think you're going to be a real good moderator, man.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, this going to be fun.
Definitely about to be lit. I can't wait to sit in the crowd and watch him do his thing. Like,
hey, listen, I also gotta appreciate you too, brother A1. Man, Unc came through. Unc sat here for about 15-20 minutes. Man hit me in the back check like, oh boy, you doing it big over there, huh? I'm like, listen, man, I told y'all come through. Well, because over there on Sign Netters, it's they was exposed to my brother Ashe first, and it's just how they see people and they say, okay, well, these brothers coming under you, so they looked at it like that. So he looked at it as all as we was under our brother, but like I had to explain to them over there that we three juggernauts. Just as the brother Quantum was saying, me and my brother Ashe, my brother God Energy, we like Jordan, LeBron, and Magic. You see what I'm saying? We juggernauts on our own. It's just when we come together in the All-Star game, man, I promise it's on something unbelievable.
Yeah, Let's go. I can't wait to get some of them brothers up here in Argument Alley, test their worldviews, and see how they respond to some of these questions under fire. Be on the lookout for that. Yeah, sorry said he was working or he would have pulled up.
And Bomb
But
Squad,
yeah,
I know this is a question thing for me, but can you give me a little short summary of what your worldview is, if you don't mind?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm more of a naturalistic, right? So I believe in nature, or I understand the concepts of nature. I understand how our ancestors use these concepts of nature, right? When we talk about Ma'at, we talk about Tahuti, we talk about Ray, we talk about Tefnut. I don't see these as gods or uh, anthropomorphic figures. These are literally forces of nature. They're no different than the air, the sun, gravity, order, reciprocity. And when we take that and we live by that, right, we realize that we don't need no Bible. We realize the bees don't need a Bible, the trees don't need a Bible, the birds don't need a Bible. Don't none of these creatures need anything outside of themselves to sustain themselves. We're the only creatures that feel as though we need all of these other things to make us who we are. And so my worldview is that we are a part of life, just like the bees are a part of life. And just how they have a natural way of living, so do we. And we have to get back to that.
So naturally bet. Naturalism, that's right. That's half of my view. I know you, that's why you were so big on asking them questions about nature. I see now, because that's half of my view. It just thinking a little few ways. I done did some analytics, but yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, most definitely, brother, most definitely. And I'm also big on we was talking philosophy earlier. I'm big on philosophy. I'm big on mysticism. Actually, I gotta give brother A1 a shout out again, because my original name is Humble Mystic, but I shortened it to Humble on here because some people was having trouble saying the mystic part, so I just shortened it to Humble. But my brother A1 is somebody who acknowledged that, and my man really brought it out. He's like, "Oh yeah, we gotta have you Humble Mystic over here." I was like, "All right."
yeah, that mystic make them want to come at you when they see that mystic. Make them want to start asking questions. Like, so yeah, we got to put that mystic on there, man. That make the religious people jump out their body. They don't like that mystic stuff.
You know they is. They coming.
They don't
understand. Quantum. They coming for quantum too. They be coming.
But the funny thing is, they always want to come for the mystics until we start talking about Aaron, and we start talking about Melchizedek, and we start talking about these characters, and we start asking, well, who are these characters, right? We know Aaron had 12 crystals in his breastplate, but then they turn around and say crystals is demonic. Aaron didn't think so.
Not at all. It's a whole bunch they got the answer for.
Oh yeah.
They be making me laugh. This just one that I just came up with when they be talking about eating meat. And I tell them when Cain and Abel did their little things to God, I like the smell of that meat. He didn't even care about Cain's fruit.
Hey yo, man, we know he was a war god, and we know he was a storm god. I was talking about the interesting thing about the Hebrew Israelite brothers is they'll get into the Bible all day long. They will not deal with that Babylonian exile. They will not deal with the Assyrian exile. They won't deal with those time periods in history because they understand that what they got in the Bible don't match how their lineage comes through. For those are the ones who be like, oh, well, I'm Hebrew by bloodline. So it's like, oh, so you saying you a Canaanite? Right. No, we ain't Canaanite. Well, that's where y'all history say y'all started from. Like, that's crap, man.
And then have you ever read the book of Melchizedek? Yeah, that's a good one. The book I read, I don't know, and like I said, I don't know if a lot of the stuff that I done read it's like apocrypha or just some stuff that people made. But I done read different books that just I can see why they would change it. But then I asked the Christians that too. If you know it was gonna be changed, because God told you that people was gonna change the words, because it was gonna be people who was gonna have to answer for that. So if I know that them words been changed even just a little bit, how can I even think to myself to believe anything else?
Mm. I got a
Especially when I
question
know
on
that
the
they would change.
screen here. The question is belief in God rational, or is atheism the more logical position?
It wouldn't matter. I never had to read the Bible to see Jesus, and I didn't have to believe in a four-faced sharing being I never knew existed before for it to exist and appear in front of me and stuff, and that's awesome. And other spirits and creatures and stuff, I never believe in that. I just have to seek it with my spiritual eyes and ears through strangers. And then apparently everything exists, even if life goes on and it can still suck. It doesn't make a difference. You just get to encounter what you encounter when you get to encounter, and that's what you see is what you get, what you got, and that's it. And then life goes on. Period. Try to read through it.
Yeah,
Is my reality and experience.
Anybody else want to take on the question on the
Most
screen?
definitely. I would say atheism is the more logical position. And the reason I'm going to say this is because when you have a grasped understanding of a concept, or I like to use the word understanding, when you have a grasped understanding of a concept, you no longer need to believe in it. Let me give an example. I was up here earlier talking to Brother Quantum about energy. Because I know energy exists, I don't need to believe in God. Because I know the sun exists, I don't need to believe in the sun. I know it exists. So belief is for people who don't want to be sure of their outcomes. But knowledge, and this is why I tell people, they say, do you believe in God? Nah, right? I transmute my beliefs into knowings. If I can't know it exists, I leave it by the wayside because, there's no certainty. So that means that I can't prove this thing I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And so I would say that atheism is the
I
more
proved it to
logical.
myself to make evidence. So there's nothing I could do but prove it to myself through other people, all alone on my own. Nobody taught me, but someone has been psychic on me before, and I figured it out how to do it myself instead of relying on that bitch to be psycho on me, which I loved her, but I lost contact with her, so I had to do it all by myself anyways. In the end, we all have to learn, get the evidence and results by ourselves. Believing doesn't change a damn thing. That's just, and have an excuse not to do it's ridiculous too. Like telling yourself to not believe or
So,
disbelieve doesn't make a difference. That's just in the way of doing it itself.
and
Yes.
so one thing I do a lot is I like to demystify a lot of the woo-ism that go on in a lot of these practices, right? So one thing we do is we talk about psychism, we talk about having visions, we talking about seeing the future, being in the future, doing all these things, right? We have to take a lot of woo-woo or pseudo out of the way we describe these gifts and abilities, right? Because it's actually more simple and more natural than that, right? Energy communicates. All things is a way. Me and Quantum talked about this earlier, right? Awareness, consciousness is a substance. How do we know? We could communicate with it. When you sitting there and you thinking, man, how I'm about to, do a bomb presentation today. What I'm gonna put in the da-da-da. That's all of that is you communicating with the divine, or what we would call the divine, right? The natural essence of all life around you. This ain't no spooky. This is something natural. We see dogs do it. We see giraffes do it. We see bees do it. This ain't nothing spooky that they doing. Is it spooky that bees know how to build a honeycomb without any human intervention? That's not spooky. That's innate within them. That's called life. And so we try to make life spooky when we don't have to. All we got to do is grasp the concepts of it. I land my plane with that, y'all.
Yeah, I agree With that, I answer the prompt real quick. I agree with
That
that.
was good.
If you remember, kind of what I was talking about earlier, I was trying to do one thing. So when they say is the belief in God rational, traditional belief of a creator God, to me, that's irrational. However, when I think about God in its most basic form, and I say, what is the mission that God really should do besides the intention? And that would be the reason for existence and the thing that sustains existence. To me, when people say God, I believe those are the two functions that they really looking for. All that other gibberish in between, it don't make sense to me. And that's why I re-identified what God should be. God should be whatever sustains, whatever is the reason for and sustains existence. But in my path to try to find that, I found that there's functions and conditions that's going on. There's two of them, time and nature. Therefore, I can't call both of those God because that would violate the law of identity. Therefore, I have to functionally, time and nature does all the things that intentional God that they propose is supposed to be in charge of. But how do I know that it's not in charge of time and nature? For the simple fact it would need time and has to have a nature and other nature to create with. Therefore, that belief in God is irrational. However, we still have to identify what is the reason for existence and what sustains it. And that's the reason that I call time God, nature goddess, and existence because that kills all of the infinite regress.
Now we can most certainly agree on that part, right there. For God to exist, God would have to have had a nature. The fact that this being doesn't have a nature of reality attached to it or associated to it, may I say, is what let us know this thing does not exist.
Right. It's like that's the incoherent part of it. When you look at it naturally and logically with function, you see it. You see that it just can't even be possible. While we can imagine it, it can't be actualized.
No, that's a fact. Anybody else want to chime in? So
I'll
this is
chime in. Shoot, I usually don't, but I think atheism is the more logical position. I think belief in a God absent of evidence is irrational. I know people are going to say, well, what is evidence to you? And then they're going to say things like this existence that we see as evidence. That's not evidence of a God. The existence is evidence of existence. Nothing more. It doesn't point to something in another dimension that created this. That's not what we see evidence of when we see existence. Or even if we look at what do they try to say? Divine design, or you know what I'm trying to say, how they
yeah,
say
yeah.
everything.
Intelligent designer. Yeah.
Intelligent design. I mean, I think that looking at this and seeing intelligent design is subjective.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Some people would say some things aren't as so smart. So that's a subjective thing. I don't know. I do agree that everything is working in cosmic balance for us to be here. But is that coincidence or was that intentional? You can't find that through the study of science. We haven't yet, I should say. And when we do, then we can address that claim and say that God is the more rational position. But as of yet, I don't think so.
No, that's facts. That's facts. And it's so interesting. So Unc earlier was excuse me, talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. My bad, John. He was talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Neil deGrasse Tyson has a segment about what his thoughts was about aliens coming to the planet Earth. And we know how intelligent we think we are as humans. Well, what if a chlorophyll life came to the planet Earth? How intelligent would you think they would think us to be? because they will come to Earth and they see us eating lettuce and tomatoes and cucumbers, and mind you, these are people that come from that stock, or these are beings that come from that stock. They'd think we are murderers. They'd think we're mortars. They'd get on their spaceships and leave like, yo, these people, we ain't coming back here. So just as the brother A1 was saying, the scale of how developed life is on this planet is most definitely subjective, because we haven't had anything outside of this planet to compare us to. And I think that's what would make finding life off of this planet so amazing and just so new, because now we'll literally have something other than something natural of Earth to compare us to. And so I agree with brother A1 right there.
Yep, I agree too. Especially that concept of God just don't fit.
Yeah. And let's be aware that, we know the concept of God changed over time, and this is why I bang on the Bible so hard, because this concept is not our concept. This is why earlier, again, I was on Unc panel, you was talking about African science versus European science. And the issue that I be having with Unc when he just talking about it's just science or it's just religion, or that when we go back to our roots, we know our people wasn't practicing this. They didn't know nothing about a Jesus. They didn't know nothing about a God, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They didn't know nothing about that. You see what I'm saying? Because that didn't come from our people. When we go study our people, right, they got a guy by the name of Herodotus, who they call a father of medicine. Right? And if we stay in mainstream medicine, that's who we would know as the father of medicine.
What's that name again? What you say that name was? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
His name is Herodotus.
I think I'd have heard about him before.
Mm-hmm. But when we study him, guess what he say? He say the father of medicine, or he say he is the child of Imhotep, who was considered the real father of medicine, who came 2,000 years before he did, who's an African man, a man that lived in Kemet. So if we keep going to mainstream science, this is why I gotta give my man Unc some pushback, because if we keep going to mainstream science, we're gonna keep getting pointed to people who don't look like us. It's only when we do our own due diligence to go research these things do we find out that we got the first physician on the planet. We got the first surgeons on the planet. We got the first mathematicians on the planet. We got the first college professors and things of that nature on the planet. It ain't until we start studying who we are till we start finding those things out. And then people like to discredit that and say that's pseudo because the white Egyptologists or the white Africanologists, as we like to say, those people over there who like to study the land of Africa, saying something different. But they don't understand it. They're coming from a Western European mindset. You can't study an Eastern religion with a Western European mindset. You're going to displace it every time. And then you get mad at the people who's coming, putting it back in its proper context. That don't make no sense, man.
Right.
And
that's why I changed my concept of God. I went back to that basic God. Whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains it, to me, it's the only divinity. That's why I call it the quantum truth of the only divinity. The only divinity is whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains it. Nothing else.
Mm-hmm. And it's so interesting when you start studying cultures, right? So a lot of people have the impression that I only study African culture. They don't understand that I study a lot of different cultures. And the reason I study cultures for this reason that we're talking about now, this concept of God, right? This concept of primordial, omniscient energy, right? You got some people that call it chi, prana, tachyon energy, right? You got some people that call it the Tao, the Tao Te Ching, right? So when you study these things and you study what they're speaking about these systems and functions, you realize all of these people are talking about the exact same thing. They're just putting it in their own viewpoint. But they're all talking about the very substance that sustain all life.
Right. That's what they try
So
to
we know
describe, that they keep on.
Go ahead, brother. My apologies. Go
bad.
ahead. Get in
No,
there.
that's what I was just gonna say. That's what they keep trying to describe, that they keep putting in a skin, and they giving intention instead of just saying, you know what, I don't need that intention, because that intention is that God they're looking for. When you don't even have to put that intention there in that function of what time and nature does, or what you say is nature, because when you say nature, you talking about the functions of time. So I understand what you were saying earlier, but that's the same thing that they trying to describe. They just putting an extra layer on it when they're giving it intention and saying creation.
Exactly. And it's so interesting, brother, because you said you say something called form, right? I use the word manifestation. And so the reason I use the word manifestation is because I realized that description or that definition fits the experience that I witnessed on the planet better than the word creation.
Right.
When
And
we
that's why I
say
say
creation, we're meaning to create something new, to bring into being something new. But when we're witnessing manifestation, we're witnessing being, right, manifest from one level of existence to another. When we plant a seed in the ground, right, we're literally observing that seed transmute from something basic in structure to something complex in nature. So that's manifestation, right? And we even go through it in our lives. See, this is what I'm talking about. Now we're demystifying the spookism. Because we manifest in our daily lives, things grow. We watch it. We have children, right? Some of us go to college, right? Some of us are in the video games. We see the progression there. See, we see these things in our life all the time. It's only on Sunday do we choose to spookify everything that goes on in our life.
And that's I agree with that too. It's like you said, I say form and structure, constraint, but you mean the same thing when you say manifest, because what we both know is that everything that's in existence has always been here. And so I say existence is a morphogenic process. When I say that existence is ongoing, it's morphogenesis. If you look at it, that's the thing that you say, we see it every day. If you think about a baby in a mama's room, you got that sperm and you got that egg. They do the first thing. When that sperm hit that egg automatically goes into a process that blocks all the other sperm from going in there. That's what I talk about when I say proto recognition and proto awareness. The things that it does to be. That vector to be is that thing that they trying to say is intention. It ain't intention, it's just to be. That's what everything is. When you was talking about the birds and the bees earlier, they just know that they need to be for as long as they can, because this is the opportunity that's been provided when you get here. So what else should you do and try to find but be? And so with that being said, and that's why I say it's morphogenic, because earlier, if you remember, when I was doing my little old alley, a person asked
Check
me.
the private chat. Go ahead, though. You got the floor, Connor.
A person asked me about what was time and nature doing, how was they for, and I said that time and nature has always been in different phases, states, and forms. That's morphogenesis. Just like you as a sperm go to the egg and then you morph into a zygote, I think is the next, then an embryo, then a baby. Like morphogenesis is shown through the entire existence of what we see, like you said. And this is what we see. So I'm going with formation instead of creation. And that knocks off
I
all
got
of
you,
that.
brother. Go ahead. You good.
That knocks off all that.
Okay. Yeah, and that's facts, right? So we was earlier, we was talking about the difference between the brain and the mind, right? Let's get into this real quick. So you was talking about the sperm and the egg, right? Well, when we're dealing with the sperm coming from the male, we don't understand that. Again, let's get back onto that birth. Let's get back to that baby. All births are thought form first. Why? How we know this? We know this because we know the sperm come down from the brain. Come down the tube, come down the come down your spinal column, come out your head, go right up in the lady, right?
Damn.
Now, when on the moment of conception, right, there's a spark. Science have proved this, that there's a light. Scientists call this the first light. And sometimes they equate this first light to the Big Bang, which means what they are saying in their terms is this is the first light of the universe. And so we have to understand that as above, so below, as within, so without. So when we looking at it like that, we know that when you looking at it, we was talking about atoms earlier, right? Number one, I'm gonna give y'all a little hint real quick. Physics got the atomic structure wrong. So when y'all go study the atomic structure, y'all realize how, it's not made of particles and things, is made of actual strings.
Yes.
Functions and waves. Right. This is why earlier I said, well, energy. See, here's the thing. We was talking about this earlier, right? The presupposition to what we call creation or manifestation or formation, right? The presupposition have to be energy. Now, why I keep saying this? I keep saying this because we can say all of these other things was whatever word we want to put, but energy was always here. There was nothing that created that. So now how do we get to a point in reality where we have something that was never created? What do we do? That really breaks our brain for real. It breaks our frame of relativity on what life is. Because when we see life, we always see life coming into being. Now we have this aspect of life that's in everything. But this aspect of life never came into being. And it will never go out of being. But from our everyday perspective, everybody on this panel, from our everyday perspective, we witness birth and transition on an everyday cycle, 24/7, 365 days out the year.
Fact.
Somebody is transitioning, something is transitioning, something is turning from a tree to a log, getting cut down. It's all a cycle.
All a cycle. And that's why I say that's why I said atheism, naturalism, they all on the same thing I'm on. My only other thing is that mechanism to be, which is caused by the interaction of time and nature. And they had to be in different phases and forms, just like we talking about the sperm and the egg. That's why I say, and you was talking about it earlier, as above, so below, as within. And that's why I say it's the fractal. It's the fractals that interaction of time and nature do. We see it with our father and our mother. That's why I call them father time and mother nature, because I see it with my father and my mother, and then I see what time and nature provides is existence. What my mother and my father provided was an existence within existence, which is me. I'm talking about, so, and that's why I told you earlier, or I don't know if I said it in the US and stuff, I propose some scientific theories about the soul, and where to look for it at within a quark and a quanta that's moving around just like time and nature. Because if I know that time and nature has always been, and then they came to what they say is the Big Bang, which is actually just the observable universe, because it could break down into fractals of what it was doing and sustain itself, then I know that's the same mechanism that's going on within me that's making me be right now. There's a quark, which is nature, and there's a quantum, which is the smallest thing of energy that you talk about. And they generate the mind, they generate the body, and this is what we use. We use the mind as a software to control the body, which is the hardware. There we go, right there. Just time, nature, and existence. And like you said, as above, so below, as within, so without. And we see it right here every day. For some reason, that's why I say, I don't know if I'm gonna stick with it. That's why I say I can't not call Father Time and Mother Nature my God and my goddess functionally.
Now, here's if I may, brother, watch this. here's the importance of being a practitioner of life, because I'm able to step out of the academic realm and grasp the concepts that you're talking about, right? Although I may have other terminologies for them, right?
Correct.
I consider mind, body, spirit, right? I understand that we are spiritual divine beings having a divine human experience. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience. No. It's the other way around. And so once we understand that the same thing that's in us substance wise, it's the same thing that's out there substance wise, then there's nothing else. I'm me personally, I might say for a scholastic purpose, I might say mind, body, and energy. But energy and the spirit is not different things. They're the same thing. The ocean and this bottle of water in the ocean are the same thing. It's just the water in here is in a bottle and the water out there is uncontained. So that's how that's the proper way of looking at energy and spirit. We don't look at energy and spirit as something different. Energy is spirit. It's just that this vessel has energy, and out in the ether there's energy. And so we see that energy emerge. We was talking about emergence earlier, right? When we observe life and we observe the function of energy, because that's all we really observing is the function of the rapid vibratorial change of energy. That's all.
The work, the work.
So when we observing this, right? What we are really observing is life emerging in different facets.
Yes.
It's all life. It's just emerging in different facets. And that's what happened when we have something called environmental conditioning. Right? If you take a apple seed and you go to the mountain of the Himalayas and you grow that apple seed, and then you take another that apple seed, you go to Florida and you grow the apple seed. Both are going to grow an apple. They might have slightly different traits and they might come up slightly different colors and things of that nature, but that's because of the environment and the soil that had an influence on it. See, we have to understand that I'm going to use the word influence for academic purposes. But in other words, we also could use the word manipulation, right? So everything has an influence on everything else.
Right. And it has to, because if you don't recognize what is around you and in front of you, especially in your immediate environment, then you ain't gonna have any coherent thoughts or anything. So that's why I was talking about time and nature. And what you was talking about, that mechanism of how it breaks down, that's the same thing. I applaud you for being able to step outside and understand exactly what I'm talking about, because that's what I see, even though we calling it different things. Because to me, that energy that you saying is spirit, I believe it's only one spirit, and that's the spirit of the universe, that thing called space. The reason I say that is because of this right here. Our souls is the small version, the micro version of the spirit, the only spirit, because the universe is the only of its kind. And so when we detach from this body, we travel the spirit of the universe to the end to drop off our experience. This is why it seems that things are popping in and out of existence. Those are just possibilities to make existence better, because we take our experiences to the end of the universe. This is the vector to be that I was talking about. I don't like talking about this a lot, but I can talk about it with you because I know you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
And that's where the soul is, and that's the spirit. The only spirit is the spirit of the universe. We are micro versions, and that's the soul. We travel the spirit for our purpose, or what I say, our vector to be, but you can say our purpose.
In other words, if I'm allowed to break it down, there's a such thing as dimensions. Right? We talk about them here and there. I don't know if a lot of people study them and get into them like I do, but I could see the brother Quantum does, right? But when we're dealing with dimensions, right? These are the cosmos that we are traveling from, right? What I was saying earlier, as above, so below, as within, so without, right? So just like there's this, just like this dimension have a plane of existence. There's higher planes of existence. There's lower planes of existence. Now, the plane of existence you choose to go to is the plane of existence you choose to attract. See, here's the thing. Things don't happen to us. Mind y'all, earlier I was talking about everything have an influence on everything else. Things don't happen to us, we attract them. And so when we sleep and we have a nightmare, oh, I had a nightmare. No, you didn't have a nightmare. You attracted negative energy while you were unconscious in this realm and conscious in another one. See, the difference between this realm and that realm is whatever we think about happen instantaneously. Right here, we think about something, but just like Quantum keep pointing out, we are hindered by time. So we have to go through the cycles of time, no matter how much we think about it, right? Is it going to manifest the more you think about it? But we are hindered by time. In that realm, there is no hindrance by time. Whatever you think about manifests instantaneously. So again, when y'all have these dreams and things of that nature, and y'all have nightmares, and that's because, all right, most definitely, brother, we sitting here still chopping it up.
We hear.
But when you had a nightmare, that's because you attracted negative things. You was thinking about negative things. So the goal is to reappropriate your situational awareness so that you only align with things that are beneficial with you.
Right.
No matter what.
That no doubt. That's it right there. If you align with the purpose to be of time and nature and try to be comfortable without impeding on anybody else's comfortability, you great. Like we'll be great.
It doesn't matter what system you follow and how high you get or how spiritual you are. As long as you're following something that benefits you, that put you and your surrounding members in a better position, right? That's why I gotta keep pointing this out. That's why I gotta keep giving Unc some pushback, man, because it's brothers out here that look like us that want us to forget about what happened to us. They want us to forget about what we're going through today. They want us to forget about what we was going through yesterday. And they want to just say, well, let's move on to tomorrow, man. That ain't about nothing. No, that is about something. Because we got people that died for that. Or unalived. I apologize, y'all. But we got people who was unalived for that, man. And we need to make that be. And it's Black History Month.
Man.
Did I not mention? And it's Black History Month, man. We can't be out here talking about, man, we don't want to follow the ancestors on Black History Month. So these are things that as individuals we have to think about. But also as a collective, we have to come to the table and actually talk about, is these things important? Which I will argue these things are very important. The way another society, let's take race, because I know a lot of people talking about the race, and let's take race out of it. Let's just talk about society. We are a melanated society. The way other societies look at the melanated society is important to me. The reason is because when I go out here to get a job, or when I go out here to meet with a CEO, or when I go out here to do whatever I'm going out here to do, their outlook is going to determine if they want to work with me or not. I don't know if y'all ever experienced this at y'all workplaces, but I've most definitely experienced discrimination, racial discrimination at my workplace. Right? Oh, you can't come, got a belt that say Black Power. You can't come in here with that belt on. He an Italian dude. So you don't want me to be proud of who I am because you are not proud of who you are. You not good with who expressing who you are, so you don't want me to express who I am. That's crazy. So we gotta, man, listen, we gotta keep drawing attention to that. And until and people be asking, when is enough enough? Enough is enough when we get our due. And I ain't strictly talking about money, reparations, or things of that nature. Nah. I'm talking about when my man Terrence Howard can come out here with 97 patents and let the world know that I invented transgenital flight. And instead of everybody writing them off like they crazy, right? He get a fair opportunity like Elon Musk. Who was Elon Musk before he started SpaceX? Nobody. We don't know this man. This man came out, oh, I'm going to put share stocks and this and that. And now this man can go to Mars anytime he wants. But here we got a brilliant mind in the man by the name of Terrence Howard. We seen this man on movies on a big screen. Hustle and Flow. Come on now. Y'all got to remember Hustle and Flow. And then this man come out and say, bro, I used this pattern, which we all know the flower of life. If you're not studied in the flower of life, please do your due diligence and get studied in the pattern of the flower of life, right?
Yes.
Everything this brother is talking about, everything I'm talking about, when we're talking about putting this on paper and seeing it unfold in front of your eyes, that's what this pattern does. Everything in existence, this comes from this pattern. Just how I say all science and mathematics come from Africa, right? Every musical note, every light wave, every geometric structure come out of this pattern. Now I know people gonna try to come and, oh well, you know that's that pseudoscience and da 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 da. Well, go ask the people that study physics. Go ask the people that's in algebra. Go ask the people that study geometry. Go ask the professors in geometry that are literally writing or reconstructing universes with a simple equation. And what do the simple equation do? The simple equation just makes circles.
Spirals.
There you go. So I would, encourage people to go do their due diligence on the tree of life. That's go ahead, brother. Go ahead, get it in there, Quantum.
Yeah, sure. You landed out. That was right, especially that flower of life and the tree of life. Have you ever seen that? You were talking about dimensions a while ago. We kind of got the same thing. My dimensions to me come in the perception of what size you is. Earlier, I was talking to somebody and they was talking about how universes look like they out of order. And I told them it's just that scale. If we could look at it at a different scale, I guarantee you it wouldn't be chaos the way that he's thinking it is. It's just all in the different dimensions of your perception when it comes to that. Have you seen that flower of life in a 3D perception?
Yeah.
That motherfucker is amazing, man.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you can't beat it and you see. And that's why I say that, and that's why I had that mechanism of time and nature, because I see for that flower to do like it did, those things that could like needed time to form those patterns so everything else can lay up on that pattern. This is that mechanism of proto recognition and awareness that I be talking about. And I'm gonna have to get it more. It's that vector to be that I say downstream our consciousness and the way that we interact with nature in this form is just a different, like you said, a different emergence of the universe recognizing itself.
Exactly.
That's all we are. We just a different pattern, recognizing another stable pattern. So with me knowing that, and like you said, the flower of life, that's all you got to do. And I think like I said, I know we have the same views. I think the only thing, and I think you noticed it too, is I put a category for time in there, because if I don't, it'll change like I said, the identity property when it comes to time, and then also it does a different job than nature. It's like that's why I say they co-present at all times. If there's time somewhere, there's definitely nature. If there's nature somewhere, there's definitely time, and you can't do with that because this is what I do know. Time is the evidence of nature. Nature is the evidence of time. How is that possible? It's because of the structure or whatever nature provides. As it changes, it's using that mechanism that is provided by time. So therefore, time and nature, and that's why I say, like you said it earlier, that even that idea of God that they proposed, while it was good at some time, I think it was simply the people who was trying to portray what they were trying to explain just didn't have the right mechanisms and the right words to say. So they personified the things that was going on because that was easier for them. I don't think they did it on purpose. Now, later on down the line, when people started seeing that they could use it for power, oh yeah, they definitely formed it into a power mechanism. Like you were saying, when you go back to the beginning of what we was trying to find out when we was looking for that thing that they call God, that condition, that mechanism, that substance, that whatever, you know what I'm saying, was it was that thing that we said, the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And so we must find that. And then, like I said, in my view, found that I know atheists don't like to say it, but I found the same thing they did. It's just I identify those things as God and goddess because nothing can do without those things, and that's the mechanism of uh, being, of existing. You need a mechanism. So,
and so, even on that notion, right? I know you use time and nature. I myself would say time and space, or space time. And we understand that those are relative acting with one another, right? You can't have space without time. You can't have time without space, right? Another interesting fact about that is wherever there is time, space is expanding.
right. It has no other choice.
You know, it's hold on one sec. I think I just got what's going on? Is he up here? I don't think. Hey, A1, you know Jose Francis?
Yeah, Jose good.
Okay.
I was lucky. I wanted to see what you was gonna do. That's
Oh,
why I let you
yeah.
kind of.
What up? What up, Jose?
What's up? What's up?
What up, Jose?
What's
How
up?
you doing, brother? You want to add something to the conversation?
Are you aware that the flower of life was discovered in ancient Kemet?
Of course, brother. Of course.
And I know you would be aware that they had an astronomical ceiling that was blasted out and taken by the man that they said, what's his name? The little French dude, Napoleon.
Napoleon, yeah.
And I don't know where you're living, but if you ever get a chance to go to the Metropolitan Museum, they have what they call a sarcophagus of the last Kemetic priest that has all sort of astrology engraved in it.
Right.
If you ever get an opportunity to pass through New York, you must let one of them brothers, either Jabari or Reggie, give you a tour of the Metropolitan Museum.
Almost
They
definitely.
have a very nice Kemetic section. They have a lot of Shakti and all of these things. So if you ever get a chance to pass through, you must go to the Metropolitan Museum and make sure you get a nice guide, maybe Reggie or Jabari.
Most definitely. That's one of my goals, man. That's one of my goals over there is to actually go down, be able to go down there on a tour, you know, to a Metropolitan Museum. I actually was just watching Brother Jabari talk about a tour that him and a group of people was doing this year. That's one of my goals, man. I want to be on one of them tours in Kemet. I actually want to go to the museums and see what they're talking about. You know, right now, and I classify myself as a researcher, but to evolve into my scholastic, to evolve into my scholastic self, I want to be someone who actually had boots on the ground, who actually went and seen for myself. Me researching about this stuff is amazing, but I'm realizing now that I gotta go see this stuff.
And you see, you have a group that you can pool your finances, learn the language, go on tour, and do these different things together. You need to encourage some of the old heads.
Appreciate you, Harris. We appreciate you. If I can really fast, I just want to shout out the comment. It say, Harris Duncan, this is much needed, valuable information. Fire, fire, fire. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Just like my brother A1 said, you know, hey, we thrive off of your support. We thrive off of you watching. You know, I know because I was once a viewer who was wishing I can get up here. Now I'm up here, man. And in reality, a dream has literally came true. That's so crazy. But I appreciate brother A1.
You gotta jump in the ring, huh? You gotta get some debates.
Oh, that's what I'm here for. Listen, I told A1 that's what I'm here for.
And you need to, and what you should do, you need to challenge A1 to a debate, man.
I got a debate coming up actually Saturday. I'm gonna run the ad for that real quick. And I got a debate for you, Humble. I just hadn't been able to talk to you about it. So later today we gonna build on that. It's somebody you was calling out actually. We're about to make that happen over here.
What is it? What is your debate topic, A1?
My debate topic? Oh, here you go.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
7 p.m. tomorrow, Saturday, Valentine's Day. Me and Suave will be stepping into the arena. The topic is, did white people come from albinos? I will be taking the negative. Suave Boss will be showing up to prove that they did. And this is one you are not going to want to miss, people. Definitely one that's going to have the stand shaking. And we do have a super chat. Fire signs from Harris Duncan. Appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We got y'all, buddy. We got y'all. Shout out to Titans Debate League. I can't wait to see it, man. I know it's gonna be a good one.
Shout out, shout out.
Back to you, Jim.
Also, I just want to let brother A1 know that on a platform over on Bigo, I will be promoting. You know, I will be letting people know, come on through, come watch, come support. And so, you know, it's gonna be more than people that's just over here coming through. So this might be a big one, y'all.
I can't wait. I know it's gonna be good. When I first met my man's A1, he seen some talent in another little live that I be going in debating with this guy. And then we sat there and started talking. I could just tell. I just knew he was knowledgeable about everything. And I can't wait to see this debate, man, to see, because I know it's going to be good.
You know, I'll be on these panels holding back. So when you see me, I was being nice. I wasn't trying to go in on them. I don't want to scare the people off by like just telling them, hey, you dead wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like I slowly try to walk them into seeing that their logic is flawed and point it out, because I don't want to shatter anybody's paradigm. Like,
man, and that's
a lot of people are using these systems to get themselves a sense of identity. Sometimes it's a patch where mental health and therapy may be needed. So I'll be slow to peel back the layers when explaining a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then when you was in that chat too, I heard how you was like getting his points and just you know what I'm saying? What they call it? Begging his pardon and letting him get it out. So I know what you're saying. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. It's gonna be real good, especially if they coming with the questions like they was coming at me tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, he might not be in the league too long, but we gonna see because it might be some shit that he got hidden that he ain't showed to me, and that's all I'm saying anyway. Because I ain't supposed to get up here to do none of that. He got his own time, shit. But y'all got the right mechanism to see if you talking junk or if you can back, like you say, can you back up
Oh yeah.
what you talking about?
Oh
I'm
yeah.
talking about. And if the wrong person get in the chat, it don't even have to be nobody that's from the debate league or something like that. If the right person get in that chat and you get to asking you questions, you gon' folly.
Definitely gonna follow you. And I look at it like sales. In sales, they taught me, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you talk. A person is gonna tell you how to sell them if you listen. So I look at it the same way in debate. If I let a person talk long enough, I'm gonna see all the kinks and holes in their armor. I don't have to be in a rush to nitpick every single point. Sometimes I give a person the floor, give them a couple minutes. Like they're gonna put their foot in their mouth several times. And if
Man.
I'm diligent enough to listen and be patient and not jump on it as soon as I hear it, he may expound and make it even worse. But a lot of people be so ready to get in there and swing their sword that they don't know sometimes it's about defense. Sometimes it's about pacing yourself, getting your heart rate down. Like it's not always about being in here just swinging and trying to go for the kill shot. Like,
It's so funny because we got a word on the screen, logical, right? It's about understanding the logic in one's position, right? Even if y'all are at odds, is about understanding where that person may be coming from, right? And that's what being a high level intellect is all about. You're able to go up and down the ladders. You might meet some brilliant brothers and sisters, right, who are more brilliant than you, but you know what to do in those positions. You yield the position. But then when you're dealing with someone that you are a higher level then you come down the ladder and you get in a position. But a lot of people like to be bullies too, man, and that ain't cool either. I was talking earlier about scholarship. And man, we can't be up here calling ourselves scholars and then keep showing the people AI overviews, Wikipedia articles. Man, where the books at? Now, I don't mind if we, like we was doing earlier, we doing a quick Q&A. Everybody should have some type of chat GBT or some type of co-pilot on their laptop where they could pop that up real quick and, all right, what you say, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you are doing presentations and you literally are going to a wiki article to try to prove your point, it's nah, man. Because we all know that wiki articles can be edited. So how I know you didn't rewrite that before you showed that to us? You see what I'm saying? So we gotta be careful when we get these people scholarship, And AI, let me also say this: AI is not a source. AI is a tool that give you sources. So you can read something from AI and it can give you accurate information. But after all you gotta put in is, can you list me some academic sources that support this claim? And instead of just giving you information, it'll give you a list of people that are credentially academic. Hold on one second. Oh, all right. What up? Who that is?
we got Pan the Barbarian to the stage. Currently 2-0 over here on Titans Debate League. Just took the win against Hemi for the debate topic, which is more consistent with science and philosophy, atheism, or Christianity. So salute to him, undefeated on Titans Debate League. How you feeling today? How you feeling today, Pan? You're muted. Okay, he may be getting his audio together. Sometimes it takes him a second.
My bad. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Check one. Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. Super Pad Man, wild as the Taliban. You hear me? Hey!
What up?
Chilling. I heard y'all talking about bullies and shit, so I figured I might as well just jump on and say hi. Right now, I was just really just listening, and I was like, fuck it, let me just jump up. That's it.
Well, since we got you up here, let me get you to go ahead and take on the prompt on the screen. Is belief in God rational, or is atheism the more logical position? Answer yes, no, and expound on why you think that.
Actually, to me, I think that's two different questions.
Okay, explain.
So, um, taking the second one, I do personally obviously think that atheism is a more logical position. I'm not saying it's necessarily, though, irrational for somebody to believe in a God. You know what I mean? My issue with people's belief in God is when it infringes on others' lives, right? So it could be rational for an individual to do that and it have certain benefits for them. But to me, atheism is still more logical. You feel me? So it's sort of two questions to me. Yeah.
I see that. Cause it all depends on when we talk about a belief in a rational God, or is belief itself, is it rational to believe in God itself, is a thing. And some people might agree with that, some people might disagree with that. You see what I'm saying? So
I mean, because the obvious question, and my favorite question to go to is because obviously the question would be then which God, right? And then you have to get into finding out which one you actually believe in, which is the most rational, and which fits you the most. And there's a lot of pieces to that puzzle. Just saying you believe in a God or a higher power is not quite serving the purpose of an afterlife or even a purpose of a so-called purpose of life here on earth. You see what I'm saying? And so everything is a pursuit of truth, I think. And if people are earnestly and honestly pursuing truth, you know what I'm saying, you gotta respect it. But if they just sitting in it just trying to act like they're better than people, that's a problem.
nah, that's facts. And that's why I be banging on biblical believers who say they not Christians too. Don't be trying to take their book and then say you not Christian for reading every word out of their book. You a Christian, man.
Amen. Amen. I just trying to say, because listen, bro, I'm trying to with you should have been talking all I had a debate against Cassell. His whole position was coming from the Torah. When he's trying to act like he wasn't a Hebrew. Like, bro, what are you doing?
So can I ask y'all something as atheists? So since we look at that concept of the idea of the traditional God, the biblical God, like we was talking about, and we've found that idea of God is incoherent. We don't agree with that, right? But then we still ask ourselves, are we still gonna look for the reason for existence and what sustains it? Because that's the function of what that word God really means without anything else. So I guess what I'm asking is, once you look like uh you naturalism is your thing. So nature is a real big part, and y'all identify it, but you don't. Is that where you stop at? Does it not deserve any reverence when it is doing the job that you was looking for?
Well, for me, when here's the thing, when I left Christianity, I immediately hopped on the Nile Valley civilization joint. You feel me? And then after a while, I got into the roots of my maternal side. And one thing I found out about Nile Valley civilization and the Blackfoot Native American Confederacy is they were both natural people, and they had ways to describe what we would call creation or what brings forth existence, right? That's why I think I was on, I'm not sure if I was over here, if I was over on panel, and I was talking about Shu and Gab and Nut and Tough Nut and Ray and Ma'at, and these aren't just like people look at these from a Western viewpoint and look at them and be like, oh, well, these are gods. No, these are literally the forces that make up what we call reality. And when you look in science and you see science talk about the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, vibration, gravity, and all of this, you see they're talking about the exact same things. So when I'm going back and I'm looking at my roots, and then when I go to the Native American roots with the Black for Native Americans, you see they also have words to describe natural forces for water and air and the cosmos and stars. You see, they talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, why keep reading this when my lineage is giving me a more accurate version of how being or how existence came into being? I'm gonna land
Yeah.
my there. I want to know if Brother A1. Let's get to the new host. Let's get to the new guest, y'all.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You the new host. What you talking about?
Let's get it. Is that Hercules? Hey, I know Hercules. What's up, Hercules?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What up, my guy? How you doing?
Okay.
Not much as early as a mug. Y'all up this joint early as a mug, yeah.
Hey man, this is just another Tuesday for me, man. I do this all day, every day. I'm just on a different platform.
I was coming on to say exactly what you just said, actually.
Okay. Get into it, Brother Hercules.
You already said it. You beat me to
it. Hey, shoot.
I was like, yo, he just said what I wanted to say. But yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, man. As Pandemus pointed out, it's like, the question is, whose God are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? And because it's different when you're dealing with, like you said, African traditional religions. They're based off the ecology, and it's not like just stuff that something you just made up. Somebody, Abraham and these guys is not made up. It's just the forces of the universe is how they use their spirituality and stuff. And so these words, we get caught up into these words in a Western world view.
Exactly.
And, we don't understand it, and that's one of the biggest things. And that's like the thing that I kind of been going back and forth with Ankh about. I've been trying to explain, like, yo, you're using a Western view to try to explain something, from an African point of view. But the thing is that when you look at African spirituality or African systems, they're not the same. It's not the same as the West. It's the complete opposite. It's a complete different understanding of how they view the world and stuff. So, but yeah, when it comes to it, is it, the logic comes into play when we're dealing with African traditional systems. The logic comes into play because it's like trying to explain I'm sorry, I'm losing train of thought. But I was like, what you were saying is true, because the logic comes into play because you're dealing with the natural elements.
Mm-hmm. If I could just piggyback really fast, to touch on what you were saying about the logical aspect, right? I've never seen, we don't have any historical evidence, right, of any Hebrew people building any structures using a mathematical portion of a Yahweh. We don't have any historical evidence of these people using certain aspects of star observation, right, in their spiritual systems. Like, we don't see this strictly with these people. But when we go to Kemet, we see this. We have temples mathematically built in balanced proportions, just to represent the essence of Ma'at. This is why it's called the Temple of Ma'at. So just to piggyback off the brother, the logical thing, it's logical that we can go over there and see that they are showing us that they're not only renovating or venerating balance, reciprocity, justice. They actually grasp the concept of what this means. They're showing us this in a form that they even built something mathematically proportionate to what this means. We don't see this culture doing nothing like that. So I get that, Hercules. I most definitely understand that.
Let me jump in there real quick too. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So I sort of took that same path, except for I had a couple other stops beforehand and afterwards before I went to becoming a full atheist. Part of it was what y'all was just saying, and realizing that these deities is really representing scientific principles. After seeing that in Kemet, I also noticed it in West Africa, right? So in Odinani and Ifa, if you look at Ogun and Amadioha, the gods of metal and power and strength, you know what I'm saying? When our people saw trains, that was a representation of Ogun, Amadioha, you know what I'm saying? So that made me start thinking, if the deity is just a representation of which I was talking about, a science or a natural occurrence or a scientific principle, then why then do we need the imagery of a deity? We can dispel with all of that at a certain point, because once you realize that you realize that it was just a teaching tool, a way to express an idea to people who wouldn't be able to understand it any other way. So it feels to me that the atheist and more scientific approach to those things is more logical. It's a logical progression and evolution of education and human mindset. That was deep. Don't give some applause for that. That shit was deep, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. But the only pushback I'll have with that is that viewpoint. So you're saying it's more of a logical mindset. Well, for the ancestors, it wouldn't been. It would have been an illogical mindset, because even though we know that these are the elements of the universe, there's still a spiritual component connected to it. It's how they viewed it, and one of the things that they was trying to show us is that there's a reciprocity. There's a give and a take from the spiritual realm to this realm, to the physical realm. And if you neglect that reciprocity, you end up in a world that's asphatic, with the world of chaos. Today we would call that the noise, a high entropy. That's and that's the kind of world that we live in now. It's a world that's uncertainty, where things are unstable, and they built a society and a civilization that lasted for 4,000 years on stability, because they had this understanding that you have to maintain a balance between our physical realm and the universe, the earth. And this is something I just found out. I didn't even know this, that the earth has a vibrational frequency. I didn't know that.
432, man. 432. Yes, sir. And real quick, just to interject, make sure you are subscribed to Titans Debate League, youtube.com/@Titans Debate League, so you don't miss any of the action. We have a few argument alleys scheduled for this week, and a surprise guest popping up on Sunday for his argument alley as well. Stay tuned for that. Back to you, King Hart.
And so, I just want to say that I think that, like I said, I just found that out. And the pyramids was built to be in harmony with the vibration of the earth and the vibration of the universe and stuff like that. And so I think they showed that, if you don't maintain this balance, this reciprocity, you're going to end up with a high entropy, and that this static, this noise, the way that we are today. Even though we have this technology and everything is that was cool. We got air conditioning stuff, but we're out of sync with.
So I hear your point.
Let me finish this. I'm gonna finish this. We're out of sync with the earth and the universe, and it's going towards an uncertainty future that we don't know about. Chaos. But so go ahead.
Right. So to what you was just saying earlier, I think it was you talking earlier when you were saying that basically what you're calling spiritual now is nature, right? So once you realize that that's what that is, and you identify that what we're calling spirit, but spirituality and things like that really is just nature. There's not a sentient being on the other side of us doing that. The reciprocity that we're talking about is being, so you go to the 42 laws, right? And you talk about, I have not defiled the food of the gods, right? That's really making sure that you're taking care of the land and the crops, etc. That's really not a relationship with a god or a deity. That's making sure that you feeding the people. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the children. I haven't done such with their food, or I haven't defiled my fellow neighbor and all that type of shit that's in the laws. Like those are actually common sense things when you really sit back and think about it. You don't necessarily need a deity to do any of them. And once you realize that, all I'm saying is if you still follow those things scientific without a deity at all, you will be in that balance. The world itself will be in that same balance that you was talking about. The issue with it is most people, the majority of the world is too selfish to do that. So like the golden rule is pretty much found across cultures across the world. Right? Do unto others as you have you right? It's found across the world throughout ages. It's just the majority of people don't want to do that. They want their own personal, advantages, and that's what then throws the world into chaos. It's not necessarily a spiritual thing. Some people are just assholes.
Yeah. I can see that. I can see that. Somebody about to say something?
No, I just said that sounds good.
Yeah, I can see. Again, I can see what you're saying, but I think, let me see. If we, I don't know. It's like they try to. I thought it's just nature. We're looking at it as just nature and why deify it. I think that they was trying to show us, and it's in every African traditional system. It's in every one of them. That this connection with the spiritual realm is necessary. Today we don't think like that. Especially us who grew up here in the West, we don't think like that. But for them, for them there was no like it was hard for them to live without the spirit. You know what I'm saying? To vision reality, to do your math, to do without spirituality. I don't know if anybody ever been to Africa, I've been to Ghana. And when you go, because growing up, I always heard that, that their life was connected with spirituality or their life and stuff, right? And I didn't understand it until I went over there. And you'll see things like, a barbershop. It'll say, this is the haircutting place of God. This is, another one might say, this is Jesus chosen, barbershop. You see a grocery store, it'll say, this is God chosen grocery store. You will see it in every, all their businesses, something, God or Jesus, something like that. And that's what I understood. I was like, oh, black people did not imagine a life without the spiritual component. You know what I'm saying? To have that that's not life at all. You know what I'm saying? From their point of view, it just doesn't equate. One, you can't. It's like your hand, your hand, your front side of your hand, the back side of your hand. You just can't take the skin off. The back side of your hand. And just say, I don't have a back side of my hand. It just didn't. Their worldview didn't see it like that. And I know from a Western point of view, you could describe the universe without talking about the spirit at all, without talking about spirituality at all. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So but my point is like it created, without spirituality, it created a world that we live in now, a world that's that's destructive towards the planet and people, you know what I'm saying? Where when you had spirituality, these ideas, you understood that you just cannot destroy the planet, make these choices without repercussions.
I just want to say something before I lose my thought. So there's a couple things you said, Derek, but a lot of times people make a lot of assumptions about history, right? We have really no idea how many people actually bought into the spirituality side of the natural or of the spirits of people, right? So you have no idea actually about how many people bought into the spiritual system. Everybody had a job in Canada. right? And they went through degrees to do that. And so they built those pyramids not as slaves and things like that, but because it was their job to do this part for the country, for the nation.
Yeah.
So, right, they brought their children to do that. So their whole family was that. They built that type of brick. That was it. That was their children. And people over here, they planted those things, and that's what they do. That's their joint. So all of that was written down as tied to spirituality. But at some level, you have to know that there were some folks that may not have bought into that, right? And they was just doing it because they realized what they may hated the whole situation, but they was doing it because they had, right? A better example in West Africa for people not being able to live without spirituality, so to say.
Come closer to your mic so you're a little clearer if you can.
Okay, check. Can you hear me?
I mean, we can hear you. It's not clear.
It's better. Maybe if I speak up a little louder.
That's better.
It's better. Okay. So a better example in West Africa would be the market days in Nigeria. So the market days, they have a different week than we do here in the West, right? And it's based on their spiritual system, right? But they don't. I'm sorry, somebody saying something?
No, go ahead.
No,
okay. I moved my headphones to adjust my mic. So yeah, the market days are based on different deities in the ecosystem, and they follow that market system, and it works for the culture, for the economy, for the health, and all that business. However, you know that Nigeria is heavily Christian right now, right? But yet they still follow the market days because the market days work for benefit of the people. So it's there's a couple of things that scenario shows. The fact that they were able to switch belief systems and still carry the cultural system of the ancestors that was working for the country, you know what I'm saying, for the nation, and deal with it without the spiritual over the top of it. Also in Nigeria, all of them name themselves in their business after a god. That's very similar to televangelists over in the West. So it's not really the best idea. That's what I'm saying. The market days might be a better idea, but even there, they don't necessarily focus so heavily on the actual spirituality because most of them have turned Christian.
Yeah, they Christians over there. It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
You Christian or Muslim?
You know what's interesting about they get mad at me, but I all call them the Abrahamic religions, which they are, and they get upset because I don't understand why they beef with each other. Man, y'all all supposed to follow the God of Abraham, but then the Hebrew Israelites say the Muslim God is different than the Israelite God, which is different than the Christian God, which is how y'all dealing with all these different gods, but yet y'all monotheistic. I don't understand, man.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Same
Preach,
thing
brother. You better preach, brother.
I'm asking myself because Ishmael, it say in the Bible that Ishmael was at Abraham's funeral just like Isaac. So shit, if both of them was there and they didn't have no problem there. Ain't no reason that they had a problem with what God is God. I know they was worshiping the same thing.
I had a debate a while back. And the title of the debate was "Who started monotheism?" Right now, if you are a scholar in this field and you do your due diligence, then you know without a shadow of a doubt it was Akhenaten. But if you indoctrinated, you're gonna think it was Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Eber. So the title was "Who started monotheism?" Akhenaten or Yasharal. Listen, man, that debate didn't go too well for him. I'll tell y'all that.
No, it's definitely Akhenaten.
Actually, go back further than Akhenaten, to be honest. Good win, sure, that's definitely an easy win.
Mm-hmm.
How would you ever think that Abraham,
Well, that's where he lost at the first place. Because when I went first in my first round, that was my first point of contention. How can you credit an invention to a ghost? And he never addressed it.
That's the body shot right there.
Man. I never understood Well, I think I kind of understood why they be beefing with each other. It's like y'all all got the same people in y'all book. You know what I'm saying? It's all
It's
the
really
same.
not the same. It's not the same God though. It really ain't. And that's the problem.
Probably. Oh, that probably what it is.
Hey, listen. Do you know before there was a thing called Islam, right? Do you know there were Arab-speaking Jews and Christians who used the word Allah for God to represent God of Abraham way before a Muslim even showed up on the planet? So if you're telling me that Muslims then took that word and then used that word to designate God of Abraham is a different God than what the Hebrew gods use.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I don't know.
It is. Yeah, it is. As a matter of fact, hey, I might actually do that presentation over here one day.
That'd be nice because you haven't done a presentation. You've just been over here kicking ass and taking names. I mean, I'm not mad at you about that, but
You sound a little mad though. You do sound mad. I don't understand why.
You do sound mad.
Come open up the classroom for a day, man. Use the dry erase board. You know.
Yeah, actually, I think I will do that after I beat everybody in this tournament. I'm just gonna win this tournament, y'all. So just be happy for me. After I win this tournament, I'm gonna go ahead and do that presentation. Yeah.
Let's get it. Be on the lookout for I guess Pam winning the tournament as he says, and then the
Everybody get ready for
after.
that. I'm passing out fully rolled blunts.
Man, I'm passing out fully rolled blunts. Okay.
And in case you're wondering what tournament he's talking about, if you're not familiar, we're on Titans Debate League on YouTube, and
these are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes, and we have a $500 cash prize associated with that tournament. The winner of each round will be receiving $50 on the road to the finals. And salute to you, gentlemen, for being brave enough to step into the Coliseum. And if you aren't subscribed, again, I just dropped that link in the chat. Titans Debate League on YouTube. Get on over here. I'm sharing it on the screen so you can see what it looks like, so you know exactly where to find us. We're doing some big things over here, you know. Rock with us, the hottest debate league on the internet. Back to you, gentlemen.
I also, if I may, really fast, listen, I'm not a new cat. I'm a new cat over here on YouTube, but I've been around the block for a while across the street, which I call Bigo, B-I-G-O. If y'all are interested in going to an environment and actually doing presentations and practicing presentations, to get back up here on a big stage and things of that nature, come on over there. We do the same thing over here 24/7, and it actually helps you get better and get more prepared for arenas like this.
And he's gonna be live later. We're gonna get some ads for his Bigo page, so that way everybody can know where to go find him. And we're gonna keep this going and be expecting to see him over here more. He just got the admin, so he's gonna be hosting some open panels, keeping the conversation going. Salute to him, taking the lead over here. Leaders get promoted fast over here, man, and that positive energy really matters. So let's go. Back to you, gentlemen. I think Pam was expounding on how he
That's
was gonna
my
win this
answer.
tournament.
So, anyways, listen, y'all, you gotta get this. I'm actually pretty fucking good. All right.
Let's get it.
What's your argument?
I am a Pan-African atheist. That's my moniker. And then I stand on that. And then anybody want to bring whatever topic to me, I debate any topic that's brought to me, basically.
Oh, okay.
Some of the topics he's debated so far over here. Should the FOP be disbanded? That was one of them, correct?
That's the name Pan. Okay.
Then he had another one, which is more consistent with science or philosophy, atheism or Christianity. He debates a broad number of topics though. But atheism and Pan-Africanism are the two ideologies he's waving the flag for everywhere he goes. So
literally the flag.
Expect to see more from him over here. Shout out to him. Titans, stand up.
Oh, you know what? You hear it's dead air. You need time here. I got you. Yeah. So, anyways, I am a Gaviite as well. I'm a member of the actual UNIA ACL Government of the World. You know what I'm saying? It's a unifying movement, despite your religion, belief, anything like that. If you are of African descent, you know what I'm saying, you already a Gaviite. Link up, go find somebody that's doing UNIA business. It's a local UNIA near you. Join up. That's the movement. That's the plan. You gotta be self-governed worldwide. You hear me? I love it. Don't keep quiet. I'll keep talking.
Now, Pan, you might win.
It's okay.
Hey, Pan, you might win this tournament, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know about the next tournament we having.
Yes, we're about to get that started soon. I'm trying to get this one wrapped up because I got a lot of new faces. I've introduced 2 of 10 new debaters that I'm going to be bringing to the channel. You know what's funny? I was going to say not in our inner circles and people we haven't seen before, but I didn't know that everybody was already hip to you, Humble Mystic.
Man, that's news to me. I wasn't even.
Yeah, you pulled up to the channel. You had a lot of support. They already was hip to you from other places and spaces. I didn't even know that you had been on YouTube really doing this. I found out once I started interviewing you because we met over on TikTok.
Yeah,
so.
and trust me, brother, it wasn't long. It was what, 2 weeks? I've literally been doing this for about 2 weeks.
Are you serious? You know what's funny? I messaged you like 3 months ago. That's crazy. Okay. So I guess everything worked out the way it was supposed to. Like right when you got rolling, I just hit you back up out the blue after I missed our first scheduled date. Like, hey, you want to do something today? You like, yeah.
When you hit me up, I had to make sure that it was you. I was like, oh, that's the dude from Titan Debate League. I started hitting. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm ready. He was like, yeah, man, look, we can do it today. Hey, listen, that's how we roll. I'm with it. That's good.
Let's go. And you know, go ahead, back and forth. You were asking Pan a question. You know, if you want to set up a exhibition debate, y'all get paid win, lose, or draw for those. So
I was just saying. So Pan, what's your standpoints, Pan? So like, what do you follow? What's your worldview or things you like to debate?
Once again, I am the Pan-African atheist. That's life. So I stand on that. And anybody want to challenge that, they can get it. Like I said earlier when I was talking about it, I came from Christianity. I went through all of the different religious paths that Black folks go to come to atheism. So I actually practiced a couple more belief systems than other people have. So I mean, I got that history with me and experience. Also, I pretty much debate whatever. So like, it's my it's sort of my shtick that I debate whatever topics that someone brings to me. So whoever my opponent is, if they decide they want to bring a topic, I usually go with one that they bring.
That makes sense. Okay.
So do you have any topics to propose?
Oh man, listen.
Look at you trying to start shit. Stop it.
Hey, I mean, we need to get you some extracurricular stuff going outside of the tournament. I feel.
Yeah, I'm about to say, listen, I can propose many different topics. You know, I do the evolution. He said atheism. We could deal with morality. You know what I'm saying? We could deal with a whole lot of things. But I'm just like the brother, right? I am a multifaceted debater, right? I literally do this for sport. So yes, while oftentimes you see me, debating the religion or the science, man, I'll debate who's the best basketball player. I'll debate, who's the best running back ever. I'll debate, hey, listen, who's the best baseball all-star, man? Listen, I do this for real.
No, he need to go against Anu. That's what this sounds like.
Let's go. Shout out Anu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get something set up, man. I got somebody who called them out. Well, he called them out and they accepted the challenge. We're about to get something set up with those two here soon.
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm lazy. I'm a lazy prize fighter, bro. Just here for the big shows.
Hey, with that, what you got? A pen? Is that damn, that's not Laurel you got coming up with the debate.
I don't know who I got coming up next. Hey.
You did ask to see the bracket this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, what's my next victim, bro?
Let me pull up the bracket. I think you have to wait on the winner of a debate. There is nobody lined up for you yet, so you're just waiting in limbo to see who wins this next one.
Lucky son.
The last debate he just had, it was against Timmy. You guys can go check that out on the page.
I got the most minks against Timmy.
You got the most minks. Hold on, let me pull up that advertisement real quick so everybody can see what they missed real quick. Clash of the Titans. That was round 2. Hemi versus Pan promo.
What happens when faith meets fire and science meets steel? 2 minds, 2 worldviews, 1 explosive debate. Sharp, unfiltered, armed with science, reason, and relentless logic. Facing him, 713 Hemi, the Christian juggernaut. Bold, battle-tested, standing on faith, philosophy, and the word of God. This is more than a debate. This is a clash of foundations. Which worldview stands stronger under pressure? Which one is more consistent with science and philosophy? Is reality purely natural? No gods, no divine plan? Or does Christianity offer the deeper explanation for existence, morality, and truth itself? No dodging, no soft questions, no safe corners, just raw arguments, real receipts, and intellectual combat at the highest level. Pandemis versus 713 Hemi, faith versus atheism, belief versus reason. Only one worldview can leave the arena undefeated. Don't miss it.
Hey,
yo, that was fire.
I did my thing on that one. I did my thing on that one.
And so I take that Pat African, you won that debate?
You can almost always assume that I won the debate. Yeah.
He's definitely undefeated on the channel right now. I can say that.
Yeah.
So you
what was some of your arguing points you used?
Well, the theme was so obviously okay. So I'm introducing myself to y'all for the first time. So I'm actually a cartoon as well. So you got to respect that. I'm a realist cartoon.
I see. I was like, hey, yo, that's fire.
So, I always got a theme in my debates too. So this theme was the black cat. There's a famous joke that say theism or belief is like going into a black room, a dark room with no lights, searching for a black cat that's not there, and saying you found it. And so that was the whole theme of my whole debate. That you have to be able to show whatever your claim is. You can't just sit there and say, there's a God. There's a God. His name is Yahweh, and all these other things, right? Without actually proving that claim. And so atheism approaches questions the same way that science does. When Christianity approaches religion, Christianity approaches questions with religion in mind. And he actually posted a slide that says, what did he say? Fear of the Lord is the beginning of all religion. Right? And I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry because I'm texting my daughter. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of all knowledge, right? So if you, he posted that slide, so that changed the trajectory of my whole presentation a little bit, because now you're telling everybody that you start off with a bias. If fear of the Lord is the basis of all knowledge, that includes any question that we're talking about in science. You understand what I mean? Mind you, atheism approaches every question the same way a scientist does, by reserving judgment until you have an answer. So we complete the experiment, or we go through the method, the scientific method. You know what I'm saying? Go through that, falsify, try to falsify, have criteria to falsify. You know what I'm saying? That's the other thing. You can't falsify Christianity. There's nothing to falsify with that. That is not scientific. You know what I'm saying? So he had to admit that as well. So there was,
Man, you know what? With these religious dudes, one of the most straw man arguments or red herring arguments they be trying to make is absence of evidence is not lack of evidence or something like that. It just means it's not found yet. Man, I be listen. No, man, if lack of evidence mean it ain't there. It don't exist.
But you know what else too, though? Again, dealing with the science approach with our debate. Okay, you saying it still might be out there. That's fine. What's the next test? But until we finish that test, we can't say for sure it's out there, and they all have to concede to that. And that's why they can't fuck with me. Yeah.
Well, even if we take a historical model, right? Like, for Christianity, right? You know, they believe Jesus is a historical person, right? Now, the issue with that is we have a man by the name of Pontius Pilate, who we know is a real person. We notice he's a real person because we got steles of his life. Now, when we read the steles of his life, Jesus is not mentioned, a Yeshua is not mentioned, an Emmanuel is not mentioned, no crucifixions is mentioned. Now, he do have a quarrel with the Jewish community, but that quarrel was about taxation. It was not about no man running around here committing heresies. So, if we have a story from a man that this story is talking about, and we're trying to figure out, all right, what's his point of view of the story? We heard the Bible point of view. What's his point of view? Now, he got taxations, he got war commands, he got all these things, right? But you know what he don't got? He ain't got no Jesus crucifixion. He ain't got no Yeshua crucifixion. In fact, he ain't got no crucifixions. So, I mean, that right there just also disproved the knowing of a Jesus is historical. You see what I'm saying? Because if the man
would love to have that debate with you, I'm sure.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I like actually, yeah, I think Pandemus is a pretty good debate, and I enjoy we agree on a lot of stuff, and we are the same boat. I think the only thing, you know what I'm saying, we don't, I guess we would push back on is atheism, but it's better that I enjoy talking to you about it than like someone like Cedric.
Right.
Because it's like you came in, this guy won't even let you talk, man.
Bro, I don't know if y'all be watching these videos. So I'm in my first time or my second time up there over there, right? And I'm dealing with Cedric. We're dealing with evolution, right? Now, I got a lot of different things I do outside of this, right? So one thing is gaming. I play video games. So I play this in particular game called Pokemon. And so we dealing with evolution, and I'm using Pokemon as an example because Pokemon have the process of evolution within it. And I'm showing how evolution includes speciation. This man, Cedric, come out the woodwork talking about Pokemon is metamorphosis. I say, hey, yo, what? Do you? Ain't no way you know nothing about Pokemon talking about Pokemon is metamorphosis. I say, yo, we can't have this conversation, bro.
Yeah, I don't fuck with cousins. So I don't even got too much to say about it.
You said what?
I don't really fuck with them, so I don't too much to say.
Listen, man.
It's funny, man. They
But the issue at hand that y'all was just talking about though is you're supposed to be able to have conversations without being asshole-ish, right? And I can understand people's, like I started off when we started talking about this. I can understand motherfuckers believe in something, but the moment you come over to me and try and make me on it, we gonna go through some things. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That's all it really is.
Okay, psychic, I see you. Chicken feet, I see you. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Say that again.
Chikorita right there. Who the other one? Go. Let me see the other page. Hey, that's tough.
Oh, am I not seeing
That's Eevee. She got Eevee in the background. Okay, we got a fellow Pokemon lover on the panel. Okay, Charmander. Yo. Okay, so she know what I'm talking about.
Okay, tunes up. I see it now. I see what's happening now. Tunes up. Tunes forever. Tune life.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
how do we say that we here, bro? Like, are we in the Coliseum? Are we in the Coliseum? Are we on the Gauntlet? What are we doing right now?
Mm-hmm. Man, we know having a good time.
This was a show called Argument Alley, but that's kind of over now. We just rocking and rolling, you know.
Yeah, yo, I'm about to roll. I need to head to the grocery store. Get something to eat.
Definitely
Hey, man,
have a
it's
good rest of the
7
day.
o'clock in the morning over here, man. We up.
I'm gonna see y'all guys later.
All right, Brody.
All right, man. All right, y'all.
Peace. Have a good day.
I really appreciate having these conversations, man. Definitely with like-minded individuals. You know, it's actually a relief not to have to go through trolls or so many trolls. You know, man, listen, this is refreshing. I really enjoy this. Once again, shout out to the brother A1 for making this possible. Man. Hey, A1, I caught a certain comment earlier last night. I don't know if you caught it, bro, but it said, you know, hey, we need more content like this. Look, it's great to come through to a platform that's, hey, I ain't even gonna finish that, but caught that comment.
Well, you know, you about to be over here holding it down, man. So keep spreading the word. Keep letting them know where they can get that fire content. Ain't gonna be no gatekeeping on the information.
Mm-hmm.
We not gatekeeping the young brothers from getting up here either, man. Everybody's voice is gonna be heard over here. So I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. Shout out.
What is y'all's astrology signs? I am a Pisces, Cusp Aquarius, Gemini, Cusp Cancer, Rising Moon, Aquarius, 10,000 Pisces.
Wait a minute. What? You're a what now?
I'm a Pisces on the cusp of Aquarius, and I'm also Gemini, Cusp Cancer, Rising, which makes me talk really fast at first. And then I got Moon in Aquarius, and the Moon right now is in Capricorn, and it's some kind of wanting moon or something, whatever that means. But like, yeah, and my 10th house is in Pisces. I have to say all that because that's what I'm advertising as a 10th house Pisces person. That means I'm just going to include all the signs that are in my chart that are important. That's highlighted. Your 10th house is how you act like on cameras. Like right now is our 10th house. And it's, you know, it's ruled by Capricorn. The 10th house, it's our career. It's how we're on cameras. And also the 12th house, which is ruled by Pisces. Everybody has 12 houses in our charts. I'm not just a Pisces, Cusp Aquarius, and I'll be all. I have all this in my chart. Everybody else has in their charts too. And I read them for free, and I do psychic readings too. Even though astrology is not psychic, but spirits have told me they're astrology signs, so I'm not wasting my time doing astrology charts always for free because it's the best thing you can discover. And the experience and experiment with practicing psychic abilities at the same time helps because birth charts are easy to roast and talk about because I love the roast the charts to show you why you're a douchebag, why your mom and dad is a narcissist, why are you so poor, and why are you challenging with this, and what's wrong with your left eye, your right eye, because in your face and your organs, all the astrology map that you have, it literally can tell you some really interesting stuff. And allegedly, they can tell you what your 8th house is in, which is you're passing away, your sexual expression, and stuff like that. But it's not psychic, but astrology you can interpret and see stuff that can relate to that. And most people say, like, if your 8th house is in Leo, that's ruled as the heart, you know, allegedly, it's in your family. It could be these people, when I tell them that the 8th house is could be your passing, could or could not be, allegedly, because this 8th house is just saying it's in Leo.
It's psychic.
And then they all say it's in there, and it's in their it's in their family or something, or it's related somewhere. You know what I mean? What did you say? What's your question?
All right. I would just like to ask you a question. Do you know the birthplace of astrology?
I don't know. I just know Aquarius is the discoverer of it, and in your chart, it helps you understand the language of astrology. Is Aquarius or something?
No, the birthplace. Like who started that?
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I didn't have to study it. I'm studying through y'all every day.
Astrology. So astrology came by way of came by way of the Babylonians. That's a Mesopotamian thing, right? And later on, that's where the Chaldeans got their star mapping from. Then in that mix, when that thing was getting started, when astronomy was getting started, Kemet actually picked up their own version of astronomy. You see what I'm saying? Now, all this is it's an observation in a spiritual philosophical sense of tracking the stars. And this is before they had scientific methods of tracking the stars.
And calculators and computers, they'll show you the map for you without having to look at the stars.
So-
and people and Egyptians found out this stuff without the calculators and the cameras.
I'm gonna let y'all have this conversation. Peace out, y'all. Have a good day.
Thank you. So, what is your astrology sign? Do you know what your moon and rising sign is yet? I'll find out.
Have you tackled the prompt on the screen yet, Psychic? Is belief in God rational, or is atheism a more logical position?
Both are the same bullshit. The same answer. Believing or not believing is not going to make no damn difference. Or being against believing or is wanting to know and find out and discovering. What you see is what you get. But like, what people are delusionally thinking when they're an atheist, thinking that, well, belief can't be anything but what. Now you got to find answers without believing. Good for you. Do that. You can believe with trying to find out answers too. If you believe so bad, it helps you motivate yourself to find out the answers, unless you just want to be comfortable with believing in bullshit, which just maybe may hinder your experience on finding out what the real thing is that you're so-called believing in and waste your time doing all the time. Like what? Like say we're praying to God, begging Jesus, oh freaking God, fucking help me please, all the fucking day, until you get an answer from him. And it would be just like a few words and it had nothing to do with your prayers. It was just, he gave you the spiritual presence of the light and telling me, I'm here to save Selena, which is my girlfriend who started crying when she felt his Holy Spirit. And I was driving. That's stressful. You have to do it all with your mind and see with your soul's eyes. And you can see it physically and feel it physically. And other people may not be seeing the same thing as you, but some people can. And with my best friend, she's haunted by her aunt, and that's how I get to communicate with spirits, because she's there. Her aunt is with her. Yes, there ain't nothing better to do than talking to me in spirit. And yes, and it happened many times. And all I got is my witnesses and my confirmation through these pictures that they show me after I see the visions from. I like to see visions of people's family members and stuff, and then they show me pictures of the same things I saw. That's legit. I got recordings. I'm gonna keep repeating. What?
So 1 second. So do you think that atheism is the more logical position?
It's probably better not to be so delusional in your belief system of bullshit and then have restrictions because you have a belief that fucking fatals your way and hinders your way of what really you can do. Because like some people can believe the stupidest things ever to give themselves a cute excuses not to do the work that it takes. The challenge is to get the results that it makes, to get evidence. Like it's social. Rejection or belief don't make a difference in this experiment. It's like trying to survive. Psychic is all there really is.
Hold on 1 second. We ain't talking about being psychic right now.
Well, that's the whole point.
No. We talking about the prompt on the screen right now.
I know. So I didn't have to have results with believing or not believing because I didn't know what to believe in.
Psychic, hold on. So you do agree with the position that atheism is a more logical position, right?
Neither one makes any difference to get results. It
Oh,
can.
so you saying you don't agree with either?
They're both a waste of time to do.
God is rational,
It might be.
atheism is logical.
But if you refuse not to know to find out, is sort of which one is one of those. I don't know.
So what would you? So are you religious or are you?
No, because that's fake and stupid, and it doesn't get results. Do you see anybody at church saying that they seen spirits yet? Right. Are they doing visions on other people and like acting like a crazy person like me? But I got myself recorded because that is a waste of time if you don't get recorded. Right. See, I can't help what they do. An angel cannot protect me from secondhand cigarette smoke either.
You're speaking too fast. You're speaking too fast.
I'm just saying. Right. You know, so if you had a present of angels with you, you think everything is cured.
Hold on, because you're talking about in one sense you're saying you're not religious, in the second sense
I'm not religious, but angels and shit that religious retards wrote about actually exist, and it's real. Even if they have rumors and lies that I don't have to read about because I have no clue.
You speaking
that doesn't restrict me from
understanding what you're saying. Hold on one second.
Okay.
So you're not religious.
So yeah, because
hold on one second. Hold on. I gotta make sense of this. Like, let me get this out. So you're not. So what I understand from you is you're not religious, but on your psychic path, you're able to communicate with angels and spirits
and animals. And I've actually seen all types of things I never knew existed, like the four-faced cherubim being that's in the Bible and never had to read or even learn about, never knew existed. That's the crazy thing about that. And I'm still not trying to. I just ask people, what do you know about this four-faced cherubim that I encountered, and what do you think about it? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares, and that's my life. Huh?
Are you saying cherubim?
Yeah, it's a four-faced cherubim being. I mean, how I can? I mean, I don't know. I just experienced it. It has four faces, and that's so cool. And every detail of it is the same explanation that's in the Bible that I never had to read because I looked it up on YouTube 2 months later, and I thought the ox face that I saw in my visions. I even made a doll about. I made a biblical doll because of it. It is so cool.
So you do your research off of YouTube?
No, I had to do that to find out what I was seeing, and it just happened to be something that was in the freaking Bible. Bullshit.
Is that a pentagram?
Yeah, it's just fun, pretty bullshit. It has nothing to do with anything. It ain't nothing unless you want to believe in it. It's earth, air, fire.
You just said it was bull crap. How are you going to try to?
Oh, it's my art though, but it's just my art and stuff. And I like sewed this shit. I can't see what I'm filming, but what a waste of time. See earth, air, fire, and water and stuff. This is my biblical doll that I made or whatever, which I didn't have to read the Bible to see this being. And I decided to make it into a doll because, hello, look, a statue of Jesus is cool too. And why not the pentagram? Because of elements help me be psychic too. Your astrology chart can show me places in your chart where your elements are stronger than others. And it helps me to tune with that so I can work with those elements.
So if I may ask you a question, I promise you I'm not being. Hold on 1 second. I have to ask you a question, and I promise I'm not being facetious. What's the difference between you and a religious person?
There's nothing, but there's not a difference between an atheist and a religious person too. Same.
No, not atheist. I'm saying you.
Me and a what? A religious person or an atheist person? There's a balance of both. I don't have to believe in nobody's bullshit. I go through by experience, and what has survived is my memories of seeing all these spirits and eyewitnesses. I can only go.
No, brother. I'm hearing you. You know, I was just earlier talking about,
No, what's your astrology sign? You didn't even answer me that question either yet.
I'm an Aquarius.
You're an Aquarius? Okay, for me.
Hold on. So earlier I was talking about people who believe in the Bible but don't want to be Christian.
Oh, who cares about that? They don't care.
Hold on, I got you. I want to let the panel. I want to let the chat know I'm speaking to them right now really fast. I got you. So you cannot follow the ways of this book and then denounce their practice or their title over you. If you read the Bible, you are a Christian. If you're talking about cherubims, you're a Christian. If you're talking about angels, you're a Christian. These are indoctrinated beliefs that's been put. and this is why I'm talking to my people, because these are indoctrinated beliefs that's been put on us. Please, people, do not adopt this. This is not our studies. This is not our scholarship. This is not what our people did. Our people didn't go around talking about angels and demons.
Because they haven't seen them yet. That's the problem. Don't give yourself excuses not to see them, because they are real around other people and they have nothing to do with your beliefs. You can't make a demon be what you want it to be. Neither can an angel. You can't. They're just beings, just like you. You're part of fucking God's image of bullshit. Okay, you're cruel or loving. Who gives a fuck? You're allowed in the light. Who gives a fuck? Just come as you are, and you still see other creatures, and life goes on existing. No heaven.
All right, Brody, hold on. I gotta mute you really fast, and the reason I have to mute you is because we can sit here and go back and forth all day, but we gotta listen. We're scholastic people here. You know, we got A1 Lord B New. You know, we got we got Quantum in the building. You know, and every time we speak, you know, we spoke with some sort of education to or intellect to what we was saying, you know. So I would ask you, brother, hold on, don't unmute your mic while I mute your mic. So I would ask you, brother, I'm gonna treat you as a brother. I would ask you to just show the same decorum, bro. We ain't got, you know, get all cursy, da. I was just asking you some questions because the brother asked you a question about the prompt here, and then you started to go off the rails on what psychic is and reading angels, and I had to bring you back to say, okay, well, are you religious or are you not religious? You said you wasn't religious, but then you're talking about angels. You can't not be religious. See, as a we had a brother up here who considered himself an atheist, and anything he said out his mouth ain't had nothing to do with no angel, brother. So you gotta, I don't know if you gotta reconstruct what you're doing or how you bringing it. But you know what, I can't, and I don't want to sound like I'm bashing, but when it comes to showing and proving what you're doing in a scholastic field, all I'm gonna say is you can't use religion to back up what you do spiritually. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna unmute you, brother.
I'm not using it. I didn't mean for it to be fucking related at all. So, I mean, whatever it is, it is. The whole world is small and ridiculous. We all like reunite with each other and shit or something. The stories of histories never change. The spiritual realms never change. It stays the same. It's there to tap into. You experience what you see is what you get. If you're not seeking the experience, you're not going to get it. And it's through others. I can't do anything else but tell you the vision I see through other people. And still, if I've seen their story correctly and there's stuff around them. I don't know. So believing and being atheist, there's no difference. It's just ridiculous. Just go experience and practice with your senses of mind and you'll figure out and find out. There's nothing with religious bullshit.
Yeah, okay, I get that. Now, how do you explain that? So clearly, okay, so now let me get to you. Hold on 1 second, brother. I got you. So clearly I'm hearing you're a practitioner, right? Now I can get to your level because I'm also a practitioner. Now, from a question from one practitioner to another practitioner, I would ask you is, if someone asks you what is it that you do, how do you explain it to them in a form that makes sense?
What do you mean? I got recordings of my evidence. I just say what I see with my visions and I tell you what I see. And if it's a yes or a no. And if you cheat and say your stupid whole life story, it's cheating. And it rests with my imagination. You know, you have to focus on somebody and like wholeheartedly or some bullshit. And if they're lit up, like the glowing, like if someone's pregnant, they have a baby, there's a soul there, whether you believe it or not, and it can actually project and talk to you, and that's so cool.
On the topic of what I asked you.
Okay, believing and atheism, they're the same thing. Believing is a waste of time, and so is not believing.
Something else. Hold on, psychic.
Without believing.
Hold on, psychic. So I asked you something else totally unrelated to what the prompt is on the screen. So
I told you things. The same thing was.
Hold on 1 second. I got you.
comes from that.
One practitioner to another practitioner.
What practitioner are you practicing? I'm not sure.
You said I am a practitioner of life. The reason I was sitting up here talking to, hold on one second. The reason I was up here talking to Quantum the way I was is because when he's talking about life and he's talking about existence and he's talking about awareness and he's talking about bringing things into being, that's what I study. That's what I deep dive in. I deep dive into quantum mechanics and quantum physics and metaphysics and just physics in totality and seeing how that the existence of life is what I do best. That's something I do. So when you ask me how am I a practitioner, right? And if you ask me, okay, well, what are you a practitioner in? I'm a practitioner in life. Okay, what does that mean? That means, hold on one second. Let me break it down to you so you can know what I'm expecting from you. What does that mean? That means I study the functions of beings in existence. Okay, well, what method do you use to study the functions of beings in existence? I use methods. Hold on one second. I use methods such as observation, such as experience.
Exactly.
Hold on one second. Scientific methods such as the double slit experiment, right? Philosophical methods such as mind, body, spirit. So I use methods to define what I'm talking about. So when I give it to the people of what I do, they can have some understanding, right? So now I'm asking you, how is it that one can understand what you do?
I don't know. I just say what I see with my mind until you say yes a whole bunch of times and it's starting to be true that I'm seeing these visions. And then I find out if you're lying to me by you showing me pictures of visions that I've seen that I didn't even know until and then look at the pictures and they
hold on.
But you're talking that was a train wreck of circle talk. What do you really want to know? God, rational, or is atheism more like?
Hold on, brother. So you, my brother, is what we.
You want me to repeat it or say something else?
No, hold on. So you, my brother, is what we would call a pseudo. I'm sitting here asking you for questions for you to at least give us some intake on what you can teach us or show us how you operate in the field of existence or experience that you operate in. And
I do birth charts.
Hold on a second, I got you. And you don't even have a method of how you can even give us just a little bit of insight onto what you do. And
I tried to say it with my mind. What are you talking about? What else? How can I explain this?
Your mind, I can't see. Your mind is not a tangible thing.
It is too. Yours is too. You can read people's mind and practice that. Get over it. Duh. We can do that stupid shit. And that's what practice I want to do.
Hold on, brother. We don't got cuss. We don't got cuss. All right. You said your mind is tangible. Can you show me any scientific?
Let me do your birth chart and let me try to come with my
mind. Talking about birth chart.
I can't get it to happen right away. It's not. I'm not looking in a bottle, but I can do shit.
Hold on 1 second, Psychic.
Sorry.
I'm not talking about birth charts. I'm asking you.
But what do you want me to do? See a spirit of ghost around you?
Hold on. See, you keep over talking me, Brody. I don't want to. Hold on.
It was a question asking a question.
All right. Ask me a question.
This is a real question. This is like a cycle of talk of junk. What do you want me to do?
Ask me a question. And
why are you mad? I don't get.
I'm not mad, bro. Listen, me and you sit. Everybody else is apparently asleep. Me and you sitting up here having dialogue. Bro, you're talking. Hold on.
He's not mad. He's patiently trying to get an understanding.
Right. So me and
I'm trying to tell you with my mind and spirit and stuff. And the same thing you
hold on 1 second. But now you know where you are.
We can practice together.
Really fast, brother. So you know where you are, and you know you're sitting amongst.
Calculate your birth chart and tell me about it.
So you're talking to me. You're trying to ask me about birth charts, bro. Birth charts are not scientific.
But it actually exists, and you can still talk about it. And relatively find out about it by speaking through talking about and looking at it instead of ignoring it and be like, I didn't read that in a book. You don't have to read a book. It's you're actually math.
Psychic. One mic. You have to let him finish.
You don't know what your math is of astrology, and you don't care about it. So there's something else that you want to.
All right. So listen.
I heard you, but I don't really understand what you're.
Hold on, Psychic. Hey, brother A1, that's you over there?
Yeah, that's me.
You said I'm the host of the show, right?
Several times.
Yeah, do your thing.
All right, so Psychic, we gonna do this, bro. We gonna reset real fast. Because listen, I give people chances. So me and you can come off of mute, man. You gonna reset and
what
finish
was the chance?
Hold on one second. As soon as I'm finished, you can get it in. We're gonna reset our Discord, right? And then we're gonna see where we go from our Discord, because I don't want to have to remove you from the panel. So now I asked you, can you give me scientific evidence of birth chart being a real thing? Go ahead, brother.
Through witnesses and my recordings, and something that we could do together as well in a session, of course. Duh.
But Psychic, why are you reacting in such a hostile way? He's patiently asking you a question. That's why he was saying,
patiently listening to this circle crap of me being.
You haven't been patient. You've actually been cutting.
Well, then I haven't. Okay, so what? Move on. Let's get to the point.
I need you to take several deep breaths.
What we're supposed to be doing.
I
What
need
you
you
want
to
me
take
to
a
do.
deep breath. Let's just take a deep breath and center.
Okay, you want to control my breath. Coach me in my breathing.
Hey, alone. Hey, alone. I apologize, brother.
Okay, I'm just a fetching toy for us. Okay, let's just do that.
I apologize, brother. I gotta do this, and I gotta put a PSA out here real quick, right? And it's so funny. I was just y'all see how source, right? I know a lot of people want to use God, but right when we talk about energy, you see how energy work, right? When we got the brothers up here, right, and we are actually building and we're struck. This is why I talk about that culture the way I talk about that culture, right? Because when we up here building and we creating unity, right? We see my brother A1 over here. He ain't do nothing, man. Listen, we invited the brother up. We ain't talk about it. You know, we ain't talk about him being a little different. We ain't talk none of that. We okay. He up here. We want to see what brother come with, right? Everybody heard me have a conversation with the guy, right? And so now, because I face this all the time, these are agents, and we can't allow these agents to sit amongst us. And
what we gonna do? What I want to do is give him another chance, but he has to calm down. You can't keep hyperventilating, Psychic, which is what's going on. I need you to take some deep breaths. I need you to allow Humble to be able to finish his sentences. Like, you're responding before he's giving his clear thought. That's not fair to him. That's not fair to the audience who's actually trying to understand either. It's okay. You may feel challenged by some of the questions that he's presenting, but it's okay to be challenged. It doesn't mean you're being attacked. So if you're feeling attacked, because that's definitely how you're reacting, and when you go ahead and play this back, you will see like you're wailing your arms like if people are attacking you. He's just asking basic questions, which is what we do here every single day. You're definitely more than welcome to come up here and kick it. But that, you don't have to feel attacked. That's definitely how you're reacting. So I'm going to let him go ahead and add you up when he feels ready, but I cut him off. I'm going to let you go ahead and finish your thing.
And I'm going to just finish up with this. I ain't got to be real long with it, but brothers and sisters, we got to be aware of the agents. And these agents get exposed when we are building our community, when we're doing something great. If we up here cussing each other out, going back and forth, we don't see them. They stay in the cut. They saying, yeah, they do what we want them to do. It's only when we up here trying to build something strong that we see the agents come, oh, that's a potential right there. Let's make sure that let's see. No. We getting rid of all of that. And that's why I wanted to have a dialogue with the brother the way that I had the dialogue with the brother, because I understand how my aggression come off to people. I understand when I'm in the arena, I'm a dog. So when I see prey, when a German shepherd see a rabbit, he start foaming at the mouth. Yeah, I'm on that. So I had to make sure this brother knew that I wasn't attacking his ethnics. I wanted to make sure he knew I wasn't attacking him personally. I had to make sure he knew I was being genuine with the things that I was saying. I even exposed to him, hey, I see you're a practitioner. I'm a practitioner as well. So from one practitioner to another practitioner, what do you give the people so when they ask you what you do, they can better understand what you do? He went off talking about my mind, the psychic. No, brother, I sat here and then I gave a perfect demonstration of when people, as a practitioner, when people ask me, hey, Humble, what do you do as a life practitioner? Hey, I study models of existence, right? I get into how energy functions. I get into what's at the fundamental root of all existence, just what me and Brother Quantum was talking about. So this is why I was able to have the conversation with Brother Quantum, because I do what he do. I'm a practitioner. And so I, being a scholar and a practitioner, I have a fundamental way of breaking down to the people about what I do and what I'm interested in for the people to learn. So they won't have to call me a pseudo. This is, see, when we're in these lanes, we got to understand where we operating in. Because you'll get called pseudo real quick. And I don't think certain brothers understand that. Now, Brother A1 said we can let the brother Psychic back up. We're going to let him back up here. And again, Brother Psychic, we just want to restart the conversation. And I'm not attacking you personally. I want you to understand that. But we are going to talk about your ideas and where you stand with this whole mysticism. Because, hey, my name is Humble Mystic, brother. We had conversations like that. What up with a Psychic? Welcome back.
Well, okay. I'm still here now.
Peace. I just wanted to tap in real quick, man. I just joined back in. I know I've been here for a minute, but I was knocked out. I woke up, heard y'all chopping it up. You feel me? And it's it seemed like it's something right up my lane. You know what I'm saying? Where y'all was talking about birth charts, and sound like y'all talking about some spirituality. So I wanted to tap into, but I'll let y'all get into y'all conversation. But I'm here, and I wanted to be involved in the conversation as well.
We appreciate
What's your astrology sign? What do you know about birth charts?
One second, Psychic. I got you. We appreciate you, Lord Benny, and we're gonna be coming back and forth to you, Brody. So if you up, stay aware. Go ahead, Brother Psychic. I told you I was an Aquarius. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't feel comfortable telling you the rest of my birth chart.
Okay, and that was it then.
But I'm an Aquarius. Go ahead. You can get it in, Psychic.
There's no any other example for me to do with just that. So don't worry about it. I can try on somebody else who'll give me the whole information, then I'll do the whole birth chart, and then it'll be happening for that moment. And then if there is something I can pick up from you, I'll tell you that too, and I want to record it. Those are just things.
So you've been interacting with me. So
you've been outside of this. So we'll have this conversation.
One second, brother. I got you. So you've been You've been in my energy now for.
No, I have not in your energy right now.
You've been here for almost 5 hours, brother. We've been here for 8 hours.
Yeah,
so I know you've been 5. But so you've been here with me for almost. Okay. Let's give it 2. And for you to say just because you don't know the rest of my astrology chart.
That doesn't matter either, but it helps.
But here's my thing, because I read it. So real practitioners. Hey, Lord Benny, are you still here? We said we was gonna get to you. Are you still here, Lord Benny?
Peace, yeah, I'm here.
You said you are a spiritual practitioner, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so correct. Real spiritual practitioners, we feel energy. We feel energy, right?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
All right. We don't need to know your birth chart to know who we sitting around.
The moon sign will tell you a lot about your energy as well.
Hold on 1 second, Psychic.
While you're experiencing it, so it's good to know.
All right, hold on 1 second. So Lord Bennu, we don't need to know each other's birth charts to get to know who we sitting around.
But you could.
Hold on. Psychic. I'm gonna need you to show some decorum. He's dialoguing with what's the name now? It's rude to keep throwing interjections out every time you have a thought, as if you can't be patient and wait for.
I was just reacting like we're all supposed to be doing together.
We're trying to keep a high level of decorum.
I know we're so
people
limited.
Learning in the chat. Nah. Okay, just say okay, so that way I don't have to further explain as if you don't understand. Please.
I'm on top of that, Rose. Got it.
Go ahead, Banu.
Right. We appreciate that, brother.
Yeah. So I would say that it's all in the degrees of understanding, and as far as how in depth psychic is in his practice. Everybody's gifts aren't everybody's gifts, and spirituality as far as practicing it, everybody's different. You feel me? So I understand when he's asking for the birth chart to get a better reading. Maybe he just doesn't want to misread you, or maybe he's just not as tapped in to just make a dry reading off of just your energy, and or you know what I'm saying. But I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where you're coming from too. So,
thank you, brother. Energy is natural. Picking up on one's energy is natural. One only really get into that when they dive into nature. This is why I could tell y'all I'm a practitioner, because these are my conversations, right? Because I actually went into the woods and meditated. I do this. So before I started meditating in nature, and I was just meditating in my bedroom, right? I wasn't connected to nature. It wasn't until I started meditating in nature until I started feeling other energy from other. I started to feel when the bucks would come out, the squirrels would come down the tree. I would feel when the wind blow. What does this help me do? What does this concentration help me do? Right? When I'm sitting on the phone talking to my auntie or talking to my brother, I could feel the emotion that they're bringing through the phone. Just like now, when we're speaking to one another, I can feel. And this isn't something that we have to reach a high level. This is something natural.
So can I say this? I will say this. Being the level that I've reached as far as my practice and my intention towards doing what I'm I know that just sitting amongst somebody, people are able to, you could be putting out energy that's not necessarily who you are. Excuse me?
You breaking up, brother.
What'd you say?
Oh, you cleared now. You was choppy at first. You clear?
Okay, yeah. I was saying that certain people are able to manipulate their energy and have you read whatever they want you to read. You know what I'm saying? So your birth chart, if that's the science that somebody's going by, would give them a better reading on who you actually are instead of who you're pretending to be. Well, not pretending, but presenting to be. And I would be assuming, but I would think that was one of the reasons why you didn't want to give him or feel comfortable giving him your whole birth chart, because you didn't want him to, you know what I'm saying, pretty much have the drop on you type vibes. You know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't want to give him my birth chart because I don't trust him. Like I told you, I'm a real practitioner, bro. I don't let
trust people with your birth chart. That's public.
Hold on 1 second, Brody. Hold on, I got you. I don't give everybody my energy, bro. So I don't let everybody read me. I don't let everybody touch my palms. I don't let everybody play in my hair. I do this for real. So I don't. If you tell me that you are an astrologer and you read stars and and I don't,
for you, okay,
that you are authentic, I'm not gonna let you read my astrology chart. I can't.
Authentic.
And that's why.
So that's kind of my point.
Impact. For real.
That's kind of my point. You know what I'm saying? You saying that you're a
is the corner to each other's soul,
and you don't want him to read your chart because you don't trust him. You feel me? But
What are you not
you've been
questioning? You got Mars and Scorpio. You a violent person? Are you a jealous person? A Mars and Scorpio?
right
If you're
here
not,
is
then you're
where I
not
go with
such
that
a bad
brother
person. Red flag, maybe. Who knows? You even know your chart at all? You memorize it? You want to share it with people because you want to know more about it through other people and other people knowing about your suit. Everyone should know everybody's everything.
Right
Always
now,
what they're
see what he's saying
not
right
their
now?
side and lie about.
If he was to read my chart, right?
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter.
Second,
You can change your mind about it any time. It's just a map.
I would then have to question everything else he
And
would
question
have
it. I don't have to be correct, 100% correct. You can tell me what is correct about it and what's not. And there's some things that can be your side
so
effect.
that's
That
what
doesn't
makes it pseudo right there, a little bit new. That's what
well,
makes
let it be. It's an open mind figure. Hello, you can't just.
I don't like that word pseudo. I don't like that word pseudo because it's tied to mainstream science.
Able for an excuse to not go any further is what that
Yeah,
sounds like.
and
Just
then
another
dealing
word.
with,
Okay, so let's deal with logic. Let's deal with logic.
Different points of view that you can look at through different eyes. But I guess
let's
cutting
deal
it
with-
off
let's
means that
deal with
you don't
logic
believe
really
it. It'll
fast.
be just not there for you. It'll just be numb-mindedly numb
All right.
for the.
Okay, so
population
let's deal,
to know about you. Okay.
deal with logic really fast, right? We're gonna go and
Do you have
say,
Leo rising in your chart or something? Do you have Mars and Leo?
I got you. I'll let you speak.
Is there a bad placement in there that you don't want to be ashamed about? Like, who
Hold on,
cares? It's good to know.
Hold on one
Good
second.
and bad.
So
I have to hold on.
let's talk about logic for a second.
That is logic.
You're
But this is just another
supposed to know birth charts.
They frame from another.
And I come to you to get my birth chart read. Now I don't know anything about birth charts.
Well, you didn't, but somebody else could. They
was
can benefit from it, and you don't have to. That's fine by me. Fine by me and everybody else.
Psychic, I'm gonna have to mute you because why did you just cut him off like that? That was very rude. I'm trying to
This
hear what
whole
he's trying to
time
say.
has everybody been off him. He's
I know that you
the
think
whole
that you
panel,
may be an actual psychic and you know the end of his sentences, but the rest of us aren't psychic like you.
No,
we like to hear him
you just
complete
supposed to
them to
control the whole panel. That's what.
Look, you're not about to overtalk the host. We're not about to do that. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll give you another chance. You don't get to overtalk the host and the guest. I don't go. Look, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But again, I run this platform. If I came to somebody else's platform, I would come with respect, especially if I wanted to sit on their stage. I wouldn't tell them how they think they're going to run their show or any of that. That's very disrespectful. Have a great day. I know you were streaming to your channel. We're trying to have a positive dialogue that we can build from, and it doesn't happen when two people are emotional and cutting people off. We gave you 2 chances today. It won't be a third time that you mess up because the third time might be the final time. So we'll give you another chance tomorrow to start fresh from 0 strikes.
And that's fair. I appreciate how brother A1 actually handled his guests. Man, you are amazing, brother A1. And don't nobody, let me come up when I say this, bro. You are amazing, brother A1. And don't nobody else give you your flowers, bro. Brother Humble will give you your flowers. You are
I
amazing.
appreciate you. And I hate doing what I just had to do to him, but he was making discourse impossible by continuing to interrupt before people were allowed to clarify their thoughts.
Yeah, and
I want to hear what you
definitely
had to say, but he wouldn't let you get it out. He's responding with a paragraph when you've only 4 words into your sentence.
Yeah, and I definitely wanted to see how good he was and have him give it a shot at reading my chart. So when he come on tomorrow, like, you know what I'm saying, let me know so I could
Yeah, come back tomorrow, try a few hours later when we start a new
What's up?
stream. We've been live 9 hours. We're about, I let it ride. I usually cut them at 11 hours when I go this long.
Whenever you ready, bro, I'm here with you. Whenever you ready, just let me know.
Yep. When I cut it off, I'm chilling, and then you got it for the rest of the day. So whatever you want to do, you ain't even gotta let me know. Just go ahead. You got the admin.
Okay.
Because I'm about to lay it down. When I lay it down, in about an hour or 2. So yeah,
I really started that. And hey, listen, I'm not. Let me come in when I say this. So I want to let y'all know. I ain't racist. I ain't got nothing against the other race. None of that. My thing is, I do understand that when melanated unity is happening, I really across the street where I'm from, this happens all the time, right? And we see as a pattern thing, right? brothers up here fussing, cussing each other out, and stuff like that, they are nowhere to be found. The moment we are on some high intellectual conversation, things like this is the only time these brothers pop out. And it may not just be him, it may be a couple other people that might hop up here, chill for a long time. They wait everything down, wait till, okay, now it's my turn. You see what I'm saying? But we exposing all of them, though. We exposing them all. And once again, I ain't got no malice towards the brother Psyche. I do want y'all to know this is still an arena. And if you come in with some pseudo-wisdoms, I'm going to call you out.
Definitely. And yeah, if you're hosting up here and people come up here trying to throw little racist jokes or anything like that, boo them. I don't play that. You're not about to come on here and bully people just simply for being white. They don't have to come over here also and be overly apologetic for everything that happened to us. They can stand on what they want to stand on. As long as they aren't being disrespectful, they can't come up here calling you Tyrone or none of that weird stuff. And don't let them call them white boy or none of that weird stuff either.
And that's
a lot of channels, they get that off, and then as soon as a white person says anything, oh, get him out of here, he's racist. Like, y'all have been picking on this man, saying all this racist stuff to him for an hour, trying to get him to react. Don't let that happen on here. People of all race. I have a lot of sponsors of a lot of different races and backgrounds and nationalities, so we don't play that. You never know who might hop up here. It could be one of my Roku sponsors who may be a Caucasian, and if I hear that happened, not from you, but from one of the guests, if a guest tries that, they won't be up here no more.
Right. And I just want to let a disclaimer know, right? I will handle, just like how I handle that brother, I still call him brother. But just how I handle that brother is how I handle everybody, right? I do this because I respect myself, right? And because I'm respecting you to get respect back. You see what I'm saying? So with me, it's never a racial thing. I'll allow everybody to get off what they want to get off, and we go back and forth. But I do want to note, and I want to make it clear, this is why I handled that brother the way I handled him. Right? This is why I said, okay, you're a practitioner, so am I. You see what I'm saying? Let's get it in here. And my thing was, I started hearing some pseudo-wisdoms. Now, I didn't want to go a little too hard on the brother because I know that scared people. So I started off asking some questions. Okay, so you talking about religion. Okay, well, what about angels? Oh, well, we could talk to angels, but you just said you're not religious. So that's all I was doing, You said I was doing great, A1. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate
you see, I'm all about giving people chances. You got to teach people how to. Sometimes we just got to teach people how it goes over here. We can't just ban them because they messed up. If it might take them a couple times to get it right. But as long as he ain't overly crazily disrespectful, I ain't banning nobody. I'm not for censorship. Like, I hate being the guy that has to kick you off the panel and mute your mic. So, like, just tighten up. That's our slogan. If we tighten up.
Can I ask the brother a question? When y'all,
yeah, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Psychic, he's not up here though. Psychic ain't up here, but you got the floor.
No, I'm talking to the brother. What's his name? What's your name again, bro?
Yeah, most definitely.
Humble. Peace, God. Lord Benu. I wanted to know what was pseudo, like what you find pseudo about spirituality, like as far as along the lines of what he was talking about, and when you said you was hearing things that were pseudo.
Yes. So, one of the things I heard that was pseudo was he channeled angels, he channeled entities, and he channeled animals. And so I know angels or angelic beings is a religious concept. You can't say you're not religious, but then use a religious concept. You see what I'm saying? So because now I have to ask you, same thing with the Owaspi dudes. I see Cosmon was up here early and I asked a question to them too, right? You said an angel channeled the dude and wrote the Owaspi Bible. What's the name of this angel?
So, like a lot of times I think religion itself claims dominion over a lot of things that aren't inherently religious. So a lot of times when people talk about certain things, they're tied to religion, verbally, but what they're actually talking about supersedes religion. You know what I'm saying? So I think for like angels and if somebody called something that they experienced and said, "Oh, I was speaking to an angel," you know what I'm saying? They might necessarily not have been speaking with the angel biblically, but from their level of understanding, hearing this reality, that's how they are explaining it. You know what I'm saying? So to call somebody pseudo and to say something that they're experiencing or that they're witnessing or manifesting is pseudo because the language creates this barrier where it has to be pseudo or you have to understand it. I don't think that's really that's not really how I rock. Like that's why I don't like the word pseudo. You feel me? Because it's tied to mainstream science.
I explained earlier I was a practitioner, right? I could get a little deeper now into even what I mean, right? So I also channel, right? And I channel information, right? Streams of consciousness. This is why earlier when I was talking to Quantum, we were talking about consciousness, and I explained to him that neither time nor space could exist without awareness. This awareness we call consciousness, right? So, and this is not nothing special to me. These are natural things that we as beings having a human experience are able to do. So I channel consciousness, right? So when I say I channel consciousness, right, I'm not going to use the word angel because I know I'm not talking to no angel. I'm not going to use the word being because I know that is not a word being. Internal monologue has a scientific forum. So when I want to explain channeling to someone, I explain it in the terms of internal monologue. I've also found out while studying this that people have internal video, internal visual. Right? Not everybody have internal monologue. Some people got internal visual. Some people got internal visual and internal monologue. Some people got just internal like so it's different aspects of communication that people have. Right? And this is what I found out studying. So when people are talking about channeling and they are practitioners, right? They should have a way to explain how they communicate within higher intelligence in a way that a person who's not in the system that we're practicing in can understand. If I tell you I'm channeling angels, I'm not doing nothing but what Moses was doing. I'm not doing nothing but what the people in the Bible was doing when they talk about the angel of the Lord.
Let me ask you this: when you say you're having internal dialogue, right? Is that how you channel information? Is it a dialogue?
Yes.
Is it visual as well?
No.
So how do you know who you having this internal dialogue with if you can't see nothing?
I just told you real practitioners feel.
That's what I'm saying. So wouldn't that be pseudo by definition because you don't know? Hold on, let me just get this off. If you don't know what you're seeing, right, and you're just having this dialogue, right, but you're giving a definition to it and saying that it's not something else, but you don't know, and you're just going off of what you think or what you feel. You feel me? You don't have any basis or backing to it. You know what I'm saying? You're just making an assumption off of your understanding. So somebody else could be visually seeing what they're talking to, or somebody else could be feeling, seeing, and hearing what they're talking to. Some other people could be having outer body experiences that they don't fully understand. And they know that this is just happening to them, and there's no verbal way to explain the phenomenon that's happening to them. There's no word for it. And just because that word doesn't exist would mean it's not happening to them?
No, and this is why, right? We have a thing called when you're a practitioner, we have a thing called cross-examination, right? And so I know that there are people who also channel information. And so one thing we all have in common is there are things that we experience, right? That is logical. There's nothing on this planet that can't be explained.
That's not true.
If it can't be explained, watch this. If it can't be explained, that shows your lack of understanding what that thing is.
Or our lack of understanding as a total whole.
Broly, my apologies. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just
No. I understand that, but I mean, like, I'm taking the individuality out of it and saying that there are certain things that us as humanity don't fully understand, and we've been given an understanding by mainstream science and academia, right? So that's our only understanding. That's our only understanding of certain things that we're experiencing. So if we just let them describe everything for us in reality, it would take away from my experience that I'm having.
Okay, now watch this. What about the ones of us who don't follow mainstream science, who are actually practitioners, like the Sagaroos of the world, like the uncles of the world, right? Who, when we explain things to people, and we're talking about what we do, we don't have no scientists to go to and say, you see, this is factual. We got to give you our experience. Now, when I listen to people who have these experiences, right? These people are having similar experiences to myself. And these experiences are not supernatural. These are natural occurrences. I'll give you an example, right? Let's talk about Billy Carson, right? Who said he's seen aliens, who's someone I would say, okay, we probably share similar experience. Now, why would I then turn around and call him a pseudo, right? Because he's now bringing a whole mythological culture into what he's telling you he's channeling.
Let me ask you this. What do you practice? You keep saying you're a practitioner. What do you practice? You're a practitioner. What do you practice?
Life. I just said that. Life, existence.
That's not a like when we say practitioner, like everybody practice life. Everybody's out here living and practicing life.
That's but who's practitioners of life?
I would say everybody.
No, they're not. Who actually take the time to, when they wake up in the morning, they do their breathing exercises? Who do that? Who do 25? See, there's things when you are a practitioner of life you do that ordinary people don't do. I live in a house with ordinary people. I do things that ordinary people don't do because I pay attention to things that ordinary people don't pay attention to.
So you're giving an ordinary term to something that's
ordinary. No, me paying attention. I got you. Me paying attention to my breath is not extraordinary. That's something that happens naturally. If you watch a dog, I also live with animals, right? So I sit in a room. Watch this, and I'll land my plane. I got you. I sit in a room with all three, 2 dogs and 1 cat, right? When we all sit, me, my 2 dogs, and my cat sit in a room by ourselves in our natural states, right? This is a cat, a human, and 2 dogs. When we sit in a room in our natural states, right, it is tranquil. Now, can I then give you a tangible thing of what tranquil is? No, but tranquil is a feeling of an experience. And so how do I know these things? Because I experienced them. Do you know how many people sit in the room with their dogs all day long but never experience that feeling because they not tapped in? Reality? Go ahead.
You proving my point. So you're saying that you're a small percentage of humanity, right?
You said I'm saying I'm talking about in my facility. There's many more people who are tapped in than I am. See, I live in a city. There's people that lives in the motherland that not even contacted by other human civilizations. They've been living the same way for 3,000 years.
So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Than I am.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that somebody's more tapped in than you are, or you know what I'm saying, the level of tapped in. I'm just saying you as being tapped in to be able to sit in a room with a dog and two dogs and a cat and be able to notice the breathing patterns of this cat and these two dogs and yours and say that y'all are in a tranquil state together. That's rare. Right?
But why is that rare? Why?
Because everybody don't do it. Everybody's not tapped in like that.
The reason we don't do that is because we've been reprogrammed not to do that. That's been stripped from us.
So I would say that you having that gift and that ability would be extraordinary.
No, because you got that gift and that ability. A1 got that gift and that ability.
You're not the ordinary person.
Huh?
But they're not using it. They're not using it.
That ain't my fault. That's their fault.
I know. So this is what I'm saying. The fact that you're using it would make you extraordinary and them just ordinary, because they're not using the gifts that they have and you are. And you would be a small percentage. You would be in a small group of people within this population of people that is doing that, right?
So I'm extraordinary because I'm just a little more ordinary.
You're more ordinary than them. Extra.
Right, but then this is why we teach these things, right? Or this is why we show information on these things. So now, right, we might have a sister law that come through and say, oh, snaps, I didn't know that we had an exact breathing pattern, that if we follow this breathing pattern that we can be at a higher state of awareness throughout the day, right? Now she can start to pick that up. That didn't make me no better than her. I just came across information that she wasn't privy to come across yet until me. She do this, we do the same thing on other platforms. Right?
Now let me ask you this.
She might say something that I might not know. I'm going to look it up.
Now if I'm right, like, so say I go around people, right? Mm-hmm. And unconsciously I mirror their breathing, right? Mm-hmm. Like that's just something I do, right? Mm-hmm. And then I come into contact with somebody else who does the same thing, but they do it intentionally, right? Mm-hmm. And they say, yo, when you're around people and you mirror their breathing, you make them more comfortable, right? Mm-hmm. It lowers their defenses and it gives them inclinations to share things with you and be more receptive to the things you're sharing with them, right? Mm-hmm. But me, I don't know that. I just know that, like, I do that. You know what I'm saying? So the person that knows would tell the other person, like, yo, you're extraordinary. Everybody doesn't do that. Everybody doesn't know this. And you didn't even know this. I'm telling you, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. It's certain things you can do and not understand why you're doing them or that you're even doing anything. But somebody with a higher level of understanding could break it down to you. So that's what I mean by, like, it's certain things that are happening that we don't understand or we can't explain, but we're doing it.
And that's why we have to study life, bro. Everything we do in life can be explained. Everything, bro. There's a brother, right, by the name of Earl Nightingale, right? And you know what he teach about? He teach how to construct and use the mind. There's another brother by the name of Bob Proctor, right? He teach an amazing method called paradigm shifting. These people teach you how to shift your thinking to live a better life. This is not pseudoscience. This is something we experience that we have no clue of. But everybody can do this. Just because one person can do it and another person is not aware that they're doing it, don't make this person supernatural. It makes us natural. These are natural things we're supposed to know how to do. The fact that we like I'll give an example, right? I'm gonna land my plane, brother, real quick. The things I wasn't taught at the age of 10 years old, I teach my daughter. Right? The things I learned late in life, I teach my daughter. So she can then teach her child. So then the things that are not common, right, that nobody taught me that I had to learn on my own, will become common in later generations for her. So this is how we get back into, okay, well, now you're rare, but now y'all are common because now all of y'all understand the purpose of breathing. All of y'all understand the purpose of clean soil. All of y'all understand the purpose of water filtration. These aren't extra natural things. These are people, natural people being in harmony with Mother Nature. That's all that is.
Do you think people have gifts that you don't have?
No.
So you don't think it's people that have gifts that you're not able to access and that you're not tapped into? You just said that it's people that can see things when they're having thoughts. They see it. You said you can't.
That's that when you're saying, so if I can, I want to rephrase the question so I can understand, so I can take a greater understanding of what you're saying. Are there people who perceive communication with the divine differently than I do? Yes. But
no,
there's not more people who have more communication to the divine than I do, right? They just communicate with the different than the divine than I do. I'll give an example. LeBron James and myself, right? I have internal dialogue, right? That's how I channel. LeBron James goes outside and lock in for 45 minutes, and that's how he channels. Right, you'll often hear basketball players like Larry Bird got a famous quote, right? When he played Michael Jordan, he said that was God playing basketball. What was going on then? That's a logical explanation. Michael Jordan was locked in to his potential. So what was taken over there was muscle memory. It's simple. There's no rule that goes on with this.
But that's just your explanation. That's like, you know what I'm saying? And I wasn't saying that people have a better connection to the divine than somebody else. That wasn't what I was saying. I was saying that certain people have certain gifts that other people don't. Like I would be able to do certain things that you're not capable of doing because of my experience and what I'm tapped to and how I was built. Like, we're not all the same. And to say that, like, you know what I'm saying, your experience,
diverse, I would agree with that.
and to say that your experience is the end all be all of experiences, it isn't fair to everybody else's experience. You can't say that just because you experience something some way that my explanation on how I experience it is wrong because you've experienced it another way. Like you said, it's certain people that can see what they're channeling or what they're talking to, and also hear it. And it's certain people that can have outer body experiences where they're watching themselves interact with whatever they're experiencing. A lot of people don't have that ability and can't do that. But to call it pseudo, you know what I'm saying? And one more thing I wanted to touch on too before I land this plane. Practicing life, like being a practitioner of life, is like vague. You know what I'm saying? It's certain people, like you said, Bob Proctor and Earl Nightingale, and it's a bunch of other ones. They have developed sciences off of our natural abilities. Like, they know the gifts that we have, you know what I'm saying? And they have taken the spirituality out of it and made it scientific, right? So they're giving you a science of our natural spirituality, right? And they're telling you that from being able to control your mind and your thoughts, you can pretty much manipulate your reality, right? So if I don't know this science, right, I can still manipulate my reality and not be able to explain to you what I'm doing. It's certain people that get everything they want, but they're not nice people. They're not good people. You feel me? They just know how to say, I deserve this, and move with that attitude that this is theirs. Everything they want is theirs, and they get it. But they can't explain that to you like Bob Proctor can.
Right. And
but it doesn't mean that you're not doing it.
And I would agree with you. But now here's the thing, right? What Bob Proctor and Earl Nightingale does, right, is they take the woo-woo out of what's going on. Let's even not say pseudo, right? Let's use the word mythologize, right? The mythicism, right? The myth of it, the false fallacies of it, right? It takes that out and it puts something more practical in, something that we can take and say, okay, well, I know if I do this in my life, I will get a better result. Instead of saying, okay, well, if I just get on my knees and pray to God, then, my bills will be paid Monday. No, they're letting you know this is not how this works. For you and your voice to be present and this, that, and the third, this is how these things must occur. But what happened? Our education system don't teach us this. You think that's by mistake? They teach us English, right? We get literature, right? We got to write essays and things of that nature, but they don't really teach us how to formalize our thoughts into reality. Because if they did, they wouldn't have, if they did, they wouldn't have any puppets to go off to their colleges and work in their corporations. They would have free thinkers out here building their own. You see what I'm saying? So the things we are not doing are not supernatural in a sense. It's very natural. In fact, this is how we were supposed to be living, because this is how the ancients lived. A lot of people always say, well, we got to get rid of, and I'm going to land my plane with this. A lot of people say we got to get rid of the old school and bring in the new school, right? However, what we got to do is we got to be that bridge. So we won't lose our roots and we can integrate our roots into the future. That's how we'll continue to be a strong nation. Go ahead. I land my plane. Go ahead.
So I wanted to ask you this. Do you think that Earl Nightingale and these other gentlemen have a better understanding of what's going on than our ancestors did?
Hold on 1 second. I got the screen on my thing, man. Hold on, I'm trying to take the screen off my thing. All right, there it is. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, y'all. All right, repeat that for me. I apologize.
Do you think that Earl Nightingale and the other gentlemen that you mentioned, do you think they have a better understanding of the workings of what we're talking about as far as practicing than our ancestors did?
No, I think they had the same understanding as practicing as our ancestors did. I don't think they had a better understanding. I believe they understood what our ancestors were doing.
So I feel that our ancestors had a way better understanding of what's going on than they do. I think they're visitors into what we've been experiencing since we've been here, and they're making their interpretation from who they are, right? And it doesn't make it any better than what we've been experiencing as melanated beings on this planet, because this is pretty much like our science. So they've come into our science and our way of life, you feel me, our practice, and made an interpretation. Have you ever been privy to read a book called Yurugu?
Yurugu, nah. Hold on, let me look that up. How you spell that?
Yurugu. I think so. I think that's how you spell it. It's by a lady named Mariani Ainsworth or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. But the book basically breaks down how through conquest and domination, we've been given a lens to see the world through, right? And through that lens, it has stripped us of our natural innate abilities in our view of the world that existed prior to this domination. So even listening to Bob Proctor and you know what I'm saying, Earl Nightingale, and there's a couple of my I listen to them too. Like you heard of Kevin Trudeau?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's big. You know what I'm saying? He made a series that changed my life. You feel me? But my practice, I know, comes from my ancestors. You feel me? Like when I go to ceremony, you know what I'm saying? When I sit down at my altar, you know what I mean? It's certain things that I do unconsciously. You know what I'm saying? That I don't understand why I'm doing it. And it would take somebody who's in that to say, hey, this is why you're doing that. Because this is what this produces, right? And then when they break it down to me, I'm saying, oh, this makes sense. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so the conscious knowing of what you're doing doesn't supersede knowing unconsciously. If that makes any sense.
Right, yeah, no, most definitely. And this is why I said, see, here's the thing, right? I deal with a lot of people on a daily basis who misrepresent our ancient ancestors a whole lot. Right? They talk about they was back then worshiping gods and they was deifying this and they don't understand, man. So we have to come and reconstruct their whole ideology of what a place like Kemet or Nubia or Kush even is to a lot of my brothers that I talk to. But now with me saying that, when you do put what our ancients was doing in the proper context, you realize that they were doing exactly what you were saying. They were doing exactly what these people were talking about. But now, the brothers that I'm talking about now can get a better understanding of what it means by the Neteru spoke something into existence, what that concept means. Right? And they get it through these people by explaining to you that words are vibrations, that we live in the ocean of motion, right? That emotion is energy in motion, right? These are explanations, like you were saying earlier, these are explanations of why we're able to do what we're able to do. Now, what do us as practitioners or later coming practitioners do with that information? Well, we apply it. And we see what sticks and what don't stick, right? You know how many focus practices I've been through before I realized, damn, only 2 of them work out of all the ones because a lot of this stuff that these people push don't work on a practical level. It sounds good philosophically, but it don't work on a practical level. This is why I name certain people that I name, like the Bob Proctors, the Earl Nightingales, right? Because these were some of the earliest people who reconstructed this information and brought it to the people, and it worked. So they took the mysticism out of it. They took the vagueness out of it. Let me say that. And they made it more practical, so even the average person could say, oh, wow, I could do this, and they still don't do it. Why? Because we're stuck in the cage of repetition, of indoctrination. Anything that go against that doctrine, we got to fight to get away from. You know what I'm saying? And so we just got to pay those things some mind. We really do, you know?
No, I agree. I agree. Like but I think a lot of times we get caught up in their understanding and their interpretations, and we shun our own experiences and others' experiences for validation in their sciences.
I would agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And this is why experience is so important, because you know a lot of people shun experience, right? Like we talk to I'm gonna be like, man, your experience ain't scientific. You see what I'm saying? And we like, man, that's something, that's our own subjective knowing of a thing. So for us to discredit that, you see what I'm saying, would be totally crazy. But we can't expect our subjective experience of a thing, like you were saying earlier, to be everybody's subjective experience of a thing. You see what I'm saying? So all we can do is have our experiences. And then, hey, some people document their experiences, some people don't. Some people just live life. We live in life 24/7, man. Some people got dream journals next to their desk, right? When they wake up, all right, this is what I was talking about. They want to document everything. You know, go ahead, brother.
Right. If I told you, right, I had an experience, right, and a wolf told me that I needed to do something, right, and I did that thing, and I was blessed with abundance. Like the things that I was striving for came true. But I had a conversation with a wolf, right? Would that be pseudo?
If you had a conversation with a wolf, would that be pseudo?
Yeah.
Are you talking about a English conversation? What language are y'all speaking in here? Are y'all speaking wolf language?
I understood it. I understood it in English.
So he's barking, but you understanding his message in English.
No, he's not barking. He's talking to me in English.
Then yeah, that's pseudo. Show me a wolf that can talk in English.
But so that's what I'm saying. So how could you invalidate my experience? Like you said, when you hear your channeling, you don't see it, right? So who's to say how my information shows up to me?
Now,
right? I'm not saying like I physically was walking in the woods and a wolf came up to me and started talking to me. I'm saying like if I'm in my state, right, of where I channel, and I tell you that a wolf came up to me and told me what I needed to do, and I did it in a way.
No, see, I'm in the impression, that was my bad, I wasn't listening. I was in the impression that it was the first example. You was in the woods and a real wolf came up to you and talked to you. You see what I'm saying? So that's my apology. But if you witnessed that in a dream and you actually performed that here on Earth and it worked for you, that wasn't pseudo. No, absolutely not.
So why would somebody saying that an angel came to them and told them something be pseudo?
Because a wolf is an objective thing. An angel is a mythological construction. We don't know what an angel looked like. So when you tell me that an angel came to you, I now have to ask you what this angel looked like. And now you have to tell me, well, I can't describe what the angel looked like. Well, now how am I supposed to know you talk to an angel if you, same question you asked me. If you can't describe the thing that you're talking to, how do you know it was an angel?
But that's what I'm saying. So, but what if, like, when me explaining what happened to me in my experience, right? I'd be like, yeah, a wolf came in and spoke to me. But what if it was a coyote? And I just only know a wolf, and I seen it and I was like, oh, it was a wolf. And then, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. Now, see, these are dream tactics, right? So these, I understand these, right? If we are in real life, right? Just like I ain't going to do that. I don't even want to do that. But if we are in the dream realm, I understand plethora of things. We can have plethora of scenarios, right? Now, if I'm religious, or say if I'm not religious, right? But an angel show up in my dreams, I must have to have an idea. See, this is, matter of fact, let me look this up real fast because I want to be accurate on the terminology.
Somebody called me an angel the other day.
How was they referring to, like, what you mean? What when they called you an angel? Were they saying that? How were they referring to you as an angel?
That I was sent by God.
Oh man, they need to go get checked out.
Why?
Because what?
You don't think that I'm an angel sent by God?
No.
Who sent me?
Your mother and father sent you. Who sent you?
They sent me.
He said, "Who sent me? Your mother and father."
My mother and father didn't send me right here. If it was up to my mother, I'll be somewhere in somebody's church right now praising Jesus. If it was up to my father, I'll be out there hustling music with him in California right now. They ain't send me here.
Shit. Hey, they are the reason you are existing right now. Because without them, you wouldn't have been here.
It would have just been somebody else.
Hey. And that's how life works, man. Right there. That's how life works. Right? We have to understand that. You know, I have conversations with my daughters a lot, right? And a lot of times we talk about her grandparents. And we be like, baby, you know how grateful you should be for your grandparents? And she be like, why? Because without your grandparents, your parents wouldn't be here. And without your parents, you wouldn't be here. So in one hindsight of looking at it, your grandparents are more important to you than your parents are. Because
what about their parents and their parents? Your great grandparents. What about them?
Mm-hmm.
Where's it in? What is it in? And then, like, the further you go back to get great, the more of them there are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, it keeps what, doubling and quadrupling, you know what I'm saying, as it goes back to greater and greater. You feel me? So there's more people involved. So I'm saying that it's an architect that is over all of this. And I would attribute that to a universal mind. Like when I was saying before to I forget the brother name,
Psychic?
No, before him, like 8 hours ago.
Quantum?
Last night. Quantum, yeah. My interpretation of the all or God or whatever we're experiencing is a mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it creates the same way we create with our minds.
Mm-hmm.
Or our brains, you feel me? And we're all tapped into this universal mind, right? And
are you familiar with Kabbalion?
Kabbalion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the three initiates.
Indeed.
So I most definitely know where you're coming. I most definitely know where you're coming from.
Right. Okay. So we on the same page. You feel me? So, and I would say that, like, how. So if I'm having a conversation, right, and I say that I'm tapping in to the all, right, who's to know how that shows up to me? You know what I'm saying? It could be something that shows up and it's just like a ball of light, right? And from my understanding and my interpretation, that's an angel, right? And then you say, all right, well, describe this angel to me. And I'm like, I can't. It was too bright. Does that take away from my experience?
Well, then, if it was too bright, hold on one second. I'm sorry. It's 8:32, and we having a date with Mary Jane. But if you said it was too bright, then I would have to question, like, what do you know it looked like? Like, here's the thing that we get confused. Again, let's bring this back to logic. Here's the thing we get confused when we go into subjective things, right? We use over exaggerative language, right? So a person to be like, I seen God, And when I was seeing God, it was a real big white light, so white I couldn't even see. And it was just a throne right there, right? And at the bottom, I seen some yellow feet. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, bro, what you're describing doesn't even make logical sense. But then that's the, oh, well, this is my subjective. How you going to tell me? But you want me to believe this. If you want me to believe this, this has to make some type of logical sense.
But why? Are you saying that the creator, the all, or whatever you want to call it, is bound by logic?
Yes.
Well, it will be familiar with the Kabbalion. It'll tell you that you'll never fully understand what the all is. There's no explanation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can you explain something that's unexplainable?
How can you explain something that is unexplainable? By knowing the nature of a thing. Why is a thing unexplainable? Because we don't know the nature of a thing. Everything that is a thing has a nature. We was just talking about this with quantum. Everything that is a thing has a nature. And if you don't know,
so you think God is a thing?
Hold on 1 second, I got you. If you don't know the nature of a thing, then you don't know what that thing is. If God is a thing, then God has a nature. If don't nobody know what the nature of God is, then nobody took the time to look in the mirror. This is the thing. This is why I keep saying this is not some woo-woo thing. We know what the nature of God is. We was just talking about it being energy and spirit, and we know what this is.
What is spirit?
Energy. What is
How
energy?
How do you know that?
Hold, watch this. What is energy? Energy is construction of information. So now how do I know my spirit is energy? Because my spirit gives me information. It's called intuition.
And you think everybody has that?
Yes, everybody has intuition. Do
No,
everybody follow their intuition? Absolutely not.
I don't believe everybody has intuition. Everybody doesn't have that ability to tap into God and get messages from the creator and from the all at a rate to be able to make decisions and make discernment in what's happening in their reality. A lot of people don't have access to that.
I would say that access is limited by the thought process or the thought capabilities or the lifestyle of that said one person. Because if anybody live in harmony with nature, I don't care if you melanated, Chinese, Korean, I don't care who you are on the planet. If you live in harmony with nature, you will fall in harmony just like everything else in nature, just like the trees, just like the bees, just like the horses, just like the crocodiles. You'll fall right into nature. This is not some supernatural thing.
But you have to be able to explain it.
I'm gonna land my plane. How do we look around us and see everything operate in its harmonic state and then think that's nature? But then when we operate in our harmonic state, we are super nature. That doesn't make sense. When we operate in our harmonic state, we're nature too.
So you're saying nature is God?
I don't see this the issue. This is the issue with that Western ideology. Is nature God? Nature is a force that manifests life on this planet. If from the Western sense one want to call that God or not, I'll leave that, up to the interpretation. But my best description of nature is a force that produces life on this planet.
So how would you define God?
I would define God as a deity or an omnipotent deity or presence in the Western sense.
No, I mean you. How would you define? So you think God doesn't exist except outside of Western psychology, or
God does not exist outside of Western theology.
you said yes?
I said no. God does not exist outside of Western theology.
So what exists outside of that? Just nature?
You said what exists out? Yes. What exists is our experiences every day. If you have a car or if you live by a forest, when you wake up and get out your bed and go out your front door and drive down your road or run down your forest, then that's what you see. That's real. Unless you're saying that's not real. Then
No, I'm
what is real?
No, I'm asking you, like, if you're saying that the creator or whatever we're experiencing as, or I don't know if you're saying there is no creator and just nature, or you're saying that this creator only exists in Western psychology or Western worldviews. There is no creator outside of Western worldview.
For you, I'm saying there's a essence called life that bring about life. This essence has always been. Only life can beget life. So
you're agreeing with
if you wanna place the term God on this essence that we call life, you feel free to do that.
No, I think God supersedes life. Life is a product.
God supersedes life?
Yes, sir.
What God supersedes life?
It's only one.
No, it ain't.
If you believe in multiple gods, that's you.
So El and Yahweh are the same God or different gods?
Interpretations of the same God.
No. We know. So you saying interpretations, but we know historically those are different gods.
Yeah, I know, but that's just man's interpretation of what they're experiencing.
There's only one God, then I gotta push back and say, well, how is there's only one God if in your very Bible there's two gods sitting right in your face?
Well, that's not my Bible, but the fact that man has an interpretation of what he's experiencing is the same thing what you're doing when you go to people like Bob Proctor and Earl Nightingale to get their interpretation of what's going on. So people in the Bible did the same thing that Earl Nightingale and Bob Proctor are doing, but they did it for a control aspect, to control how these energies work.
Mm-hmm. So here's the thing that scholars do, and I'm not sure if you're familiar, but scholars cross-reference, bro. This is how we gather information. Mm-hmm. So, and it's so funny because what Bob Proctor and Earl Nightingale do is not even directly tied to what our ancestors did back in the day, right? What I mean by that is they don't talk about Kemet and da-da-da-da. No, they just do their thing. It's their actions that they do that tie back to what we do. I don't even know if they study Kemet to know that what they're doing is some Kemet practice. I don't know if they know that or not. But what I can do is I can say, yo, these brothers are making some great points. And I know that their points fall right in line with what Imhotep is teaching about morality and proper thinking and living in my eye.
So I would say that those same things exist in the Bible.
What?
Those same teachings
exist in the Bible?
The same teachings that Bob Proctor and Earl Nightingale are teaching are in the Bible.
I mean, because the Bible comes from, do you know Proverbs comes from a mental tap?
So why would you say that that's not in the Bible?
So no, I said my eye. Proverbs,
yeah, why would you say my eye? My eye's not in the Bible?
My eye is not in the Bible.
No. Not by name.
What do you mean not by name?
Do you think Mayat was an actual deity, like an actual something physical that existed, or do you think Mayat is a principle?
Ma'at is a principle, yes.
Is that principle in the Bible?
Yes.
All right, so Mayat is in the Bible.
No. Get out of here with that.
How?
You know what, brother? Real fast. We got a brother on across the street that likes to we got a brother that's across the street that like to tie the Nagas right into the Kemetic story as well. And they like, oh well, you know, hold on one second now.
What happened?
So he liked to equate the Nagas, the serpent deities, with the with Apep and the other one, right? And so I have to explain to him, just because these are both serpents and these both represent something, they don't even represent the same thing. But these are not the same things, brother. That's what you're trying to do with wisdom, right? And Ma'at, because we know wisdom is in the Bible. But here's the thing: wisdom is actually a reinterpretation or a reveneration of Asherah. Now, Asherah was the Canaanite deity who was actually the wife of El, and in some instances, Yahweh. We know this.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, right, we know that these Egyptian, well, we'll call them these, they weren't deities, right? They were principles.
Yeah.
Right? Right. So
and wrap up really fast, brother. I want to get to Tahuti. I know I just seen brother Tahuti come in the building.
If these is principles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we could say that these principles can be reflected in any book. It don't have to be just the Bible, or just because these principles are in the Bible that we saying that the Bible is the founding information on this principle. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Maya exists in everything, balances in everything.
I would agree.
You feel me? All right. So if the Bible is expressing these sentiments, then Maya would be in the Bible.
No. Because if Ma'at was in the Bible, the Bible wouldn't have been used for a tool for enslavement of our people, brother.
What you mean? Ma'at was used in Egypt as a tool to enslave people.
Hey, brother, come on now. You walking a slippery slope. Ma'at was not used as a tool in Egypt to enslave people. Do you know what Ma'at mean?
So in Egypt, it wasn't certain people that were privy to this information, and certain people that didn't have access to this information.
The higher echelons of information, yes, but the Neophyte information was common in Kemet. So what I mean by that, I'm gonna land my plane with this. What I mean by that is the ordinary person in Kemet might not have known the second, third, fourth, fifth degree of meaning behind Ma'at, but they all understood the orderly principle that Ma'at represented. It was clear as day in the courtrooms.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying, right? People who had this understanding, this deeper understanding of what Ma'at meant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus other people who didn't have this understanding, who this information was gate kept from, right?
Mm-hmm.
They used those principles to continue their dominance over those other people, or else they would have gave them access to this information and told them they could do the same things that they were doing, but they didn't. So this is what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Just because you could find good in something and ways to use something to be advantageous to a people doesn't mean that somebody else can't use those things to hinders a certain people and keep them at a disadvantage. The same way we say Europeans took our ancient ancestry, right? And they stripped it from us. And right now they're using it against us to keep us in the positions that we're in. So to say that these principles don't exist in everything and can't be used to the benefit of the wielder is disingenuous.
Okay, got you. All right, brother. Yo, listen, that was an amazing sparring session, brother. Lord Benu. That was an amazing sparring session, brother. Shout out to Lord Benu. We gonna get the brother Tahuti. What's up, brother Tahuti?
Holds up. I just want to chime in on the last part where you was talking about, you brought up Ma'at and principle versus Matthew in religion. A deity attacks law and order through taxation. So they used Ma'at, corrupted it, and turned it into Matthew, to where now order is defined by taxation.
That's and Kemet, we would call that Isfat, though, correct?
Right. But the point is, Ma'at no longer exists as a benefit to black people because they twisted it and turned it into a deity of law and order through taxation.
But
through taxation specifically.
The thing about it is we could go back to before that to where's the we could say that like for things like the Bible, right? We could say that for the Bible, right? The Bible is no longer useful for our people because it's been mistranslated and went through many hands and da. And the only reason we could say that about the Bible is because we don't have the original. Nothing about the Bible is original. We can't say
and
that.
That's why I say. That's why I tell people.
I got you, brother. Real fast. We can't say that about Ma'at because we know that Ma'at, just the basic meaning, span back to before Kemet itself over there in the Nile Valley. So we can always go and grab the original meaning of Ma'at and live in that manner which it was meant to be used. You know, Brother Jabari say, do Ma'at, speak Ma'at, live Ma'at. Right? That's how it was intended to be used.
Yeah, definitely. I would, and that's why I would always suggest, like, everybody asks, well, if not the Bible, then what? Well, if if it was stolen and reversed, why not go back to the original papyri?
There you go.
The original spiritual text.
That's fact. Like that's why I was saying earlier about Amenhotep, right? The book of Proverbs, right? Why would I read the book of Proverbs when we got the maxims of Amenhotep?
Yep. And what grabbed my attention is the title. I thought it was a title. I think it's no longer there. It was is God logical or is it rational to be atheist?
Right. Hold on, I can get that back up for you, brother. Hold on 1 second. I can get that right here.
I think I might have paraphrased, but long story short, I mean, there's too many ways to prove that God is I would say being an atheist is logical and belief in God is irrational. Because first of all, you have to believe in a superstition, and God can only be defined by superstition because the people who made God and created the concept were the Greco-Romans.
Right.
So, I mean, if you cut it from a chronological standpoint to a linguistic standpoint, the fact still remains that belief in God is illogical and atheism is rational. I might be paraphrasing and I probably butchered the title up, but we get the point.
Yeah. I'm trying to get it for you. I can't even find. Like, I don't know how he get to these. Yeah, there it is right there. I don't know how he get to these slides so fast. I'm like, hold up, I'm looking for it. I gotta find that one over here so I can what's we call him? Which one would it be?
It's like our ancestors put out too much information for us to believe in Greco-Roman concepts and question people who don't believe in Greco-Roman concepts.
Right. Hey, brother A1, I don't know if you here, but I don't know where that's at in the picture background.
What you looking for?
This right here, what you got, the Titans Debate League, is belief, God, rational, or atheism, logical.
It's all the way to the left next to my picture.
All
Don't
right.
look. It's like it ain't in the assets. It's over there. Like I'm
Oh,
sharing my
okay.
I'm sharing my screen with that.
I was like, hold on, I can't find that. What's up? We got King J in the building. What up, King J?
Peace, 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 humble, peace to the Titans, peace to the panel. What's going on?
Now, you know, we in here chilling. You know, we've been in here for 10 hours already, having some
10
great
hours.
conversations. 10 hours, man. That's what we do.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what we do, brother.
I do see it's a 10-hour stream for sure. So, yeah. So, how long y'all gonna be on? Y'all still got some energy, or y'all? What's the
Listen, I'm
word?
here, brother. I'm here. That's what I do.
Okay, for sure.
So what's up? You got, you know, you want to add some, hold on. If I can, brother, if brother A1, if I can change the background really fast. I'm looking for
Spark session.
yeah.
Go up more. It's more toward the top.
All right, more towards the top.
It looked crazy because
Oh, you know what I didn't even notice is some of these have the names on the bottom.
Oh, hold on. Let me take that picture out the way too.
All right.
That's my dad's background right there.
Yeah. It's the Bible debate.
What up? What up, A1?
Chilling. How you feeling? I got it though. I'll switch it for you.
All right, go ahead.
You say your dad got a show now?
There we go.
Yeah, he a master's degree medical licensed therapist. We bringing mental health to the Black community.
For sure, for sure. That'll definitely be a good topic, good show.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So what's up, King J? You got something you want to talk about? You want to
Well,
put
I just jumped on, so I was listening probably for about maybe 10, 15 minutes. You and the brother was building about Kemet and Mayat being in the Bible, and so I kind of, when I hear those things, I just hear like more of a shared culture, more than just one person having a monopoly over the information. A lot of times in the Levant, in the Canaan in the Canaan area, those Semitic speakers, share a lexicon. A lot of their words have the same cognates. They are spelled the same. They mean the same.
right.
A lot of their stories, their mythoses, are just simply recycled. So I don't think it's hard to say, well, they're getting it directly from Kemet when it may just be a culture thing.
A culture thing. I would agree with that as well. Because we see that even the people that was in northern and southern Israel at that time, they had certain customs, right? They had laws and creeds and things of that nature. So but even though they borrowed some of them from Hammurabi, and you know what I'm saying?
Literally, that was literally I was just going to say, what do you think about like the Hammurabi code? So, like for instance, so these are just Amorites. So when we talk about like the Amorite kingdom, we talk about what is the kingdom of Mari, and then you have Yamhad, right? And then underneath there, you have tucked in under there, you have Ugarit, right? So all of these are Amorite. So and when you talk about Hammurabi, you got to talk about his daddy. His daddy name is I forget what his daddy name, but it's a Hebrew name. His daddy's name literally is Hebrews something. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's just so I don't know. I think a lot of the stuff that we find in the Bible is really just
Yeah, now the issue I have with a lot of things people try to validate in the Bible is there's literally no proof for. And no, it's not argument of silence. There's literally no proof for this. People have looked, right? So even when we have a history of the Hebrew people or the Israelite people or whoever y'all want to call these people, we got a history of them, right? But the issue is the history that we have don't match the history in the Bible.
Right.
And so that's what push the biblical believers buttons, because here they run out and be like, oh, Abraham was a real person, Moses was a real person, the Exodus really exists. And it's like, well, we don't have that history. The history we have of these people is these people are emergent people as distinctions from Canaanites, and they formed their own stuff. But before they got there, one worshiped a deity named El, the other worshiped a deity named Yahweh. They came together, merged El and Yahweh together. Both El and Yahweh had a wife named Asherah, but the early church fathers didn't like the fact that Asherah was a deity too, so they had to kill her off the scene and just make Yahweh to make it monotheism. Later on in the New Testament, they brought Asherah back as wisdom, but reformed under the monotheism system that they had, so she wouldn't be as powerful as God. Man, they did a whole lot with that. It's crazy.
I think with the wisdom being Asher, I think that's more like if you read the Gnostic text, you'll find it her reference as Sophia.
Yeah, that's
Sophia. So they're just really just female cults.
Yeah. Yesterday I was up there, I was exposing the doublets, right? How Abraham and Isaac, right? Their stories are doublets of one another. They both deal with a king by the name of Abimelech, and that is his name. That is not a title. I was dealing with my brother today, talking about Abimelech is a title, it's not a name. No, in the Bible, that is a name. Abraham and Isaac dealt with a king named Abimelech, and they both dealt with a king by the name of Abimelech with the same commander who had the same name as well.
What does Abimelech mean?
My son is king, or my father king.
Can we identify? So, like in the etymology, so like every time I hear Melech, I always know that the M and the L and the K is the reference to the king part. So, the Abba is the father king, part.
Right. So this is what I told my brother Pitbull, right? I told him, well, if that's the manner, Abraham, what do Abram mean? We know, or matter of fact, let's go ahead, Eber. Right? We know that was the name of a man, but we know it also means to cross over. So when they talking about Eber in the Bible, are they calling him the label to cross over, or are they calling that's his name? You see what I'm saying? So we know what Abimelech mean, but that's also his name.
I think a little bit of both. Like I think there was a person. I think there was a person named Ivri or Eber that actually crossed over, and his descendants were known as his name or house of. Like even if we look at the house of, so the only pushback with I do believe in eponymous ancestors, but I would say that Bronze Age possibly we have more mythos, but I would say late Iron Age we have actual historical biblical characters that we can actually say are historical, and we can pull up on primary sources and stella.
Can you name some?
Yeah, don't you think that's odd too?
You're not talking about biblical characters like Pontius Pilate, are you?
No, we can start. We'll just start at the house of Omri. We'll start at Bit Omri, and we can go from Bit Omri, and we can trace Ahaz, and we can trace Hezekiah, and we can trace and we can reference the Assyrian prisms. Right, a lot of the Babylonian texts refer to Jehoiakim. He's a historical character that we can find primary sources on. So, under the narrative of Israelite, no, but in history we'll find them listed as when they'll say Bit Omri, right? That means house of Omri, and so most of his descendants were known under Omri, Omrites, right? So those are historical people who are in the Bible.
Well, let me ask this: don't you think the burden of proof for history, like proving historical existence of the Hebrews, would be inscriptions, actual inscriptions, that go along with the person that you name, an actual shrine, synagogues that actually go back to Black civilizations and not Greco-Roman civilizations, because the world's oldest synagogue goes back to Greco-Roman like culture and
Mm-hmm.
chronology.
When you say synagogue, are you weaponizing that word? Are you just referring to a temple?
Well, nah, I just mentioned as an example, but what I'm saying is
So if
why
you say
don't what is the
synagogue,
burden of
it's
proof?
because if you say
But no, hold
synagogue,
on, let's slow down
oh,
because I'm just asking for the burden of proof. Why isn't the burden of proof for his story for Israelite narrowed down to inscriptions, monuments, even figurines, toys, and stuff like that? You can't have idols, but why can't you have a building, neighborhoods, inscriptions that say Israelite such and such, Hebrew such and such? Why no inscriptions? Why is it so vague?
you actually do. So when I mentioned, so you're not getting, we talked about that, me and Humble, just a second ago. You're not going to get the biblical narrative in most cases, but you do have the archaeology. We do have a seal of Hezekiah. We do have the aqueducts that he built, the water systems that he built. It's a lot of historical archaeology for Hezekiah. We do have temples. So I was asking, why are you using the word synagogue? Is that like, are you weaponizing that word? Because we have temples all through the Nile Valley.
Well, those temples belong to people who were practicing spirituality and not
Mm.
people who were worshiping Yahweh or whatever, however
What
you
what do you
variation
mean?
you wanna, you know what I'm saying? So
Yahweh is
that's
a
why
form
you
of
go to
charity.
synagogue
Wait, wait,
because
wait,
you
wait, wait,
have
wait. Let's not go too far. You're saying that the worship of Yahweh is not a spiritual system.
what I'm saying is when you narrow down your choices for looking at temples, you have to use and define them with either mosque, you have to go with church, or you have to go with synagogue. So when you say
No,
that
no,
the
no. Wait. So,
first
so, 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 like when we look, we start with the Nile Valley because it's 42 sappats. Each sappat or nome had their own temple or local deity. They have their own cult fetish or and standard that they worship. They didn't have to necessarily worship the national deity or whatever administrative.
But that's what my question was. Like, why is it so vague? Shouldn't the burden of proof for history be a little bit more detailed than what you're putting together?
I think if you're looking at 8th century BC, 9th century BC forward, you do find that like the Moabite stone, where we find they're mentioning the wars between Moab and Israel and how they actually defeated Israel. Well, they're mentioning the house of Omri. They're mentioning we actually can look at the Assyrian prism and see these people, Yehu, bowing in front of, and offering tribute. So I think they actually existed, but I just don't think the biblical narrative that we're getting is actually the narrative a lot of times. But so like so can we find the tribe of Judah, the Yehudi? Yes. Now I would say there's more historical evidence for Judah than the northern. Like when we look for the northern Israelite tribes, we'll look for Samaria, right? We find Sumerians, you know what I'm saying? We find, that terminology, not, Israelites. I'm not too keen on the Myrna Patah sellers referencing Israel. I don't agree with that. So I don't see too many sources in history that say Israel. We find Yahweh worship. We could go to like the Solib inscriptions and we find Yahweh. We even find, now this is interesting to me, even in the 18th dynasty, and when we look at the pharaohs, Amos and those pharaohs, those names are spelled IA, but that's really Yah. That's pronounced as Yah.
Mm,
Um, Egyptians Egyptians worship a deity named Yah, YAH. It
no,
was
they
a
didn't.
yeah, they did.
Bro.
We can
Chill.
look that. Can we look that up?
Yes.
If you just type it in, that's an eagle Google search. IA. If you want to pronounce it, spell it IA. A lot of times it's the spelling that throw people off, right? The I's and the A's. So the I is really a Y. If we look
Are you talking about the moon deity?
yeah, I am.
Oh, get out of here, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, I am. That's
Thank
the.
you.
I mean, that's what it's Yah, right?
No,
It's
that ain't
similar.
God.
So
What y'all?
let me ask you a question. Is it different? Is it a distinct difference between the Yah that the Jews and Elephantine worship than Yahweh, or is Yahweh the same as Yah as the same deity? Are you following?
No, what's your
Well,
interpretation?
let me answer that. Let me answer that because the problem is these Greco-Romans taking out of Kemet and corrupting it, and then people who want to hold on religion and the Bible, they want to hold on it too. So they do it in reverse by saying it's the same thing, but no, it's a plagiarized corruption to build a concept for Abrahamic
Yeah,
doctrine
I
and
agree
dogma.
because I would say because I'll argue that the tetragram is created. Right? We
But
have
the
the Yah,
purpose
but
of
that.
that was to overthrow spirituality. It wasn't to continue it or say, all right, we like what y'all got going on. Let's be one. No, they weaponized that. They wanted total control of the Nile and the Red Sea.
So through
That's
monotheism.
why they invented religion. So they can take over that resource and start from there. And now we're here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And that's why I say get back to the papyri. Go ahead, man. I don't want
I
to
was
cut you
gonna
off.
ask. I apologize. King J, I never asked. Do you believe in the Bible?
I don't believe I'm more agnostic. I don't and believe I really don't believe in deities or uh I believe in the historicity, the historical events, and I do think that I could, eat the meat and spit the bones only because I'm familiar with, like, I've studied all type of different traditions, and to me they all say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? They're all sharing the same, like, treat your neighbors, love one another. You're gonna get that from every religion.
Okay. So
What about Afrocentrism? What you think about that, King J?
right, great question.
It's damn near racism because me and the brother, I say, just had a conversation yesterday about weaponizing the word African and talking about African science, right? And saying that African science is different than just science. So when you say an African science, you're suggesting that even in that there's some superiority, maybe in your African science. And so, so to me, science is science. There's no such thing as European gravity, right? I mentioned, or there's no such thing as Asian photosynthesis, right? Even though those people may have had European ancestry, Asian ancestry, they contributed to humanity as a whole.
All right, so let me ask you a question, King J, because you was on the panel this day, and this is exactly what was going down. When Unc had a period where he was talking about westernized medicine and ancient Chinese medicine, right or wrong?
Right, that was yesterday.
Right. And so this right here be my issue when y'all start talking about, oh well, there is not no this and there's not no that. So how can we say African? That's racism. No, man. If Chinese people got their own medicine, if we could say Chinese people got their own military, then what's the issue with saying Africans had a science?
It's a ulterior motive. That's what it boils down to, and that's why I wanted to get that
So,
out of them.
also, I would have contention just with this, right? Just in the definition of the word science, right? It is an anachronistic fallacy, right? Because if we're saying science, to me, science is so. To
Well,
me,
hold
if,
on.
if
Can you answer his question though? Can you answer why it's okay to say Chinese traditional medicine, but then when we say African traditional medicine or even science, it's
I didn't agree
debate.
with Unc's point when he said that. He
Oh,
might have,
okay.
he may have spoken too fast when he said that, or because he did clear it up afterwards. But I didn't agree with when him saying that at all. But
Well,
I will.
let me ask you this question: do you believe you Central West African only, or do you believe you're African, or do you just believe you're something totally different because it's too racist to identify as African?
I believe that the modern social construct, the way that we're using black and white, is a racist in a racist way. I don't think they use that term applied back in terms of antiquity. I would say that me personally, as a black person in America, I would say I'm a new subclass, something that never existed because I'm probably a little West African, probably a little Native mixed in me, Probably got some little white people. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably a mix of all, of a lot of different stuff together.
Well, let me address that because you do know they actually did use the word black in the same modern racial context
I'm not
for
familiar with that.
identifying themselves in Kemet. It's the
No,
whole purpose of the name behind Kemet. You had people
I
identifying. You had,
disagree with that, and you don't have any primary sources that say that or sources that show that. So when we
and
talk
then
about the
you
Kemet
have
being the dark land,
royals.
go ahead, baby. Go ahead,
Right.
bro.
You have royals. Hold on, let me finish. You have royals that identify as Teddy the Black, Pepe the Black lives and stuff like that. The Black Lady, Kim Seat. So we know for a fact we have different examples that tell us that the black in Kemet refers to the people.
That would be incorrect because the Nile Valley population skin tone varies depending on the region. So when they use words like Nahesi, right? So when we talk about buds and what's his name, Guntner, I believe, in the definition of the word Nahesi, buds racialized the word and it tried to get it to mean Negro, right?
But even
Even though
going
most,
back to these people
Hold
who
on.
name themselves, how do you address that? If
but,
you think
so
Kemet means the black
Hold on 1
land,
second,
right?
let me
y'all.
let me let me
Hold
let
on
me
one
finish the
second.
point.
Hold on 1 second, King J. We're gonna get right back to y'all. We just got um Hercules up on the panel. What's up, Hercules?
Hey, what's up? What's up, you guys? Yeah, I just hop on and because see y'all was still up, but go ahead. I want to let y'all go ahead and finish then before I reply. Jay, go ahead and finish your statement.
Yeah, Jay, I just want you to address the fact that
But hold
how
on,
can
because you're asking me
Kemet
to
be
a lot to
restricted
address.
to the
I'm answering your question, but you asking me a lot because I never even got to address the fact about what we're talking about with the science part with the humble. But just I'll address the Kemet part. So when I'm talking about mentioning the term Nehesi, Wallace Bud was Negro, right? His term for the word. We know that that's not really what that word meant when they were talking about Nehesi groups, right? So we look at Ta Nehesi, right? So does that mean land of blacks? So the definition that we go by now, Capo TT is 2000, I think it's Southerner, right? So they just referring to somebody from the South. There is no racial
but
connotation with the word.
I mean it is if they have illustrations that depict different people back in the day using
That's
skin
our
color.
narrative. So that's when you're distorting
Well, hold
history
on. Let
and
me
not
finish though. Let
contextual.
me finish because it's a lot to deal with. So you have to deal with the fact that they named the land black. They named themselves black because you're referring to Teddy the Black Lives, Pepe the Black Lives, the Black Lady, Kim Seat.
Those are descriptive. Descriptive. So
And then
if it
you
means, hold
well,
on,
you have a SAR. Hold
hold on,
on,
but
hold on. Let me finish.
let me
It's
deal
a
with the
lot
point before
because
you
it's a
get.
lot of hold on. It's a lot that you have to deal with. You have to deal with the SAR concept, how everybody wanted to be black like a SAR.
So
You
let's
have to
stop.
deal with
But hold on, because if you're
you have
giving
to
me a
deal
lot, let
with
me stop you
the
real.
verbiage
I can
in
go
the
point by
pyramid
point
Let
before
text.
you.
him land his plane. Let him land
That's
his
a
plane.
lot.
Okay. Okay. So you
That's a
want me?
lot for you to deal with. But
It's
go
not
ahead.
really okay. It's not a lot to deal with, right? So we even dealt with this yesterday in regards to familiarizing yourself with color and depiction of how they depicted themselves and what different colors actually meant. A lot of times, the color of black, when you see Nasuts depicted as black, they're representing their it's funerary text. It's always going to be in funerary. And Asar is depicted as black in funerary text. He's also depicted as green, right? When we're talking, we reference to agriculture. Also, when we talk about the excuse me, the colorism, right? Even in the Greek, when we watch in the murals and frescoes, we see the women depicted as a lighter, either white or yellow, and the men depicted as reddish skin tone. We find the same in Egypt. That's not necessarily saying they were this color, right? If we see a lot of women in the hieroglyphs depicted as white or yellow, that's not necessarily meaning that's their color. Most times it's a symbolism of purity.
I mean,
And
that's fine and everything, but like we have to
so
compare this
it's
to
kind of Afrocentric
what
is
the
what you're trying to
scholars
do.
are
Hold on, but
saying.
let me stop because the scholars aren't saying what you just said. That's what Afrocentrism is. Afrocentrism is where you try to take history and you make everything black. So if
So
you're
hold on,
saying
let
if
me
you hold on,
stop you there so
let
we
me
can
no don't stop
redefine
me.
it.
Let me
We can
address the
define
point.
it correctly. We
Hold
got
on,
to
brother.
define
Brother.
correctly though.
Hold on, wait. Let me address the point. You said a lot. Let me respond a lot. So when you gave the descriptive colors, if they said peppy to black, that would make me believe that outside people are described or somebody of a different skin tone. If if everybody's black, why is the need to say peppy is black?
Because you have people who announce it, so we know
It
that
sounds
people
like
are
an exonym.
black,
It sounds like
but
an
it's
exonym.
a
You know
it's
what
a
an exonym is?
differentiation. It's a nickname. So
It
you're
sounds like an
announcing
exonym.
that. It sounds like a who?
An exonym.
Okay, how
A
could it be
description
an
given by
exonym?
a description
And
given by
that's
an
what I'm
outsider.
saying.
Right.
It's a lot for you to deal with so much that you have to go with the fact that you think, you believe versus Africana studies. That's why we have to redefine correctly what Afrocentrism is so you don't
Well, you're
misrepresent
not.
it. If a
You're messing
scholar,
because you're
if an
messing it up
Afrocentric
because
scholar exists, his background is from Africana studies, which actually have scholarly credentials and accreditants to give him
but you're messing it
the
up.
right to say certain things about historical documentation and linguistics. If you have a
Correct.
master linguistics who says that, hey, this is all this documentation and this evidence is verification that black was used in the same modern racial concept as it is today in ancient times, then we have to go along with that
So
versus
let me just start
somebody
by
coming on a panel
okay.
and saying that
I'll let you on.
Afrocentrism is racist, and we have to go with that. So there's nothing that we can really go from on your side versus all the documentation, all these concepts.
Well, you just made that up. So
And KJ,
what?
can I go after you?
Well, hold on, real quick. I just want to respond real quick now, as we get back, because he just made it up. So, when any PhD scholar or historian, what the first thing what they'll do when they're talking about history, what you just said, is contextualization, right? They have to keep the time period in order. They cannot apply their own modern day 21st century thinking to the discoveries or the history. When they do that, it's called distortation of history, and that's the fallacy. So when you're saying you want to apply our 21st century racial terms of black and white to these people. So what would happen would be this: and it was the distinction between that I gave you between Negro and Southerner. When Wallace Budge tries to racialize the word Nehesi and say that these are Negro people, unbiased historian uses the word Southern instead, right? These are Southern people. These are inhabitants of Africa who happen to live in a certain environment where the UV dictates a certain skin tone. That's how they
Okay.
would answer that.
In
They
West
wouldn't say,
Africa, they
hold on.
use a
Let me
concept of race today.
quit
So
cutting
that
me.
kind of,
Quit cutting me. They wouldn't say that these are a black race of people.
so a
They
BB4
wouldn't say that these are
means
a
black
negroid race of
people
people
in
because then they
tree.
would say,
So that's
hold on,
that's
brother, hold on.
continuation.
I'm answering the question. Then that would allude that there would be another white race of people. So that would mean that these Southern Nehesi Negro groups, that the population in the Nile Delta, right, would not be Negro, but they're all
That's
Egyptian.
all speculation on
It's
your
not
part.
speculation. It's not subjective. It's
We
the fact.
going we going
We're talking
by
about
we
the
going
Nile
by the
Valley.
facts
We're
of
going by the Nile
you. So
Valley
you
population.
hold on. You mentioned that there was a difference between what they was referring to themselves and when they use the color black versus what they do now. That's incorrect based on the fact that in the tree language in West Africa, they refer to themselves as black as well through the word of BB4.
But that's a descriptive. That's a descriptive. That's a descriptive term. That's
All
not how
right,
the name of so
Hercules.
the
I
name
think
of
Hercules
Hold
wanted to
on,
talk.
hold on 1 second, Charles. Let's let Hercules get in here. He did say he wanted to speak for a while. I'll let y'all go back and forth. Let's see what the brother Hercules got to say.
Good. Yo, so I came on because actually, King J, I think you was trying to ask me a question the other day, but Cedric kept interrupting. And but I think you just brought it up. You brought it up earlier when you was talking about the African science. But I'll piggyback real quick on which I was saying about the skin tone thing. I think the problem. I think what the thing is that people like with the Ankh and them, the problem is that they don't accept the information from our own Black scholars who went over there, done the research, who's been doing the research for years. Somebody like Tony Browder, who's been over there. You know, he's the only Black American that's been over there doing excavations.
I love Tony Browder.
Huh?
I love Tony Browder personally. I think I don't really mess with him, but me, I definitely love him and Assar Quasi for sure. I love both of them.
Okay. Yeah.
But
So
that's why I say it's an ulterior motive. Go ahead, Hercules.
It's so it's like people we do have the scholars that they're from their conclusions. They say, yo, yeah, these people they were Black people. They call themselves Black people. They refer to themselves as Black people. And I think that we have to also look at it as where did they come from? We know that they didn't spring up there in Kemet. You know, they traveled from the south and from the Central Africa. It was a converging point that these people decided to find. This is what I'm thinking. They came together and decided to find the city civilization. But they came from the inner part of the continent. And when you look at the inner, and when you look at other, if you start to go inside of the continent and you start to look at other civilizations and other nations and how they call themselves and refer to themselves, they always, this is part of African philosophy. I tell people, you got to read African philosophy because they always identify with the land. They see themselves connected to the land and being one with the land. And as Tahuti was trying to say, I'm saying in Tree, if you ask them, what do you call this land? In the African, in your language, and they would say it's called a Bibi Mine. In Yoruba, if you say, yo, what do you call the land? They'll say it's called I think it's Ila Adula War, something like that. But they called it like the Black land. This is Black land.
What would you call the Deseret?
But hold up. And then if you ask them, okay, then what do you call a person?
So that's what I'm saying. By what you're saying, that's where you would error, because if you're saying, first of all, the geography of the land is not just the Kemet, the Black land. There's the Deseret, there's the Red land. So you're suggesting that the people in the Red land are red?
No, I don't. I don't even know. I don't know what part you were talking.
So I'm talking about in Kemet, there's a contrast in everything. There's a red land and there's the Black land. There's the Kemet and then there's the Deseret.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So the red land is called the red land because it's mostly the desert. Actually, our word for desert comes from the word Deseret.
Yeah.
Desert.
Yeah.
So it's the red land, right? The Kemet, the Kem, which is the alluvial soil that's left over after the now floods, is only a small part.
But
it's only a small. It's only a.
Hold on. Let's ask this question. Do you think? Let's ask it in reverse. Do you think that the Blackness, the connection to Blackness racially and to the land is challenged now, all because you have certain lands that they called red land and stuff like that? Do you think that the concept of race is now debunked or is challenged despite all the contrary versus the one little factor that you brought up with the red land?
I think if I reference John Henry Clark, and if you go to his videos, he'll tell you that they did not understand race as we did today. There were more geographic borders and cultural borders, right? Culture. The Nile Valley population varied in skin tone, so you're gonna mess that up every time, brother. Because you may look at somebody in a northern Sapat, right, that has a lighter complexion because it lives in a different environment and they may have a different diet, but they're just as much as Egyptian as somebody who we're looking at that's dark as hell, that's Sudanese.
Well, let me respond to your John Heinrich Clark reference.
Wait, hold on. Let me reply to that. one, Tootie.
All right, yeah, go ahead. You can have it.
We all know black people come in different skin tones, period. But the thing about John
wait, stop, because humans come in different skin tones.
All right, man. Okay, but I'm not dealing with
humans come in different skins, because when you start off saying black people come in skin tones.
Hold on, let him get it out, because we let you get it out. Let him get it out.
I don't want to go all around the world, man. I just want to deal with.
But humans starting coming different skin tones.
Okay, all right, humans. Are you happy now, humans? Goddamn. All right, so the thing with John Henry Clark's statement, that was a good, profound statement at the time, but we got new information now, and I believe that Obadele Cambone did prove. He went through the text and he showed you that in a paper that he wrote, he showed you that they united on the fact that they was all the same phenotype, that because of the fact that they were black and they was fighting against those invaders. In one of his papers, I'm looking for the name of it now, but I mean, the thing is, I think that they did. I just think that they did see themselves as being black people, and they refer to themselves as black people, and they do.
And let me add on to that.
They do it today.
Out of the 10 things that Dr. John Henry Clark says when it comes to race, that one time that when he was addressing that with a white person, you have to expect him to be like that when he's explaining that to the white person, to a white audience, in a time to where he's trying to get you to understand that racism is the problem. Yeah, there's different people. He admitted that different people exist, but in that lecture or that little interview, he's only talking about the construct of racism and how it affects the climate, the racial climate in America at that time, which continues on to this day. So yeah, that's a poor example for both you and Bobby West or anybody else to use.
I just think I think. Wait, hold on. I'm just saying it's update. We have to use update information. Y'all always say that. Not you. I'm talking about Bobby. They always say that, and they don't want to use updated information.
So let's just talk about it. We'll use a real life example, right? So when we look at Narmer, right? Are you familiar with Narmer?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you think his moves from southward upward was because those people were a different skin color?
Yeah, and in fact, he showed. In fact, the guy he showed it. About he showed it. He got a book. He wrote a book about it. I'm looking for the paper right now, but he definitely showed it on a stela. He went through it detailed and showed you that the people that he was fighting were phenotypically different than the African people.
So that's a different question. They were different phenotypes. They were phenotypically different, but that wasn't the reason. I asked, was that the reason for the because the word they used is unification, right? So was that the reason for the unification because they were a different phenotype?
Oh no, I think.
Are you saying
because my understanding of the Narmer palette is that they wanted that area.
Yeah.
It was the resources, not because they were a different phenotype or skin color.
No, yeah, I agree with that.
It's various reasons. Those can both be true at the same time, though.
No,
it doesn't have to be one or the other.
Because at that time, we have to look at how the Nile Valley was set up. They had the Sapots and the Gnomes. Each gnome, they all represented some. Like if you go into the Fayum area, you have the crocodile gnome. Those people in that area worship Sabak, or the crocodile deity. If you go further up, you had the bull gnomes. You had the falcon gnomes. You had different gnomes. What actually did happen was the Narmer Confederacy was consisted of Nekin, Edfu, the southern. I think Taseti they actually conquered Taseti first before they went north. But that Nekin Confederacy was a confederacy of like 3 or 4 different Sapots moving upwards, conquering all the other ones. It had nothing to do with their skin color. So this Afrocentric black stuff, like, it doesn't apply.
And that's what I'm saying. Like you just making arbitrary statements.
It doesn't apply.
We telling you it applies based on scholarship and
not all scholarship.
elders who come out of Africana studies and you just going back arbitrarily saying that it don't make
Well,
sense, this
can
didn't
you give me a
happen.
can you give me a reference? Because you know I don't know any
Well,
African scholar that says what
if
you
you
said.
said you are familiar with the Narmer stele, the problem is you make it known that your familiarity is only based on possibility clause and a dichotomy between resources and skin color. I'm telling you that it's
No, not
logical.
skin color.
Not only is it, so what is it now? Phenotype?
No,
Is that what
resources.
you want to do?
No, it's resources.
Okay, so resources and skin color?
And
Is that what you
taxation.
saying?
So to my,
Okay,
so
but
to
at
me,
the same time, anytime that there's a unification in Kemet, it is based on keeping invading foreigners out.
Who was the invading force in the now Delta that Narmer came all the way from the south to keep out?
You have Neanderthals and you have other races coming
Come on,
in
brother. Now
trying
you're
to
making up shit,
invade
brother.
through.
Neanderthals in the time, brother. Neanderthals were not
I said
existing.
Neanderthal races. You got to listen to what I'm saying. Don't just have a confirmation bias when you listening.
Brother,
When
you
you
just
listen,
brother. We can
it's
hold on.
things
We don't have to
being
be. You don't have
said.
to use ad hom. We've been keeping this college.
That's not ad hominem. I'm just telling you, don't do certain things. Don't show certain biases.
Let's use
So
the
we
correct term.
explaining,
So because when you say
you
Neanderthal,
asking us a
hold
question.
on. I'm just correcting you. I'm just sharpening you up a little bit, like Bobby would say. Listen,
You're not sharpening anything up because you don't like
go ahead, brother.
Afrocentrism. How are you sharpening how are you using a European tool to sharpen, or you know what I'm saying, a European instrument to sharpen an African tool?
Brother,
you can't
hold on.
do that.
So,
you don't even like Afrocentrism.
Go ahead.
And real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors. If it pops up on the screen, where is it at? There.
Oh, it's going down. Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained? These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes. And if you aren't subscribed to Titans Debate League, make sure you head on over right now to the YouTube and give us a subscribe. / at Titans Debate League. We're on at Titans Debate League on all platforms: Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and we have the Facebook going. So yeah, add us on everything. Back to you, gentlemen.
Hey, real quick, hey King J, I put in the chat link to the about the lady talking about the issue that we was talking about, and I think it's like 30 minutes in where he gets into it, like 28 minutes gets into it. But I'm still looking for the paper. I thought I'm trying to find that joint. Y'all go ahead.
Okay. So and this was the question that I asked you yesterday. I was trying to get to it, but we was, in regards to what actually the definition of science, right? And so to me, our ancestors did not separate science and religion, right? They did not separate the physical. And I asked you this yesterday: did they separate the physical from the metaphysical? And what was
And I
your
said no.
correct? So that's not science, because modern day science, what we're calling science today, there is no spookism in it. It's like, so we can't say that because our bones were healed, it was due to the grace of God, right? That's not why our bones was healed. So they had the right idea but wrong mechanism, right? So that's the fallacy. And that's like, if we just deal with that, we won't even get further than that, because we won't be able to have that argument, because what they were doing was not science. If their religion and science were the one and the same, and modern day science isn't that, then what are we talking about?
Okay. So, you're correct.
Hold on one second, Hercules. I'm about to hop off, y'all. This has been an amazing build. I really enjoyed myself. Brother A1, shouts out to you. Shouts out to Miss Law, King J, Hercules, Tahuti, and Quantum Onlyism. I really appreciate y'all. Appreciate everybody in the comments. And hey, support Titans Debate League. If you haven't already, go subscribe. And listen, we got more content coming for you. I'm out, y'all. Humble from the Bomb Squad. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Humble. Thank you very much.
We are about to end this soon. It has been 10 hours and 54 minutes. I'm gonna let y'all go for another couple minutes. Probably try to hit 11 hours, and then
hey, Hercules,
I might start
Jay.
another one up. Go ahead, though, gentlemen.
Hercules J, are you making now equivalency between spirituality and religion?
An equivalency.
Jay, this is for Jay, because he said religion is not scientific, but I thought the whole topic matter was connecting spirituality and science, and not religion and science.
Let me say this. Let me reply. Let me say this. Yes. We cannot. You cannot say what you cannot say that they had a. No, let me see. We cannot say they wouldn't say they had a science. Because there was no word for it. It was for them to try to understand and to put their methods into what we call science today. It wouldn't equate, because they didn't see you. They couldn't understand how you could separate the spirituality from the mathematics and physics. For them to separate that didn't make sense. Now, to say that. The question that I started with when I was over with Ark is that, is there a difference between Western science and what African science, what we call African science? And that was just a simple Google search where it said that no, they said yes, there's a difference. And then if you ask the question, is African science pseudo? You ask the next question, is African science pseudo? And it said no. African science is not pseudo. Just because pseudo is a Eurocentric bias towards African science, and that's what we are doing. We're putting our definitions, our lenses, because we grew up in West, their culture. We're putting the definitions and saying that they got to apply their results and how they doing their methods the way we do it, because we said this is science, and if you ain't doing it this way, then you ain't doing science, and that is a bias. So in order to describe what they were doing, since they didn't have a word for it, we could only use the word science to describe it. And it was different, yes, but they came to the same conclusions in a different way. That was my whole point that I was trying to make, is that they came to the same conclusions about the universe and how we live in a different perspective, in a different way. But the mathematics was still the same. The research was still probably the same. So to say that, oh man, they not doing science, we doing science because we up here doing research, and we in a lab, and I think that's a cop out. That's a complete cop out. But I think it is proven today, because there's papers written on it. There are several papers written on it, that indigenous African knowledge is science, and it is scientific.
Yeah.
They had a method.
Let me just add real quick. Kaba Kamine's book came out probably less than a decade ago. It's called Spirituality is Science, and it's two words that stick out to let us know, while they didn't have a meta nature word for spirituality, they definitely had a meta word for science. So even with that said, like, they're connecting science and their spirituality, undoubtedly.
Is that word?
But go ahead and finish up.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Tahuti. They definitely are connecting, but the thing is, the mechanism is Heka, right?
Heka.
Nah, the mechanism would be
it's magic.
Tep Heseb and Saya.
Well,
It would be Tep Heseb and Saya.
Yeah, but you have to
Heka is just the power of word, the power of spoken word.
Exactly.
And what happens is it gets confused as magic or something like that, and that's why
exactly. It's a difference in the way we use the word magic than how they were applying the word Heka in that time period. But you need Heka. That's the distinction. So when you're saying, I keep going in my head, when you're saying African science, I would say there is no African science. There is no European science. When Newton discovered what he discovered, it was an accomplishment for mankind. It wasn't. I keep saying it wasn't European gravity.
Yeah, but
you do realize that you going against what what Hercules just brought up through his research with Google AI. If Google AI admits that there's a difference between African science and European science, why are you narrowing down science to just something that exists in the physical realm, or just a universal reality? The difference between
So what I'm actually doing is the theory is called universalism, right? 1 + 1 = 2. No matter the amount of melanin you have in your skin, brother.
Well, that's not the argument between African science and European science.
Listen, hold on, brother. Because if that concept was discovered or formulated on the continent of Africa, right? And there's no monopoly on. You cannot say that that's African science. So 1 + 1 is going to be 2 in every continent, every geographical location you go to is universal. It does not matter your skin. It does not matter the amount of melanin you have, or where you are at geographically in the world. It's called
that's fine and everything, but when the difference, hold on, we one point at a time, because we got to address one point at a time.
Brother, you cutting me off.
You got to address one point at a time, because we got to distinguish African science and European science. So an example between African science and European science would not be 1 + 1 = 2. It would be herbal medicines and natural medicines versus pharmaceuticals. That would be an example of the difference between African and European
And
science.
the example would be that you give the credence to a deity or a god. That's the difference,
Nah, see,
brother.
you trying to make a false equivalent. That's why I asked you earlier. Are you now saying that religion and
No, brother,
spirituality is the
because
same thing?
you just took me off of my whole bill, cutting me off, bro. Just let me finish my thought before we got to get up out of here. So when I'm
Speak
telling
concise
when
with
I'm
it though.
hold on,
Don't be long winded.
I am being concise, brother, and you just don't cut me off. So when I'm giving the example, I'm showing you that universally 1 + 1 is 2. No matter your skin color, no matter where you at
And that's what I'm
geographically.
saying.
Brother, why
We
you
just
keep cutting? Go
clarified
ahead,
that.
brother.
Why are you going back to 1 + 1 = 2? We just acknowledged that there's no difference between that. The contrast comes with herbal medicines versus pharmaceuticals. That would be a difference between that would be an example of African science versus European science. Not 1 + 1 = 2 determines how much melanin.
The point is, brother, that it's a universal principle. It's not monopolized by a person of a race or geographical location. So there is no African science, there is no European science, it's just science.
Okay, so this is the thing. When you said that, who said
The laws of physics, brother, have no
So what
racial
about Chinese
connotation.
traditional
Brother,
medicine
brother,
then?
quit doing that, brother.
But there's
Quit
no
doing
such
that.
thing as Chinese
Brother,
traditional medicine
brother,
now, since you think there's
if I just said there's no such thing as only thing that exists is science, and you keep racializing it, brother, then that's something that you're doing.
okay.
so no, don't try to
To say that is
this is
African,
cultural. This
to
is
say that,
cultural. So
listen,
this is
brother,
cultural.
that's called ethnoscience.
No,
That's
hold on.
called
Okay, so you have
ethnoscience.
a problem. You standing firm
That's
to
called
say that
ethnoscience.
everything is about race and Afrocentrism is about racism. We get that. Hercules, go ahead and make your point, bro.
So when you said that Galileo, discovered the gravity thing and helped it out, brought science out. I think that's I don't know the right word right now, but I think you're missing the point, or you're missing the whole concept. When they built those pyramids, that they didn't have an understanding of what gravity was to lift those blocks. To lift
So let's stay right there, because what you're doing right there is
Go ahead. See, you want him to stay,
before you go far, like because you keep cutting me off. So just hold on. I just want to get with the point. What you're doing is called mixing up science and technology and engineering. Engineering and technology is different than science. Now go ahead.
Okay, all right. Engineering is applied science, man. That's what engineering is. So before you apply it, you study.
You use math, but when you're starting to say that the success of this pyramid is to transfer the chakras from the duat, then now
nobody's saying that. See, the problem is you want to confine our definitions and our representation to what you want it to your advantage.
Brother, I
We
know what
telling
the
you that
purpose
the
of a pyramid is
difference
for,
between
brother. It's the
an
transition
example
of the soul.
between African science and European science would not
That's
be 1 +
technology and
1.
engineering, brother. That's not science.
Okay,
But
so
the first
you lose that argument. You lose that
technological
argument,
people were
brother.
African. The first technological people were African, and that's the difference. That's one
Not
example of the difference.
No, you frame that in an Afrocentric way. The
See
correct
what
way
I
to say
mean?
that
You
is
have such a problem with Afrocentrism that you have
technology.
to just push back on everything.
Brother, you're making
Even if we
everything
try to
black.
take the time to
You're making
explain things
everything
to
black.
you, just say, "Oh, it's Afrocentric." I'm gonna
You're
push
making
back.
everything black, brother.
So listen,
Okay.
They had technology and engineering for sure.
No, if we deal with the differences between
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this question. He said the pyramids are for the transferring of your soul.
Yeah, my scholars.
For whose soul? Anybody's soul came to the pyramid, the pharaoh?
Well, no, because only the pyramids are built for the Nasut. So that's why we have the pyramid texts and things like that.
So the pyramids are for the transferring of the Nasut soul?
Into the Duat.
I could agree to that. I can see that.
That's the purpose. They started. That's the entire purpose.
Yeah. But let me ask you this. So when we say that there's a difference, we're talking about holistic versus reductionism.
For sure.
So that's a complete different attitude and a different approach. Now, when the ancestors, their approach was to maintain Mayat, to keep that balance in the universe. Whereas in Western culture, there is no limit. You know what I'm saying? So if you're the time for them, time is linear, but for the ancestors, time is circular. You know what I'm saying? It's a periodic thing. So if you don't have a limit and you're going out to infinity, you're going towards Isfet. You're creating disorder. You're going to entropy.
Concepts completely. That's sure.
No, it's entropy and chaos. You're going towards this chaos and entropy. So but for Kemet,
but Isfet doesn't exist in science. See how you did that? Like
no, hold up. Wait, hold up. Stop. Is chaos and entropy they both did the same thing, right?
So when they were talking about Isfet and chaos, they're not. Are you saying that they know they're doing science?
Hold up. When we talk about chaos and entropy.
I'm familiar with. Go ahead.
All right. And how did they describe Isfet?
Traditionally, anything outside of that is non-bows. You will be an enemy, or it's chaos, or it's defined by Set sometimes.
Right. It's creating disorder.
Chaos.
So that is chaos. I don't
anything
understand.
anything outside of the administrative district could be considered.
No.
Well, they have studies that determine how chaotic people are and how crazy people are. So you can equate that.
I'm just saying he's trying to say you can't use Isfet scientifically when they did, and I'm just saying it's the same concept, but you just looking at it from a different. Look at that.
Now when we're applying it, looking back, we can say that but that's not what they were doing. See, that's how you're mixing the argument. That's what Afrocentrics do.
Wait, what do you say that they wasn't doing what?
Science. They were not doing science. What you just described was a combination of the metaphysical and the physical.
Yes. You just agreed that they had terms to identify scientific concepts, but now all of a sudden you made that statement.
They had scientific concepts that they gave credence to deity. So if you take out the spookism, I'm fine with it.
And that's the problem. You think you want to equate spirituality to spookism, just like the Westerners.
They have the wrong mechanism. They have the wrong mechanism.
You can't. Well, first of all, hold up. Let me read this. And I would say you can't say they had the wrong mechanism when they had a civilization that lasted for 4,000 years, and they have buildings that lasted for 4,000 years. Yet you can't.
Wait. So
you cannot build a building today to last 100 years without refurbishing it. Okay.
Technology was better back then for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So listen, I typed it in AI. Did the people of ancient Egypt, I put in parentheses, Kemet, practice or had a understanding of science? It said the people of ancient Egypt were among the most advanced practitioners of science and technology in the ancient world. Their achievements were not just proto-science, but a representation of a sophisticated, systematic understanding of the natural world.
So that's astrology. Hold on, because it didn't.
Wait, I'm just saying. Wait. It breaks it down to the medicine and surgery, the mathematics and geometry, engineering and architecture, astronomy and timekeeping. But it doesn't say that
it wasn't astronomy at all. So now you see.
Hey, let me say something real quick.
Hold on, because you messing it up.
It says astronomy
and after this, we're going to do closing remarks, and I'm about to end the show. I might start a new one, but go ahead.
King Hercules, let me just add to the AI. If you would have typed in, did the Hebrews have science and understanding of science in the AI Google, and it would have came right out and told you the same answer, you would have no problem with it. But now, since it's Kemet, you have to have a problem with it.
Is that your closing?
Go ahead, Hercules. Go ahead, Hercules.
Did you? Did you want to reply? Or you want to reply to that? What I
just wanted to add on to the fact that it's a bias, it's a confirmation bias when it comes to his research. You can see it is standing out like a sore thumb. That whole definition that AI gave you is in of itself admitting that there is a connection between spirituality and science.
So actually,
What
it didn't. Actually, it didn't. So what the
and
brother
that's what I'm
Hercules read,
saying. Yeah, a
you keep cutting me. Why
European
you waiting
mindset
till
would not
you
allow
wait?
you to see that.
So you wait until I talk to respond. Okay, go ahead.
All right, all right. I'm gonna end out. I'm about to close out because he said he's about to go. But it's I don't know. I find it funny, man. That AI what AI does now. All it does is analyze everything it could get off the internet.
So man, so when it says proto science, that's not science, correct?
No, it said that. Well, it said it says their achievements were not just proto science, but a representation of sophisticated, systematic understanding of the natural world. So it
So
wasn't.
by definition, so hold on. By definition of that, that's astrology, correct? When you the study of the celestial movements, the planets, the sun, the moon, and attributing it to, they came up with horoscope. So what's his name? Degrassi. He just destroy. He would destroy everything in what you just
And
said.
see what I'm saying? And that's why he picks
He would just
Degrassi
destroy
over
everything.
all our Afrocentric
He would just
scholars.
destroy. He's
Yeah.
black.
I
Degrassi's black.
But he's
Degrassi is a
Eurocentric though.
But
He's
he ain't. Yeah,
Eurocentric.
he
so
got a
what
he got
you
a
so
European mind.
So what you're doing is you're weaponizing. There is no black science. There is no white science. Just science, brother.
So
So when you're
again,
saying European science, when you're saying African science, you're distinguishing between the two. All of them are just contributions to the science as a whole, brother, for humanity. There is no distinction.
all right, can I close out? He said he got
Go
to
ahead.
close out.
Yeah, y'all kept jumping on it when he was trying to close. Go ahead, message.
So the next question I put in is: did the people of ancient Egypt practice or had a understanding of what we call science? And it said, to answer directly, yes. While they didn't use modern word science, the people of Kemet practice what we now recognize as empirical science. And so I just want to say this: we gotta brother, I'm just saying we gotta stop always looking through the lenses of the European way, a Eurocentric worldview. You know what I'm saying? We grew up here in the West, so we see things through a European centric worldview, and we have to change that. We have to look from an African worldview, and Afrocentrism or being African centered is not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing to the Westerners because it challenges what they say. It challenges what they do, and I showed it in my presentation. I see, unlike Cedric, I show you the math behind it. I showed it in my presentation where they did had an understanding of what we call advanced science and advanced physics. It was literally encoded in the pyramid. And I'm gonna end with this. When you look at the Great Pyramid, you have 12 mathematical constants that are encoded in the pyramid. And that is not something that you could just find anywhere around the world. So for somebody to put 12 of them in there, it means that it's intentionally done. And they were showing you their advancements in understanding of science and of physics and math, where Cedric will try to say you could just find those constants anywhere around the world. No, that's not. You can't do that. It has to be intentionally put in there so it could equal these equations. It could equal the Euler's equation. You know what I'm saying? It's going to equal the Planck's constant. So I think we have to take a deeper look at it, because for me, I started this journey because I listened to, I was listening to Amos Wilson, and he always said, when you in your classes, you should be thinking about how does this help Black people, or how can you analyze this for Black, and in all my math classes, it just hit me, how does this work for Black people? Like, oh, wait a minute, could this apply to this or that? So looking at it from a mathematical perspective, you can see it. But if you ain't never take topology or category theory, you're not going to be able to see it, and you're not going to understand it. So I'm just trying to break it down simply for people to understand, and hopefully just trying to add to the knowledge. And but for the most part, it just seemed like people are not understanding what I'm saying. So I'm trying to find a better way to explain myself. So,
all right, Cedric Ortega says pure confirmation bias. Hopefully we can get him on here one of these days.
Yeah. Real quick, how we can't value STEM and say there's a need for STEM in the Black race, and then we going back behind, taking 2 steps back and saying the ancient Egyptians wasn't Black. They didn't have an understanding of science. They didn't do this. They have no connection to West Africans. Like that's a total 1 step back and 2 steps forward type thing. We can't be doing that.
Hey, closing remarks, King J.
For sure. Peace, A1. Appreciate you having me on. Definitely can't say too much because I do got a debate on this topic, but I would just say I would stick to the principles that math, laws of physics, and things of those things are universal principles, and there is no monopoly of those things by any particular race. When we look at achievements in science and physics by Einstein and Newton, those were not achievements and accomplishments of European science, but it was just science as a whole. Science doesn't, no matter what, one plus, I say it again, 1+1 is 2, no matter what the amount of melanin you have in your skin tone. So I'll end with that.
Peace. Have a good day, y'all. What's up?
That's it. We over week.
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry about that. I see we got about 15 people watching over on JJ's channel. Let me show you why you should get your butts over here to Titans Debate League and subscribe. You don't want to miss any of these fire debates coming up.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit, he's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line, reputation is on the line, and on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off, just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare. Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
You can only catch these debates here on Coliseum of Arguments at Titans Debate League. The link is on the screen right now. Make sure you get on over here and subscribe so you don't miss any of this fire action. I'm about to start a new stream up in about 15 minutes. So if anybody wants to come on and catch some more of this action, again, subscribe to Titans Debate League on YouTube. Who do we still have back here? We got it's just me and QT, Quantum Only. How you feeling?
Shoot, man, I'm feeling good. I love the 11 and a half hours y'all had me on, and it wasn't just me. I heard a whole lot of new ideas, some old that I done heard with new twists and spins. And so again, I'd like to say quantum onlyism and the quantum truth of the only divinity. Would like to thank you first personally, A1, for having us on. I'd like to thank everybody who came up to the debate league in the alley and tried to hold me down and help me sharpen my philosophy a little bit to get it going. I'm looking forward to my upcoming debate as well as the debates of the other participants within the league. I want to tell everybody to tighten up, get on over here and get your subscribe in.
Coliseum for Debate League is official. They do take you through the ringer. If you can stand up, they have more for you, so you might still get knocked down. But I really appreciate the intellectual time that I was able to spend on here, because I don't get to talk to people a lot, especially with this philosophy, because I be talking over people's heads, and this is a place where I can get ideas out. So again, thanks a lot to Titans and the Coliseum.
We appreciate you, man, and welcome. You made it. You held your own. You know, Titans stand up.
Yeah.
The Titans definitely came through and challenged you, and you held it down. We're going to get you locked in with the face-off scheduling today. So be looking forward to seeing Quantum Truth getting in the ring here on Titans Debate League. And welcome. Give him a round of applause.
Everybody have a wonderful rest of your day. Thanks a lot. I'm gonna be when you start up again, I'm coming over there.
Bet. And I'm going to end with a song by Connie Son. I usually check him out on Spotify, but you can go ahead and check him out on all platforms. Go on over to his Facebook and tell him A1 sent you. This song is called Same Heart. And again, his name is Connie Son, CONNIESUN, and you can check him out on all platforms. Y'all have what? I almost forgot my motto. Hold up. And remember my motto: treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Have a beautiful day, everybody. Peace.
Down for whatever, how the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mentor, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss him. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hate, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chatter. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in front. I told younger nigga make him something, you told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother, even through it all still know I love you, but every second I think I trust you. I'm smart in the game, you made it hard in the game. I'm loving, I started the lane, I'm hard as they came. Melody target they brain and they draw like a martyr with flame. How far I done came, you was not part of the blame, you was just part of the strain. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned any level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart.